What a breathtaking pair of sisters. In the waiting area, Chen Chuan noticed not far away a pair of sisters with stunning faces and impossibly perfect figures. The younger sister's features were as delicate as a flower under the moon, her beauty cool and aloof. The elder sister's curves were voluptuous, her bearing mature and seductive. In the entire high-speed rail station, the gazes of countless men were drawn irresistibly toward them. Eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. That slender waist, those long legs, the full and rounded hips. Suddenly, as she was walking, the elder sister bent down to tie her shoelaces. Chen Chuan walked straight into her. With a soft cry, the mature elder sister was struck from behind and fell to the ground with Chen Chuan on top of her. "I'm sorry." There was no time to savor the sensation. Chen Chuan immediately pushed himself up and moved away. "I'm really sorry, I didn't mean it." The cold younger sister was about to scold him, but the mature elder sister stretched out a hand to stop her. "It's not your fault I stopped too suddenly. Little handsome guy, are you all right?" 3 minutes later, Chen Chuan sat in a far-off corner, secretly observing the pair of sisters. They were too beautiful. The younger sister was cold, yet stunning, the elder sister gentle and kind. Especially their figures, full and rounded, springy and soft to the touch, unbelievably pleasant. That was something he had experienced firsthand. He sighed, then lowered his head to glance at the large plaid patches on both of his elbows. Chen Chuan let out a long, helpless sigh and withdrew his gaze. He was only an ordinary freshman, plain and poor, a penniless loser. On what basis could he possibly win the favor of such top-tier beauties? Was he dreaming? Wake up. Did he deserve it? Suddenly, a crisp chime echoed in his mind, a notification detecting that the host was a transmigrator binding a godly tycoon system. According to the system's level, godly tycoon funds would be issued. The higher the level, the higher the daily income. At level 1, 1,000 yuan would be granted each day. By completing challenge missions, the host could obtain rewards, cash, items, skills, attribute points, experience, and more. All rewards would be legitimate, lawful, and already taxed. A charming electronic female voice suddenly sounded in his mind, and lines of text appeared simultaneously across his retinal field of vision. Damn! The corners of Chen Chuan's mouth nearly began to drool. It was an alluring older sister voice in high definition, complete with subtitles. This system was something else. It knew exactly what he wanted. From his past experience of reading web novels, any host of a godly tycoon system would enjoy an unbroken streak of exhilaration. Money, beauties, power, status, all easily within reach. Huh, where did they go? Chen Chuan looked up and saw that the pair of sisters had vanished without a trace. What was going on? He had just become a godly tycoon and was eager to display his newfound might. How had the beauties run off? Either one of those superb sisters was a peerless enchantress. Merely winning one would already be an incredible blessing. To have one in each arm, how dare he even imagine that? He chuckled to himself. He truly had never thought that far. Even if he did, it would be pointless. The sisters' fragrant figures had long since vanished into the sea of people. Not good. The broadcast announced that ticket checking for train 9785 was about to close. Dragging his suitcase, Chen Chuan hurriedly dashed into the station. He boarded the high-speed train and found his seat. In his eyes, a sudden flash of joy burst forth, as if he had recovered something precious he thought he had lost. It was a 3-person row. By the window sat a stunning beauty, the very mature elder sister. In the middle sat a pretty young lady, the cold younger sister. The outermost seat was empty. It was Chen Chuan's. He nearly exploded with delight inside. The two gorgeous women had returned to his side. One was a fresh, tender red cherry, the other a fully ripened honey peach. Which one should he pick? Chen Chuan stowed his luggage and sat down carefully, doing his utmost not to touch their bodies. The cool beauty glanced at Chen Chuan, her brows knitting slightly. Why was it this guy again? Humph. At least he knew to keep his distance. She turned back to continue talking with her elder and ignored the unfamiliar young man. The air between them grew a bit awkward. Chen Chuan did not ask for trouble. He simply sank back into the joy of having just obtained his system. 1,000 yuan a day. How many ordinary wage slaves could earn that much now? With this alone, he had already surpassed 99% of losers. Moreover, the system could level up, in the future his godly tycoon funds would only increase. Sudden riches were right before his eyes. All at once, the cool beauty tapped his side with the cap of a pen, her voice clear and chilly. Little handsome guy, is your body up to it? Do you have any muscles? Is this part big? She tapped a certain spot on Chen Chuan's body with the pen cap. Chen Chuan stared dumbfounded. Damn, were modern beauties all this bold? In broad daylight, and in public, she dared to ask such questions. When he lowered his head, he saw that the spot her pen cap pointed at was a large pork knuckle. Chen Chuan was speechless. The cool beauty also realized that her earlier questions could easily cause misunderstanding. A blush suddenly spread across her pretty face. She hurriedly handed a light green glass bottle to Chen Chuan. Could you help me open this? Chen Chuan snapped out of it. Oh sure. He exerted a strong twist, and with a pop the bottle cap came off smoothly. He secretly let out a breath of relief. He had been afraid that if he couldn't open it, the cool beauty would throw a line at him questioning his manliness. Thank you. The cool beauty took the bottle back, thought for a moment, then asked classmate, which university are you from? Chen Chuan replied calmly, Jiangxing University. I'm a freshman heading there today for registration. A rare hint of a smile appeared on the cool beauty's exquisite face. You're from Jiangxing University too. What a coincidence. I'm a sophomore at Jiangxing University's law school. My name is Mu Qinghe. Chen Chuan said in delight. Senior Mu, hello. My name is Chen Chuan. He turned his head toward the mature woman by the window and greeted her as well. Beautiful lady, I'm really sorry about earlier for accidentally bumping into you. Are you also a senior at Jiangxing University? Did you both get into the same university? I'm guessing you're real sisters. You look so alike. Mu Qinghe and the mature woman exchanged a glance. Almost at the same time, they burst into laughter. Hee, this is so funny. He called me pretty elder sister. And he even called me senior. The mature woman laughed so hard, she almost doubled over, the sight spectacular enough to leave one dazed. Chen Chuan stared dumbstruck. Senior, did I say something wrong? The mature woman shot him a flirtatious sideways glance, but said nothing. She didn't look angry at all, rather she seemed quite pleased and amused. Mu Qinghe suppressed her laughter, reached out her right hand, and gave Chen Chuan a light scolding pat on the shoulder. Silly Junior, what are you calling her? This is my mom, not my sister. Chen Chuan was instantly stupefied. What? Your mother? How is that possible? Senior Mu, you're not joking, are you? Mu Qinghe's gaze was firm as she nodded emphatically. Chen Chuan turned to stone on the spot. Damn, how could a mother look this young? She looked at most 27 or 28. He would even believe it if someone said she was 25. Her skin was fair and tender, her chest full, her hips rounded, waist slender, and legs long. She did not look old in the slightest. On the contrary, her figure was outstanding, her bearing elegant, her allure overflowing. She was even more beautiful than a movie star. Could such a woman really be the campus belle's mother? In his impression, moms, no aunties, were not like this at all. The woman, when Ryu laughed for quite a while before she could stop, then looked at Chen Chuan with gentle eyes. Young man, do I really look that young? Chen Chuan's mind was still replaying the magnificent scene from just now. He nodded subconsciously. Yes, you look at most 5 years older than Senior Mu. When Ryu's gaze grew even gentler, her smile incredibly kind. Xiao Chuan, I really am Qinghe's mother. Ever since she got into Jiangxing University, I found a job in Jiangxing City. This time I just happened to be on leave, so I spent 2 days at home with my daughter, and we're returning to Jiangxing together today. You can call me Aunt Wen. So she really was his aunt. It was his first time seeing an aunt so young and beautiful. Chen Chuan felt unbearably awkward. He could practically curl up a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Aunt Wen, you're the youngest and most beautiful aunt I've ever seen. When Ryu's eyes were full of laughter. You little rascal, such a sweet tongue. She felt a strong fondness for the young man before her. Sunny and handsome, enthusiastic and open. Most importantly, he had excellent taste and knew how to appreciate beautiful things. Chen Chuan could not help sighing inwardly. This pair of sisters, no, this mother and daughter, were both devastatingly beautiful. If one of them could become his girlfriend, which should he choose? Senior Mu was brimming with youthful energy, breathtakingly beautiful. Aunt Wen was mature and seductive with a bewitching figure, but just one glance at her could make one's heart itch unbearably. Suddenly, there was a sharp smack as Chen Chuan slapped his own thigh, recalling something extremely important. Oh, Mu Qinghe cried out in surprise. Chen Jr., why are you touching my thigh? What? Your thigh? Chen Chuan lowered his head and was thoroughly startled. His own claw-like hand was resting on senior sister Mu's fair, slender thigh. It was so glaring, so brazen. Whoosh! He yanked back the offending hand at lightning speed. Chen Chuan's face burned with embarrassment. He wished he could crawl into a hole. Senior sister Mu, I'm sorry. I just got too excited. If I say it was an accident, would you believe me? Mu Qinghe was both shy and furious. She glared at him ferociously, wishing she could chop off his lecherous hand. Do you think I can believe that? If you were really so excited, you could have slapped your own leg. Why did you slap my thigh? You did it on purpose, didn't you? Chen Chuan frantically waved his hands. No, senior sister, I really didn't mean to touch you there. Even he himself did not quite believe how that sounded. Humph. Mu Qinghe turned her back to him, huffing in anger and refusing to speak to Chen Chuan. The two fell into a cold war. System bro, are you there? Ignoring the need to coax her, Chen Chuan hurriedly called out in his heart. I heard that after binding a system, there's always a newbie gift pack. The reason he had been so agitated just now was because he suddenly remembered he had yet to claim it. That sort of thing was practically standard equipment. There was no reason everyone else had won while he did not. Newbie gift pack distributing. Pack 1, cash 10 million. Pack 2, 3,000-fold cashback cards, each capped at 10 million. Pack 3, 15 attribute points. Special reward, goddess insight technique. Chen Chuan's brows lifted in delight. He had casually asked, and it actually existed. Ding. Chen Chuan opened his text messages on his phone and saw Longwo Industrial and Commercial Bank your account ending in 1314 received a transfer of 1 Euro Dragon coins on September 1st at 1136. Current balance 100125660. Holy, they really sent the money. Hot blood surged through him. He felt as if his life had reached a climax. In less than 10 seconds, I'd become a multi-millionaire. The system was only level 1 and his annual salary was already 36 million. How high would that salary soar once the system leveled up? 10 million, 100 million, 10 billion. What kind of trajectory was this? He might just rocket to the heavens in one shot. Host Chen Chuan. Constitution 10, average human spirit 9, slightly weak charm 12, a bit handsome, free attribute points 15, system, level 1 is 0, 100. A bit handsome. Chen Chuan had always been fairly confident in his looks, yet the appraisal was so mediocre. How was he supposed to attract flocks of admirers in the future? No. Find a girlfriend, he corrected himself. Spirit slightly weak. No wonder his brain never seemed to keep up. He had once worked himself half to death hoping to get into Qingbei, yet in the end could only receive an admission letter from Jiangxing University. Constitution average. He was going to be a godly tycoon. In the future, campus belles would be like clouds around him, mature ladies like rain. Without a strong body, how would that ever work? 15 free attribute points. Add 5 to Constitution, 5 to Spirit, and 5 to Charm. Ding. Constitution 15, Iron Warrior Spirit 14, Photographic Memory Charm 17, Handsome, free attribute points 0. In an instant, Chen Chuan's thoughts became sharp, his energy surged. His strength had increased by at least 100 gene. His chest muscles filled out, his movements became lithe. A strong waist, powerful arms, 8 distinct abs. His whole body felt as hard as iron, brimming with explosive vitality. His gaze suddenly swept toward the aloof beauty. Only his eyes, nothing more. Goddess Insight Technique has scanned a great beauty matching the criteria. Name Mu Qinghe. Age 20. Height 165 centimeters. Looks 95. Figure 91. Favorability 5, almost indifferent. Number of relationships 0. Current status single. Strategy reward 135 equity of Jianghai Group 2, 50 experience points. Damn, was this Goddess Insight Technique actually legitimate? After studying it carefully, Chen Chuan could not help but silently exclaim at how outrageously powerful it was. The favorability score was like a loyalty detector. No matter how sweet the words, he could see a person's true feelings at a glance. On top of that, he could perceive her romantic history and current emotional state. It was a flawless pit-avoiding artifact. How many foolish men had unknowingly wandered onto lush green prairies, cuckolded again and again, even raising another man's child for 20 years. After a lifetime of toil, their hard-earned fortunes would all fall into the hands of an adulterous couple and their bastard child. If that weren't bad enough, the three of them might even plot to send the man to his grave early. Was that not the height of injustice? And there are rewards for winning over a goddess. Chen Chuan felt his heart stir restlessly. What counts as success? Standard for a successful strategy for a great beauty with looks and figure above 90, raise favorability to 80 or more. Damn. Conquer a great beauty and sweep in tens of billions. That's a win-win. Jianghai Group was a business giant in Jiang City, valued at over 10 billion. 35% of its shares meant at least 3.5 billion. If he could successfully win her over, he would possess such an enormous fortune, wealth, and beauty both in hand. Chen Chuan secretly glanced at the aloof young lady. Single. Never even played at romance. An innocent little lamb, the perfect target. Only, that favorability of 5, bordering on indifference, was a bit too low, wasn't it? Truly worthy of the title ice-cold campus belle. She was frigid to the extreme. At least he had just helped her open the bottle cap. Ding. Favorability 10. Current favorability 15, passerby. Seriously, an extra 10 points, and he was still only at passerby level. Still, with his charm increased, he had at least pried open a tiny crack in the frozen chamber of the aloof young lady's heart. He chuckled inwardly. Whether an icy campus belle, a black-stockinged office lady, or a dewy, mature beauty, none would be able to resist this fatal charm of his. The next second, Chen Chuan's eyes gleamed as they swept toward a ripe, beautiful married woman. Anwen, forgive me. Goddess Insight Technique has scanned a great beauty matching the criteria. Name Wenryu. Age 39. Height 168 centimeters. Looks 93. Figure 96. Favorability 20, slight, good impression. Number of relationships 1. Current status divorced and single. Strategy reward 130 equity of Xinzhou real estate 2, 100 experience points. My God, it actually scanned her and she qualifies. The system can't be serious, right? When Auntie was Mu Qinghe's mother, his pre-booked future mother-in-law. Cold sweat began to bead on Chen Chuan's forehead. Placing a hand over his right chest, he swore, as for Ant when he truly harbored no improper thoughts. It was all the system's dirty mind setting him up, or it had nothing to do with him. After hastily distancing himself in his heart, Chen Chuan took a closer look at the scan results and could not help secretly clicking his tongue. Ant Wen is even more beautiful than senior sister. Her overall score was actually higher than Mu Qinghe's. Her figure especially scored as high as 96. Those curves, that narrow waist, those proportions. She was the very ceiling of the mature woman world, enough to make one's back ache just thinking about it. And she had already married and given birth to a daughter, yet her number of relationships was only one, and she was currently divorced and single. What did that signify? It meant that both before and after marriage, she had guarded herself like jade, an absolutely virtuous, respectable lady. Even more astonishing were the strategy rewards. Shenzhou Real Estate was a colossal conglomerate worth hundreds of billions, a giant that dominated the business world. A terrifying behemoth that inspired awe. 30% ownership meant 300 billion. Just thinking about such an astronomical fortune made his heart race. That 30% stake alone would surpass countless major enterprises and corporations. Chen Chuan suddenly felt that simply raising Ant Wen's favorability to above 80 might not be so unreasonable after all. After all, he was going to pursue Mu Qinghe anyway. Building a good relationship with his future mother-in-law was only natural. At that moment, a young man appeared in the aisle. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses and an Armani suit, he strutted over with an air of arrogance. He glanced at the seat number, then at Mu Qinghe. The glasses-wearing man's arrogance vanished in an instant. His face lit up with delight as he sat down on the aisle seat. That was his place. His gaze drifted away from Mu Qinghe and swept coldly toward Chen Chuan, sizing him up from head to toe. At a glance, he caught sight of the conspicuous plaid patch on Chen Chuan's elbow. He couldn't help rolling his eyes. TCH. The entire outfit was worth less than 100 yuan, a penniless nobody. But when his gaze climbed up to Chen Chuan's face, a surge of intense disgust welled up within him. Damn it, a broke loser, and yet somehow better looking than him. What was more, that pauper had the gall to sit openly beside such a stunning beauty. Did he deserve it? Just watch how this young master would drive that toad away. The glasses-wearing man stood up, walked toward the aloof young lady, and proactively extended his right hand. Hello, Mu Qinghe. Mu Qinghe's expression turned wary, her whole body suddenly tense. Who are you? How do you know my name? The man with glasses spoke fluently. My name is Gao Pengfei, senior in the art department of Jiangxing University. He smiled smugly. You are the campus belle of Jiangda, of course I know you. Mu Qinghe gave a polite smile. Hello. Yet she did not shake his hand, and instead almost instinctively shrank slightly behind Chen Chuan's back. A flicker of embarrassed annoyance flashed across Gao Pengfei's eyes. What did that mean? He was being so warm and friendly, yet she treated him as coldly as ice, pretending to be pure before him. Could it be that she had taken a fancy to that poor kid? Look at those cheap street stall clothes. Aside from being a bit handsome, what did he have? Gao sneered, inwardly thinking that with money alone, he could crush the guy to death. Awkwardly, Gao Pengfei pulled back his right hand, yet he did not leave. Instead, he stared at Mu Qinghe, continuing to show himself off. Mu Campus Belle, I've been in Jiangxing longer than you, and I'm also the Minister of Publicity in the Student Union. If you have any issues at Jiangda, you can always come to me. Mu Qinghe suddenly felt that this Gao Pengfei was truly a bit annoying. The polite smile on her face had already faded. When Ryu, who had been watching coldly from the side, subconsciously furrowed her brows. Chen Chuan, on the other hand, was happily watching the show. The corners of Chen Chuan's lips unconsciously curved into a smile. This guy was like a great peacock in full display. What are you laughing at? Caught in his own embarrassment and unable to back down, Gao Pengfei locked his gaze on Chen Chuan. Perfect. An immediate outlet for his anger. As long as he trampled this kid beneath his feet, then the great campus belle Mu would surely see his overwhelming strength. In an instant, his eyes turned cold, vicious, and domineering. Do you find me very funny? Chen Chuan remained utterly unafraid, calm, and composed. You're overthinking. I'm laughing at my own thoughts. What does that have to do with you? Rage flashed in Gao Pengfei's eyes. This pauper actually had the guts to stand up to him. Let's see how I play you to death, he thought. Are you a student? Which school? A junior college or an ordinary university? He looked down on him from above, full of overbearing arrogance. Judging from the way you dress, you must be from the countryside. For someone like you, just getting into any university is already good enough. There's no need to yearn for a top school. After all, Jiangxing University is a top 211 university. Not everyone can get in. Watching him ramble on like that, Chen Chuan suddenly wondered if this guy's brain had been caught in a door. He simply could not be bothered to respond. Mu Qinghe, however, could no longer tolerate it. In a cold voice, she said, Senior Gao, how do you know Junior Chen couldn't get into Jiangda? He is a freshman in business administration at Jiangda's business school. Awkwardness washed over Gao Pengfei. A second later, he quickly adjusted his expression, pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose, and gave a cold smile. Business administration. That major doesn't have much of a future, he said. You don't really think that once you enter university, everything is guaranteed, do you? Let me tell you a harsh reality of society. Without connections at home, a university graduate these days is basically synonymous with being unemployed. At those words, several onlooking passengers around them immediately voiced their agreement. Exactly, finding a job for college graduates is a huge problem now. They're stuck, too qualified for some jobs, not qualified enough for others. With so many graduates every year, where do all the positions come from? Otherwise, why do so many graduates choose to keep studying for a master's degree or take the civil service exam? Mu Qinghe found herself at a loss for words. What Gao Pengfei said was not entirely wrong. Even she worried whether she would find a suitable job after graduation. Should she also sit the entrance exam for postgraduate studies? Only Chen Chuan sneered inwardly. What a joke. He was a true tycoon. How could he possibly need to look for a job? With the advantage in his hands, Gao Pengfei naturally pressed his attack. My father is a big boss, Gao declared. My family has done business for 3 generations with branches all over Jiangnan province. In the future, I can choose any place I like to work. And wherever I start, it'll be as the general manager of a branch company. A chorus of exclamations rose. No one had expected that he was actually a rich second generation. The surrounding onlookers stared with open envy. A particularly thin, dark-skinned, middle-aged man sitting opposite Chen Chuan was especially moved. After struggling for so many years, he had tasted his fill of life's hardships. He sighed. These days, having a good father and a good family background is better than anything. Then he lifted his head to look at Chen Chuan. Young man, you're fortunate, he said. You've been able to attend university and you have such good resources by your side. You must maintain a good relationship. You'll definitely be able to use them in the future. School is a small society. Your classmates are all part of your network of connections. The uncle truly meant well. Chen Chuan answered with a kind smile, but did not say anything. Bathed in the envious gazes around him, Gao Pengfei felt greatly satisfied. He secretly watched Mu Qinghe gloating inwardly. He had flaunted so many advantages. Surely the campus belle's heart had been moved. Surely she was already conquered by him. Perhaps he imagined she was already thinking about currying favor with him, hoping to fly up and become a phoenix. Yet after quite some time, Mu Qinghe still made no move at all. She did not even spare him an extra glance. Instead, she shrank her body even further behind Chen Chuan's back, as though she found Gao utterly repulsive. Rage surged through Gao Pengfei. When his eyes once again fell upon Chen Chuan's handsome face, he felt particularly irritated. Little brother, he said, staring straight at Chen Chuan. Since you're also from Jiangdao, we're schoolmates. I have a few questions and would like to chat more with the campus belle. He smiled thinly. Would you mind swapping seats with me? Chen Chuan was momentarily stunned. What was this guy thinking asking him to change seats? Where did his confidence come from? His looks or his wealth? Sitting beside the campus belle himself, why would he find switching places with Gao more appealing? Seeing that, Chen Chuan remained motionless for a long moment. Gao Pengfei pushed his glasses up again and said with a half-smile, little brother, if you agree to switch, I can help you find a job after you graduate. While you're still in school, I can also offer you appropriate care. Fearing that Chen Chuan might not catch his implied threat, he bit down hard on the final word. One of Chen Chuan's sword-like brows arched. Was this so-called care feeding him or breaking his legs? Who did this guy think he was? He dared to threaten him. Chen Chuan was a system-backed big-shot super tycoon. Crush him. Was Gao even qualified? If things really escalated, who would be taking care of whom would be very clear. Chen Chuan did not respond to Gao. Instead, he turned his head to look at Mu Qinghe. Their gazes met in the air for a heartbeat. In the next second, the campus belle instantly understood his meaning, her eyes rippling with comprehension. Having received her signal, Chen Chuan was just about to speak when Gao could not resist raising the stakes again. To thank you for giving up your seat, I'm willing to offer you 1,000 yuan to buy yourself some drinks. Chen Chuan chuckled. Oh, quite generous. Did I ever say I agreed to switch? He replied. 1,000. Who are you looking down on? Gao froze for a moment, then grit his teeth. 10,000, he snapped. As long as you agree to switch, I'll give you 10,000 on the spot. Don't push your luck, kid. The words stirred an uproar around them. Did I hear that right? 10,000. Young Master Gao is truly lavish, spending 10,000 just to switch a seat. Yes, not only is he rich, but he clearly values this beauty very much, throwing out 10,000 at once. Young, wealthy, and willful. That is what life should be. So enviable. The onlookers marveling left Gao extremely pleased. Yes, this was exactly the effect he wanted. A full 10,000. Surely that pauper's eyes must have turned red by now, he thought. How could he not crawl over to grab the money? Beside him, Mu Qinghe glanced at Chen Chuan, worry filling her gaze. Money moves the human heart. 10,000 was no small sum. For a poor family, it was unquestionably a huge amount. Could Chen Chuan really remain unmoved? The thin, dark, middle-aged man opposite him was even more anxious than Chen himself. Seeing no response, he scratched his head in frustration and pointed at the faded patched plaid on Chen's elbow. "Young man, what are you hesitating for?" he urged. "If I'm not mistaken, you're from a poor family too, right? This is 10,000 we're talking about. Take it quickly. Do you know how many bricks we'd have to carry on a construction site to earn 10,000? How many days and nights your parents would have to toil to scrape together that amount for your tuition?" At those words, Chen Chuan suddenly thought of his parents. When he came to register this time, he had only 12,000 yuan on his card. It was money his parents had saved over a long time, plus loans from relatives pieced together bit by bit. Yet even so, it had not been enough to cover both tuition and living expenses. His original plan had been to use it to pay tuition and then earn his living expenses through part-time jobs in his spare time. 10,000 yuan, for ordinary people, especially the poor, was truly soaked in sweat. Just then a crisp notification sounded in his mind. A challenge task appeared urging him not to change seats to maintain close proximity with the goddess and let the idle busybodies fume with impotent rage. The reward for the task, a presidential edition extended Lincoln luxury car worth 3 million along with experience points and free attribute points. If he refused the task, his experience would drop. "I'm not changing seats," Chen Chuan declared without the slightest hesitation, standing firmly on the system's side. It was a question so simple a kindergarten child could answer. "What? You won't switch?" Flames seemed to shoot from Gao Pengfei's eyes. He nearly burned through his own lenses. A pauper dared to deny him face. "Kid, do you even know what you're giving up?" Gao's face twisted, almost breaking through the bounds of his anger. Chen Chuan's expression remained calm. "Idiot, 10,000, is that so much?" he said. Inwardly, though, he was delighted. He might have forfeited 10,000, but he had gained far more. A notification chimed in his mind. Mu Qinghe's favorability had risen, reaching the level of slight goodwill. It had not been easy. This aloof campus belle had finally developed even a trace of fondness for him. Another notification followed. His presidential extended Lincoln had already been parked in Jiangxing University's parking lot, with driving license and vehicle registration placed inside the car. His experience increased, and so did his free attribute points. Chen Chuan was secretly overjoyed. He had actually received a luxury car, and not just any car, but a 3 million yuan extended Lincoln presidential edition. Wasn't this task far too easy? By saying a single sentence and making a single choice, he had obtained a car worth 3 million. The more of such tasks, the better. And the system was truly considerate. It had even taken care of all the paperwork. A complete worry-free service. Allocate all 3 free attribute points to charm, he decided. His status refreshed. Constitution, spirit, charm. His charm now, so high it could only be described as outrageously handsome. With 0 free points remaining and his system still at level 1, he looked at the description and felt rather satisfied. With such looks, he could barely be worthy of his own identity as a tycoon. Since he intended to win over the campus belle, his charm naturally had to be raised. Though he had gained 10 experience points, he still needed 90 more to level up. The road ahead would be long. Suddenly, the thin, dark-skinned, middle-aged man sitting opposite them sprang to his feet and grabbed hold of Gao Pengfei. "Young Master Gao, wait," he said. "Since this young man is unwilling to switch seats with you, would you like to take mine instead?" Gao Pengfei pushed up his glasses, both shocked and delighted. When one door closes, another opens. Chen Chuan's seat was right beside Mu Qinghe's, the closest spot to the beauty, naturally the most coveted choice. This new seat was not bad either. It faced Mu Qinghe directly, a perfect position for chatting and flirting. "Your seat. It's not impossible to trade," he said. Gao Pengfei put on an affected air. "However, there's no way I'm paying 10,000. At most 1,000. Will you trade or not?" That earlier shout of 10,000 had only been a rash bluff to save face. To put it bluntly, he was just puffing himself up. His family was rich, but his allowance was not unlimited. Only 100,000 a month. Spending a tenth of it just to change a seat was obviously not worth it. Too wasteful. How would he still show off and chase girls in the future if he squandered money like that? The amount shrank drastically. The dark, skinny, middle-aged man was clearly unwilling, yet to earn that 1,000 yuan, he finally agreed to exchange seats. A minute later, Gao Pengfei was sitting opposite, legs crossed, arrogantly staring at Chen Chuan with mocking amusement. "Kid, how about that? If you don't want to trade, there are plenty of people who do. And I only spent 1,000. Regretting it now?" Chen Chuan looked at him as if he were an utter fool. He raised his thumb. "Impressive. Truly impressive. You settled such a big deal with a mere 1,000. Gao Pengfei was even more pleased with himself, adopting the tone of a worldly elder as he pontificated. "Money can make ghosts grind the mill. As long as you have money, there is nothing you can't do. Longhua is a society of connections. If you don't understand human relationships, you won't survive in the future." By the end, his words carried hidden barbs and veiled menace. Chen Chuan heard it clearly, yet could not be bothered to care. Would a mighty dragon ever be concerned by the threats of a mudfish? A gurgling sound broke the air. Mu Qinghe beside them suddenly covered her stomach, her cheeks flushing red. Chen Chuan chuckled softly, said nothing, and was just about to call the attendant over. "Hello, I'd like to order a meal." Before he could speak, Gao Pengfei glanced at him and hurriedly waved the attendant over first, then turned to ask Mu Qinghe with exaggerated enthusiasm. "School bell, Mu, you must be hungry. Would you like something too?" Mu Qinghe quickly waved her hand. "Thank you, I'm not hungry." The next second, she popped a grape from the box in her hand into her mouth. Gao Pengfei was speechless. Who had just been so hungry their stomach growled, only to claim they weren't hungry now. Not hungry, yet eating grapes. He finally witnessed what it meant to lie through one's teeth with eyes wide open. "Fine. Let's see if you're still not hungry once you smell the food." Gao Pengfei continued instructing the attendant. "What's the price of your best and most expensive set meal?" The attendant replied politely, "The diamond set, 9999 yuan. So expensive. Are you robbing people?" Gao Pengfei's face darkened with anger. 10,000 yuan for a boxed meal. His monthly living expenses were only so much. If he spent it casually like this, how would he act pretentious later? He coughed lightly. "Ahem, what's the price of something a bit more affordable?" The attendant understood instantly. "We also have the 999 yuan gold set, the 99 yuan bronze set, and the 9 yuan economy set." Gao Pengfei waved his hand grandly. "Enough. The 999 one. It has to be the gold set. Go on, bring it quickly. Don't keep me waiting too long, or I'll lodge a complaint." He shooed the attendant away as if ordering around his servant. His attitude was extremely rude. The attendant's professionalism was impeccable. She kept smiling throughout. Mu Qinghe's brows knitted lightly. She wanted to say something, but held herself back. Some passengers could not help but complain in low voices. What kind of person is that? Thinks having a bit of filthy money lets him bark orders at everyone. Should don't stir up trouble. Isn't that how nouveau riche types behave nowadays? Yeah, spending 1,000 on a boxed meal. I'd have to work several days at the construction site for that. Well, what can you do? He's rich, money makes him the master. Gao Pengfei pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his fierce gaze sweeping over them intentionally or otherwise. The carriage fell instantly silent. Not long after, the attendant returned with 3 dishes and a soup elegantly presented. Gao Pengfei looked at Chen Chuan with smug satisfaction. "Kid, let me teach you a lesson today. Don't think that just because you got into university you can turn your fate around. Someone like you from the countryside. No family background, no wealth, no connections, no resources. On what basis are you going to rise? In the future, you should wise up and follow me. After graduation, you can run errands and do odd jobs for me, and I'll give you a generous salary. 8,000 a month. How about it? Definitely better than you flailing around blindly." He tapped the dishes in front of him. "This one meal costs your entire month's living expenses. Don't be envious. If you're hungry, a bucket of instant noodles and some broth will fill you up just fine. Don't go harboring any ridiculous fantasies you shouldn't have." As he spoke, he lifted his brows, the implication obvious. Chen Chuan shot him a contemptuous glance, not even bothering to respond. Who did this guy think he was? Did his words define reality? Just because he wanted something, did others have to hand it over? What a joke. "Senior Mu, I've already set my sights on you. Come take her from me if you dare." The next moment, the aloof beauty beside him, the campus goddess Mu, suddenly took hold of his arm with unexpected warmth. "Junior, you must be hungry, right?" From a delicate fruit box, she picked out the largest red grape. She peeled the skin, revealing the luscious flesh inside, and brought it straight to Chen Chuan's lips. Ah! She opened her own mouth as a cue for him to do the same. Boom! It was as though lightning struck Gao Pengfei's mind. His eyes bulged like bronze bells, more horrified than if he had seen a ghost. What did this campus goddess mean by this? Chen Chuan was stunned, as well, staring fixedly at the red grape before him, frozen in place. "Idiot, open your mouth," Mu Qinghe chided coquettishly. Behaving as if spellbound, Chen Chuan opened his mouth. With a soft pop, the red grape slid in. On impulse, his tongue flicked out and brushed against it. Ah! Mu Qinghe hadn't withdrawn her hand in time. A blush spread across her fair cheeks. "You're impossible," she muttered, turning her back on Chen Chuan and refusing to look at him. Gao Pengfei was dumbstruck by the sight. Heavens! The goddess had actually been treated like that by this poor nobody. Outrageous. Utterly audacious. Damn it! Chen Chuan was so frightened he did not dare make a sound. He had wanted to win the school bell over, but now it was over. Had he just crashed and burned? A crisp notification sounded in his mind. Favorability 10. Current favorability 35. Good friend. What the hell? Licking her fingers actually increased her favorability. What kind of logic was that? To ease the awkwardness, Chen Chuan hurriedly beckoned to the attendant. "Hello, I'd like to order a meal." The attendant walked over with a smile. "Sir, which set would you like to order?" Before Chen Chuan could answer, Gao Pengfei gave a derisive snort and cut in, eager to belittle him. What set could he possibly order? Without even thinking, you know it's the cheapest economy set. Look at him. Everything he's wearing together isn't worth 100 yuan. Could he afford the 99 yuan bronze set? Don't even mention the gold set. He probably won't have the courage to order it once in his entire life. The surrounding passengers all turned to look curious to see what Chen Chuan would choose. Would he grit his teeth and order the bronze set for the sake of pride? Or would he honestly order the economy set? To be frank, some of them couldn't even bear to buy the economy set themselves. They would rather go hungry or make do with a bucket of instant noodles than spend that kind of money. Mu Qinghe, worried that Chen Chuan might act rashly out of pride, discreetly poked him in the lower back. Chen Chuan looked back and gave her a reassuring smile, then turned to the attendant. Miss, besides the diamond set, do you have anything even more expensive? I mean something with both quality and quantity enough for 3 people to share. Do you have that? The attendant thought for a moment. Above the diamond set, there is one more option that suits your request. The supreme set, 99999 yuan. Would you like it? Yes, of course. Chen Chuan nodded with a smile. Beautiful lady, please remember to bring 3 sets of utensils, thank you. The flight attendant's eyes widened in disbelief. Sir, are you really sure you want the supreme set meal? 99999 yuan. Chen Chuan nodded in confirmation. The flight attendant happily noted the order. The passengers around were already dumbfounded. He actually ordered the supreme set meal. That's 100,000 yuan. How many people wouldn't earn that much in a year? Gao Pengfei was even more shocked. No, it was beyond belief. Impossible. How could a poor guy like him afford the supreme set meal? He knew how much 100,000 yuan was. Yes, he must be bragging. Damn, playing this trick on me. Just wait until you can't pay, then let's see what you do. By then, if you don't want to buy it, they'll make you sell blood or a kidney to buy it for me. At this moment, Mu Qinghe was also greatly startled. She tightly tugged at Chen Chuan's shirt, signaling him not to be impulsive. Sometimes stepping back opens up new horizons. The surrounding passengers were enjoying the spectacle. Everyone was excitedly watching, eager to witness what 100,000 yuan set meal looked like. Chen Chuan softly reassured the school beauty, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." The flight attendant held out the payment machine. "Sir, please make your payment." Mu Qing's heart suddenly constricted, staring intensely at Chen Chuan's actions. Gao Pengfei's eyes widened, unable to blink. He was frantically shouting in his heart, "Payment failed, insufficient balance." Beep. A crisp sound shattered his fantasy. Payment successful. Chen Chuan's actions were smooth and even a bit charming. There's no denying having money is charming. The gazes of those around him changed towards Chen Chuan. Who would have thought that this person was the hidden rich heir? Could it be that different levels, ranks, and realms made a difference? I heard that true big shots are usually very low-key. Gao Pengfei couldn't stand it. This guy was making Chen Chuan look good. He suddenly stood up and accused the flight attendant. "What's wrong with you? Just now I asked you which set meal was the most expensive. Why didn't you mention the supreme set meal?" The flight attendant remained calm. "Sir, the supreme set meal is for multiple people. Generally, for one passenger, we only recommend the diamond set meal at most. Moreover," she looked Gao Pengfei up and down, "you didn't even order the diamond set meal just now, only the golden set meal. Do you think I still need to recommend a more expensive supreme set meal, eh?" Gao Pengfei was left speechless, his face alternating between green and white. "Do you believe I will report you?" The flight attendant smiled politely. "We welcome your honest feedback regarding our work's errors. I believe the leadership will handle it fairly." Seeing Gao Pengfei unable to respond, she smiled and said, "If you have no other needs, I will prepare the supreme set meal for this esteemed guest." The flight attendant left, leaving Gao Pengfei alone, feeling disheveled in the wind. All the passengers were whispering, occasionally pointing at Chen Chuan, Mu Qinghe, and Gao Pengfei. Without a doubt, they were discussing the exciting story that had just unfolded. Mu Qinghe felt a bit uneasy. When Ruyu gently patted her hand, softly comforting her daughter, she occasionally glanced at Chen Chuan, filled with doubts and curiosity. A seemingly ordinary farmer's boy, a freshman. Not only could he refuse the temptation of 10,000 yuan, but he could also spend 100,000 in one go. Even she, who had worked for many years and reached a high position in the company, couldn't do that. How did he manage it? Chen Chuan, however, seemed unconcerned, appearing very calm. Gao Pengfei, on the other hand, felt like he was sitting on needles, sensing that everyone was watching his joke. Not long after, the flight attendant brought a sumptuous meal, 8 dishes, and a soup. There were also 3 sets of utensils. "Thank you." Chen Chuan smiled and nodded at the flight attendant. The flight attendant beamed like a flower. Seeing that Gao Pengfei was still occupying the table, there was nowhere to put the food. Politely, she asked him, "Sir, have you finished eating? If you're done, I'll help you clear it away to make space for this handsome young man." Just as Gao Pengfei was about to refuse, the flight attendant had already started clearing his dishes, directly throwing his food into the trash bin. Then she placed Chen Chuan's supreme set meal on the table. Aromas wafted around, attracting envious and greedy looks from the passengers, several of whom couldn't help but swallow. 100,000 yuan meal is indeed different. It smells much better than 1,000 yuan meal. You really know how to talk. Can anything worth 1,000 yuan compare to something worth 100,000? Can they even be on the same level? Yeah, I've never had such expensive food in my life. Just now I thought that guy with glasses was a rich man. Now in comparison, he really pales in comparison. Gao Pengfei's face turned livid with anger. A bunch of poor fools dared to mock me. And that flight attendant, did I agree to this? You just throw it away. Why am I the sir, and he is just the handsome young man? Turning his head, he saw the school beauty who had just rejected his kindness, now smiling as she dined with Chen Chuan. Damn, are they blind? They would rather eat with a poor guy pretending to be rich than accompany me. Feeling even more frustrated, a wave of sourness and bitterness surged within me. Ding. Mu King's favorability 1, current favorability 36, good friend not bad. Chen Chuan beamed with joy. A meal earned him another point of favorability. Pursuing the school beauty, it takes time. There are still many days ahead. He would definitely win her over. Ding. Consumed 1 cashback card limited to 10 million, 2 remaining. This expenditure of 99999 yuan will yield a cashback of 10 million. Ding dong. Chen Chuan's phone message rang. The account balance for his Industrial and Commercial Bank of China card ending in 1314 was 200 yuan. Wow. Eating and drinking earning millions. Is there a more comfortable way to make money in the world? The feeling of becoming rich is truly fantastic. His blood surged, and he felt thrilled all over. And when you should eat to have more. Chen Chuan not only called out to Mu Qinghe, but also warmly invited Wenruyu. He even proactively served her dishes, afraid she might feel shy. There's no way he could win over his future mother-in-law without serving her well. Ding. Wenruyu's favorability 5, current favorability 25, slightly favorable, not bad. Feeding the future mother-in-law is more rewarding than the school beauty, directly increasing by 5 points of favorability. If he puts in more effort, maybe her favorability will rise even faster than the school bowties. This future mother-in-law, I have also set my sights on. The high-speed train was about to arrive. Gao Pengfei racked his brain to salvage his face. Suddenly, he felt a car key in his pocket. An idea struck him. This was an Audi A6, top model, nearly a million yuan luxury car. It was parked in the high-speed train station's parking lot. He had begged his father for it. The purpose was to show off at school and deceive gold-digging girls with the luxury car. Last semester, he had already succeeded 5 times. He looked down on Chen Chuan. This poor kid, in order to show off, had spent his tuition and living expenses and even borrowed from loan sharks. What a joke. By the time it's over, he wouldn't even know how he died. Poor is poor. No matter how hard he tries to show off, he can't hide the stench of poverty radiating from him. Gao Pengfei took out the car key, playing with it in his hands. Intentionally or unintentionally, he made sure others could see. Some sharp-eyed passengers noticed the circles on it, quietly gasping. This nouveau riche is truly impressive. At such a young age, he is already driving a million yuan luxury car. Their eyes now held even more awe and envy. Gao Pengfei was full of himself. With a provocative glance at Chen Chuan, he smirked confidently. Mu the school beauty, why don't you ride in my car? With your qualities, why suffer alongside that poor guy, eh? At this moment, Gao Pengfei was brimming with pride, his demeanor utterly arrogant. Chen Chuan felt his anger surge, nearly unable to resist the urge to land a punch on him. This dog is truly asking for a beating. Chen Chuan suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Had he known he would encounter this guy today, he should have brought his luxury car, the Lincoln Stretch limousine. He wanted to smash his fist into his face. How could this guy continue to act smug? Gao Pengfei keenly sensed Chen Chuan's mood of disappointment. He couldn't help but feel delighted. Thankfully, he had parked his car in the high-speed train parking lot. Otherwise, how could he continue to show off? How to turn the tables? At this moment, Mu Xiaohua should have seen the essence of that guy's poverty, right? There was no reason for her to accompany him on the bus. No need to be polite. Please feel free. Mu Qinghe stood up, began to pack her luggage, and prepared to get off the train. We have our own car. What? Gao Pengfei was taken aback. This was not the script he had prepared. However, this wouldn't stump him. When chasing after girls, one must have a thick skin. Mu Xiaohua, since you have a car, can I hitch a ride with you? Mu Qinghe was momentarily stunned. This person's audacity truly exceeded her imagination. Sorry, our car is full of stuff, so it's not convenient to take you. After pausing for a few seconds, Mu Qinghe countered, don't you have an Audi yourself? Why do you need to hitch a ride with us? Gao Pengfei held the car keys, momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, Chen Chuan was dragging his suitcase, preparing to walk out. But he was stopped by Mu Qinghe. Junior, don't be in such a hurry to leave. My mom has a car, so wait for a moment and you can go with us. Wenruyu also warmly invited him. Yes, Xiao Chuan, let's go together. They'll drive you to school. Oh, it's on the way anyway. Gao Pengfei's defenses crumbled at this scene. What does this mean? I offered to carpool, and you didn't accept. Yet in the blink of an eye, you invited Chen Chuan to ride with you. Is there such a double standard? Chen Chuan felt delighted. Being able to share a car with two beautiful ladies was naturally a wonderful thing. But Mu Senior, didn't you just say that there's stuff in the car, and it's inconvenient? Mu Qinghe glanced at Gao Pengfei. She awkwardly remained silent. However, when Ryu provided an explanation to Chen Chuan, "Xiao Chuan, it's fine. It's just a few pieces of change of underwear. It won't be a problem for you to go up." Mu Qing's face instantly flushed red. "Mom, stop talking." At this moment, Gao Pengfei was once again struck by thunderous shock. "What is this? The school bow ties change of underwear. And that won't be a problem. Damn it, Chen Chuan, you wouldn't actually dare to get in the car, right?" Indeed. Hearing it was underwear, Chen Chuan hesitated a bit. This is about strategy, not lewdness. Some things are truly beneath him. Ding. Challenge task: accept Mu Qinghe, and when Ryu's invitation to share a car, this is a great opportunity to get close to the goddess. Task Reward 1, 100 ownership of Yuran residence valued at 90 million. Task Reward 2, experience points 10. Free attributes, 3 points. Refusing the task, experience points 10. Why does this system always challenge my principles? Do you think I'm the kind of person who would sacrifice principles for money? Then thank you, senior sister, and sorry for the trouble, Aunt Wen. Chen Chuan reluctantly accepted the invitation from the two beautiful ladies. Gao Pengfei almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Holding his chest in pain, he walked towards the parking lot. Chen Chuan pulled his suitcase and also helped Mu Qinghe drag another one. He even helped when Ryu carry a small handbag. Ding ding clang. Under the guidance of the two beautiful ladies, they arrived at the parking lot and unlocked a white BMW. Just as Chen Chuan placed his luggage in the trunk, a black Audi drove by nearby, luxurious and imposing. Beep. The window rolled down, revealing Gao Pengfei's face. "Little brother, if there's not enough space, I can take you to school." Before Chen Chuan could respond, Mu Qinghe had already opened the back door of the car. "No need, we have enough space." She was the first to get in and waved for Chen Chuan to join. Chen Chuan leaned in to take a look. In the back seat, there were many pieces of intimate underwear placed around. There were white, light green, red, and even black ones. A hasty glance revealed a thong. Chen Chuan's face turned red. Does Senior Mu have such colorful underwear? Glancing at the driver's seat, Chen Chuan suddenly realized that there might also be Aunt Wen's in there. He quickly exited the back seat and squeezed into the passenger seat. "Aunt Wen, if you're bored driving, I can keep you company." Ding. When Ryu's favorability 3. Currently her favorability 28, slightly favorable. Hee. Just by caring a bit, Aunt Wen's favorability skyrockets. It seems that courting the future mother-in-law is actually easier than pursuing the school beauty. No. Xiao Chuan. When Ryu got out of the driver's seat and forcibly pulled Chen Chuan from the passenger seat, she pushed him into the back seat, sitting shoulder to shoulder with Mu Qinghe. "You young people should have more common topics to discuss, so communicate and talk more." As she closed the door, she winked at Chen Chuan, clearly intending to help. Chen Chuan felt a surge of emotion. "Aunt Wen, I really love you so much. My dear Aunt Wen, the most beautiful aunt, you truly are the best prospective mother-in-law. I really appreciate this assist." Ding. 100 ownership of Yuran residence has been transferred to your name. Relevant documents have been placed in the suitcase. Experience points 10. Free attributes 3. Chen Chuan was almost overjoyed, shaking with excitement. A high-end restaurant valued at 90 million just became mine. My assets have already exceeded 100 million. In just half a day, I have entered the ranks of billionaires. System, you are truly powerful. Hey Tiger Oil. All 3 points of free attributes will be added to physique. Without a solid body, no matter how many beauties you have, you're still useless. Host Chen Chuan. Physique 18 points, Steel Warrior. Spirit 14 points, Photographic Memory. Charm 20 points, Extremely Handsome. Free attributes 0 points. System level 1, 20,100. Although the physique level remains that of a Steel Warrior, the various changes in my body are still quite surprising. Just strength alone has increased by at least 40 kilograms. I am quietly feeling the changes in my body. Huh, what is this? So uncomfortable. Chen Chuan pulled out a piece of white lingerie, which seemed to have buttons on it. He was just admiring it. Swish. Mu Qinghe snatched the item from his hand, shyly hiding it behind her back. Just as Chen Chuan lowered his head, no peeking, no touching, Mu Qinghe flusteredly gathered all the embarrassing items from every corner and stuffed them all into a bag. When Ryu saw this scene in the rearview mirror, she couldn't help but chuckle. The next moment, she saw a black thong pressing against Chen Chuan's thigh. She couldn't laugh anymore. Blushing, she reminded her daughter, "Qinghe, there's still one left, hurry and put it away." Mu Qinghe looked around but couldn't find it. Chen Chuan raised his hand, awkwardly saying, "Senior, it's right here." Mu Qinghe snatched it away and quickly stuffed it into the bag. When Ryu lowered her head, no longer daring to peek back. "Oh my, how embarrassing. How will I face Xiao Chuan after this?" The BMW started and pulled out of the parking space. Not far away, the black Audi had not left yet when Ryu drove up, almost parallel to it. Beep. The window rolled down. She issued a warning to Gao Pengfei from a distance. Young man, perhaps your family is very wealthy and your conditions are excellent. But you are not suitable for my daughter. Please do not disturb her anymore. When Ruya's tone was gentle, her voice delicate. Yet it carried an inherent authority that made one dare not underestimate her. Auntie, I truly like him. Boom. Before Gao Pengfei could finish his sentence, the white BMW had already sped far away. Watching the exhaust pipe spewing out thick smoke, Gao Pengfei felt a mix of emotions. It was particularly unpleasant. We are all students of Jiang University. Why can he attend while I cannot? Why am I not allowed to go while you push him forward despite his reluctance? Why can he pursue while I cannot? Just because he is handsome, just because he is charming, just because he orders the supreme set meal. I have a luxury car too. Damn, damn, damn. Gao Pengfei pounded the steering wheel with all his might. At that moment, why did his million-dollar luxury car lose its appeal? His heart was filled with bitterness. A wave of intoxicating fragrance lingered at his nose. Chen Chuan felt dazed as if he was dreaming. In his dream, there were many beautiful women. There were campus flowers, flight attendants, nurses, models, movie stars, and female CEOs, all clinging to him. There were also many aunties, the mothers of campus flowers, the beautiful aunt next door, plump middle-aged women, and lonely young wives who all cared about their well-being. In the blink of an eye, the BMW came to a stop. They had arrived at Jiangxing University. At the school's entrance, Chen Chuan took down his luggage and waved at Wen Ruyu, who was in the driver's seat. Thank you, anyone. Wen Ruyu nodded and smiled. Her friendly and stunning visage made one unable to resist wanting to get close. Mu Qinghe took the initiative to greet. Goodbye, Junior. Chen Chuan raised his hand, just about to say farewell. Task challenge: invite the campus flower and leave contact information. Task reward 1. A Jaeger LeCoultre Artistic Master Watch. Worth 3 million. Task reward 2. Experience points 5 points. Free attributes 2 points. Decline task experience points 5. It seems like the task rewards are mediocre, but this task is simple. Chen Chuan took out his phone and waved. Senior Mu, let's add each other as friends. I will need your guidance in school. Mu Qinghe did not hesitate, directly opening the QR code for Chen Chuan to scan. Chen Chuan felt secretly delighted. The campus flower indeed did not refuse. Senior Mu, to thank you for the ride, I will treat you to dinner tonight. Mu Qinghe shook her head. Sorry, I have work tonight. Chen Chuan felt a bit awkward. What was going on? Was he unable to complete such a simple task? And the senior was only a sophomore, already working. What kind of job requires working at night? What about tomorrow night? Surely you will be free then. To his surprise, Mu Qinghe still shook her head. Not tomorrow night either. I have to work every evening. At this moment, Chen Chuan was completely at a loss. What was going on? Did the system make a mistake? Aren't we good friends with a score of 36? Just for a meal, she was so evasive. Is this good friendship a bit superficial? Oomph. When Ruyu in the driver's seat could not bear to watch any longer. That handsome young man was so proactive and enthusiastic. How could her daughter be so clueless? Mu Qinghe sensed her mother's dissatisfaction. She glanced at Chen Chuan, who looked utterly disappointed, pursing her red lips. I have work at night, but will be free during the day tomorrow. I can show you around the campus. Chen Chuan was overjoyed, yet he feigned indifference. He cast a grateful glance at Wen Ruyu. It was indeed the mother-in-law who could reign in the aloof campus flower. Annie, when you truly are my dear mother-in-law. Wen Ruyu received his signal and revealed a knowing smile. All right, Senior Mu. Let's meet tomorrow morning. Chen Chuan waved. He then specifically walked to the driver's seat and bent down to greet Wen Ruyu. Auntie, drive slowly. Wen Ruyu flashed her pearly teeth, smiling happily. Xiao Chuan, come over to my house to play when you have time. Auntie is looking forward to it. After saying this, she winked her beautiful eyes, conveying a secret only they could see. Ding. Wen Ruyu's favorability 3, her current favorability 31. Good friend. Wow. This N is really easy to charm. Just by expressing a caring sentiment, her favorability increased by 3 points. Should I hold back in the future? What if her favorability exceeds that of Senior Mu? Also, what did her wink mean? Could it be? Ding. A Jaeger LeCoultre Artistic Master Watch has been placed in the luggage. Experience points 5. Free attributes 2. Great. A Jaeger LeCoultre watch successfully obtained. Chen Chuan smiled. He watched the white BMW slowly drive away. All 2 points of free attributes will be added to mental power. Among the 3 basic metrics, mental power was currently the lowest. The 3 pillars must not have any weaknesses. A dull mind is often more hopeless than a weak body. Host Chen Chuan physique 18 points, Iron Warrior mental 16 points, photographic memory charm 20 points, incredibly handsome free attributes 0 points, system level 1 25,100. His mental power and experience points had both increased somewhat. Chen Chuan felt that his thoughts became clearer and his mind more agile. He felt refreshed and his mood improved significantly. At this moment, At Jiangxing University Business School Class 2 of Business Administration, a prominent figure made a dazzling entrance. Wearing a Rolex dressed in Prada, driving a 1.5 million Maserati Quattroporte. With two little brothers beside him like the legendary generals guarding him on either side. This entrance was meticulously designed by Tan Haojia for maximum impact. The students on the scene all turned to look. The boys were enviously greenied. Which wealthy young master is this? If I had such a luxury car and demeanor, how could I not find a girlfriend? The girls meanwhile were restless. Which girl does not dream of love? Which lady does not want to find a rich and handsome man? Tan Haojia was 1.8 meters tall, handsome, and wealthy. Isn't he the ideal golden son-in-law? Tan Haojia was full of vigor. His two little brothers, the robust Zhang Xiong and the thin Li Chong, were by his side. They also casually flattered him. Brother Jie, you are too handsome. The moment you appeared, you captivated thousands of girls. Indeed, from the moment you reported here, you will surely be the campus heartthrob of Jiang University. The next moment, a freshman walked over from behind, dragging an old-fashioned suitcase, dressed in cheap clothes. His elbow even had two large checks sewn on. Tan Haojia couldn't help but ridicule. Where did this oddball come from? He can't be from our business school class 2 of management, can he? Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Chen Chuan. In stark contrast to Tan Haojia's glamorous appearance, he was excessively low-key. Of course, if Chen Chuan did not have the system of a wealthy god, his current state was exactly his true self. The first impression the male classmates had of him was those two large checks. The female classmates could only sigh secretly. Such a handsome guy, but his family background is so poor, what a pity. Zhang Xiong couldn't help but curse. Damn, where did this poor country boy come from? Is he here to study or to make a joke? Li Chong then said sourly, this guy dresses so shabby, but why do I feel like he is even more handsome than me? Chen Chuan coldly swept a glance at the three of them, leaving only two faint words. SB. A beautiful girl happened to pass by. Hearing the previous conversation and Chen Chuan's response, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chen Chuan instinctively looked over and was momentarily dazzled by her appearance. A sweet and exquisite face with a figure that could outshine the rest. Under the taut red t-shirt, a slender and snow-white waist was revealed. Her sexy navel and clear mermaid line were clearly visible. What? Tan Haojia didn't hear clearly what Chen Chuan said. He turned to look at Li Chong. Did you guys hear what that kid said? Zhang Xiong and Li Chong both shook their heads in unison. Didn't catch it. Tan Haojia tilted his head in confusion, looking at Chen Chuan's back. Judging by the reaction of the beautiful girl, this kid probably didn't say anything nice. Damn, they'll find a chance to deal with him. Looking again at the beautiful woman from earlier. Long legs, slim waist, full and sweet. He instinctively licked his lips, looking like a pig. What do you guys think of this beauty? Zhang Xiong and Li Chong almost spoke in unison. Beautiful too beautiful. Great figure, pretty face, and most importantly, she looks sweet. Tan Haojia chuckled. Great minds think alike. This beauty is definitely the campus flower. I never expected there to be a campus flower-level beauty in our industrial management class too. He scratched his right hand, revealing a lewd smile. Wait a minute. I must enjoy this properly. At this moment, Chen Chuan had arrived at the registration area for new students. There were 3 tables on site. The table on the east side was empty with no one to assist. However, in the distance, there was a tall beauty in white who was on a phone call. She was probably the one in charge of reception. Chen Chuan stood in one of the remaining 2 lines waiting. He glanced around. There were many boys and quite a few girls present. Among them, 3 girls stood out like cranes among chickens. He instinctively activated his goddess insight technique. Namely, Hui, age 18, height 160 centimeters, attractiveness 86, figure 88, favorability 3, almost neutral, romantic experiences 0, current status single. This target does not meet the criteria, no rewards for strategy. Damn, the standards of the overseer are indeed very high. This beauty is on par with the class flower, yet still doesn't meet the mark. No rewards for strategy, what's the point? Name Wang Wan, age 20, height 162 centimeters, attractiveness 91, figure 85, favorability 1, bit disliked, romantic experiences 4, current status 2, timing. This target does not meet the criteria, no rewards for strategy. This girl seems to be a senior from the student council, helping with new student reception. The flower of the business school. Attractive enough, but her figure does not reach 90 points. Both aspects are essential. Chen Chuan was curious, why would his first impression be so poor? He even had a negative score. A bit disliked. On what basis? Just because of my 2 patchwork pieces. Gold digger. What's worse is that at only 20 years old, she's already played poker with 4 men. At this moment, she is still 2 timing. Isn't she afraid of capsizing and getting hurt? Can't tell at all about this beautiful campus flower's private life. So explosive. Ding. Scanned a beauty that meets the criteria. Name Zheng Sitian, age 18, height 162 centimeters, attractiveness 93, figure 92, favorability 2, almost neutral, romantic experiences 0, current status single, strategy rewards 1, 30 shares of brilliant media. 2. Experience points 50. This female classmate is quite impressive. A campus flower-level beauty. Not only is she single, but also very pure. The strategy rewards are equally enticing. Brilliant Media is a top 10 entertainment company in Long Nation, valued at 30 billion with 30 shares. That means 9 billion, just one step away from the 10 billion mark. Since she is a classmate, Chen Chuan must secure Zheng Sitian. At this moment, Tan Haojia had already set his eyes on Zheng Sitian, scanning her from head to toe, inch by inch. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. As a local tycoon, he has always been bold and reckless. However, Zhang Xiong and Li Chong were somewhat cautious. Brother Tajia, we are now in college, we can't act recklessly like before. What if things go south? We could be expelled, or even end up in jail. Tan Haojia didn't want to hear such discouraging words at all. He pouted, waving his hand. TSK, we can take action amidst the chaos. Who would notice? Even if someone sees. With my family background and aura, do you think anyone would dare to intervene? He glanced at Chen Chuan. Do you think I'm like that patchwork guy? Without money or power. He raised his wrist, shaking his shiny Rolex. Who would dare disrespect me? Do you believe I'll have someone deal with him? At that time, even that beauty will have to suffer in silence. Ha ha. Zhang Xiong and Li Chong nodded in agreement. The crowd was bustling. Under the cover of two lackeys, Tan Haojia pressed closely behind Zheng Sitian, his right hand quietly reaching towards her curvy figure. Tan Haojia suddenly let out a strange scream, almost knocked over by someone, and turned to look. His face twisted in anger. Are you blind? Why did you bump into me? The person was Chen Chuan. A minute earlier. Challenge task: protect Zheng Sitian. Do not let the scoundrel succeed. Task reward 1, super all-round driving skill. Task reward 2, experience points 10. Free attributes 5. Rejecting the task, experience points 10. Chen Chuan was secretly delighted. There's a reward for stepping in, and it's the super all-round driving skill. Which man wouldn't want their driving skills to be unrivaled? It's said that beautiful women love men who can drive. The faster the speed, the higher the emotions. Only by speeding can he make beautiful women unable to resist. Chen Chuan warned Tan Haojia in a low voice. Get lost. Stay away from her. Tan Haojia was furious. Damn, when have I ever been threatened by someone? And a poor student at that. Do you dare to meddle? Do you believe I can make sure you can't graduate? Chen Chuan coldly smirked, remaining silent. Tan Haojia's face turned ashen as he exchanged glances with his two lackeys. Brothers, get him. In the next second, Zhang Xiong pointed at Chen Chuan and yelled, What's your problem? Cutting in line at Jiangxing University, bumping into someone and not apologizing. Li Chong chimed in. How can someone like this even get into college? In an instant, all the classmates turned to look. They criticized Chen Chuan's behavior, including campus flowers Zheng Sitian and Li Hui, who looked at Chen Chuan with puzzled expressions. Chen Chuan coldly stared at Tan Haojia. You better behave, or you'll have a hard time. Tan Haojia sneered. What does my chasing girls have to do with you? Let me give you some advice. Don't meddle too much, or you'll bring trouble upon yourself. Chen Chuan maintained his cold gaze and took 2 more steps forward, demonstrating his stance. Tan Haojia took a few steps back. All right. He signaled to his 2 lackeys. Zhang Xiong and Li Chong subtly closed in on Chen Chuan from both sides. Tan Haojia moved back behind Zheng Sitian. At this moment, no one was paying attention to this side. Either they were waiting to handle paperwork or getting to know new classmates. Zheng Sitian was chatting excitedly with Li Hui. They were completely unaware of the situation behind them. Tan Haojia was reaching out his wicked hand towards the campus flower. Chen Chuan charged forward. Zhang Xiong and Li Chong couldn't stop Chen Chuan, who had the physique of a steel warrior. He crashed into them, causing them to howl in pain. Io. Zheng Sitian turned around. PFF. The lewd hand landed on a curvy area, but it wasn't Zheng Sitian, rather it was the bewildered Li Hui. Li Hui was somewhat alert. She quickly noticed the danger and used her notification letter to shield herself. She didn't actually get touched, but it was enough to leave her feeling humiliated. Fortunately, all eyes were on Zhang Xiong and Li Chong. No one noticed Li Hui's unfortunate encounter. Slap. Chen Chuan rushed over and immediately swatted Tan Haoji's lewd hand away. Perhaps he used too much force, as Tan Haoji's hand turned red and swollen. In pain, he charged around like a mad bull, directly knocking Zheng Sitian down. She was about to fall awkwardly. Whoosh. With his excellent physique, Chen Chuan timely caught her slim waist, helping her regain her balance. Zheng Sitian looked up and saw that it was Chen Chuan who saved her. A warm current surged in her heart. Just now the situation was critical. If not for his intervention, she would definitely have made a fool of herself in front of the entire class on the first day of school. Ding. Zheng Sitian's favorability 5 current favorability, 7 close to neutral. The classic scene of a hero saving a beauty indeed. This hug directly boosted her favorability by 5 points. Zheng Xixin's crisis was temporarily averted. However, Li Hui was in tears from anger. Damn lecher, how dare he touch my behind. Boo-hoo, what to do? How can I say something so shameful? She turned her body searching for the suspect. The 2 boys closest to her were Tan Haojie and Chen Chuan. Her gaze moved between the 2 suspects. She really wanted to ask who the lecher was. However, in front of so many people, she couldn't bring herself to ask. Such a shameful thing mustn't be known by anyone. Otherwise, how would she show her face at school in the future? Once it spreads in less than half a day, the entire Jiang University would know. A freshman girl was publicly molested. If it really happens, she might as well jump off a building. Li Hu's gaze made Tan Haojie feel a little guilty. In the blink of an eye, she noticed Chen Chuan hugging Zheng Xixin. She rushed over, angrily pointing at Chen Chuan and loudly scolding. Let go of this female classmate. I noticed something was off with you just now. Why are you getting close to her? And he naturally reached out, wanting to support Zheng Xixin's waist. Chen Chuan, however, did not let him have his way. Instead, he returned Zheng Xixin to Li Hu's side. Zheng Xixin looked at them in confusion, unaware of their intentions. She couldn't tell who was the good guy and who was the bad guy. Li Hu's gaze suddenly locked onto Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan could tell from her look that Tan Haojie's scheme had worked. He walked up to Tan Haojie, chuckling coldly. You play quite well. Framing and blaming, that trick of shouting thief is indeed smooth for you. Tan Haojie stood tall, his face not flushing, his heart not racing, portraying an image of righteous indignation. You still want to argue? If you weren't up to no good, why would you cut in line? Chen Chuan laughed coldly. You disgusting piece of trash. Do you believe I can slap you to death? At this moment, Tan Haojie's actions successfully captured everyone's attention, including Zheng Xixin and Li Hui, who began to harbor deep suspicions about him. Suddenly, Chen Chuan remembered, I cut in line because of you. This matter involved the reputations of Zheng Xixin and Li Hui. He turned his head to take a look. Countless eyes were watching him. The fire of gossip was burning fiercely. As long as he spoke the truth, these people could spread the news throughout the universe within an hour. By then, Zheng Xixin would be fine, but what about Li Hui? Indeed, when Chen Chuan's gaze swept over Li Hui, her face turned slightly pale. She bit her lip tightly, her hands clutching the hem of her clothes, nervously fearing that in the next moment Chen Chuan might say something. I was a bit anxious and wanted to finish quickly, which is why I cut in line, Chen Chuan said, his eyes scanning the surroundings continuously. It seemed he was looking for something. Tan Haojie would never allow Chen Chuan to easily escape the abyss of public opinion. He blocked Chen Chuan's path. Anxious. You cut in line. Why do I feel that something is off? He intentionally raised his voice to attract more attention. If you were anxious, why not go to the front directly, but instead squeezed next to the beauty? Quickly confess, what exactly do you want? As soon as he said this, everyone suddenly realized. It turned out that Chen Chuan was indeed a lecher. He cut in line just to get closer to the beauty with impure intentions and ulterior motives. Countless people at the scene pointed fingers at Chen Chuan. Tan Haojie secretly laughed. You little brat dared to ruin my good deed. Now you know how powerful I am, right? Dealing with a poor student like you is effortless for me. Li Hu's face was extremely pale, her body trembling, her hands and feet cold. She feared that if everyone found out she had already been taken advantage of, her reputation would be ruined forever. Zheng Xixin looked at Chen Chuan, feeling a wave of fear. She never expected that despite Chen Chuan's sunny appearance, his inner thoughts were so filthy. Ding. Zheng Xixin's favorability, 5 currently, her favorability 2 closed to indifference. Wow. This favorability. It was hard to increase it a little, and it dropped again. This Tan Haojie is truly despicable. He has severely impacted my strategy. Suddenly, he reached out to stop Tan Haojie. This classmate, do not distort right and wrong. Clearly it was you. Chen Chuan abruptly paused. Forget it. The innocent will clear their name. I don't need to argue with you, nor do I want to blow this matter out of proportion. His eyes fixed intently on Tan Haojie. A surge of invisible killing intent erupted. I'll give you a chance, back down now, and I won't pursue your previous actions. If you insist on tarnishing someone else's reputation, I guarantee that within an hour, I will make your face swollen and make you regret what you have done. Tan Haojie coldly laughed. As the young master of the Tan family, would he fear the threats of a poor student? Do you think I was raised to be frightened? I can clearly tell you that I will never regret. Chen Chuan, seeing his stubbornness, felt his patience wearing thin. I warn you, this is a university, you must abide by the rules. If you do not back down promptly once this time passes, I will let you know what it means to be afraid. What it means to regret. This was Chen Chuan's last chance. If Tan Haojie continued to stir trouble, Li Hu's secret would be at great risk. By then, everything would be irreparable. Tan Haojie simply could not comprehend why Chen Chuan was enduring all of this. He only felt that at this moment he held the upper hand. Who can't speak grandiloquently? This is the first time I've seen someone so hypocritical doing shameful things and still daring to retaliate. He pointed at Chen Chuan, appearing extremely furious. How can you threaten me for just wanting to protect this classmate? Today you must apologize to the 2 female classmates, otherwise I will publicize your disgraceful acts and let all the faculty and students know. As events reached this point, they had fully stirred everyone's curiosity. What exactly happened earlier? What secret did this young master intend to reveal? What disgraceful act? How exciting! On the first day of registration to encounter such a big scandal. Li Hui looked at Chen Chuan with eyes full of hatred. Zheng Sitian also developed some misunderstandings towards Chen Chuan. Ding. Zheng Sitian's favorability 10 currently, her favorability 8 a bit displeased. Wow. My golden body has been broken. The school bell's favorability actually dropped to a negative value. What made Chen Chuan even angrier was that Tan Haojia had no bottom line. He actually threatened him, intending to spread Li Hui's matter. Did this wastrel really want to seek death? At this moment, Chen Chuan urged himself to stay calm. He looked around. Countless people were focusing here, whispering and pointing at him. Many had already noticed Zheng Sitian and Li Hui. They were speculating about what relationship the two had with this matter. Had something astonishing occurred? Li Hui was already trembling in fear. If it weren't for Zheng Sitian supporting her, she might have fallen to the ground. Li Hui, what's wrong? Zheng Sitian also noticed something was off. As a girl, she was more sensitive to certain matters. Almost immediately, she thought of some terrifying outcomes. Tan Haojia was sitting comfortably, reveling in his victory. He felt so pleased that he almost laughed out loud. This move of his adapting and counterattacking was truly brilliant. Whether Chen Yang admitted or denied it, this blame would fall squarely on his head. Daring to oppose the young master, I will ruin your reputation and destroy your future. Chen Chuan took a deep breath, casting a deep glance at Tan Haojia. You dog, don't be anxious. Within an hour, I'll see how you kneel and beg for mercy. In the next moment, Chen Chuan turned to look at Zheng Sitian and Li Hui, his expression very complex. I was just anxious earlier and cut in line, causing trouble for both of you. I sincerely apologize. Yet he kept his mouth shut about any elements that could spark speculation or gossip, merely summarizing the incident as the cutting in line event. The onlooking classmates all turned their gazes towards the 2 involved girls, eager to see their reactions. Li Hui sighed in relief, and Zheng Sitian also felt a sense of ease. They felt conflicted inside, wanting Chen Chuan to receive his due punishment while simultaneously desiring to keep their own reputation spotless. Both forced out faint smiles, expressing their understanding towards Chen Chuan. It's fine. With this one sentence, the flames of gossip were doused. How boring. Suddenly, everyone's interest vanished, and they no longer paid attention to this side. Meanwhile, the instigator Tan Haojia felt extremely disappointed. To his surprise, at the critical moment, Chen Chuan actually held back and did not reveal the truth. He wasn't worried at all about Chen Chuan disclosing the reality. He was from a wealthy family, had 2 lackeys, and had money and people at his disposal. Chen Chuan had no evidence at all. How could a poor student like him possibly turn the tables? In the end, the result had to be that Chen Chuan took the blame. As for Li Hui's reputation, it was beyond his consideration. And at this moment, although Li Hui appeared to forgive Chen Chuan on the surface, deep down, she loathed him to the core. She whispered to Zheng Sitian, you must be wary of this guy. Men who are too handsome are never good. Zheng Sitian nodded repeatedly. Ding. Super versatile driving skill has been granted. Experience 10 free attributes. 5. Chen Chuan wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This challenge task was really a ripoff. Encountering Tan Haojia's antics, the young master almost became a famous figure in the school. Now, although he had narrowly resolved the crisis, his plan to woo the goddess had suffered a significant setback. At this moment, Zheng Sitian didn't feel any fondness for herself. She directly categorized herself as a villain. Her favorability was in the negatives. What a mess. Still, the system's first skill grant was a super versatile driving skill, which can be considered a small consolation. At the very least, the speed was phenomenal and driving was exhilarating. From now on, our car would no longer be headed to kindergarten, but must speed along the highway. Once in my car, no one gets to step out midway. 5 points to free attributes, 2 points to physique, and 3 points to spirit. With just a bit more physique, I could level up. This time I just managed to complete it. Spirit is still a bit weak and must keep pace. Host Chen Chuan physique, 20 points, as strong as a bull. Spirit, 19 points. Unforgettable charm, 20 points. Incredibly handsome. Free attributes, 0 points. System level 135,100 strong, as a bull. What kind of physique is that? Particularly good at plowing. It does feel significantly stronger in that regard. Oh, I hope the system isn't deceiving me. My spirit power is just a bit shy of leveling up. Next time I should consider prioritizing that. After apologizing and resolving the crisis, Chen Chuan consciously moved to the back of the line, so as not to frighten the 2 beauties. Tan Haojia had finally chased off the annoying Chen Chuan and was about to show off his skills. He had just stood behind Zheng Sitian. A beautiful woman in white walked over and several senior students called her teacher Bai. "You two come with me." Teacher Bai directly called Zheng Sitian and Li Hui to the third table. She personally attended to them, handling all the formalities. Tan Haojia was greatly disappointed. Just when he was about to succeed, how could it be disrupted? He was about to follow and continue but was sternly refused by teacher Bai. "This male student, please return to the original line. This side is for the girls." After helping Zheng Sitian and Li Hui with their formalities, teacher Bai continued to assist the other girls. However, she turned back to remind the two girls, "Please wait a moment, once I finish I have something to tell you." Soon all the girls had completed their paperwork. Teacher Bai did not immediately speak to the two girls, but waved for Chen Chuan to come over. Chen Chuan was filled with confusion. Did the teacher want to hold him accountable for what had just happened? Would she report it to the school and have me expelled? Or perhaps educate me with a scolding and make me write a 5,000-word self-criticism? Tan Haojia observed quietly from a distance. He felt exceedingly pleased with himself. Look at you now. This female teacher must have zero tolerance for such matters. This guy is bound to be in trouble. I wonder if he will be expelled. It would be hilarious if he got expelled on the very first day. Seeing Chen Chuan walk over, Li Hui's resentment surged once again. Her fingers clutched the edge of her pants, tense to the extreme. Zheng Sitian instinctively took a step back. Ding. Zheng Sitian's favorability, 5, current favorability, 13, somewhat disliked. So it's true. Favorability dropped again, directly plunging below a level. From a little dislike to somewhat disliked. Sigh. This time I didn't do anything. Why is this happening? Chen Chuan felt bitter inside. Goddess Insight skill detects a suitable beauty. Name by Shifei, age 25, height 170 centimeters, beauty score 92, body score 95, favorability 20, slightly favorable number of relationships 0, current status single, reward for strategy 1. Yuhai Heavenly Palace worth 3 billion. 2. Experience 100 points. Wow, this teacher Bai is indeed a stunning beauty. Fair-skinned, beautiful long legs, and an incredibly hot figure. What's more, she's 25 years old, single, and maintains her purity. She's a treasure girl, an excellent teacher. Starting favorability is even 20 points. Could it be that she was conquered by my damn charm? The strategy reward is a large, luxurious mountaintop villa, Yuhai Heavenly Palace, valued at 3 billion. Chen Chuan couldn't imagine what kind of villa could be worth 3 billion. An imperial palace. This reward is incredibly tempting. With such a high starting point, it should be no difficulty to successfully win her over, right? In an instant, Chen Chuan's gaze towards Bai Shifei became fervent. "Hello, teacher Bai." Bai Shifei nodded with a smile. "I am your counselor, and I will accompany you through your university life for the next few years." Zheng Sitian, stealing her courage, quietly asked, "Teacher, why did you call us?" Bai Shifei glanced around. Most of the students had completed their formalities and were leaving one after another. Only a sparse few remained. She waved her hand, asking Zheng Sitian, Li Hui, and Chen Chuan to come closer to her. "Actually, I saw everything that happened earlier." Li Hui and Zheng Sitian's expressions changed. After all their efforts to calm the situation, they hoped for no more ripples. Chen Chuan's expression was calm. Zheng Sitian and Li Hui, however, looked utterly bewildered. "Teacher, what do you mean?" Bai Shifei cast a meaningful glance at Chen Chuan. "I was just on the side taking a call, and I saw everything clearly that happened here. From start to finish, it was Tan Haojia and his two sidekicks causing trouble. And Chen Chuan is the one who helped you and wanted to protect you." Li Hui couldn't believe it and asked, "Teacher, is what you said true? The one doing bad things was really Tan Haojia. So Chen Chuan was wronged by us?" Bai Shifei nodded solemnly. Zheng Sitian was also dumbfounded. It was indeed Chen Chuan who had helped her when she was in the most critical moment. But there was one thing that didn't make sense. Since Chen Chuan hadn't done anything wrong, why did he apologize to her and Li Hui in the end? She turned and saw the calm look in Chen Chuan's eyes. Zheng Sitian suddenly realized. Could it be that he had been protecting us all along? Not only did he prevent us from being harmed by Tan Haojia, but he also did his utmost to protect our innocence and reputation. For this, he even risked bearing the blame. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." Li Hui's eyes turned red as she lowered her head to apologize to Chen Chuan. Zheng Sitian also immediately expressed her gratitude to Chen Chuan. "Thank you very much." The beautiful eyes of the campus belle looked intently at Chen Chuan. They were glistening with emotion. Ding. Zheng Sitian's affection 30, her current affection 17, ordinary person, in an instant. Zheng Sitian's affection surged by 30 points. This shocked Chen Chuan greatly. Wow, can it rise so crazily? What a pity. It still hadn't completely changed as she remained at the level of an ordinary person. At this moment, some people on site had already noticed something was off. The two beautiful women, Zheng Sitian and Li Hui, who had originally glared at Chen Chuan, were now thanking him. What was going on? Could it be that it was all a misunderstanding? Chen Chuan, let me help you with the paperwork. Bai Shifei took the initiative, her attitude very friendly. During the process, Chen Chuan discovered that the dormitory he was assigned to had 3 other roommates, all of whom were classmates. The 3 just happened to be nearby, planning to go to the dorm together. Chen Chuan, well, wait for you to finish up together. The 3 roommates were very enthusiastic, waiting for Chen Chuan to finish before heading out together. The 3 boys kept glancing at the campus belle Zhang Xitian, the class beauty Li Hui, and the beautiful counselor Bai Shifei. Chen Chuan was suspicious of their motives. Based on age and month, they simply arranged a sequence. The eldest Feng Yishuai was from the south, tall and fair-skinned. The second Sun Yushan was local and plump. The third Jin Shihao was from the city, dressed elegantly, like a rich second generation. Chen Chuan was the youngest, coming in fourth. Communication among men was always particularly simple. Having met for the first time, they felt as if they had known each other for ages. They planned to go for barbecue and beer tonight to deepen their bonds further. At this time, Chen Chuan finished the paperwork. Just as he was about to leave, he was called back by Bai Shifei. Chen Chuan, I'm very curious. With so many classmates present, why didn't you explain clearly right away? To clear your name? Aren't you afraid of being misunderstood by everyone? Zhang Xitian and Li Hui immediately looked at Chen Chuan. They were also baffled. Logically speaking, when someone is misunderstood, they would definitely want to clarify things right away. After all, it concerns one's reputation. Oh, it couldn't be taken lightly. Chen Chuan smiled faintly. Teacher Bai, you know the situation at that time. There were no witnesses, and with just my word alone, it would be difficult to clarify. After all, there were 3 of them, Tan Haojia and his crew. How could I outspeak 3 voices? He glanced at Li Hui. The main thing is that at that moment, with so many eyes on me, I didn't want to escalate the matter and let everyone know. This would be very detrimental to the reputation of the 2 female classmates. As for my own reputation, he paused for 2 seconds and shook his head slightly. It's nothing significant. A man should stand tall and proud. He should tread the mountains and rivers, carry the sun and moon, and gaze at the stars. What is mere honor and disgrace in comparison? At that moment, not only Zhang Xitian and Li Hui were dumbfounded. Even Bai Shifei stared at him in astonishment. She never expected that this first-year student, an 18-year-old boy, would possess such grandeur and responsibility. The 3 roommates were even more stunned. They instinctively gave him 3 thumbs up. Old 4th year, really impressively cool. At that moment, Chen Chuan's image grew even taller and more magnificent in the hearts of Zhang Xitian and Li Hui. In the eyes of the 2 beauties, there was a mixture of admiration and emotion. Ding. Zhang Xitian's affection, 10, her current affection, 27, somewhat favorable. Oh wow. It wasn't easy. This campus belle finally had a bit of good feeling towards him. Bai Shifei also generously praised him. Chen Chuan, you endured humiliation and bore the burden protecting the reputation of female classmates. The teacher gives you a thumbs up. After saying that, she raised a delicate thumb, shaking it in front of Chen Chuan, full of positive energy. Ding. Bai Shifei's affection, 10, her current affection, 30, good friend. Wow. What a leap. Chen Chuan's heart blossomed with joy. Starting high gives an advantage. Teacher Bai increased her affection once and directly rose to the level of a good friend. Even higher than Zhang Xitian. This beautiful counselor had great potential. No, Teacher Bai. Chen Chuan waved his hand. Please don't put a tall hat on me. I'm really not that great too. I wouldn't consider it as enduring humiliation and bearing the burden. To be honest, I couldn't endure that kind of thing either. He spoke very candidly. I just wanted to wait until that moment passed and then come back to deal with him. Since you, teacher, helped me clarify, I won't wait any longer. Chen Chuan directly waved at Tan Haojia in the distance. This guy had been lurking, trying to see Chen Chuan's joke. Upon seeing the wave, he froze for a moment, but still walked over slowly. With a mocking smile, he said, What? Now you want to ask me to help clarify? Too late. A scumbag like you I definitely slap. A crisp sound of a slap suddenly rang out. 5 clear fingerprints appeared on Tan Haojia's left cheek. You dare hit me? What right do you have to hit me? Tan Haojia glared at Chen Chuan, his eyes red. Everyone on site was shocked. Although Tan Haojia was arrogant, he had the capital to be so. Heard to come from a wealthy family with considerable influence. Who would dare to provoke an ordinary person like him? Chen Chuan sneered. Why? What do you think? Shouldn't you be hit? Tan Haojia exclaimed, How would I know? It's clearly you with a filthy mind and improper behavior, yet you still want to frame me. He turned to Bai Shifei. Teacher Bai, did you see that? This guy? Chen Chuan interrupted his arguments. Teacher Bai, look over there in the corner. Following Chen Chuan's finger, Bai Shifei noticed a hidden camera tucked away in an inconspicuous corner in the distance. These cameras should all be the latest high-definition versions. Although the distance is a bit far, if we zoom in we should be able to see clearly. Could you please find someone to copy the surveillance footage from earlier? Chen Chuan remained calm and composed. Bai Shifei did not hesitate and immediately went to arrange it. Tan Haojia glanced at the distant camera, his heart pounding. Beside him, Zhang Xiong and Li Chong were also trembling with fear. Although Tan Haojia was the mastermind, the others were still his accomplices. But they were, after all, accomplices. How would they be dealt with? Would they be expelled? If that happened, their families would surely break their legs. Seeing his two subordinates scared to the point of trembling, Tan Haojia tried to maintain his composure and kicked Zhang Xiong. Useless. What a waste of your strong build. Zhang Xiong wore a bitter expression, pursing his lips and not daring to retort. Although Li Chong was smaller, he was a bit bolder. Jiegu, could there really be footage? Tan Haojia pretended to be relaxed. How could that be? At such a distance, how could it be clear? Besides, it was so chaotic at the time, and no one saw it, yet the camera just happened to catch it. Not long after, a senior hurried over, opened his phone, and showed Bai Shifei the video. Bai Shifei then passed it to Chen Chuan. 1 minute later, Chen Chuan raised his phone and looked at Tan Haojia. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, what do you have to say? Tan Haojia looked devastated and walked up to him, bowing his head in admission of guilt. I'm sorry. I should not have harbored malicious thoughts or framed anyone. With a swift motion, Chen Chuan swung his arm and delivered another slap. Tan Haojia's right cheek also bore a handprint. Does apologizing even matter? What did I tell you earlier? I warned you to stop in time and not ruin a girl's reputation and integrity. What did you say? You said you weren't afraid. You would never regret it. I keep my word. Oh, I must make your face swollen. Chen Chuan glared fiercely, the killing intent palpable. Moreover, I will hand over the video to the school administration and have you expelled, you scoundrel. And they'll call the police so you can taste the food in the detention center. He patted Tan Haojia's face. Regret it now? Tan Haojia turned pale with fear, repeatedly bowing and apologizing to Chen Chuan. When he saw Chen Chuan's indifference, he turned to Bai Shifei to plead for mercy. Teacher Bai, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Please intercede with classmate Chun and let me go this once. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and never engage in illegal activities again. Tan Haojia was crying and snotting, transforming from a fine young man into a weeping mess. Tears and mucus smeared all over his face. Everyone present was taken aback. The once suave Tan Haojia now appeared utterly pathetic. Seeing this, Bai Shifei furrowed her brows with pity. In the end, with her kind heart, she could not help but plead for him. Classmate Chen, I know Tan's behavior is very reprehensible, but humans are not saints who can be without faults. As a teacher, Jiangda is a school, and my purpose is to educate. Could you consider giving him another chance? Chen Chuan pondered for a long time before turning to Zheng Situ and Li Hui. What do you think, classmates Zheng and Li? Both girls shook their heads in unison, indicating they would follow Chen Chuan's decision. Chen Chuan looked at Bai Shifei. Teacher Bai, since you say the school is a place for education, then I won't strike him down entirely. I'll give him another chance. However, it still depends on his performance. After all, I cannot be falsely accused, and classmates Zheng and Li cannot suffer injustice. Bai Shifei looked at Chen Chuan with approval. Turning to face Tan Haojia, the opportunity is given to you. It's up to you to grasp it. Tan Haojia felt a glimmer of hope and hurriedly ran to Chen Chuan to bow and apologize. Classmate Chen, I'm sorry. Chen Chuan maintained a cold expression, saying nothing. Tan Haojia waited for a long time without receiving any response. Swallowing his bitterness, he suddenly knelt down in front of Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan still did not speak, but looked at the remaining two subordinates. Tan Haojia understood the hint. He immediately shot a deadly glare at Zhang Xiong and Li Chong. The two of them dared not resist. Thud, thud. They all knelt before Chen Chuan. Unfortunately, Chen Chuan still did not utter a word of forgiveness. At this point, the scene fell silent. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Chen Chuan's authority was magnified infinitely at this moment. Under his stern gaze, Tan Haojia and the two subordinates had no choice but to submit. The original arrogance had long been cast aside. All that remained was obedience and compliance. Feng Yishuai's son Yushan and Jin Shihao, the three roommates, were left wide-eyed in disbelief. Oh my gosh, is the fourth one really that ruthless? Zheng Situ and Li Hu's eyes sparkled with admiration. A powerful man always brings more security. Even Bai Shifei as a teacher was dumbfounded. How could classmate Chen Chuan hold more authority than her, the teacher? Watching the three kneel down without receiving Chen Chuan's forgiveness. Slap, 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 slap. Without hesitation, Tan Haojia raised his arm and slapped himself. He even swung left and right. In just a few seconds, his cheeks turned bright red and swollen, nearly resembling a pig's head. Chen Chuan still remained silent, instead looking at the side subordinates. Zhang Xiong and Li Chong felt wronged. Why must they always be dragged into the troubles caused by Jiegu? When he enjoyed the feast, he didn't share even a mouthful of soup with them. Slap, slap, slap. Although unwilling, they had to yield. As long as they wanted to continue studying at Jiangda and not end up in jail, they had to bow down. Until all three of their faces turned into pig heads, Chen Chuan still did not relent. Instead, he looked again at Zheng Situ and Li Hui. Tan Haojia immediately crawled over, panting heavily, tearing at his wounds. I plead guilty. Zheng Situ and Li Hui both stepped back, waving their hands to urge him to leave quickly. Tan Haojia felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and crawled back to Chen Chuan's feet, gazing eagerly at this powerhouse. Chen Chuan still said nothing. His cold glare made Tan Haojia's heart race. Tan Haojia racked his brain, wondering where he had gone wrong. Suddenly, he had an epiphany and raised his right hand. I, Tan Haojia, swear. From now on, I will never engage in illegal activities or commit heinous acts. Otherwise, may I be struck by lightning and meet a terrible end. Chen Chuan slightly nodded. It doesn't matter what you say. Oh, I only care about how you act. Now get lost. He shook his phone. This almost caused Tan Haojia, who was getting up, to fall back down. The arrogant and overbearing Tan Haojia fled like a stray dog, tail between his legs, in a panic. Everyone at the scene burst into hearty laughter, especially Zheng Situ and Li Hui. They were the victims of this incident. Their fragile hearts suffered a considerable blow. They even felt a hint of fear and panic about their future lives. Now, after Chen Chuan's punishment, the psychological shadow left by Tan Haojia was completely swept away. In their hearts, the future college days were still filled with sunshine, joy, and hope. At this moment, Bai Shifei smiled at Chen Chuan and said, I never expected you to have such a knack for dealing with these bad students. Chen Chuan smiled and waved his hand. It's just average. I still have much to learn from Teacher Bai. Teacher Bai has a very good impression of me. Just like that, my favorability increased by 6 points. This speed far surpasses Zheng Situ. Chen Chuan was about to leave when his second-in-command son Yushan came running over, his legs slightly bent in a gesture of greeting. Little brother greets big brother. My admiration for you is as endless as the waters of the Yangtze River. The third brother, Jin Shihao, also did not want to fall behind. Big brother, please accept my knees. You are our model, our example, the sun guiding us forward. The eldest brother, Feng Yishui, scratched his head, realizing he had run out of lines. In a moment of quick thinking, he grabbed Chen Chuan's arm. Chuan, go. From today on, I will step back and let you take the lead. You are our leading big brother. From now on, lead our dormitory to punish evil, show off, and attract girls while making money. At this point, the three brothers exchanged glances and then all knelt before Chen Chuan. Chuan, go, please accept us. Chen Chuan was dumbfounded. What do these three mean? Do they want to borrow money from me? Or are they trying to trick me into going to northern Myanmar? After some playful banter, they ultimately decided that the three younger brothers would host a feast. Congratulations to Chuan Gu for being promoted to the leading big brother today. Feng Yishui was very astute and took the initiative to ask about the school flower Zheng Situ and the class flower Li Hui. Do you want to come along? The two girls exchanged glances at Chen Chuan almost simultaneously and readily agreed. This guy was insatiable and even asked the beautiful counselor Bai Shifei. This time he did not get his wish. I'm sorry, I have something to do tonight, so I won't be joining you. It was evident. Bai Shifei really had matters to attend to, with a hint of worry in her brows. It was unclear what difficulties she was facing. Chen Chuan wanted to help, but didn't know how to ask. After all, it was their first interaction, and it was important to maintain a sense of distance. Feng Yishui and the others surrounded their newly recognized big brother. Together, they headed to the dormitory. Near Jiangxing University, in a clinic, Tan Haojia and his companions were treating their facial injuries. Hey, be gentle. The middle-aged doctor was applying medicine to them, but he was very puzzled. Could these people possibly have a problem with their brains? How could they end up bruised like this? How much do they hate themselves? Is it because they dislike their own looks? After the treatment concluded, Li Chong couldn't help but ask, Brother Jia, are we just going to let this matter go? Brothers, we haven't suffered a loss like this before. Zhang Xiong covered his face, grinning while nodding incessantly like a chick pecking at grain. A fierce glint flashed in Tan Haoji's eyes. He spat. Pa, today is truly the unluckiest day of my life. I thought it was foolproof, but he actually found evidence. I can tell this kid has some skills. He doesn't seem to be bluffing. He weighed the pros and cons deep in thought. I think we should hold back a bit. Revenge is definitely necessary. But we can't break the law. We can use some small tricks to deal with him without harming anyone. Li Chong was a bit confused. Brother Jia, if we don't break the law or harm others, how can we deal with him? Tan Haojia slapped his head. You really are a wooden head. We are classmates, and it's easy to trip him up, suppress his momentum, or even steal one of his women. As long as it's not against the rules, he won't be able to do anything to us. Li Chong finally understood and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brother Jia, you really are brilliant. No matter how impressive he is with your money, Brother Jia, you can crush him. Zhang Xiong also chimed in flatteringly. Brother Jia, I can already see Chen being suppressed by you looking helpless. The three of them laughed heartily. At that moment, Chen Chuan had already found his dormitory with his three roommates. They unanimously decided to give the innermost and best-positioned bed to their leading big brother. Chen Chuan couldn't refuse and had to reluctantly accept. Ding. Due to the host successfully completing the task, an enduring humiliation and extra reward has been granted a luxurious villa no. 1 Mingmen Epine worth 100 million. Chen Chuan was taken aback. His blood raced with excitement and his heart pounded wildly. An extra reward. A villa worth 100 million. Is this the legendary pie falling from the sky? I can hardly believe it. One day I might live in a villa worth 100 million. Counting it up, my current assets have already exceeded 200 million. Wow, this luxurious system is really incredible. Suddenly a phone call rang out. Chen Chuan answered it. A voice of a man around 30 came through. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Chuan? I am the sales manager Xiao San. We are organizing the documents and keys for the villa you purchased no. 1 Mingmen Epine. We will deliver it to you tomorrow morning. Where would you like it delivered? Chen Chuan pondered for a moment and said, tomorrow morning. Just deliver it to Jiangxing University. Call me when it arrives. The call ended. Chen Chuan suddenly swung his fist. Yay? A villa worth 100 million is about to be mine. Sun Yushan, the second brother, inquired curiously, Chuan Gu, is something good happening? Chen Chuan didn't want to scare his brothers and waved his hand saying, it's nothing, let's tidy up and get ready to go out for dinner. The three younger brothers had all changed into handsome clothes, but Chen Chuan was still in his daytime patch plaid shirt. Feng Yishui kindly reminded him. Chuan Gu with Zheng Situan and Li Hui tonight, aren't you going to change into something decent? Chen Chuan shrugged. I don't have any good clothes, this one is already quite nice. Feng Yishui generously said, why didn't you say so earlier? I have plenty of clothes to pick whatever you like. Chen Chuan smiled and waved his hand. Thanks. I feel this outfit is pretty good. I'll go buy a few new outfits myself someday. After all, he was now worth 200 million. The cash in his account exceeded 20 million. Every day the luxurious funds kept pouring in. What clothes couldn't he buy? Perhaps people are like this. When they have no money, they really want to change into good clothes to impress others. But when they have tens of millions in their pockets, they tend to care less. The four gentlemen waited for a moment at the girls' dorm entrance. Zheng Situan and Li Hui, dressed up beautifully, walked out. The two clearly had put in some effort and appeared even more beautiful than during the day. The three brothers stared, their eyes wide. Ahem. Chen Chuan cleared his throat and led the way towards the entrance, chatting and laughing together, feeling quite happy. As students, they couldn't afford high expenses. They had long agreed to go to a nearby snack street to find a barbecue shop and enjoy some skewers and beer. Just as they reached the school gate, Chen Chuan's sharp eyes caught sight of teacher Bai. The beautiful counselor Bai Shifei was suddenly blocked by a luxury car worth 1 million. At the entrance of Jiangxing University, Bai Shifei was just about to finish work and head home. Suddenly, a sky-blue BMW X7 screeched to a halt in front of her. Bang! A young man in his early 20s got out of the car dressed in an upscale black suit, holding a large bouquet of red roses. He approached her enthusiastically. Shifei, remember our promise. I'm treating you to dinner today. Why haven't you replied to my messages? Bai Shifei frowned, realizing it was too late to avoid him. Earlier that morning, her father had called her. The Bai family's biggest client, the Zhao family, had proposed a marriage alliance, hoping for a union between the two families. Bai Shifei was extremely displeased. She never expected that after failing to pursue her, Zhao Xiaohai would use family connections to pressure the Bai family regarding their business collaboration. Zhao Xiaohai, don't act so familiar, we aren't close. Zhao Xiaohai had a thick skin. My uncle has already agreed for us to date. My dad just suggested we try to get to know each other. If you go too far, don't blame me for not giving you face. At that moment, Bai Shifei felt very frustrated. She genuinely disliked this kind of wealthy playboy who was always loud and showy. Aside from flaunting his wealth and chasing girls, what else could he do? However, due to the circumstances, she had to play along. After all, her father had built his business from scratch, which was no easy feat. Bai Shifei didn't want to bring significant trouble to him because of her own issues. Zhao Xiaohai immediately raised his hand. I agree. I promise to respect your thoughts. Beautiful Miss Bai, may I have the honor of inviting you to dinner tonight? Bai Shifei felt a bitter taste in her heart. This guy was quite slick. How could she refuse when he was so accommodating? But she couldn't find a suitable reason to decline. Just then, Chen Chuan and his group happened to walk by. Challenge task: invite Bai Shifei to join the dinner and help her out. Task reward 1, master level massage technique. Task reward 2, experience points 8 points. Free attributes 3 points. Decline task, experience points 8. Oh, this reward is a bit special. A massage technique. A master level 1. Is this skill legitimate? If given the chance, I must try it out. Teacher Bai, you've arrived early. Let's go well have barbecue together. Chen Chuan greeted Bai Shifei warmly, as if they had arranged it in advance. Bai Shifei was stunned for a second before reacting. I've been waiting for a long time. You just arrived now. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Chen Chuan, revealing a knowing smile. Ding. By Shi-Fi's affection level 3, current affection level 39. Good friend, wow, I can complete the task and also win over the goddess. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhao Xiaohai, who was standing nearby, immediately became anxious upon seeing this. Shifei, we had a deal, you're coming with me. Bai Shifei raised her hand to stop him. Young Master Zhao, I never agreed to that. Because I've already made plans with my students to have dinner together. Zhao Xiaohai's eyes flickered. Shifei, how about I invite you all to join us? With more people it'll be livelier, you can't refuse, right? Chen Chuan looked at Bai Shifei. Teacher Bai, who is this? Bai Shifei explained, Zhao Xiaohai is one of our family's business partners, we have some commercial dealings. Out of politeness, everyone nodded and greeted him. To persuade everyone to agree, Zhao Xiaohai eagerly added, they'll take everyone out for a feast, I guarantee. It will be an eye-opener for you all. For the sake of the family business, Bai Shifei didn't want to embarrass Zhao Xiaohai too much. Several roommates and Li Hui also wanted to enjoy a grand meal. Chen Chuan didn't mind, as long as he could complete the task, he was fine with anything they ate. When Zhao Xiaohai heard that everyone agreed, he was visibly excited. Let me tell you, this restaurant is very upscale. You guys have definitely never eaten there before. Especially 3 signature dishes, all personally prepared by the royal chef's apprentice. You can't even order these dishes without being a level 5 member. Everyone became even more eager upon hearing this. What kind of restaurant is this where the royal chef's apprentice personally cooks? Jin Shurho, a rich second generation who had common interests with Zhao Xiaohai, asked, Zhao Gu, are you a level 5 member? Zhao Xiaohai pulled out a membership card, pointing at the 5 on it proudly. See? Huh. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll get to taste the royal chef's skills. Jin Shurho looked at the membership card with great curiosity. Zhao Gu, there aren't many restaurants in Jiangsheng I haven't eaten at. Which one is it? Zhao Xiaohai mysteriously replied, Yuruanju. Jin Shurho's eyes lit up, giving a thumbs up. Zhao Gu, you're amazing. I've heard of that restaurant, though I've never eaten there. I heard the minimum spending is 3,000 yuan. With your level 5 membership card, I bet you've spent quite a bit, right? Zhao Xiaohai chuckled, extending 3 fingers. 3,000 yuan. You can only advance to level 5 after spending over 3,000 yuan. Only as a level 5 member can you order signature dishes prepared by the royal chef directly. Everyone showed expressions of admiration. A restaurant where spending over 3,000 yuan was required is higher than many people's total income for an entire year. No wonder he was a rich second generation. Even Jin Shurho, whose family had some assets, had never been to Yuruanju, let alone having a level 5 membership card. Zhao Gu, you're impressive. Zhao Xiaohai waved his hand, quickly glancing at Bai Shifei. He feigned modesty, saying, it's no big deal, it's just business interactions, a little more socializing is all. Chen Chuan had been silent all along. When he heard Zhao Xiaohai praising Yuruanju so highly, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He never expected that the restaurant under his name would have such a high profile. It would surely be a cash cow in the future. The more guests like Zhao Xiaohai, the better. He could exploit every opportunity. At that moment, Zhao Xiaohai deliberately looked at Chen Chuan. This guy had been quite familiar with Bai Shifei since the beginning, and he was the most handsome, posing a significant threat. He had to do something about him, letting Bai Shifei see who the best was. This classmate you mentioned earlier that you were going out to eat. Did you drive? Chen Chuan was taken aback. What did he mean? Why was he specifically asking him when there were so many people? Zhao Gu, we're just going nearby for barbecue, it's just a short walk, we didn't drive. Zhao Xiaohai sneered coldly. No car. He thought it wasn't that they didn't drive, but rather that they didn't have a car. Still being so pretentious. Barbecue. How can that compare to Yuruanju? That's a very upscale restaurant in Jiangsheng. Many people go their whole lives without a chance to dine there. He glanced at Chen Chuan. Yuruanju isn't far from here, about 3 kilometers or so. It only takes a few minutes by car. But if you walk there, you might not make it in time. He looked around. By the time you get there, we would have already finished eating. Everyone sensed something was off and frowned. Zhao Xiaohai quickly changed the topic. Fortunately, I drove this 7-seater BMW today, which can accommodate a few more people. Jin Shurho, who was knowledgeable, recognized the model. His dad had one too. Zhao Gu, this car must be over 1 million, right? Zhao Xiaohai casually replied. Not too expensive, just 1.2 million. Everyone turned their heads in surprise. Just a car could make many people look up to it for a lifetime. Wow. Zhao Xiaohai opened the car door, inviting everyone in. The 3 roommates, Feng, Yishuai, Sun Yushan, and Jin Shurho, were the first to jump in. Then Li Hui and Zheng Sitian also got in. Only the driver's seat and front passenger seat remained empty. Shifei, you can sit in the front passenger seat. Zhao Xiaohai warmly invited her. Bai Shifei hesitated, saying, there's only 1 seat left, what about Chen Chuan? Zhao Xiaohai seemed to have just realized the issue. Oh no, it seems like we have a lot of people today, 8 in total. There are only 7 seats, how about letting Chen Chuan squeeze in? He seemed to have an idea. Zhao Xiaohai felt a sense of pride in his heart. So what if he was handsome? With just a little trickery, I can make you lose face. Bai Shifei's expression changed, and she was about to speak. Zhao Xiaohai quickly added, Shifei, it's no big deal, right? It's only a few minutes drive, we'll be there soon. Bai Shifei resolutely shook her head. Absolutely not. How can we let Chen Chuan squeeze into the trunk? Inside the car, Zheng Xitian and Li Hui immediately wanted to get out upon hearing Zhao Xiaohai's suggestion. Teacher, Bai, how about we go for barbecue instead? It's just a short walk, no need to take a car. Jin Shihao also showed his loyalty. Yeah, although Yuran Zhu is tempting, we can't let Brother Chuan squeeze into the trunk. Feng Yishu also expressed his desire to get out of the car. Sun Yushan, being the most straightforward, raised his hand and said, how about I squeeze into the trunk and let Brother Chuan sit in front? Zhao Xiaohai noticed this situation. He felt quite frustrated. Was it such a big deal to let that kid squeeze into the trunk? Why did everyone have to be so anxious and make a big fuss about it? Why is this Chen Chuan so popular? Especially by Shifei. The way she cared for Chen Chuan was simply excessive. Is there something going on? He suddenly felt that Chen Chuan's threat was growing larger. He had to make up his mind to completely eliminate him. Classmates, let me say something. We're all good friends, and there are no outsiders. What's wrong with squeezing into the trunk? I often squeezed into the trunk when I went out with good friends before. I think we should just let Chen Chuan squeeze a bit, let's not fuss about it. Everyone was taken aback, glancing at Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan smiled slightly. What are you all doing? When did I say I didn't have a car? Just wait a moment, it'll be there soon. He shot Zhao Xiaohai a meaningful glance, making him feel a bit guilty. He felt as if his little schemes were seen through by others. It was as if he were running naked in a busy street. Everyone couldn't see him, but only Chen Chuan seemed to see through everything. Jin Shihao was astonished. Brother Chuan has a car. I never heard him mention it. Did you know? Feng Yishu scratched his head. I don't know either. He turned to Sun Yushan. Second junior brother, do you know? Sun Yushan was equally confused, gazing at Chen Chuan's departing figure. If you all don't know, how could I possibly know? I'm really curious, what kind of car does Brother Chuan drive? Zhao Xiaohai scoffed. He's just a freshman from the countryside. Oh, what car could he possibly drive? You really dare to think. Aside from an electric bike or a shared bike, what else could he drive? Could he borrow a BMW? Zhao Xiaohai smirked, feeling superior. If he could really borrow a BMW, well, even a car worth 100,000 would be impressive. I'd consider him capable. At least it would mean he has a friend who can drive. For his family, that would be quite a show of wealth, right? Bai Shifei and the others rolled their eyes at Zhao Xiaohai's demeanor. What kind of person is he? Just because he has a little money, he acts all high and mighty. While they were talking, a long black luxury car slowly approached from a distance. The vehicle was extravagant and imposing. Wow, what kind of car is this? Jin Shihao was very interested in the car and was the first to notice the surprise. Hey, it looks like a Lincoln. Indeed, it's a Lincoln, and it's a Lincoln stretched presidential version. This car is worth at least 3 million. My goodness, we are in for a treat today. We actually saw a super luxury car. I wonder whose car it is. I haven't heard of anyone buying a stretched Lincoln in Jiangxing. Zhao Xiaohai said enviously, almost drooling. Feng Yishu and Sun Yushan also stared eagerly. What would it feel like to sit in a 3 million luxury car? It must be amazing, right? Bai Shifei, Zheng Xitian, and Li Hui looked on curiously. This level of luxury car could usually only be seen in films. It's really rare in real life. The Lincoln luxury car stopped suddenly in front of everyone. Everyone was quite surprised. Is it here to pick someone up? What a coincidence. Bai Shifei suddenly had a flash of inspiration and blurted out, could it be Chen Chuan's car? Zhao Xiaohai immediately exploded with anger. He looked as if he had just heard the joke of the century. How could that be possible? Shifei, your imagination is just too wild. How many people with luxury cars have patched elbows? Don't say he bought a Lincoln. He couldn't even afford to rent this car. Jin Shihao nodded. Brother Chuan couldn't even buy a decent set of clothes. How could he possibly have a luxury car? Feng Yishu, Sun Yushan, Zheng Xitian, and Li Hui all wanted to deny it. But the reality is just reality. There aren't that many miracles. These people, including Chen Chuan, would never be able to afford a 3 million stretched Lincoln in their lifetimes. Zhao Xiaohai looked at Bai Shifei, smiling smugly. See, they all agree with my opinion. Chen Chuan is just a poor kid. Just then the luxury Lincoln by the roadside slowly rolled down its window, revealing a familiar face. Brothers, my car is quite spacious. Would you like to ride with me? Jin Shihao's eyes widened in shock. It was like seeing the sun rise from the west. He was utterly astonished. Brother Chuan, how could this be possible? Feng Yishu and Sun Yushan couldn't believe their eyes. They raised their hands and rubbed their eyes vigorously. When they opened their eyes again, it was still Chen Chuan. Heavens, it really is Brother Chuan. Zheng Xitian and Li Hui were so shocked they couldn't speak their mouths agape. It was as if they were preparing to eat a banana. Bai Shifei also couldn't believe her guess had actually come true. Chen Chuan, is this really your car? Chen Chuan nodded nonchalantly. Yes, it's my car, but it's my first time driving it. and I didn't expect it to have such a spacious interior. Zhao Xiaohai felt a bit flushed. He felt a bit swelling pain. Just a moment ago, he had confidently declared that Chen Chuan couldn't afford a car. In the blink of an eye, he was driving a 3 million super luxury car. Isn't this slapping his own face? No, wait. This guy is just a poor student from the countryside. Where does he have the money to buy such a luxury car? Not to mention him, even he couldn't afford this level of super luxury car. 3 million. Many small companies don't even have that much total assets. Zhao Xiaohai felt reassured and immediately walked over to the Lincoln, reaching out to touch the car's body. TSK, TSK. It really is a luxury car. This feel, this craftsmanship is just different. He suddenly looked down at Chen Chuan in the driver's seat. You little brat, you really spend a lot for the sake of face. When it comes to picking up girls, you've really reached a certain level, haven't you? Chen Chuan frowned slightly. What do you mean? Zhao Xiaohai turned around and revealed Chen Chuan's true nature to everyone. What do I mean? Isn't it obvious? Come on. How much did you spend to rent this car? Rented. Upon hearing this, everyone on the scene was instantly dumbfounded. No one expected that this car would be rented by Chen Chuan. Is that possible? There is indeed a high probability that it is. This explains why Chen Chuan from an average family could drive a luxury car worth 3 million. Exactly. This is the only reasonable explanation. Zhang Sitian thought to herself, should she advise Chen Chuan to return it quickly? Every second wasted could cost a fortune. Bai Shifei was equally anxious. Chen Chuan, this foolish student, is really going all out to help her, even coming up with the idea of renting a car. After it's over, she must transfer the rental cost to him. She can't let him run out of living expenses and struggle to eat. You say this car is rented by me. Chen Chuan was baffled by Zhao Xiaohai's question. What's going on? I rented a car. Zhao Xiaohai has quite a unique thought process. If he were to write novels or scripts, he might actually become famous. He has talent. Chen Chuan casually pulled out a driving license from the storage compartment of the driver's seat. Plop. He tossed it in front of Zhao Xiaohai. See, I haven't even had the chance to check who the owner of this car is. Can you read it for me? Zhao Xiaohai shot him a glare and yanked it over. Kid, wait until I uncover the truth. Let's see how you can keep pretending. Owner of the vehicle, Chen Chuan. Zhao Xiaohai was stunned. His eyes were almost glued to the driving license. He read it over and over again for 7 or 8 times, and it still displayed that name. How is this possible? Is it really your car? Thud. Zhao Xiaohai in a daze dropped the driving license on the ground. Jin Shihua was the quickest to react. He dashed forward and quickly picked up the driving license. Huh. He took a breath and wiped the dust off it with his sleeve, gently flipping open the inner pages. Wow. It really is Brother Chuan's name. Brother Chuan, you're amazing. A Lincoln, and it's a stretched presidential version. Even my dad wouldn't be willing to buy one. Watching Jin Shihua bounce around, Feng Yishuai and Sun Yushan also squeezed their heads over, competing to get a look. Once they confirmed it was Chen Chuan, their faces were filled with admiration. Brother Chuan is indeed Brother Chuan. You are my forever Brother Chuan. In Li Hu's eyes there was a sparkle. She suddenly realized that Chen Chuan's patchy outfit was quite necessary. Otherwise, being so handsome and so wealthy, how could other boys survive? Those 2 patches were a form of mercy, to leave some breathing space for these male classmates. Zhang Sitian felt a bit disappointed. She had thought Chen Chuan was like her, from a poor family. She didn't expect Sai. The gap in their family conditions was simply too vast. Bai Shifei looked at Chen Chuan thoughtfully. This new classmate has a mysterious background. Could he be a low-key young master from a wealthy family? Chen Chuan had no interest in showing off. He took back the driving license and looked at his roommates. Silly birds. What are you still dawdling for? Are you getting in the car or not? Otherwise you might as well ride in Zhao Gongzi's luxury car. I'm leaving alone. Jin Shihua was the first to open the car door. Of course I'm getting in. The next moment he lost his composure. Wow. 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 Where am I? This doesn't look like a car, it resembles a luxurious living room. Hearing his exaggeration, Feng Yishuai and Sun Yushan, unwilling to fall behind, quickly followed him into the car. Instantly they were stunned by the spacious interior and luxurious decor. The car's interior was simply too large. 2 rows of soft and comfortable sofas were arranged opposite each other, just like a living room. It had everything, including a TV, refrigerator, and coffee table. Various snacks, fruits, and drinks were all provided. Plus the lighting was dazzling and very beautiful. Zhang Sitian was still hesitating whether to get into this car. Li Hui tugged at her arm. The 2 beauties also squeezed into the big Lincoln. At the beginning, Zhao Xiaohai felt quite disappointed. His BMW X7 in front of the stretched Lincoln presidential version didn't even count as a sibling. In terms of momentum, it was far weaker. Watching everyone climb into the Lincoln, no one was willing to sit in his blue BMW anymore. Suddenly he began to chuckle. You all go ride in the Lincoln, just right for me and Shifei to enjoy our world. My BMW doesn't need your support. Having Shifei accompany me is enough. Zhao Gongzi, you can drive there by yourself. I see Chen Chuan's car is very spacious, I'll go with everyone. Not waiting for Zhao Xiaohai to persuade her, Bai Shifei also bent down and climbed into the Lincoln. What? Leaving Zhao Xiaohai all alone, foolishly watching the black-stretched Lincoln gradually drive away. Didn't I check the calendar before going out today? Zhao Xiaohai felt a pang of sadness. The next moment he revived. No way. I can't just give up like this. Wait, I still need to go to Yuanju for a meal. I must regain some face. I'm a level 5 member there, and Chen Chuan, an outsider, definitely hasn't dined there. Zhao Xiaohai rallied his spirits, feeling invigorated. Driving his sky blue BMW, he sped off chasing after the black Lincoln. Arriving at Yuanju, Chen Chuan and the others were already waiting at the entrance. A long queue had formed at the restaurant entrance. It was peak dining time, and Yuanju was well known. The business was booming. Chen Chuan, your car is indeed impressive, it's very fast. Zhao Xiaohai grinned. But this restaurant always requires a queue. Even if you are a millionaire, you have to obediently line up here. Even if you arrived early, you still can't get in. Chen Chuan smiled. What? Brother Zhao has a way to skip the queue. Zhao Xiaohai puffed out his chest. Of course. He walked up to the hostess at the entrance. Clearing his throat, the hostess immediately greeted him with a smile. It's young Master Zhao, you're here. Quick, please come in. Zhao Xiaohai pointed back. I have a few friends with me today I'm treating. The hostess immediately welcomed Chen Chuan and the others warmly. Welcome, esteemed guests, please come in. Jin Shihua followed closely behind Zhao Xiaohai. Brother Zhao, you're really something. So familiar here, no need to queue, just come right in. Zhao Xiaohai chuckled lightly. It's nothing. I'm a level 5 member, my status is naturally different. The hostess arranged a large table for Zhao Xiaohai in the hall. She immediately returned to the entrance to continue receiving guests. Everyone sat down one after another. There were many surrounding guests, and it was very noisy. Bai Shifei frowned slightly. Zhao Xiaohai had a thought. How could he show off his capabilities while sitting in the hall? He immediately waved for a waiter in the hall to come over. Hello, sir, how can I assist you? Zhao Xiaohai frowned and said, It's too noisy in the hall, I want to move to a private room. The ponytail waitress apologized. I'm sorry. All the ordinary private rooms have been booked. We cannot change for the time being. Smack. Zhao Xiaohai unhappily pulled out his membership card and slammed it on the table. You don't recognize me, do you? I am your level 5 member. The attitude of the ponytail waitress became noticeably more enthusiastic. After glancing at the level 5 member, she immediately bowed and said, I'm so sorry, let me check if there are any available VIP rooms right now. The waitress hurriedly left. Bai Shifei spoke up. Young Master Zhao, if there are really no private rooms, then let's not make things difficult for the waitress. Zhao Xiaohai confidently replied, No worries, there definitely will be. I know that Yuanju reserves some VIP rooms for higher level members. They usually keep some VIP rooms or special private boxes reserved. Only members like me above level 5 who can enjoy such treatment. After saying this, he intentionally glanced at Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan pretended not to see. Zhao Xiaohai, however, was overjoyed. Look at me. Now you've witnessed my influence, haven't you? Not long after, the ponytail waitress returned respectfully, saying, Young Master Zhao, I've coordinated a reservation for the Furong Hall. Please follow me. Zhao Xiaohai smiled even brighter. Shifei, let's go over there. Several people followed the ponytail waitress into a luxurious private room. The feeling was immediately different. It was quieter than the hall, luxurious, and offered better privacy. Brother Zhao, you really are impressive. I'll ask my old man later if he has a level 5 membership card for Yuanju. Jin Shihua looked at him with envy. Feng Yishuang's son Yushan and Li Hui also complimented Zhao Xiaohai. He was so happy that he could hardly close his mouth. Today I finally regained my dignity and wouldn't let that brat Chen Chuan take the spotlight. He looked at Chen Chuan with an air of superiority. Classmate Chen, how is my arrangement today? If you want to dine again next time, you can contact me, and I will definitely help you out. Bang. While everyone was talking, the door of the private room was kicked open. Who dares to barge into my private room? A young man dressed extravagantly with an arrogant demeanor barged in, surrounded by a group of friends. Zhao Xiaohai jumped up. Who are you? Why did you intrude into my private room? The leading young man's arrogant gaze fell on Zhao Xiaohai. It's you who took my private room. Get out. This is my reservation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaohai knew there must be a misunderstanding. He immediately went to the door and called over the ponytail waitress from earlier. Quickly ask these people to leave, don't disturb our meal. The ponytail waitress looked troubled. Young Master Zhao, I'm truly sorry. It seems that you are the one who needs to leave. Zhao Xiaohai was furious. What's going on? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, I will definitely file a complaint. The ponytail waitress immediately bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, young Master Zhao. It's all my fault, please forgive me. After some explanation, everyone finally understood what had happened. It turned out that this Furong Hall was indeed reserved by Li Xiao. However, Li Xiao was delayed due to some urgent matters and couldn't arrive on time. When Zhao Xiaohai requested the private room, the ponytail waitress went to verify it. But she couldn't reach Li Xiao by phone. She reported the matter to the on-duty manager Zhu. Manager Zhu casually agreed to reallocate the room. That was how the ponytail waitress arranged Zhao Xiaohai into the Furong Hall. Unexpectedly, not long after everyone sat down, Li Xiao and a group of friends rushed in, realizing that they had indeed taken someone else's private room. In order to save face in front of by Shifei, Zhao Xiaohai took the initiative to negotiate with the other party. Li Xiao, let's clarify this matter. If there's blame, it's on the store for not managing things properly. You see, my friends are already seated. Could you please give me Zhao Xiaohai some face and let me keep this private room? You let them arrange a new private room for you. From now on, you Li Xiao will be my friend Zhao Xiaohai. Before Zhao Xiaohai could finish, Li Xiao directly shook his head in refusal. No way. You're Zhao Xiaohai, right? He sneered. I think I've heard of your name. But if you want me to give you some face, you are not qualified. Li Xiao's family business was larger than Zhao Xiaohai's. Today he had so many friends around him. If he backed down, how could he continue to mix in Jiang City? People would say that Li Xiao was not as good as Zhao Xiaohai. In the rich second-generation circle, status and hierarchy matter. Taking a step back today means admitting defeat. It would cause contempt from peers and even alienate his younger followers. Having followers who are not strong is not good. If you go out, you won't have any backing. It would also be embarrassing if word got out. Zhao Xiaohai felt pressured by Li Xiao and found it hard to save face. Clenching his teeth, he took out his phone and directly dialed a number. Within a minute, a slightly plump manager hurried in. Hello, young Master Zhao. How may I assist you? Zhao Xiaohai looked smugly at Li Xiao. Manager Zhu, this private room the waitress brought us in, and we've already sat down. But this Li Xiao insists it's his room. What do you think we should do? Manager Zhu's eyes twitched as he finally noticed Li Xiao, who was facing away from him. He immediately scurried over, slightly bowing and saying, Li Xiao, I'm truly sorry. This matter is our responsibility. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. After saying this, to Zhao Xiaohai's astonishment, Manager Zhu turned to him. Young Master Zhao, I'm sorry, but you need to vacate this room. The Furong Hall was originally reserved by Li Xiao. It was obvious that Manager Zhu unhesitatingly chose to stand by Li Xiao's side instead of Zhao Xiaohai. Zhao Xiaohai was furious, his face turning pale with rage. His voice began to tremble. Manager Zhu, do you understand this? Why must I give it to him? Do you believe I'll report you to your general manager? Manager Zhu looked bitter. He indeed had some responsibility for this matter. He didn't want to offend Zhao Xiaohai easily, but he couldn't afford to provoke Li Xiao. Choosing the lesser of two evils, he had to offend Zhao Xiaohai. Young Master Zhao, please let me off this time. I'm just a worker, why make things difficult for me? Zhao Xiaohai was not satisfied and would certainly not let it go easily. You must give me an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, I will definitely complain about you. Manager Zhu had a sudden idea. To save himself, he could only throw the waitress under the bus. In the end, this matter is still on our employee for not verifying clearly before rashly selling the room to you. Rest assured, I will fire this employee and give you an explanation. The ponytail waitress, upon hearing the manager's decision, turned pale with fright. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Manager, please don't fire me. Why, Shifei couldn't bear to see this. She immediately whispered to Zhao Xiaohai. Young Master Zhao, why don't we just let this matter go? Don't make things difficult for a young girl. Zhao Xiaohai certainly wouldn't disregard by Shifei's feelings. Since you are pleading for her, then let it go. However, our private room. Bai Shifei said lightly, it doesn't matter. Wherever we eat, it's the same. The hall is just as good. Jin Shihao, Feng Yishuang, and others were very unwilling, but could only helplessly rise to leave the Furong Hall. Li Xiao's friends showed mocking expressions. Wait a moment. Chen Chuan, however, did not move. Instead, he looked at the slightly plump Manager Zhu. He was very dissatisfied with Manager Zhu. Not only did he fail to meet the customer's needs, but at a critical moment, he only knew how to shift blame. He shifted the responsibility onto a small waitress. Such a manager, both in capability and character, needed to be scrutinized. Manager Zhu, right. Please call your general manager over. Just say I'm Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan's tone was flat, but contained an undeniable authority. Manager Zhu was stunned. After 10 seconds, he finally reacted. His expression suddenly turned very unpleasant. Damn, have I been reduced to this level after so many years in the industry? Almost intimidated by a kid, not even 20. He sneered and said, who do you think you are, kid? Do you know what you're saying? Our general manager is someone you can just see whenever you want. And you want him to come here. Look at you, who do you think you are? Are you the owner of Yu Ruanju? Manager Zhu looked utterly disdainful. You're not that old, but your airs are big. Hurry up and leave the Furong Hall, but don't delay Li Xiao's meal. Otherwise, I'll call security. Facing Manager Zhu's ridicule, Chen Chuan did not become flustered. Instead, his gaze grew sharper. Manager Zhu, I will give you one last chance. Call your general manager to meet me. Otherwise, when he arrives, don't say you weren't warned. This time, Manager Zhu seemed a bit shaken. Watching Chen Chuan's demeanor and expression, it didn't seem like he was bluffing. Could this guy really be some big shot? A young heir from a wealthy family. A super-rich second generation. The son of some important figure. Zhao Xiaohai couldn't help but speak up. Chen Chuan, just let it go, don't embarrass yourself here. Yilangzhou is not an ordinary restaurant. To open a high-end restaurant in such a prosperous area of Jiangqing with thriving business and no harassment from competitors, you can imagine the background must be quite extraordinary. I admit you have a bit of strength. However, if you keep pretending here, the consequences might be something you can't bear. Upon hearing this, Jin Shi's face changed first. He hurriedly went to pull Chen Chuan away, whispering, "Brother Chuan, let's go, don't bring trouble upon ourselves." Feng Yishuai and Sun Yushan also looked worried. Zheng Sitian quietly advised, "Chen Chuan, let's go, let's eat in the hall." Bai Shifei directly took action, grabbing Chen Chuan's arm, trying to pull him out the door. However, Chen Chuan maintained a calm expression and smiled faintly. "No need to worry, I have it under control." Unhurried, he took out his phone and found a number. Looking at Manager Zhu, he smiled lightly. "If you won't call, then I will." "Wait, don't say I didn't give you a chance." Dialing the number. Beep, beep, beep. No one picked up. The expressions of everyone reflected that they had indeed expected this. They realized that from the very beginning, he was just bluffing. Manager Zhu's mood shifted from initial tension to now feeling relieved. It was like riding a roller coaster. "Phew, kid, you sure can put on an act. You scared me just now, I almost thought it was real." His expression changed, revealing a fierce demeanor. He pointed at Chen Chuan, then at Feng Yishuai, Li Hui, and the others. "Now I ask you and you all to leave. Don't delay the dining experience of the esteemed guests. My patience is limited." Bai Shifei, Zheng Sitian, and the others were just about to walk out. Suddenly, Chen Chuan's phone rang again. He answered casually. A middle-aged man's voice came through. "Are you Manager Chen?" Chen Chuan's voice was calm, yet filled with authority. "I am Chen Chuan. I give you 3 minutes to arrive at Furong Hall. Otherwise, you can forget about being the general manager." Click. Chen Chuan directly hung up the phone. Everyone looked at each other in astonishment. Just like that, Zhao Xiaohai found Chen Chuan's pretentiousness unbearable. "Chen Chuan, what are you pretending at? You called earlier, but you couldn't get through, and now you come. Wait a minute, if you really offend the owner of Yilangzhou, don't drag me down with you." Li Xiao was already impatient. "What the hell is going on with you guys? Get out of here and don't affect my drinking." After saying that, he looked at Manager Zhu, urging him to hurry, and kicked them out. However, Manager Zhu hesitated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He hadn't clearly heard Chen Chuan's conversation earlier, but the voice of the person on the other end really sounded like General Manager Lei Gang. For a moment, he couldn't make up his mind. What to do? Should he wait for 3 minutes? If the general manager really came, he wouldn't suffer too badly. If he didn't come, this kid has repeatedly toyed with him. He must let him learn a lesson. Everyone, Manager Zhu bowed to Li Xiao, Zhao Xiaohai, and the others. "Since this young brother claims to know our general manager and has already made contact, within 3 minutes General Manager Lei will arrive at the scene. Then let's wait a little longer, shall we? Let's treat it as playing a game with this young brother." Li Xiao suddenly showed some interest. "Sounds a bit interesting. All right, I'll play along with you guys. What if General Manager Lei doesn't arrive after 3 minutes? Zhao Xiaohai was also excited. "First, let me state that although I am with him, his words and actions have nothing to do with me. I'm just here to watch the show. Whatever consequences arise, he will bear them alone." Manager Zhu nodded with a smile. "If General Manager Lei hasn't arrived after 3 minutes, I will naturally apologize to everyone. And this young brother, having delayed everyone for so long, must publicly toast to make amends." After saying that, he looked at Chen Chuan, feeling secretly pleased. This way he could maneuver in and out regardless of the outcome. Li Xiao was enthusiastic. Just toasting isn't enough, he must drink 3 large cups at least. That would show sincerity. Manager Zhu nodded. He was constantly watching the time. As 3 minutes drew closer, however, the figure of General Manager Lei had yet to appear. His nervousness gradually eased. "Young brother, the 3 minutes are almost up. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Where is General Manager Lei? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" At this moment, he smiled with delight. He must teach this kid a lesson for daring to scare him. Li Xiao directly opened a bottle of 68-degree Wulianya. Bang, bang, bang. He filled 3 cups to the brim, the liquid nearly overflowing. "Come on, down it." Zhao Xiaohai gleefully added, "Chen Chuan, a bet is a bet. Since you dared to pretend, you must be prepared for the reveal. Drink up. As a man speaks, he must keep his word. You can't go back on it." Manager Zhu even more directly took action, holding a small cup and trying to pour it into Chen Chuan's mouth. Chen Chuan would not be humiliated. With a sharp glare, he frightened Manager Zhu, who took a large step back. Feng Yishuai, Sun Yushan, and Jin Shihua, of course, couldn't stand by and watch their big brother being bullied. They all stepped up. Li Hui, Zheng Sitian, and Bai Shifei were also unafraid. They all stood up to speak for Chen Chuan. The scene was in chaos. Bang! The box door was suddenly pushed open violently. A slightly chubby, middle-aged man rushed in. Sorry for being late, Manager Chen. He was out of breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The newcomer was Lei Gang, the general manager of Yulangju. He looked around and was immediately taken aback. It seemed a conflict was happening here. What was going on? There was a new boss here. Suddenly, he nervously glanced around. Manager Chen, which one are you? At this moment, Lei Gang's mood was extremely poor. He was both startled and frightened. His facial expression was somewhat unnatural. There was nothing he could do. Concerning his job and position, he had to take it very seriously. Just 2 hours ago, Lei Gang suddenly received a call from his former boss. He was informed that Yuranju had been transferred, and the new owner was named Chen Chuan. He was then sent Chen Chuan's number, advised to be cautious in his work from now on. Lei Gang was completely unprepared. Staring at the number on his phone, he was momentarily dazed. Why suddenly change the boss? Yuranju was very prosperous, the former boss' painstaking effort. The chef, a disciple of the imperial chef, had been hired at a high price, even receiving some equity. How could he let go of the talent he had just stabilized? The only explanation was that the new boss offered too much. So much that it was impossible to refuse. This indicates that the new boss' financial strength was absolutely terrifying. Lei Gang paced back and forth in the office. Unable to sit still, he wondered how this new boss was to get along with. Would he still hold his position? Would he have his own candidates and replace the current general manager? Looking at the phone number in his hand, Lei Gang was very conflicted. Should he call and get acquainted? What should he say? Just as he was feeling anxious, his phone suddenly rang, displaying a strange number. Without thinking, he swiped and hung up. At that moment, he had no mind to deal with anything else. In the next second, he suddenly felt something was off. That number from earlier seemed a bit familiar. Had he seen it somewhere? He opened his phone and took a closer look. Odd. He was startled. Not good. He had caused a big problem. Lei Gang rushed into the Furong Hall in a panic. However, he did not recognize the new boss and had to cautiously ask around. The atmosphere on site was very strange. Manager Zhu Li, Xiaohai, and others all looked confused. If Lei Gang valued this, how could he not recognize the so-called Mr. Chen? What was going on? Everyone looked at each other. There seemed to be only one person with the surname Chen on site. Chen Chuan smiled lightly. Lei Gang. I am Chen Chuan. Lei Gang immediately rushed over, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Hello, boss. This is your first inspection. On behalf of all the employees of Yuranju, I warmly welcome your arrival. He glanced around. Seeing Manager Zhu, the ponytail waitress, and other staff still foolishly watching the excitement, Lei Gang frowned. What are you all standing around for? Come over and meet our new boss. The ponytail waitress and others quickly lined up respectfully to greet Chen Chuan. Welcome, boss, to guide us. Only Manager Zhu still looked disoriented. He suspiciously looked at Lei Gang. What is going on, Lei? Why has Yuranju changed owners? Lei Gang's eyes widened as he scolded. Xiao Zhu, has your brain broken? Does the change of ownership at Yuranju require your approval? Manager Zhu was completely dumbfounded. His gaze towards Chen Chuan no longer held the arrogance it once did. Instead, it was replaced with timidity and fear. He didn't dare say another word. Jin Shihai looked at Chen Chuan with admiration. Brother Chuan, you have given me a huge surprise. The Yuranju, renowned in the rich circles of Jiangcheng, actually belongs to you. In the future, when I come to Yuranju to dine, can I enjoy level 5 member privileges? Chen Chuan smiled. Of course, no problem. If needed, I can also send you a few more membership cards. You can take them home and let your uncle handle public relations and social gatherings. Jin Shihai grinned from ear to ear. Great. Now I wonder if my old man would still dare to say that I'm not grounded. What others seek but cannot obtain, I have several cards just like that. Ha ha ha. I really want to see the shocked expression on his face. Feng Yishuai and Sun Yushan were equally proud, truly worthy of being our leader, quietly becoming the owner of Yuranju. No wonder he could afford several million luxury cars. Isn't that standard? Li Hui looked at Chen Chuan, her mouth agape, forgetting to close it. This classmate of hers really refreshes everyone's understanding time and again. What kind of person is he really? Zheng Sitian smiled bitterly to herself. When they first met, she thought he was from a poor background like her. Unexpectedly, while she was genuinely poor, he was truly low-key. Was it fun to experience the life of the poor? Bai Shifei was equally shocked. She initially thought Chen Chuan was just an ordinary rich second generation. She didn't expect that he was actually the owner of Yuranju. Such a large enterprise, at least worth tens of millions, even over 100 million. Her father worked hard all his life, but could only look up to him. This student is remarkable. Zhao Xiaohai looked at Chen Chuan with awe. It was laughable that just earlier he had flaunted a 1 million luxury car in front of him. Chen Chuan instantly transformed into a 3 million super luxury car, slapping him in the face. He thought that a level 5 membership card would help him regain some face. But Chen Chuan revealed his identity as the owner of Yu Ranju. With nearly $1 billion in assets, he completely outclassed him. Sigh. Wanting to overwhelm the other financially was already a luxury. He could only humiliate himself. Suddenly Li Xiao stood up from his chair. Bang, bang, bang. He grabbed the 3 wine vessels that had just been filled. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He downed the entire contents of the 3 wine vessels in one go. Everyone looked on in shock. That liquor was 68-degree Wulianya. Nearly a pound of high-proof liquor in one gulp. Wouldn't that burn his stomach? But Li Xiao forced down the discomfort, clasped his hands. Boss Chen, I truly apologize. Earlier I was blind and did not recognize a true dragon. I don't want the Furong Hall anymore. I'll let it go to your friends. Additionally, the liquor Wheelie family supply to Yu Ranju will all be discounted by 10%. This is not only to apologize for my earlier rashness, but also a gift for your first meeting, Boss Chen. I hope Boss Chen will be magnanimous and not hold past grievances against me. Chen Chuan glanced at Lei Gang. Lei Gang immediately leaned in and explained in a low voice. The Li family is a liquor supplier, and we Yu Ranju are their largest client. Are there any private rooms? Lei Gang immediately replied, yes. We have several ultra-luxurious private rooms reserved for billionaires or important guests. Additionally, there is a supreme private room on the top floor, the largest and most luxuriously decorated. For the boss exclusive use. Chen Chuan turned to look at Li Xiao. Since you took the initiative to admit your mistake, I won't nitpick. Well, proceed with the price as you said. No need to give up the private room. Enjoy your meal with your friends. However, I have 2 reminders. First, all liquor must be genuine, of good quality, and reasonably priced. Second, in the future, when coming to Yu Ranju, rules must be followed. Li Xiao immediately nodded and bowed. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Chen. I will definitely remember. Then, under Lei Gang's lead, Chen Chuan and his group proceeded to the top floor's supreme private room. Zhao Xiaohai stood dazed for a moment, but still followed. He was truly infatuated with by Shifei and was unwilling to give up easily. If he couldn't compete financially, he still had other advantages. On the way upstairs, Chen Chuan glanced at Manager Zhu, who was eagerly following behind. Manager Lei, what's up with this Xiao Zhu? How did someone like him climb to the managerial position? Lei Gang's heart trembled. Boss Xiao Zhu, is there a problem? Chen Chuan shot him a cold glance. You are the general manager. Aren't you aware of any issues with him? Lei Gang's tongue became tied in fear. 2. Sweat dripped down from his forehead. Chen Chuan snorted coldly. Don't give me vague answers. Ew, I won't tolerate any sand in my eyes. I will ask you just one question. Why is such a person able to rise to power? Lei Gang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a wry smile, Xiao Zhu is actually a relative of the former boss. Before he left, he specifically asked me to take care of him. He looked sincerely at Chen Chuan. Boss, let me be honest with you. I don't think much of Xiao Zhu either. The main thing is the former boss had shown me kindness. Back when I was still a manager, he sent me to a world-renowned restaurant for training, and upon my return, he appointed me as the general manager. Before he left, he also reminded me to continue working diligently and manage the operations of Yu Ranju well. Chen Chuan nodded slightly, but said nothing, continuing to walk ahead. Lei Gang was confused. What exactly does this new boss mean? He neither mentioned punishing Xiao Zhu, nor said he could let him off. Was he going to impose a heavy penalty or a light one? Unexpectedly, despite his young age, he was quite deep-minded. It seemed that in the future, work would have to be done with even more effort and attention to detail. As a boss, Chen Chuan certainly would not allow Lei Gang to guess his thoughts. From Lei Gang's performance, it was evident he was a grateful person who remembered old ties. Being grateful is a good thing. However, Xiao Zhu's work capability and character were clearly problematic. The most critical point was that Lei Gang was someone promoted by the former boss. Now he was holding his own bowl of rice. Could he correct his attitude, quickly change his mindset, and choose to be loyal to himself? It was still too early to draw conclusions. Human nature is complex. One cannot simply look at what he says, one must also observe what he does, how he chooses, and how he weighs his options. Chen Chuan remained silent. This was both a test of his ability and a trial of his loyalty. If Lei Gang did not perform well, Chen Chuan would not hesitate to replace him as general manager. Entering the top floor's supreme private room, the enormous space, extravagant lighting, and luxurious decor left several classmates in awe. Under Lei Gang's deliberate arrangements, it further highlighted Chen Chuan's extraordinary presence. Zhao Xiaohai felt increasingly uncomfortable. If he couldn't turn the tables today, he would completely lose hope in front of Bai Shifei. To make everyone more comfortable, Chen Chuan waved for Lei Gang and the waiters to exit the room. A class reunion should have the essence of a class reunion. Tonight, everyone eat and drink. Well, this meal is on me. Upon hearing this, Jin Shihao and the others naturally did not hold back. They could order anything they wanted, especially the 3 signature dishes, specialty items personally cooked by the chef. They ordered everything in sight. Regardless of whether they needed it or not, they got some drinks. Soon the feast began. Zhao Xiaohai finally found an opportunity. Classmates, it's rare for us to gather like this today. How about we play a game to liven things up? He deliberately glanced at Chen Chuan. As a returnee from a prestigious university with a master's degree, I may not be as wealthy as you. In terms of intelligence, you wouldn't even be fit to carry my shoes. Today I must unveil your true incompetence in front of Bai Shifei. Zhao Xiaohai was very confident. He believed that even if Chen Chuan's mind was functioning normally under his attack, it would highlight Chen Chuan's stupidity. Zhao Xiaohai's gaze betrayed his intentions. Without a doubt, his target was aimed at Chen Chuan. Everyone else quickly expressed they didn't want to play games, preferring to just enjoy the meal. However, Zhao Xiaohai was self-assured. He made his intentions clear. It was a bold strategy. As a man, knowing someone is challenging him, would Chen Chuan shrink back? Especially with 3 beautiful women present. What man could resist? Sure enough, Chen Chuan looked over with a knowing smile. Oh, Zhao Goody, you have some clever ideas. Zhao Xiaohai was overjoyed. This kid has truly taken the bait. The game is simple. It's a test of who has quicker reactions and sharper wits, Zhao Xiaohai excitedly explained. Yet he failed to notice the subtle smile tugging at the corners of Chen Chuan's mouth. Challenge task: accept Zhao Xiaohai's proposal and let him see reality, dispelling his delusions. Task reward: 1 Berlin Sound BC, 350 top flagship speakers worth 3 million. Task reward: 2 experience points, 9 points. Free attributes, 5 points. Refusing the task: experience points, 9 Berlin Sound. This is the top brand in the audio industry, especially this model priced at a staggering 3 million. The sound quality is phenomenal, comparable to a live concert experience. Listening to music at this level is an ultimate spiritual enjoyment. It could make your ears feel pregnant. Accepting the game challenge would not only allow Chen Chuan to toy with Zhao Xiaohai, but also win system rewards. Why not? Under Zhao Xiaohai's guidance, the competitors became Chen Chuan and Zhao Xiaohai. Zhao Xiaohai then proposed, since we're playing a game, there must be rewards and punishments. Let's keep it light. The loser has to crawl around the room and bark like a dog. The winner can ask a beautiful lady present to peel a shrimp for him and feed it. He looked at Chen Chuan. What do you say? Are you brave enough to play? With a boost from spiritual energy in a battle of wits and reflexes, who could Chen Chuan possibly fear? He would actually prefer the punishment to be more severe. Isn't barking like a dog too humiliating? Chen Chuan feigned hesitation, appearing quite worried. Zhao Xiaohai certainly wouldn't let this perfect opportunity pass. Not humiliating at all. We're all classmates here, no outsiders. What's there to fear? Besides, are you so lacking in confidence that you assume the loser will definitely be you? He had a sudden thought. If it were up to me, I would increase the punishment. The loser not only has to crawl and bark like a dog, but also wear a dog leash. Now that's more like a dog. Zhao Xiaohai eagerly pulled out a black belt from his waist. Let's use this as a dog leash, how about that? The crowd changed color in unison, wanting to persuade Chen Chuan not to accept this game challenge. Chen Yang hesitated for a long time, but ultimately nodded in agreement. All right then. Since Zhao Ge wants to play, I will accompany you for a bit of fun. Zhao Xiaohai was overjoyed in his heart. Good. He secretly glanced at Chen Chuan. Kid, you may have some money, but in terms of brains, you're definitely no match for me. After all, I am a graduate from a world-renowned school with a master's degree. You're just an ordinary college student, barely in your first year. How can you compare with me? Today, if I can't rub your face in the ground, I won't bear the surname Zhao. The game officially began. Chen Chuan was anxious and cautious. Zhao Xiaohai was brimming with confidence, bold and open. 3 minutes later, Zhao Xiaohai's face turned ashen, as if he had swallowed a fly. How could this be? How come you're so good at this game? Chen Chuan smiled gently. Just luck. Zhao Ge, I believe it's time for you to face the consequences, right? Zhao Xiaohai exclaimed excitedly. This is just the first round. We play best of 3. Let's go again. 3 minutes later, Zhao Xiaohai was utterly shocked. He stared at Chen Chuan as if he had seen a ghost. Why? Why did you win again? How could my reactions and wits possibly be inferior to yours? Chen Chuan remained calm. My mind is perfectly normal. As for whether yours is or not, I can't be sure. Perhaps you really are brainless. Zhao Xiaohai was cornered with no way to retreat. His face changed constantly. For him, this was a dead end. Surrender. In front of Bai Shifei, he lost all face. From now on, he had lost the chance to pursue her. He would not surrender. He was just a man of empty words. He was not a man of great stature. People like him were not worthy of pursuing Bai Shifei. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table. Bang. Chen, although you have some petty money, I am not afraid of you. Our Zhao family is also well known in Jiangqing. I will not surrender. What can you do about it? Chen Chuan sneered. Zhao Xiaohai, I truly look down on you. If you can't play, then don't play. What does it mean to act like a rogue now? Are you even a man? Give me a straight answer. Zhao Xiaohai suddenly stood up, his attitude extremely arrogant. I am being a rogue, what can you do about it? Kid, who are you calling not a man? You need to take back your words immediately, or else. Bang, bang, bang. Someone knocked on the box door. In the next second, Lei Gang pushed the door in. Behind him was a middle-aged man with a commanding presence, a square face, and slicked-back hair. He had the demeanor of a successful person. Mr. Chen, I apologize for interrupting your meal. Lei Gang looked at Chen Chuan eagerly. He pointed to the middle-aged man beside him. This is Zhao Dajiang, the chairman of Zhao's catering. Chairman Zhao heard you were here. He begged me to bring him over to meet you. Chen Chuan's gaze shifted to Zhao Dajiang. Zhao Dajiang's spirit lifted. The new boss of Yuranju was too young. However, regardless of whether he was 18 or 8 years old, he was still the boss of Yuranju with a worth far exceeding his own. Zhao's catering, although it had several restaurants, was far inferior in terms of class profit and reputation influence. This time, he shamelessly sought to meet the new boss, wanting to seek cooperation and establish a connection with Yuranju, leveraging Yuranju's brand influence to elevate Zhao's catering status. Seeking new development, Zhao Dajiang smiled broadly and took the initiative to step forward. He extended both hands, his attitude humble. Mr. Chen, you are truly remarkable at such a young age, it is astonishing. Back then when I was your age, I had achieved nothing. I am ashamed. Chen Chuan extended one hand, chuckling lightly. Chairman Zhao, you flatter me. Zhao Xiaohai's eyes widened like copper bells. It was simply unbelievable. His father, the dignified head of Zhao's catering, despite his age, extended both hands for a handshake. Yet Chen Chuan, a young man under 20, stood there unmoving, extending only one hand. What does this mean? Is he looking down on people? This is simply outrageous. Chen Chuan, what do you mean? Do you dare disrespect my dad? Do you believe I will kill you? Once he spoke, he immediately drew everyone's attention, especially Zhao Dajiang, who frowned. He scolded, You brat, what are you doing here? What nonsense are you talking about? He was afraid of provoking Chen Chuan's dissatisfaction. This troublesome kid. He quickly waved for Zhao Xiaohai to come over. Come here quickly. He firmly held his son's neck and bowed towards Chen Chuan. I've met you, Uncle Chen. Everyone present was dumbfounded. This kinship. Chen Chuan glanced at the stunned Zhao Xiaohai. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hey, what a bargain, nephew. Zhao Xiaohai stubbornly refused to bow his head. Dad, why should I call him uncle? He is just a young punk, not even older than me. Zhao Dajiang was anxious and furious. I am seeking cooperation. What is wrong with you calling him uncle? He kicked his son at the back of the knee. Thud. Zhao Xiaohai knelt on the ground, forced down by Zhao Dajiang. Hurry and call him. Zhao Xiaohai was both angry and aggrieved, but did not dare to truly resist his father. His eyes were already red. Uncle. Chen Chuan smirked, not responding. Zhao Dajiang became anxious and quickly said, Mr. Chen, my son is disrespectful. Please feel free to discipline him. I hope you can take care of him in the future. Chen Chuan waved his hand. Chairman Zhao, I cannot accept this title of uncle. Immediately after he recounted the bet he had with Zhao Xiaohai earlier, Zhao Dajiang's head felt like it was splitting. Dishonesty. By Shifei Zheng Xitian and others stepped forward to testify. Indeed, it was Zhao Xiaohai who suggested the bet, yet he failed to fulfill his promise after losing. You worthless thing. Zhao Dajiang was furious, his beard bristling and eyes bulging. In business, the most important thing is integrity. A deal is a deal. Get down and bark like a dog. Zhao Xiaohai, unable to rise directly, got on all fours and began to crawl like a dog. Chen Chuan said, Wait a moment. He took out Zhao Xiaohai's belt, fashioned it into a dog collar, and put it around Zhao Xiaohai's neck. He nodded, revealing a satisfied expression. Not bad. This is the appearance that young Master Zhao desires. Zhao Xiaohai crawled on all fours, looking up at his father. Zhao Dajiang looked at him encouragingly. Son, for the sake of our family's business, you must make this sacrifice. Keep it up. Zhao Xiaohai looked at Bai Shifei. In Bai Shifei's eyes there was shock, sympathy, and pity. But there was no heartache. At this moment Zhao Xiaohai felt dead inside. He knew he could no longer pursue his goddess with any face left. His gaze turned back to Chen Chuan. In Chen Chuan's eyes there was no mockery or contempt, only a faint air of authority and a subtle smile. Zhao Xiaohai sighed helplessly. Yes, we were never on the same level. He was a person who even had to curry favor with his own father, while I was just a second-generation rich kid relying on my father. Woof, woof, woof. Zhao Xiaohai awkwardly crawled around, making barking sounds. Everyone present was astonished. In all his life, it was the first time seeing someone truly on the ground barking like a dog. Jin Shihai looked at Zhao Xiaohai, then at Chen Chuan. He felt increasingly that his boss was truly unfathomable. The dignified son of the Zhao family could only bow his head in defeat before him. Feng Yishuai and Sun Yushan were left speechless. They didn't know what to say. Li Hui found it quite amusing. Following Chen Chuan, she could witness such entertaining scenes. Zhang Sitian felt that the distance between her and Chen Chuan was becoming increasingly distant. The huge wealth gap drew a deep chasm before them. Bai Shifei looked at Zhao Xiaohai crawling like a dog. Suddenly a sense of compassion arose in her heart. How once proud young Master Zhao was yet now reduced to barking before Chen Chuan. In contrast, what kind of exalted status did Chen Chuan hold? Zhao Xiaohai, having woven his own web, crawled around for a whole circle. Only then did Chen Chuan allow him to rise. Zhao Dajiang personally took off his son's dog collar. Then he ran to Chen Chuan, eager to flatter. Mr. Chen, in light of my son's previous offense, I am willing to proactively give the Bai family a 10 discount and automatically dissolve the engagement between the Zhao family and the Bai family. Upon hearing this, Bai Shifei was delighted, covering her mouth in surprise. She looked at Chen Chuan with eyes full of joy and gratitude. Not only was the Bai family's crisis resolved, but also gaining a 10 profit, which was undoubtedly a huge piece of good news for the Bai family. If her father knew, he would definitely be very happy. Ding. Bai Shifei's favorability, 3 current favorability, 42 close friend. What? Bai Shifei's favorability has increased again. What a pleasant surprise. Who would have thought that Zhao Dajiang still had this effect? What surprised Chen Chuan even more was that the first person to break through the 40 favorability threshold was actually Bai Shifei. Close friend. What kind of relationship is this? Chen Chuan was quite satisfied and nodded slightly. Zhao Dajiang was overjoyed and offered a bank card with both hands. Mr. Chen, this card contains 10 million. Please accept it. Chen Chuan was slightly taken aback and pushed his hand outward. Mr. Zhao, what are you doing? I, Chen Chuan, am not a greedy person and do not lack this amount of money. Zhao Dajiang said nervously. Mr. Chen, please don't misunderstand, that's not what I meant. This 10 million is just a token of my sincerity, and I hope you can give me a chance. Chen Chuan was surprised. What do you mean, eh? Zhao Dajiang hurriedly explained. Mr. Chen, my visit today has only one purpose. I sincerely hope that you Ranju can collaborate with Zhao's catering. From now on, our high-end customers from Zhao's catering can be sent to Yu Ranju. The low-end customers from Yu Ranju, or those who have to wait too long, can be recommended to our Zhao's catering. Rest assured, we will definitely treat them with the standards of VIPs. What do you think? Chen Chuan pondered for a moment. He was well aware that Zhao Dajiang was being humble and had come to him proactively. Of course, there was a request involved. There might also be some hidden risks. However, Yu Ranju was just one of his businesses. It was also a good opportunity to test Lei Gang's abilities and loyalty. He turned to look at Lei Gang. Manager Lei, what do you think of this matter? Is there any feasibility? Lei Gang pondered for a moment before replying. Mr. Chen, this matter is definitely feasible to some extent. A strong alliance between two parties can achieve mutual success. Moreover, Mr. Zhao has also expressed his sincerity. It is worth a try. Chen Chuan immediately made a decision. All right, I will accept this card. As for the details of the cooperation, Lei Gang will handle it. During the actual operation, make sure to grasp the scale well and manage risks effectively. As he spoke, he intentionally glanced at Lei Gang. Lei Gang instantly understood the leader's intention and could only nod silently. The new boss was quite adept. He reaped the benefits while leaving the risks to him. If problems arose, he as the general manager would be responsible. Zhao Dajiang was overjoyed. He pulled the downcast Zhao Xiaohai and pushed him in front of Chen Chuan. From now on, my son will be your nephew. Anything that needs to be done can be arranged through him. Feel free to summon him at any time. Chen Chuan pretended to be embarrassed and declined. How can I accept this? Zhao Dajiang, eager to cling onto this big tree, directly offered up his own son. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. In the future, we will be partners, close comrades. He is my son and he is your junior. You can assign him as you wish. If he dares to disobey, I will break his legs. Zhao Xiaohai looked at Zhao Dajiang with resentment, only to receive a glare in return. He felt a deep bitterness in his heart. Now he seriously doubted whether he was really the son of that old man. After the cooperation discussion ended, Zhao Dajiang left wisely, leaving Zhao Xiaohai behind. However, he was no longer qualified to sit at the table. Instead, he stood behind Chen Chuan, becoming Brother Chuan's little follower. The Berlin Voice BC 350 top flagship speaker has been placed at your residence, Ming Mini Pin No. 1 Villa 3rd floor entertainment hall. Experience points 9. Free attribute 5. Hey, the system is quite reliable. Not only does it promptly distribute rewards, but it also thoughtfully places them in the entertainment hall. When I have some free time, I must enjoy it. How intoxicating is the sound quality of the top-notch speaker. 5 points to free attributes, 1 point to spirit, 2 points to charm, 2 points to physique. Host Chen Chuan. Physique 22 points strong as an ox. Spirit 20 points quick-witted. Charm 22 points handsome. Free attributes 0 points. System level 1, 44,100. Even though physique and charm both increased by 2 points, it still remained at the original level. Spirit only added 1 point, but broke through from photographic memory to quick-witted. Carefully experiencing the changes in his body, Chen Chuan felt that both his physical and mental states were incredibly light and pleasant. The speed of brain operation had increased significantly. He also became more confident. After dinner, as Chen Chuan was preparing to leave, Lei Gang proactively ran in, warmly inviting him to visit the president's office to see if there was anything inappropriate. Was there anything that needed to be modified or added? Chen Chuan glanced at the time. It was already a bit late, so he didn't want to go. Helplessly, Jin Shihai, Feng Yishuang, and Sun Yushan enthusiastically urged him to take a look. They had yet to see what the president's office was really like. Today, with the chance, how could they let it slip by easily? Soon Chen Chuan and his group were led into a spacious office by Lei Gang. The area was about 200 to 300 square meters with huge floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of half of Jiangqing's night scene. High-end office furniture, comfortable boss chairs, and exquisite little decorations. Everything was incredibly luxurious. Feng Yishuang's Sun Yushan and the others touched and fiddled around like curious babies. Jin Shihai, who had a bit of experience, was also filled with envy. Brother Chuan, your office is too luxurious. There's even a bedroom and a bathroom inside where you can take a bath. Simply too indulgent. Compared to this, my dad's so-called decent office is simply not on the same level. Li Hui and Zheng Xituan, being girls, were slightly more reserved. With beautiful big eyes, they looked around curiously, but were embarrassed to reach out. Bai Shifei had fully sensed Chen Chuan's grand demeanor as a big boss. Having such an office seemed quite reasonable. Zhao Xiaohai no longer dared to show off, standing obediently to the side. Seeing the new boss being so impressive, the grievances in his heart slowly faded. It seemed that following such a formidable boss was not such a shameful thing after all. At this moment, Lei Gang called Manager Zhu over. Xiao Zhu, here's an opportunity for you. Immediately arrange for the most outstanding and beautiful waitress to serve tea to the boss. Originally worried, Manager Zhu's eyes lit up as he saw hope again. Mr. Lei, rest assured I will arrange it immediately. Half an hour ago, upon learning that Chen Chuan was the new boss of Yu Ranju, Manager Zhu was terrified. He had unknowingly offended the new boss and was thinking of getting him drunk. This time it was definitely over. Upon reflection, it was entirely the fault of that ponytail girl. If she hadn't messed up the private room, none of the subsequent issues would have occurred. At that moment, he called the ponytail girl into the manager's office and gave her a harsh scolding. He also made a stern threat: if she couldn't handle it, she would be the first to be fired. Afterward, Manager Zhu called in the supervisor on duty that night. Mu Qinghe, how are you managing things? Manager Zhu sat in his chair looking down at Mu Qinghe with a dominating demeanor. You have caused a great disaster. Do you know who the esteemed guest that your subordinate Xiaoqin offended today is? That is the new owner of our Yu Wanju. As the supervisor and her direct leader, you bear an irrefutable responsibility. Mu Qinghe felt extremely wronged and attempted to argue. Regarding the box issue tonight, Xiaoqin already consulted you, and only with your approval did she give it to young Master Zhao. I knew nothing about this matter from beginning to end. How can it be considered my responsibility? Manager Zhu's expression darkened. Hey, you dare to retort. What do you mean? Are you trying to shift the blame onto me? I just want to ask you, is Xiaoqin not your employee? Mu Qinghe helplessly nodded. Yes. Manager Zhu smiled triumphantly. Then that's settled. She is your employee. She made a mistake, and you bear the leadership responsibility. Isn't that only reasonable? As for what responsibility I bear, it is not up to you to manage. Manager Lei will definitely deal with it accordingly, relying on the relationship with the previous owner. Manager Zhu believed that Lei Gang would give him some face. As long as he could shift the main responsibility away, his chances of preserving his position were still quite substantial. Tears swirled in Mu Qing's eyes. Many years ago, her father was addicted to gambling and lost their house. He enjoyed drinking, and when drunk, he often beat his wife and daughter. Once he nearly injured Mu Qinghe severely. Her mother, Wen Ruyu, in a fit of anger, filed for divorce and raised Mu Qinghe alone. Since then, the mother and daughter relied on each other. Wen Ruyu worked tirelessly to provide a better life for her daughter. Mu Wanqing witnessed it all. To help alleviate her mother's burden, she learned to be understanding and frugal from a young age. As soon as she entered her first year of college, she insisted on working every night at a restaurant. Due to her diligence and good performance, she was promoted to a dining supervisor. This job was extremely important to her. Manager Zhu, of course, did not care about any of it. Mu Qinghe, in light of your negligence, I have decided to deduct half of your salary for this month and cancel your year-end bonus. Moreover, you are not allowed to be promoted for a year. Mu Qing's tears finally broke through the dam and flowed out. On what basis? Even if I bear some leadership responsibility for this matter, I am not the main one responsible. Why do you want to deduct my salary, take away my year-end bonus, and not allow me to be promoted? I refuse to accept this. Manager Zhu sneered. You refuse. On what basis do you refuse? If I say it's your responsibility, then it's your responsibility. He paused for a moment, sizing up Mu Qinghe, whose graceful figure elicited a meaningful smile in his eyes. Mu Qinghe, if you still want to be promoted, it's not impossible. As long as you. He scanned her beautiful body with a blatant gaze once more. You understand. Mu Qinghe took a big step back, crossing her arms defensively. Impossible, you wish. Manager Zhu chuckled. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I can let you think about it overnight and give me a response tomorrow. Mu Qinghe shook her head firmly. Manager Zhu wanted to continue tempting her when suddenly his phone rang. It was General Manager Lei Gang calling for him. He instructed to find the most outstanding and beautiful waitress to serve tea to the new boss. Manager Zhu felt secretly delighted. The most beautiful one isn't that Mu Qinghe. This girl had both looks and figure. She was vibrant and stunning. Having her do this might just yield unexpected benefits. He immediately returned to the office and called Mu Qinghe again. There's now an opportunity to recover the losses. Do you want to seize it? Mu Qinghe shook her head. I absolutely will not sell myself. Manager Zhu's eyes widened. Don't be ungrateful. Just now Manager Lei arranged for us to send the best and most beautiful waitress to serve tea to the new boss. I think this is an opportunity. As long as you serve the new boss, well, he might be pleased, and we could avoid punishment. Mu Qinghe hesitated. Is it really just serving tea? If I complete the task, will you really not deduct my pay anymore and allow me to be promoted? Manager Zhu patted his chest in assurance. Of course, no problem. But the premise is that you must make the new boss satisfied. He had ulterior motives. The biggest responsibility for this incident was himself. If he could use Mu Qinghe's performance to alleviate the new boss's dissatisfaction, he might just pass through safely. Mu Qinghe felt very uneasy. She wondered what kind of character the new boss had. How old was he? Would he be a lecher like Manager Zhu? Under Manager Zhu's lead, Mu Qinghe entered the president's office holding the tea set. Upon entering, she saw many people inside, seemingly all students. She was slightly surprised. Lei Gang quickly introduced her. Little Mu, come here. This is our new boss, President Chen Chuan. Mu Qinghe raised her eyes to look. Oh, it was her acquaintance Chen Chuan. Her beautiful eyes widened, frozen in place. Manager Zhu was taken aback. Oh no, this girl dropped the ball at a critical moment. She must be overwhelmed by the new boss authority. Mu Supervisor, are you not serving tea to the boss? He shouted loudly, waking Mu Qinghe from her stupor. Flustered, she hurriedly held the teacup and walked toward Chen Chuan. In her clumsiness, the teacup in her hand slipped from the tray. Half a cup of hot tea spilled onto Chen Chuan's wrist. Fortunately, Chen Chuan reacted quickly and withdrew his arm in time. Only a little splashed on his wrist. Due to his unique physique, there were only a few red spots on his wrist and back of his hand. However, Mu Qing's mistake terrified both Lei Gang and Manager Zhu. It was over. This was a complete disaster. Mu Qinghe was already scared silly, standing there blankly. The others at the scene were caught off guard by the sudden change. A few students could only stare in shock. However, Bai Shifei, who had experience, immediately instructed the waitstaff to bring cold water and ice. They needed to give him cold water and an ice pack. Manager Zhu had wanted to use Mu Qinghe to please the new boss and make up for his mistakes. Unexpectedly, the plan backfired. Not only did he fail to please him, but he also caused a major disaster. No, he must clear his responsibility. Without hesitation, he rushed up and slapped Mu Qinghe. Slap. Mu Qinghe, are you crazy? How dare you splash hot tea on President Chen? Was it intentional? It seemed he discovered some secret. I know your earlier work mistake caused the box to be messed up. The store is going to punish you, and you resent it. You just wanted to take revenge on President Chen. Mu Qinghe, what a malicious thought you have. Lei Gang, not understanding the situation, stood by with an ashen face, looking at Mu Qinghe. As the general manager, he certainly bore responsibility for the mistakes of his subordinates. At the very least, he could not escape from poor management and negligence. The others present, all freshmen of course, did not recognize Mu Qinghe, the campus belle of the second year. Bai Shifei, the beautiful teacher, did not pay much attention to the campus belle rankings. For a moment, they did not recognize Mu Qinghe. Isolated and helpless, Mu Qinghe wanted to explain, but didn't know how to say it. Her delicate face turned red with anxiety and tears streamed down her face. Drip drip. Seeing Mu Qinghe speechless, only able to cry, Manager Zhu secretly felt pleased. Little girl, you want to agree to my request. Just right for me to use as a scapegoat. With this, I can finally overcome this crisis. Smack. Chen Chuan stood up and slapped Manager Zhu across the face. He knocked him to the ground. Lei Gang was startled. What is President Chen doing? Mu Qinghe made a mistake, and he directly hit his superior. Does that mean if little Zhu makes a mistake, I should be hit too? Jin Shiho, Zheng Xitian, and Bai Shifei were also confused about why Chen Chuan suddenly took action. Could it be because Mu Qinghe is too beautiful and he couldn't bear to hit her? So he chose to use Manager Zhu as a substitute. Manager Zhu lay on the ground, utterly bewildered. President Chen, why did you hit me? The one who made a mistake is Mu Qinghe, not me. Chen Chuan pointed at the red mark on his wrist. He coldly reprimanded. When did I say that a minor mistake warrants such a harsh response? How can you be sure she intended to harm me? On what grounds do you assault an employee? Since you enjoy slapping employees so much, I naturally want you to experience it too. What does it feel like to be slapped? After saying this, he walked towards Mu Qinghe and softly asked, Senior Mu, are you okay? Mu Qinghe, her eyes filled with tears, gently shook her head. Junior Chen, are you really the new boss of Yuranju? Chen Chuan did not respond. Lei Gang, standing to the side, hurriedly spoke up. Of course, President Chen is the new boss of Yuranju. Little Mu, please don't speak carelessly. Chen Chuan waved his hand. Manager Lei, please don't be harsh. I am good friends with Senior Mu. I believe Senior Mu would never harbor any malice towards me. Moreover, the incident in the previous private room has nothing to do with her. Mu Qinghe finally realized that Chen Chuan was indeed the new boss of Yuranju. Suddenly, it felt as if she had found a backing. She immediately reported to Chen Chuan about Manager Zhu wanting to make her a scapegoat and threatening her. Chen Chuan's face turned ashen as he glared fiercely at Manager Zhu. Manager Zhu collapsed on the ground, his eyes filled with terror. He never expected that this little girl Mu Qinghe was actually acquainted with the new boss. Now all his dirty deeds were exposed. Manager Lei, go up and give him a swollen face. He'll cover the medical expenses. And immediately fire Manager Zhu. We at Yuranju will never tolerate scum like him. Lei Gang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He stepped forward without hesitation, swinging his arm. Manager Lei, please be merciful. Smack, smack, smack. Manager Zhu tried to plead, but was mercilessly slapped. At this moment, Lei Gang could only think about self-preservation. He dared not show favoritism. Alt. The entire venue was filled with Manager Zhu's cries akin to a pig being slaughtered. In the blink of an eye, Manager Zhu had turned into a pig's head. His mother probably wouldn't even recognize him. This scene thoroughly frightened all the roommates. Brother Chuan is indeed impressive, decisive, and ruthless. For dealing with such corporate parasites, he shows no mercy. This not only avenges Senior Mu, but also serves as a warning to others. Taking this opportunity to rectify the atmosphere of Yuranju, Mu Qinghe saw that the Manager Zhu who had been bullying her finally received severe punishment. Her grievances gradually eased. Ding. Mu King's favorability 3. Her current favorability, 39. Good friend. Very good. Senior Mu's favorability has increased by another 3 points. Just a little more, and she could level up to the next rank. As long as Senior Mu's favorability reaches over 80 points, the system will reward 35 of Jiang High Group's shares. That is 100 billion conglomerate. 35 of the shares are worth at least 3.5 billion. At that time, my worth will soar. Once Lei Gang dealt with Manager Zhu, Chen Chuan reminded him, since Senior Mu has already achieved a managerial position and performed excellently, she meets the criteria for promotion. Starting today, Mu Qinghe is promoted to manager, taking over Manager Zhu's position. Lei Gang instinctively glanced at Mu Qinghe. Yes, President Chen, I will issue the promotion order immediately. His mind began to consider more. In the future, he must pay extra attention to this Manager Mu, not to mention the new manager. Mu Qinghe looked at Chen Chuan in surprise. Junior Chen, President Chen, are you really making me the manager? Chen Chuan smiled and said, Senior Mu is so capable. She should have been promoted long ago. I believe you will definitely do better than that, Manager Zhu. Mu King's beautiful brows curved in a smile. Yes, President Chen, I will definitely work hard. I won't let you down. Thank you. Chen Chuan waved his hand. No need to be polite. Ding. Mu King's favorability 3. Her current favorability, 42. Close friend. Huh. Just a simple promotion and Senior Mu's favorability towards me has greatly increased. This wave of strategic task is truly too easy. Seeing Mu Qinghe easily promoted to the manager position, Li Hui and Zheng Sitian felt a pang of envy. She is still in her second year, but has already become the manager of Yuranju. Her future looks bright while the rest of us are still in our first year. After graduation, who knows if we can even find a job? Sigh. The gap is a bit too large. With the matter resolved, Chen Chuan took several roommates, the class flower, Li Hui, the campus beauty, Zheng Sitian, and the beautiful counselor, by Shifei, out of Yuranju. Lei Gang and Mu Qinghe accompanied them downstairs. At parting, Chen Chuan waved to Mu Qinghe. Senior Mu, remember tomorrow you will accompany me to familiarize myself with the campus. Let's not miss our appointment. Mu Qinghe blushed and awkwardly raised her delicate arm to wave at him. See you tomorrow. At this moment, Lei Gang felt a tightness in his heart. Their relationship is not ordinary. Could she be the future boss lady? His regard for Mu Qinghe elevated another level. In the Lincoln car, Feng Yishuai's son Yushan Jin Shiho and others were enthusiastically recounting Brother Chuan's domineering CEO demeanor just now. The few beauties, however, looked dazed. especially campus beauty Zheng Xitian, who was still pondering the earlier agreement between Chen Chuan and Mu Qinghe. Could they have already confirmed their relationship? Or are they just trying to get to know each other? The next day was the last day for school registration. Chen Chuan and the others slept in. Out. In bed, Feng Yishui yelled, startling everyone awake. Sun Yushan grumbled, "Big Schweibe, why are you yelling so early in the morning?" A female classmate actually took the initiative to add me as a friend. Brother, should I accept or not? The other three collectively gave him the middle finger. Feng Yishui, surrounded by peach blossoms, truly evokes envy. This guy always loves to show off and indeed attracts little bees and butterflies. Haha, I'm getting up too. Jin Shihao suddenly shouted excitedly. Sun Yushan was curious. Sanjin, what are you yelling about? Don't be envious, second senior brother. I have a beautiful girl inviting me to breakfast together. Jin Shihao said with a proud face. Sun Yushan's heart bled. Among the four roommates, the leader had a girl actively adding him as a friend, the third had a beauty inviting him for breakfast, and the fourth had 2 campus flowers plus a class flower following him. Only he was all alone. When would he be able to find a partner? He gloomily looked at Chen Chuan, who was still sound asleep. Brother Chuan, didn't you invite a campus flower to have breakfast? Chen Chuan mumbled. No. Sun Yushan kindly reminded. Then why don't you get up and prepare breakfast for Mu, the campus flower? Didn't she promise to accompany you to familiarize yourself with the campus today? You can use this as an excuse to show some kindness to the campus flower. Chen Chuan, still half asleep, replied. Old air, is it really necessary to go through all this trouble? I still want to sleep a little longer. Sun Yushan was exasperated. Brother Chuan, you're indeed impressive. However, when pursuing girls, especially campus flowers, one must seize the opportunity. They are all scarce resources and highly sought after. If you aren't careful, someone else will snatch them away. It's best to take the initiative. Seeing that Chen Chuan remained indifferent, Sun Yushan muttered, if it were me with such a great opportunity, I would have bought breakfast and delivered it already. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the door of the next dormitory. Sun Yushan, Feng Yishui, and Jin Shihao all ran out to watch. Moments later, Sun Yushan ran back excitedly and grabbed Chen Chuan's arm. Get up quickly, there's something exciting to see. Chen Chuan wanted to continue sleeping. I'm not interested. Sun Yushan excitedly said. In the next dormitory, Xiao Yang from Class 1 of Business Administration has his girlfriend bringing him breakfast. Don't you want to see if his girlfriend is pretty? In the end, Chen Chuan could not resist Sun Yushan and was dragged up to watch the excitement. All freshmen. All the boys envied Xiao Yang, who had a girlfriend bringing him breakfast right after the semester started. It attracted boys from several nearby dorms to come and watch. Chen Chuan took a glance, and indeed this girl was very pretty. Her looks and figure were almost on par with Li Hui, qualifying her as a potential class flower. Compared to ordinary girls, she was extraordinarily outstanding. However, compared to campus flowers like Zheng Xitian and Mu Qinghe, she was still lacking in some aspects. He couldn't bear to watch. Xiao Yang was a rich second generation. To show off, he had specifically instructed his girlfriend, whom he had just snagged yesterday, to bring him breakfast this morning. The promised reward was to buy her an LV bag. Hong Hong, I haven't even told my roommates that I have a girlfriend yet. Why did you come up by yourself? Xiao Yang looked at his girlfriend and pretended to blame her. His several roommates and the surrounding boys all cast envious glances. On his first day here, he already had a girlfriend, and she was so beautiful. Observing their interaction, the boy still had the dominant role. So impressive. Why are there no girls interested in me? Why don't they obey my every whim? Hong Hong pouted her little mouth, feeling wronged, and said, Xiao Yang, I was just worried you would be hungry in the morning, so I hurried to bring you breakfast. The two were flirting with each other, making the onlooking boys green with envy. Damn, Xiao Yang is so lucky. If I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I would deliver her breakfast instead. Why would I need her to bring it to me? Xiao Yang is oblivious to his own fortune. I want to bring breakfast to a girl, but she doesn't want it. Even worse. I want to deliver breakfast, but there's no target. The envious gazes of the crowd made Xiao Yang very proud. He scanned the surrounding boys. Only Chen Chuan stood out tall and handsome, making him particularly eye-catching. This student is from Class 2 of Business Administration, named Chen Chuan, right? He took his girlfriend's hand and approached Chen Chuan. You look so handsome, why are you here watching too? You don't have a girlfriend yet, do you? He intentionally pinched his girlfriend's fair, tender face. His gaze towards Chen Chuan was filled with pride. Could it be that you really don't have one? No way. How are girls nowadays so realistic? Is it just because of these 2 patchy checks on your clothes that you look down on me? Yeah. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't bully the poor youth. His demeanor was exaggerated, seemingly filled with sympathy. He then took on a superior posture and patted Chen Chuan's shoulder. Who says our classmate Chen Chuan can't turn his life around in the future to become a wealthy man surpassing the rest? Chen Chuan's roommates, Sun Yushan, Jin Shihao, and others flashed anger in their eyes, unable to hold back. But Chen Chuan stopped them. This guy was quite interesting, and Chen Chuan intended to play with him a bit. Xiaoyang held his girlfriend's hand and happily remarked, "Fortunately, our Hong Hong isn't that realistic. She never cares whether I have money or not." His roommates also realized that Xiaoyang was trying to step on Chen Chuan. One boy with a dark face immediately spoke sarcastically, "For some people, finding a girlfriend isn't impossible. At least you have to tidy yourself up a bit first to have any hope. With those two big patches all the time, no matter how handsome you are, you'll probably struggle to find a girlfriend." Chen Chuan, you really don't believe that 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do you? Don't be naive. Xiao Ge was just comforting you. With your family background, you'll have no hope of turning your life around in this lifetime. However, if you're willing to be Xiao Ge's little brother, perhaps you could change your fate and live a better life. As Xiao Ge's little brother, maybe some girl will fancy you and become your girlfriend. Just don't expect a stunning beauty. We all know our conditions. Having a woman is enough. Even if she's a bit chubby, dark, or ugly, don't complain. We can't afford to be picky. After saying a lot, he looked at Xiaoyang and asked flatteringly, "Xiao Ge, would you like to take in another little brother?" Xiaoyang looked at the white-faced little brother with approval. This is a good dog. He felt secretly pleased. If he could take in Chen Chuan as well, having such a handsome little brother at his beck and call would certainly enhance his own charm. Haha, taking in one more isn't a problem. Suddenly, a commotion erupted downstairs in the dormitory. The sound was moving closer and closer. Wow! A graceful figure appeared in the boys' dormitory corridor. All the boys held their breath, their eyes fixed on the same direction. The surroundings fell silent. Wow! Is that one of the campus beauties of Jiang University, Mu Qinghe? How did she end up in the boys' dormitory? I heard this senior is a second-year law student, very aloof. She has countless admirers, yet all have failed. No matter how exceptional, handsome, wealthy, strong, or intelligent you are, you cannot win the heart of this aloof beauty. Why is she in the boys' dormitory? A boy couldn't help but mutter to himself, if the campus beauty is here to find me, that would be amazing. His buddy immediately smacked him on the head. Wake up, you're dreaming. This is Mu Qinghe. Her aloofness is unmatched in Jiang University. Even the top sons of wealthy families have all failed. Who do you think you are? Do you think you deserve it? At this moment, all the boys were guessing in their hearts. Who could Mu Qinghe possibly be looking for? Dozens of boys on site were staring at her with intense eyes. Mu Qing's pretty face flushed. She quickly spotted Chen Chuan, who was quite noticeable in the crowd. She immediately quickened her pace. "Chen, haven't you had breakfast yet?" She raised a hand, showing the food container. "I brought you 2 big meat buns, a glass of milk, and 2 eggs. Is that enough?" Chen Chuan lazily squeezed out from the crowd. "Senior Mu, how can I let you bring me breakfast? I was planning to sleep in and didn't prepare breakfast." Chen Chuan's words instantly attracted countless angry glares. "The campus beauty personally brought you breakfast, and you're still being picky. Damn it. This Chen Chuan really knows how to show off. The beauty comes to find him, and he can pretend to be calm, not excited at all. Even worse, he seems ungrateful. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. I guarantee I can finish it in one bite. Don't say it's just this little bit. Even if it were 10 big meat buns, 10 eggs, and 10 glasses of milk. As long as it's from the beauty, I can eat it all at once. How can I let down the beauty's goodwill? Such a sin." Feng Yishuai and Jin Shiho, who were originally excited about love, were instantly doused with cold water. Compared to Brother Chuan, my charm is insignificant. Sun Yushan regretted his earlier reminder. What was I thinking? Why was I even worrying about Brother Chuan's love life? He could lie in bed and still have women. No beautiful women, the aloof campus beauty throwing themselves at him. Does he still need to do anything extra? Breakfast date. Bringing breakfast. Not a chance. The campus beauty personally delivered it to the boys' dormitory early in the morning. This is class. This is true charm. How can you skip breakfast? Mu Qinghe took out a big meat bun from the food container and stuffed it directly into Chen Chuan's mouth. Is it good? Chen Chuan devoured it hungrily. Delicious. A group of boys watched in astonishment, especially the guy who had just mocked Chen Chuan. His face turned darker. Looking at that pure white big meat bun, they couldn't help but drool with envy. This bun must be soft and very tasty. The fair-faced rich boy looked enviously as well. What's going on in this world? A poor boy gets breakfast from a big beauty. Here I am, a rich boy, and I can't even find a girlfriend. I just mocked him for not being able to find a woman. Even if he did, it would only be an ordinary one, nowhere near Mu Qinghe. Now it seems like a joke. Mu Qinghe is known for her aloofness at Jiang University. No matter her figure, looks, or temperament, each is exceptional. This kid Chen Chuan is living the dream. Huh. All this time the fool was me. I am the real joke. While he has the aloof beauty delivering warmth, I can only be a single dog watching others show off their love and get their bellies full. At this moment, Xiaoyang was hiding in the crowd, afraid someone would notice him or his girlfriend beside him. He initially wanted to step on Chen Yang to elevate his own achievements. Unexpectedly, he hit a solid wall. Not only did he fail to overshadow others, but he ended up with a bruised ego. In terms of looks, Chen Chuan is a handsome guy, while he can only be considered decent-looking. In terms of physique, Chen Chuan stood tall comparable to a guard, while he was slouching and shorter by half a head. In terms of girlfriends, Mu Qinghe is the aloof beauty likened to a heartthrob, while Hong Hong can only be considered average, merely a potential class flower. How can I possibly compare? Feeling Hong Hong tightly clutching his arm, Xiao Yang instinctively shook his hand, trying to break free from his girlfriend's grasp. The girlfriend he once took pride in suddenly lost her charm. Compared to the aloof beauty, she appeared increasingly mundane. Even to serve as a handmaiden would be deemed unworthy. Hong Hong sensed the awkward atmosphere, fearing her boyfriend might go back on his word. Xiao Yang, when are you going to buy me that LV bag you promised? Xiao Yang shot her a fierce glare, telling her to shut up immediately. However, Jin Shiho seemed to have dog-like ears. Oh dear, young Master Xiao, it seems your girlfriend is not materialistic at all. She only wants an LV bag, you can't be stingy. Xiao Yang's face turned hot. He had just boasted that his girlfriend was not materialistic and ended up slapping himself in the face. He glared at his girlfriend fiercely. Why don't you hurry and leave? This woman, not only is she materialistic, but she is also foolish. Keeping such a woman around won't bring me glory, but rather embarrassment. Hong Hong stamped her foot and angrily ran away. You stingy bastard. Making me run this early for nothing. The boys on site burst into laughter. Ha ha! Xiao Yang's face turned green and pale. He almost wanted to bury himself in the ground. Chen Chuan led Mu Qinghe to his dormitory. Feng Yishuai, Sun Yushan, and Jin Shiho hurriedly followed. Such a chance to get close to the campus beauty doesn't come often. This is my dormitory, so what if they come in? With great fanfare, the remaining boys still wanted to admire the aloof beauty's grace. They crowded at the door of their dormitory, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, packed tightly. Unfortunately, many boys outside couldn't even see by standing on tiptoe. They still refused to give up. Even if they could only hear the bowtie's voice, that itself was a kind of enjoyment. Everyone move aside. Xiao Yang touted his high status as a wealthy young master. With his 2 lackeys clearing the way, he forcibly squeezed to the dormitory entrance. Fortunately, after losing face earlier, Xiao Yang didn't dare get too close to Chen Chuan. He was afraid of being humiliated again. Yet the allure of the campus beauty was too great, he simply couldn't bear to give up. He watched Chen Chuan drinking milk. Mu Qinghe was very happy. Her efforts were not in vain. Chen Chuan finished everything she brought. Chen, are you settling in well since you just arrived yesterday? Is there anything you still need? Chen Chuan thought for a moment. I have most daily essentials. I just need to recharge my meal card. Oh, I must take care of that this morning. Also, he patted the bed beneath him. I didn't sleep well last night. It feels uneven and a bit uncomfortable. Mu Qinghe immediately went over and pushed Chen Chuan away. She felt the bed. You didn't set this up evenly, so of course it's uncomfortable to sleep on at night. Let me help you fix it. Saying that, Mu Qinghe took off her shoes and climbed onto Chen Chuan's bed, bending down on her knees. She earnestly helped him make the bed. This scene stunned everyone. Wow, what is happening? The aloof beauty climbing onto a freshman's bed on the first day of school. Is this appropriate? Is it reasonable? Is it legal? Moreover, that posture is quite stimulating. Feng Yishuai, Sun Yushan, Jin Shihao, and others, due to Chen Chuan's reputation, felt restrained. This unique and beautiful scene. They wanted to look, but felt embarrassed. With hearts itching with impatience, they could only steal a glance. Meanwhile, the group of onlookers by the door were completely unrestrained. Those long legs, that slender waist, that round posterior, slap, slap. This time it wasn't just a case of drooling. In fact, there were some onlookers who stared blankly, unconsciously drooling. With a foolish expression. At this moment, all the boys' envy towards Chen Chuan had reached its peak. They wished they could take his place. Among them, Xiao Yang was particularly green with jealousy. Damn, a poor kid. Why should he receive the favor of the school beauty? He even had the aloof school beauty climbing into bed to personally make it for him. This was simply outrageous. Later, I must showcase my powerful strength to make the school beauty turn to me. In other aspects, Xiao Yang might not win. But in terms of wealth, he could certainly conclude that Chen Chuan would lose. That kid couldn't even afford a decent outfit when school started. Wearing patch clothes. How could he even have the face to attend university? It's truly laughable. Today I must use money to crush him, pressing him down hard and rubbing it in. Otherwise, how could I regain my face? How could I change the image in the school bowtie's mind? Xiao Yang deliberately coughed to attract everyone's attention. Ahem. Today there are still many things to do. Time is quite tight. Shall we prepare to head back? He turned to his pale-faced roommate, signaling with his eyes to his wrist. The pale-faced little brother was quite observant and immediately understood his big brother's intention. Xiao Ge, what time is it? My phone is in the dorm, you can check the watch. Xiao Yang pretended to roll up his sleeves, revealing a shining golden watch. He shook his wrist, and the golden watch made a clinking sound. At 8:35 I still need to recharge my meal card. Everyone should disperse now. He pretended to leave. However, he was caught by the pale-faced little brother who grabbed his wrist. A pair of eyes were fixated on that shining golden watch. The expression was extremely exaggerated. Xiaogu, your watch looks really beautiful. What brand is it? How much did it cost? Xiaoyang glanced at Chen Chuan. He smiled confidently and calmly. It's quite ordinary, just a Rolex gold watch. A little over 150000. Without the pale-faced little brother's cue, the nearby boys' gazes were all drawn over. Such an expensive watch they had never seen before. For a moment, exclamations arose one after another. A Rolex. Over 150000. This watch is truly beautiful, shining with gold. When will I be able to wear a watch like this? Dream on. Can an ordinary person afford such a watch? 150000, what does that even mean? Can you earn that much in a year after graduation? Xiaogu is indeed from a wealthy family, truly impressive. A Rolex worth 1500 was just an ordinary watch in his eyes. What others could easily obtain was something we could only aspire to but never reach. In an instant, everyone's attention shifted from the school beauty to the Rolex watch. The allure of money, indeed formidable. Xiaoyang was enjoying the admiring gazes of the crowd. Suddenly, he noticed that Chen Chuan was completely indifferent to it. What a show-off. Just because you pretend not to care, does that hide your identity as a poor kid? I won't let you have it your way. Chen Chuan, do you usually wear a watch? Upon raising his head, he caught a fleeting glimmer of pride in Xiaoyang's eyes. Chen Chuan's expression remained calm, his tone indifferent. I generally don't like wearing watches. I find them a bit uncomfortable. I prefer to check the time on my phone. I don't even recognize Rolex. Don't you find it blinding with all that gold? The last sentence was directed towards his classmates nearby. The pale-faced little brother had a face full of mockery. As a poor loser, of course you haven't seen a Rolex. That's a world-renowned watch. You think wearing a watch is just for telling time. A watch symbolizes the identity and status of a successful man. You, a poor loser, certainly don't understand these principles. The boys' onlookers laughed together. In terms of chasing girls, they were utterly defeated by Chen Chuan. But in terms of money, being able to suppress Chen Chuan was a kind of thrill. Xiaoyang laughed the loudest. Ha ha ha. This was his success, and his confidence stemmed from it. Believing that after seeing his substantial strength, the aloof school beauty would surely look at him differently. Chuango, what's this? Suddenly Sun Yushan discovered an exquisite box on Chen Chuan's desk. It looked quite upscale. Chen Chuan casually replied, it's nothing but should be a watch. Sun Yushan was very curious. A big shot like Chuangu must have an exceptional watch. Even if it isn't as expensive as a Rolex, as long as it's a renowned brand, it could still salvage a bit of face. He opened the box, revealing a beautiful watch. Chuangu, what brand is your watch? I feel like it's even prettier than that Rolex. Once those words were spoken, Xiaoyang immediately felt displeased. However, he, feeling superior, didn't dare to personally intervene. The pale-faced little brother, very self-aware, immediately jumped in. Don't talk nonsense. A broken watch, and you think it can surpass Xiaogu's Rolex? Sun Yushan didn't understand watches and was a bit unsure. Jin Shihao, who was more knowledgeable, hurried over to take a closer look. Wow, what brand is this? Could it be Vacheron Constantine? Although he liked watches, he only knew a little and wasn't very sure. The pale-faced little brother scoffed. How is that possible? Do you think someone who is worth less than 100 could own a valuable Vacheron Constantine? That is a world-renowned watch, even more impressive than Rolex. I'm afraid the entire wealth of Chen Chuan's family might not even be able to buy one. Jin Shihao looked more certain as he observed. This is indeed Vacheron Constantine. I recognize this logo. Xiaoyang scoffed, not believing this was genuine. What's so strange about that? There are plenty of fake replicas and counterfeit goods online. What brand do you want? I can buy you one for a few dozen bucks. Suddenly, someone in the crowd stepped forward. He took the watch from Jin Shihao's hand and examined it closely. After a moment, he said seriously, my mom is the manager at a high-end luxury store. I've been exposed to these famous bags and watches since I was young. I can tell which are genuine and which are fake at a glance. This watch is indeed Vacheron Constantine. Moreover, it's one of the masterpiece series with a market price of at least 3 million or more. After speaking, he reluctantly and carefully handed it back to Jin Shihao with both hands. Be careful, don't drop it. Jin Shihao was also startled, his hands trembling a bit. Over 3 million. With this boy's affirmation, he didn't dare to casually play with it anymore. He hurriedly put it back in the box. Chen Chuan, however, was completely unconcerned, his expression still calm. It's just an ordinary watch. I usually can't be bothered to wear it. You can look at it freely. Chen Chuan's nonchalance made all the boys collectively break down again. 3 million. Is that still ordinary? Who has 3 million as ordinary? What the hell? All the boys on the scene couldn't help but complain. Such an expensive world-class watch, and you can't even be bothered to wear it. Just a regular watch. Can you not pretend? If I had such a watch, I would wear it every day. Whether it's an important occasion or not, I would show it off. Even if you don't recognize its value, I will find a way to make you acknowledge it. No, wait. If I had 3 million, why would I buy a watch? I should buy a flashy sports car. I could park it right at the school gate. No matter the class, flower department flower, or school flower, wouldn't they all be at my mercy? Mu Qing's mind was buzzing as she witnessed Chen Chuan's immense wealth once again. How could this guy be so rich? He is simply a freak. Fortunately, he is not like Xiao Yang, who flaunts his money everywhere. Such a precious watch, and he casually left it on the table. If he hadn't said anything, who would have guessed that there was a 3 million worth watch inside? Low-key and profound. Very nice. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on the Vacheron Constantin watch. No one was paying attention to the glimmering Rolex anymore. The price difference was dozens of times completely in different leagues. Accordingly, in everyone's mind, Chen Chuan and Xiao Yang formed a sharp contrast. One is wealthy but low-key, the other is somewhat rich, yet ostentatious. The difference is evident. Xiao Yang quietly pulled down his sleeve to cover the shining Rolex. At this moment, this watch was not a glory but a humiliation. He never dreamed that a poor kid would actually own a world-renowned watch. And it's worth 3 million. This is just terrifying, right? Xiao Yang seriously suspects that this watch is a counterfeit. At most, it's just a high imitation. However, he himself wasn't very knowledgeable and couldn't point out the flaws. Suddenly, he thought of a way to verify Chen Chuan's authenticity. Let's go back to the dormitory. Xiao Yang led his underlings out of Chen Chuan's dormitory. Others gradually dispersed. Mu Qinghe asked, "Junior Chen, do you have any plans for this morning?" "It'll take you to get it done." Chen Chuan smiled and said, "Senior sister, our meal card hasn't been topped up yet." Thus, under Mu Qing's lead, the 4 of them from Chen Chuan's dormitory went to top up their meal cards. At Jiangda Cafeteria, Feng Yishu's family was not short of money, casually topping up 3,000 yuan. Topping up after eating was also very convenient. Sun Yushan's family was quite average, and his living expenses were tight. He pinched pennies and only topped up 1,000 yuan. Jin Shihua was a rich second generation, and his living expenses were very generous. He topped up 1,000 yuan at once. Seeing this, Sun Yushan felt envious. The gap between people is indeed vast. If he could also spend lavishly and top up more than 5,000 at once, that would be wonderful. From then on, he wouldn't have to worry about the next meal. Only Chen Chuan hadn't topped up yet. Sun Yushan curiously asked, "Brother Chuan, how much are you planning to top up?" Chen Chuan hadn't finished speaking when a few people swaggered over. Leading them was none other than Xiao Yang from the next dormitory. "Classmate Chen, a watch is worth 3 million. For topping up a meal card, you wouldn't just top up a few thousand, right? That would be too troublesome. Let me guess. Young Master Chen, how much will you at least top up? At least 1,000, right? Otherwise, how would it match your identity?" A group of male classmates around burst into weird laughter. Up until now, Xiao Yang still didn't believe that Chen Chuan, a poor guy, could possibly own a Vacheron Constantin worth 3 million. That watch was either fake, given by someone, or a stroke of luck. Chen Chuan probably didn't have much cash on him. Xiao Yang suffered such humiliation and had to regain his face. In his bank account, his mother had given him living expenses of 5,000. At that time, casually topping up 1,000 would definitely shock the crowd. It would completely stun Chen Chuan and let the aloof school flower see his strength. Perhaps the school flower Mu would have a change of heart and see him in a new light. With this in mind, he returned to the dormitory and immediately sent his henchmen to keep watch. As long as Chen Chuan set off, he would create coincidences and slap his face on the spot. It turned out, the henchman's surveillance work was quite good. Xiao Yang appeared in time, hitting the mark perfectly. Chen Chuan was clear about the situation before him. He smiled faintly. "So Xiao, classmate, how much are you planning to top up?" Xiao Yang smiled confidently. "I'm a bit lazy. I don't want to run back and forth to top up money repeatedly. How about 1,000? I wonder if that will be enough." "What? Top up 1,000? The surrounding classmates couldn't believe their ears when they heard Xiao Yang's words. Is it really necessary to top up so much for a meal card? A year at most would be 1,000 for meals. Over 4 years of undergraduate studies, he would only eat 4,000. Even if you count in graduate school, he wouldn't finish the remaining 6,000. Not to mention, there's a doctorate. Not everyone has the opportunity. How many spots are there for doctoral admissions in the whole Jiangda? This Xiao Yang really lives up to the rich young master title. His moves are indeed extraordinary. Xiao Gu, you're too impressive. The henchman looked at him with admiration. "I wanted to top up 5,000 yuan, but I couldn't gather it up and only topped up 2,900 yuan. If my little brother runs out of money, you must support me, Xiao Gu." "No problem, it's a small matter, we're all brothers. Anyway, I've topped up so much I can't finish it myself." The white-faced henchman certainly wouldn't miss the chance to flatter. "Classmate Chen Chuan, did you see that? Our Xiao Gu makes a move, it's 1,000. You have a Vacheron Constantine watch topping up a meal card. It can't be less than 1 right. Feng Yishu immediately stepped up when he saw Chen Chuan being bullied by the guys from the next dormitory. How much our brother Chuan tops up has nothing to do with you. We can top up however much we want. Sun Yushan and Jin Shihua chimed in. Who would have thought that Xiao Yang would top up 1000 just to save face? Who would do something like that? A meal card is not a bank card. Why top up so much money? Are you waiting for interest? Even if Chen Chuan was rich, there was no need to mess around with him. Mu Qinghe was also shocked by Xiao Yang's extravagant spending. She was usually quite frugal and ate little. Every semester, she only topped up 300 yuan, which she basically couldn't finish. This guy actually topped up 1000 at once. The behavior of the rich is truly hard to understand. Xiao Yang was very satisfied with the effect he had created. Topping up 1000 at once, the people around were stunned. Many people's total tuition and living expenses over 4 years wouldn't even reach 1000. He topped up a meal card with 1000. What does it mean to be wealthy? What is extravagance? He secretly observed Mu Qinghe. She should now know who the real rich person is, who she should follow. 1000, isn't that too little? Chen Chuan chuckled coldly, looking at Xiao Yang. Xiao classmate, what a coincidence. I also don't like trouble and occasionally want to treat someone. 1000 isn't enough. I will top up 1 million. Do you want to join? A single stone creates 1,000 ripples. The surrounding classmates were astonished by Chen Chuan's words. If we say that Xiao Yang's 1000 was still within the realm of acceptance for everyone, then Chen Chuan's 1000 is completely detached from reality. What does 1000 mean? Buying a luxury car, purchasing a commercial apartment. It could also represent a family's total assets. Yet Chen Chuan used 1000 to top up a meal card. What is he trying to do? Is he planning to stay at Jiangxing University for a lifetime? Otherwise, how could he possibly consume it all? Feng Yishu was pounding his chest in frustration at Chen Chuan's extravagant behavior. What a sin. So much money. Buying clothes, gaming equipment, spending on a girlfriend. Why not do any of that instead of topping up a meal card? Sun Yushan looked on with envy. Wealthy people are truly capricious. Brother Chuan is the big boss of Yuranju and money is no issue for him. Spending 1000 might be as trivial to him as spending 100. No, it may even be more casual than spending 100. It's inconsequential. What a spendthrift. Alas, this semester's living expenses are not even gathered yet. Once the military training ends, I need to figure out a part-time job to earn my living expenses. Jin Shiheo's eyes sparkled. His family runs a business, so his living expenses are definitely not lacking. But compared to Chen Chuan, he still feels like a pauper. Topping up 1000 myself is already the limit. Yet Chen Chuan casually tops up 1000. Perhaps to him 1000 and 1000 are not much different aside from an extra zero. When will I also have such extravagance? Spending lavishly without batting an eye. This is the true essence of a top-tier rich second generation. The dark-faced lackey sneered. Chen Chuan, you can really put on an act. You topped up 1000 for a meal card. Do you really have 1000? The pale-faced lackey rolled his eyes. Anyone can boast. In planning to top up 1000. Mu Qinghe knew Chen Chuan was wealthy, but she didn't want him to spend money recklessly. Unable to help herself, she tugged at his sleeve. Why not just forget it? Don't compete with them. Just top up a little, enough is good. Chen Chuan smiled, assuring Mu Qinghe not to worry. Xiao Yang was infuriated by Chen Chuan's words. I want to top up 1000, and you have the audacity to say 1000. What do you mean? 10 times more than me. What a joke. You say you want to top up 1000. For a campus meal card, you want to top up 1000. Xiao Yang faced Chen Chuan directly, his eyes filled with anger. Chen Chuan remained calm, but his words were sharp. What? Does it concern you? I want to top up 1000. What's wrong with that? Am I not allowed to boast? If you have the ability, you can also top up 1000. Aren't you the young master Xiao? This small amount shouldn't be a challenge for you. Xiao Yang's face turned red in anger. What a joke. As the young master of the Xiao family, I can't top up 1000. Don't use your poor mindset to measure me. Maybe for you 1000 is just boasting a way to feel good. It will never be achievable in this lifetime. For me, it's just a drop in the bucket, easily done. He pulled out a bank card from his pocket. 1000, it's nothing, I can top it up in no time. This card has 50000. Chen Chuan glanced at it. Just 500, still short by half. Xiao Yang was brimming with confidence. Just 500 more, it's merely a phone call away. He took out his phone, found a number, and dialed. Huh, what's going on? No one answered for quite a while. What is mom doing? Why isn't she picking up? What? It seems it's not so easy to accomplish in no time. Jin Shihua sneered. Xiao Yang was sweating nervously. How could there be a problem at such a critical moment? Since mom's number isn't working, he'll call dad. He pulled out another number and dialed. This time it was connected quickly. Brat, this is rare. What made you think of calling me today? Xiao Yang's father was very pleased. This kid usually only calls his mom. It annoys him a lot. Who would have thought today the sun would rise from the west? Xiao Yang felt a bit awkward. Dad, I'm short on living expenses. Can you give me 1000? Xiao Yang's father's tone turned cold. You need 1000 for living expenses? Are you kidding me? You always waste money. Didn't your mom give you 5000? Xiao Yang felt it was going badly. Dad, if you aren't willing to give 500 is also fine. On the other end, his father was furious, ready to smash his phone. Brat, just study honestly, don't mess around. Snap. The call abruptly ended. Xiao Yang was stunned. Not only did he fail to get the money, but he also got scolded. What is happening? Seeing the child's misfortune, Mu Qinghe couldn't help but chuckle. The pale-faced lackey also looked at the boss with sympathetic eyes. Chen Chuan kindly reminded young Master Xiao about that 1000. You won't be messing around for half a day, was it just a boast? Xiao Yang looked around. He found that everyone was looking at him with unusual eyes. He was flushed with anger. Chen Chuan, aren't you getting ahead of yourself? You a poor person, what qualifications do you have to mock me? I can at least top up 5000. What about you? Don't even talk about 5000. I bet you can't even manage 5000. Chen Chuan directly took out a bank card and handed it to the cafeteria staff. Top up my meal card with 1000. Under the astonished gaze of the staff, Chen Chuan casually swiped the card to complete the top-up. Seeing the meal card display 1000, all the surrounding classmates were stunned. Jiang University has never encountered such an extravagant individual in its history. Unbelievable. With so much money in the meal card, even a class full of students couldn't finish it in a semester. Initially, it was thought that Xiao Yang was already extraordinary. Unexpectedly, this Chen Chuan is the true big shot. When not showing off, he was low-key and reserved. But when he does, he completely crushes Xiao Yang. TSK. Jin Shihao looked at Xiao Yang and spoke loudly on purpose. Who just claimed they could top up 1000 in no time. Now that Brother Chuan has really topped up 1000, why hasn't anyone moved? Turns out the one who has been boasting and puffing up is none other than young Master Xiao. At this moment, everyone can see who the real poor person is and who the big shot is. Feeling the scorching gazes from the crowd, Xiao Yang lowered his head deeply. The dark-faced lackey was a loyal supporter of Xiao Yang. Seeing his boss being humiliated, he wanted to stand up and speak for him. Unfortunately, after glancing at Chen Chuan, he fell silent again. A person who casually spends 1000 without a frown. He is definitely not an ordinary person. When immortals fight, it's better for an ordinary person like him not to get involved. Otherwise, he would suffer collateral damage. Mu Qinghe accompanied Chen Chuan to top up the meal card and unexpectedly witnessed such an exciting scene. Chen Chuan really topped up 1000. Sometimes he is excessively low-key. Sometimes he is extremely high-profile. This kind of Chen Chuan is truly hard to decipher. Xiao Yang's heart was in turmoil. He originally thought Chen Chuan was just a poor pretender. Unexpectedly, he could really take out 1000 and casually topped up the meal card. Meanwhile, his own situation, which he thought was solid, ended with him unable to reach his mother's number and being inexplicably scolded by his father. Could it be that this Chen Chuan is his nemesis? Otherwise, it makes no sense. Clearly, he had the ability to top up 1000. The final outcome, however, was that he was left looking foolish while Chen Chuan succeeded in showing off. Why is that? At this moment, Chen Chuan was completely oblivious to Xiao Yang's broken heart. Instead, he discovered a new situation. Ding dong. In the next moment, Chen Chuan's phone buzzed with a text message. The last 4 digits of his Longwo Industrial and Commercial Bank card, ending in 1314, showed a deposit of 10 million, bringing the account balance to 29.01 million. Earlier, while topping up his meal card, Chen Chuan had used a cashback card that offered a 1,000-fold return. Such things are meaningless to keep. Why not use it if you can? Reality is often so dramatic. Xiao Yang for 1 million racked his brain and exhausted all efforts, yet still couldn't manage to get it. Chen Chuan easily spent 1 million, and in the next moment, he received 10 million. This stark contrast made Chen Chuan feel incredibly pleased. Seeing this, the dignity of the boss was being rubbed into the ground. As a little brother, the pale-faced classmate couldn't hold back and jumped out to mock. To spend 1 million just to top up a meal card is simply foolish. This is pure waste. With such a large sum of money, what can't you do? For example, buying property would retain its value and appreciate. What use is 1 million in a meal card? He spoke proudly, putting on a show for Xiao Yang. I see this as a typical poor person's sudden wealth mindset, completely ignorant of financial investment, just acting like a big shot. Chen Chuan frowned slightly. Jin Shihai could no longer hold back. He pointed at Xiao Yang and the pale-faced little brother, sneering, "A bunch of bumpkins, yet you consider yourselves high, rich, and handsome. If you're so wealthy, pull out 1 million for me to see. If you have no money, then stop talking about investment and finance. What investment can you make with no money? Are you sent by monkeys to make jokes?" In an instant, the pale-faced little brother and Jin Shihai were at loggerheads. Xiao Yang did not participate in the argument, but instead had a glimmer of inspiration. The words of the pale-faced little brother reminded him. In an instant, he regained his spirit, feeling capable again. Ahem, speaking of property, I suddenly remembered. Recently, I bought a large flat near Jiangxing University, just over 300 square meters, barely enough for living. If you all have time, feel free to come over and play. The place is spacious and fun. Xiao Yang pretended to be modest and warmly extended an invitation. The classmates on site were almost stunned. Wow, over 300 square meters, that's a genuine mansion. Such a large house must be very expensive, right? Xiao Yang shrugged. Not expensive, just over 5 million. This is just for my family, afraid that I wouldn't adapt to the dormitory. The pale-faced little brother admired his boss even more. Xiao Gu, you are amazing. Just starting college and you already own a mansion. Over 300 square meters. I'll never have the hope of living in such a large house in my lifetime. You must take me there sometime to see it. I've never seen a large flat. Xiao Yang waved his hand generously. Bro, it's a small matter. Stick with me and he'll treat you to fine dining and drinks. Chen Chuan's roommates couldn't help but show expressions of envy. Especially Sun Yushan, whose family situation was the worst, struggling to gather his living expenses. The enormous contrast struck him deeply. 300 square meters, 5 million. Such a house, let alone an ordinary college student. Even social elites and middle-class individuals would need to exhaust themselves to buy one. This guy Xiao Yang, without even graduating, has already acquired one. People truly cannot be compared. Some spend their lives as beasts of burden, never enjoying a day of a good life. Others are born into luxury. Luxury and wealth, mansions and supercars, money and beauty. Alas, Mu Qinghe came from a single-parent family. Though her mother, Wen Ryu, was quite capable and the family was not short of money. Yet it was still through the hard work of both mother and daughter that they achieved this. To buy a house in Jiangxing, Wen Ryu worked diligently and Mu Qinghe took on a night job. They put in tremendous effort. She couldn't help but sigh. This guy Xiao Yang truly was born with a silver spoon, enviable. Tsk tisk. Did you see that, eh? The pale-faced little brother looked at Chen Chuan. Now you see the gap, right? You spent 1 million to top up a meal card, which is utterly useless. But our Xiao Gu bought a large flat over 300 square meters, which can both be lived in and appreciates in value. That's the mindset of the wealthy. Unlike you, a nouveau riche, who doesn't even know how to spend money. Would your dad beat you up if he knew how recklessly you spend? Oh, he suddenly stopped pretending to be mischievous. Your dad probably wouldn't hit you, he might even praise you. After all, he is also a nouveau riche. Ha ha. With a slap, Chen Chuan knocked the pale-faced little brother to the ground. The pale-faced little brother was dumbfounded. You dare hit me? Chen Chuan's face was as cold as frost, his gaze sharp as a blade. I'm hitting you. Since your dad didn't teach you how to be a person, let me teach you. He made a move to hit him again, but was stopped by Xiao Yang. Chen Chuan, this is a university campus. Just say it, no need to fight, right? Besides, spending money recklessly is wrong. If you invested in property like I did. Suddenly, Chen Chuan's phone rang. Upon answering, a familiar voice came through. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am the sales manager, Xiao San. The documents and keys for the Mingmen Epine Villa you purchased, Villa No. 1 are being delivered to you. Chen Chuan asked, where are you now? Manager Sun replied. I'm at the entrance of Jiangxing University. Where would you like me to deliver it? Chen Chuan said, just deliver it to the cafeteria. After hanging up, Mu Qinghe curiously asked, Chen Shuedi, who is it sending you something? Chen Chuan glanced at Xiao Yang and nodded slightly. What a coincidence, I also bought a property and the keys are being delivered right now. Mu Qinghe was quite surprised. Chen Shuedi was quick in his actions. He just arrived and already bought a house. Xiao Yang felt the provocation from Chen Chuan. He sneered. You bought a house too? What a coincidence. I just said I bought a large flat and now you say you bought a house. Who would believe that? The pale-faced little brother quickly got up from the ground, looking sycophantic. Xiao Gu, this guy is just bragging. He saw you buy a large flat and immediately claimed he bought a house too. Didn't he say someone is delivering keys to him? Let's wait a few minutes. If no one comes with keys, let's see how he handles it. Xiao Yang nodded. All right, let's wait a bit. I'm really looking forward to the moment Chen Chuan's lie is exposed. What should we do? Xiao Yang sat and waited, watching Chen Chuan's embarrassment. Mu Qinghe and Jin Shihai were anxious. What is the truth? Could it be that Chen Chuan is just trying to save face? A flimsy lie. This boast is far too unreliable. It will burst within minutes. Shall we just leave? Mu Qinghe tugged at Chen Chuan's sleeve. Chen Chuan laughed heartily. It's just a villa, do I really need to boast? Besides, you all know my strength, it's not like I can't afford it. Just wait and see. Mu Qinghe Feng Yishuai and Jin Shihai felt a bit reassured. They were aware of Chen Chuan's capabilities. He drove a several million yuan Lincoln limousine and wore a several million yuan Vacheron Constantine. More importantly, he was the big boss of Yuanju. Buying a villa to live in should be quite reasonable, right? Yet Xiao Yang and the others simply did not believe it. Have you ever seen a rich second generation dressed so shabby, so poor that he can only wear patched clothes? Chen Chuan is just a hypocrite trying to save face. The watch is a counterfeit, the credit card is borrowed, or it's a loan. Nowadays online loans are everywhere. As long as you dare to borrow, they will dare to lend. At that time they would come to collect debts from you, eating your flesh and sucking your blood. This guy Chen Chuan will definitely end up in a miserable state. How ridiculous. He boasts about having bought a house. No one among Xiao Yang and the others believes it, especially now that it has become even more outrageous. He actually claims to have bought a villa. This guy really dares to say anything. His level of boasting is truly extraordinary. Wait a moment. We must expose his lies and slap his face hard. Tear off his facade completely. Let him never boast again or pretend to be something he's not. Both sides sat back waiting for the show to begin. About 5 minutes later, a man in a suit around 30 walked in through the door. Looking around, he saw many people inside. Unable to identify who Chen Chuan was, he could only call his number. As soon as the phone rang, Chen Chuan waved at the suited man. He immediately broke into a smile and hurried over. Xiao Yang's gaze sharpened. What was going on? Someone really came to deliver something. Could it be that Chen Chuan was not just boasting? Did he really buy a house? No, a villa. Ha ha ha. A pale-faced younger brother suddenly burst out laughing. He leaned over to Xiao Yang to complain. Xiao Gu, this Chen Chuan really lives up to his title of king of boasting. He performs the entire act, leaving no detail out. Xiao Yang was puzzled. What do you mean? The pale-faced younger brother sneered. Isn't it obvious? This man must be someone Chen Chuan hired with money. If he wants to boast, he certainly has to cover up this loophole. Xiao Yang suddenly understood. Right? How could Chen Chuan be that wealthy? A poor loser dressed in patched clothes, could he afford a large villa? I can't afford it, can he? Absolutely impossible. The only explanation is that it is a lie. It can only be a lie. Hee. Let you be proud for a while. When you are at your most proud, I will expose your true colors and bring you back to your original form. I will make you lose face in front of Mu Xiaohua and completely miss your chance. Mr. Chen, hello. Manager's son greeted enthusiastically, extending his hands from afar. Chen Chuan maintained a calm smile on his face. Thank you, manager's son. Manager's son quickly shook his head. Not a bother, it's my honor to serve you. He opened his briefcase and took out a leather document bag. This is the purchase contract, property certificate, keys, etc. For Villa No. 1 in the Mingmen Epin Haiyan Villa area. Please check. Chen Chuan glanced casually and nodded slightly. No problem, I trust your business ability. Manager's son was encouraged and said happily, Thank you for your trust, Mr. Chen. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to call me. I will wholeheartedly serve you. He waved goodbye. Feng Yishuai's son, Yushan Jin Shihai, and the others all gathered around. They looked at Chen Chuan with envious expressions. Brother Chuan, did you really buy a house? Is it really Mingmen Epin? That is one of the highest-end villa areas in Jiangqing. You didn't really buy Villa No. 1, did you? The Villa King. How many wealthy people yearn for it, but are financially strapped? I can't even imagine how much such a large villa costs. While everyone was discussing enthusiastically, a cold voice sounded from behind. Everyone, you don't really believe Chen Chuan's nonsense, do you? Everyone turned around. Xiao Yang was looking at Chen Chuan with a mocking face. Don't think that I can't see through your tricks. Anyone can pretend to be a sales manager. Your preparations are truly thorough. Chen Chuan shook the document bag in his hand. Are you saying my villa is fake? Xiao Yang disdainfully shook his head. Isn't it? Jin Shihai could no longer bear to watch. Brother Chuan, the big boss of Yuanju, why would he need to lie? Xiao Yang, don't use your narrow-mindedness to speculate about our brother Chuan. You say his villa is fake. What evidence do you have? The pale-faced younger brother immediately supported his older brother. Xiao Gu, I'll help you check those materials. Perhaps the document bag is empty, just a pile of waste paper. Xiao Yang nodded. All right, since they won't believe it until they see the coffin, let's fulfill their wish. The pale-faced younger brother fiercely reached out to take the document bag. Jin Shihai wanted to stop him, but Chen Chuan did not dodge and directly handed it to the pale-faced younger brother. The real can't be faked, and the fake can't be real. Open your eyes wide and see clearly what my villa is, true or false. The pale-faced younger brother excitedly opened the document bag. In an instant, his complexion changed, his eyes widened. Wow. He quickly flipped through the materials. By the time he finished looking at the last page, the expression on his face was no longer excitement. Instead, it was shock, fear, and daze. Xiao Yang saw the younger brother silent for a long time and kicked him. What's going on? Are you stupid? Why aren't you speaking? The pale-faced younger brother stumbled and nearly fell. Only then did he wake up from his dream. He secretly glanced at Chen Chuan, his face filled with doubt and a hint of fear. Xiao Gu, all these materials are real. Chen Chuan really bought Villa No. 1 in Mingmen Epine. Xiao Yang's body swayed. What? Really? How is this possible? He immediately snatched the documents from the younger brother's hands, flipping through them page by page, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Mingmen Epine Villa No. 1. Xiao Yang tightly clenched the documents, wishing he could tear them to shreds. But he didn't dare. This villa is unimaginably valuable. If the documents are destroyed, he couldn't afford to compensate. The dark-faced younger brother saw the two wealthy youths looking terrified. He hesitantly asked, Xiao Gu, should we verify its authenticity? We can't let ourselves be fooled by Chen Chuan again. Yes, it must be verified. The pale-faced subordinate nodded repeatedly, showing deep agreement, like a chick pecking at grain. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up, seeing a glimmer of hope. He collected his thoughts and tidied up his appearance, trying his best to maintain the demeanor of a wealthy young master. Chen, although these materials seem somewhat credible. But hearing is one thing, seeing is another. I would like to visit your villa if that's all right. Chen Chuan remained expressionless, showing no reaction. Who do you think you are? Just because you want to visit, I should let you. Does my ownership of a villa require your approval? Sorry, I'm busy right now. Chen Chuan took back the folder, quickly organized it, and prepared to leave. However, Sun Yushan, Jin Shihua, and others looked at him eagerly. What do you mean by that? Why are you all staring at me? Jin Shihua blinked and forced a smile, but said nothing. Confused, Chen Chuan looked at Mu Qinghe. This aloof school beauty also gazed at him with curiosity. Chen Chuan helplessly said, All right, I will take you to visit. Haha, actually I haven't seen it either. Jin Shihua jumped up, excitedly clapping his hands. Great. Feng Yishua and Sun Yushan were also eager to try. On the other side, Xiao Yang and several subordinates were full of excitement. A large villa. Truth or falsehood, it would be obvious at a glance. A group of people surrounded him, walking towards the school gate. Xiao Yang naturally said, You all wait here at the gate for a moment, I will get the car. He saw the envious gazes from Sun Yushan and others. Xiao Yang wore a proud expression. When you see my $1 million luxury car later, you will surely be even more astonished. I don't know whether Chen Chuan has a villa, but my $1 million luxury car and the $500,000 flat are all very real. We are the genuine second generation of the rich. Looking at the number of people, Xiao Yang knew one car would definitely not be enough. Chen Chuan also headed towards the parking lot. The pale-faced subordinate looked curiously at Jin Shihua. What is he doing in the parking lot? Does he have a car too? Jin Shihua teased. Are you saying that only your brother Xiao can have a car, and our brother Chuan cannot? Having a car is useless. What good car can he have? Our brother Xiao has a $1 million luxury car. What brand is Chen Chuan's car? Can it compare to brother Xiao's? Does he even have a car worth 1,000 yuan? Jin Shihua rolled his eyes. Haha, you will know soon enough. Moments later, a Cadillac SUV stopped in front of everyone. The window rolled down, revealing Xiao Yang's confident face. So how about it? Is my car okay? Get in, I'll take you all along. The black-faced subordinate excitedly approached, touching this and that. Feeling envious. Brother Xiao, this car is truly impressive. By following brother Xiao, we can also ride in a $1 million luxury car. The pale-faced subordinate turned around full of superiority and said, Shall we get in together? You aren't going to ignore the $1 million luxury car and wait for Chen Chuan's piece of junk, are you? Jin Shihua shook his head. You all go ahead, we will wait for brother Chuan. The main thing is Xiao Yang's car is too small and not classy enough. The pale-faced subordinate's expression changed drastically, angrily saying, Don't be ungrateful. I kindly invited you to get in the car, and you complained that brother Xiao's car is too small and not classy enough. He pointed towards Chen Chuan's direction and then at Xiao Yang's car. Open your eyes and see whose car is truly inadequate. Do you have any common sense? Our brother Xiao's car is a Cadillac luxury version SUV worth over $1 million, known for its spaciousness and imposing presence. And you say this car is too small and not classy enough. Do you think you are the president? Or do you believe that Chen Chuan can drive a car worth over $1 million? Jin Shihua disdainfully refused to argue with him. I told you in a moment, you will see what's the rush. Xiao Yang, however, looked displeased, calling to the pale-faced subordinate. Get in the car, don't mind them. Since they want to ride in Chen Chuan's junk car, let them wait, we are leaving. The pale-faced subordinate was about to get in the car. Turning around, he saw a monstrous vehicle coming from a distance. With an exceptionally long body and an imposing design. What kind of car is this? Jin Shihua and the others rushed over. The stretched car stopped steadily and the window rolled down. Chen Chuan smiled. Get in the car, let's go see the villa. Mu Qinghe, Jin Shihua, and the others all climbed into the Lincoln Stretch Presidential Edition. The three roommates were sitting in it for the second time, feeling envious, while skillfully opening the fridge to take out drinks and snacks, enjoying themselves. However, it was Moo King's first time sitting in it. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She never expected that this car would have such good configurations. It was spacious and luxurious inside, just like a large living room. Not only could it be used for business meetings, but one could also sleep and work inside. The functions were very powerful. One cannot help but admit that poverty has limited our imagination. At the same time, she felt that Chen Chuan was even more mysterious. What kind of person is he? So young, yet he possesses such achievements. When Chen Chuan's car sped by inside the Cadillac, Xiao Yang and the two subordinates were still in shock. Their mouths were agape. Brother Xiao, what kind of car is that? I've never seen it before. The pale-faced subordinate asked, trembling. Xiao Yang rubbed his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a Lincoln Stretch like the presidential edition. It's so freaking impressive. The black-faced subordinate curiously asked, Boss, this car must not be cheap, right? Xiao Yang smiled wryly. At least over 3 million. The black-faced subordinate was rendered speechless in shock. The pale-faced subordinate felt a burning pain on his face. Just a moment ago, he had mocked Chen Chuan's car as a piece of junk. It couldn't possibly be bigger than Brother Xiao's car. Now that he looked, it was a stretch vehicle, a super luxury car worth over 3 million. How can it be compared? Now thinking back to his earlier performance in Jin Shiwa's eyes, wasn't it very much like a monkey? How embarrassing. In less than 20 minutes at the entrance of the Mingmin Epine Villa area, the Lincoln was stopped by the security guard. Chen Chuan presented the documentation to prove he was the new owner. The security guard immediately stood up to salute, welcoming Chen Chuan in. As he left, Chen Chuan waved and let the Cadillac through. From a distance, they saw the Lincoln car entering the villa area. Their Cadillac was also allowed to pass. Xiao Yang felt a surge of doubt. Could it be true that Chen Chuan bought a big villa here? The black-faced and pale-faced subordinates stared out the window, in awe, nearly dropping their jaws. They looked like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. The neatly arranged greenery, wide, beautiful roads, flat lawns, and luxurious buildings. Everything contrasted sharply with ordinary residential areas. Each villa was a standalone, uniquely designed, each with its own advantages. Soon the Cadillac caught up with the Lincoln Presidential Edition. The further they drove and the larger and more luxurious the villas became. The surrounding environment was also quieter and more private. Chen Chuan's villa was the king of villas, here Villa No. 1. Its location must be the best. He could only vaguely drive inside. However, he wasn't quite sure which building it was. In a small square. Chen Chuan parked and got out. Xiao Yang rolled down the car window. Chen Chuan, which building is your villa exactly? Chen Chuan raised the folder. I just bought it too, and I've never been here before. Who knows which building it is? I was planning to ask someone. Xiao Yang couldn't help but frown. Was this guy speaking the truth or not? Buying such a big villa and never having seen the place. How bold could one be? Suddenly, a red Porsche worth at least over 1 million drove over from behind. Everyone secretly gasped. No one living here was a poor person. Squealing, the red Porsche stopped in front of a villa. Bang! A beautiful young woman in a white silk cheapao gracefully stepped out of the car. This beautiful woman, tall and curvaceous, exudes an exceptional aura. With mature charm, her fair skin and striking beauty are captivating. Her winered long wavy hair flows gracefully. Click-clack, her long legs clicked in high heels as she walked towards the grand villa. Beautiful. Chen Chuan opened his mouth to call out, but was stopped by Xiao Yang's hand. Let me ask for you, he said confidently, fully aware of his tall, rich, and handsome demeanor. Asking for directions is no big deal, isn't it? Just like asking a casual friend. Then go ahead and ask. Since someone was willing to help, Chen Chuan was happy to relax. Xiao Yang adjusted his collar, presenting his most handsome side. Standing tall and proud, he walked towards the red Porsche and waved confidently. The black-faced henchman looked on enviously. Xiao Gu is truly impressive. If I encountered such a beautiful woman, I probably wouldn't be able to say a word. The white-faced henchman patted his shoulder. Not just you, but even I lack the confidence. This beautiful woman drives a luxury car and lives in a villa. She clearly is a wealthy lady. What kind of man hasn't she seen before? It's only Xiao Gu, being handsome and wealthy, who has the courage to approach her. I definitely wouldn't stand a chance. Nearby, Feng Yishuai's son Yushan and Jin Shihao shared the same feelings of envy and jealousy. Money brings confidence. Such a beautiful woman and wealthy lady are beyond their reach. Chen Chuan chuckled. These guys are still too young. When faced with a rich and beautiful woman, they naturally feel a sense of inferiority. Just then a phone call came in, and Chen Chuan took out his phone. It was from Sister Mu's mother, Wen Ryu. Hello, Aunt Wen. Is there anything? A pleasant voice came from the other end. Xiao Chuan, I heard Ching has say that you helped her a lot. Annie has specially bought a lot of dishes for lunch today. Please come to our house to eat. Just wait a bit and come over. Facing Aunt Wen's warm invitation, Chen Chuan felt he didn't deserve it. The matter at leisure residence was, to be precise, still his responsibility. As the boss, he had let his subordinates suffer. Isn't it only right to uphold justice for her? Antwin even specially invited him to dinner. Is this appropriate? Challenge task: accept when Ryu's invitation to dinner at her home beneficial for completing the goddess strategy plan. Task reward 1, top-notch culinary skills chef skill. Task reward 2, experience points 7. Free attributes 4. Rejecting the task, experience points 7 chef. What use is this skill? It's a bit of a waste. Chen Chuan usually disliked cooking, having top-notch culinary skills. Where can he utilize them? However, seeing the rewards of experience points and free attribute points and the opportunity to advance the strategy plan, he accepted the challenge. Thank you, Antwin. Once I'm done here, I'll return with Sister Mu. When Ryu asked curiously, are you with Qinghe now? Chen Chuan felt a bit guilty and awkward. Auntie Sister Mu is showing me around the campus. We'll be done shortly. When Ryu smiled knowingly. It's fine, you two continue. There's no rush for dinner. It's good to be together. Just right to come back together. He hung up the phone. Chen Chuan secretly wiped cold sweat from his brow. How does this future mother-in-law seem so eager for me to be with Sister Mu? Isn't there a need to rush to send her daughter? Hee. Chasing the school beauty and also getting such an excellent future mother-in-law. What a deal. Ding. Top-notch culinary skills chef skill have been granted. Experience points 7. Free attributes 4. A mysterious force surged into Chen Chuan's body and mind. Countless culinary-related knowledge flowed into him effortlessly. All functions related to culinary skills, bones, muscles, nerves, skin, taste, smell, were enhanced. It was as if he was born to master culinary arts and already excelled in cooking various delicacies, surpassing even top chefs and international culinary masters. This reward came really fast. We haven't even had the appointment. Oh, I just agreed, and the reward is immediately fulfilled. The system is impressive. Let me think. How should I allocate the new 4 points of free attributes? 2 points to spirit, 2 points to charm. Host Chen Chuan physique, 22 points strong as an ox, spirit 22 points, quick-witted, charm 24 points, incredibly handsome. Free attributes 0 points, system level 1 and 51,100 currently. Physique and spirit are on par. Charm index still remains significantly ahead. At any moment in Chen Chuan's view, being handsome is the most important. After reviewing his gains, Chen Chuan was just about to tell Mu Qinghe about lunch when he noticed that Mu Qinghe and the others were looking forward with strange expressions. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Yang's expression was even more peculiar. It was as if he had flattered someone and ended up hitting their leg. Or perhaps he was full of confidence, but ended up getting humiliated. 2 minutes earlier, Xiao Yang approached confidently, waving his hand. Beautiful lady, please hold on. The beautiful woman in a white cheongsam paused and turned her head. Her expression was neutral, neither happy nor sad. Is there something? Xiao Yang's face lit up with excitement as he stepped forward. He stopped just under a meter from the beauty. Miss, you are truly exceptionally beautiful, I want. To his surprise, the beautiful woman remained unfazed and took 2 steps back, a layer of frost forming on her face. Please have some self-respect. A flicker of disdain and disgust flashed in her eyes. I didn't expect a little brat like you to be so rude. Please leave my doorstep. Although the beauty appeared delicate, she radiated an aura of authority, especially with her cold expression and piercing gaze. One couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Clearly, she must be a powerful figure used to giving orders. Xiao Yang, a college student and an ordinary second-generation wealthy heir, could hardly withstand her intimidation. Thud, thud, thud. He immediately stepped back and fried his face full of shame and regret. Had he known this beauty was so formidable, no matter what, he would never seek his own humiliation by provoking her. Seeing the tall, rich, and handsome Xiao Yang fail miserably, he was left in an embarrassing predicament. The other boys instinctively shrank back. This beauty had an incredibly strong aura. Whoever approached would face disaster, especially the white-faced henchman who had just praised the boss. Deep inside, he felt lucky. Thankfully, he didn't try to show off, otherwise he would have been in a worse situation than Xiao Ge. The black-faced henchman was equally terrified. If even the tall, rich, and handsome Xiao Ge couldn't handle her, he would probably just be delivering himself to her. Perhaps before he could even speak, he'd get a glare from the beauty that would send him packing. Feng Yishui and the others, witnessing Xiao Yang's defeat, secretly reveled in it. However, if asked to approach, they wouldn't dare take a single step forward, even if it meant death. Boys can be so cowardly at times. When it comes to fighting, they would fight to the death for their brothers, even go to war risking their lives. Without a second thought, they would charge forward. That's true courage. But when it comes to confessing or approaching a beautiful stranger, they immediately become timid. Challenge task: discover the goddess, actively approach and flirt, initiate the strategy task. Task reward 1, top-tier Benz G-class worth 6 million. Task reward 2, experience points 8. Free attributes 5. Rejecting task experience points 8. Chen Chuan was taken aback. Has he discovered another top-tier beauty to pursue? Is she a wealthy lady? Not every beautiful woman catches Chen Chuan's interest. However, if it is a type he favors, it is a different story. He will take action when the time is right. At that time, he would never shy away. He fixed his gaze on the beautiful woman. Name Su Yun. Age 42. Height 168 centimeters. Attractiveness 91. Figure 95. Favorability 0. Indifferent. Number of relationships 1. Current status relationship broken separated. Su Yun. The name sounds quite pleasant. I just didn't expect her to look so youthful and graceful. She is already 42 years old. Almost the same age as Aunt Wen, yet she is a naturally beautiful and well-maintained mature woman. Sophisticated and charming. With a curvy figure, she is truly stunning. I can't understand why her husband doesn't cherish such a beautiful wife and chose to separate. What a waste of resources. However, the system is somewhat unethical. She isn't even divorced, and yet you want me to pursue her. Does that seem appropriate? Moreover, the rewards are quite substantial. Chuanxia Airlines is a giant. Its market value is at least 80 billion. 30 of the shares would amount to 24 billion. If I win her over, my wealth will instantly soar by 24 billion. This temptation, can you resist it? At this moment, I should first complete the challenge task. I also want to own a top-tier Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Currently, I only have a Lincoln limousine, which isn't always convenient. He must get the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Ahem. Chen Chuan coughed lightly and walked forward. As he passed by Jean Shihai, he instinctively wanted to stop Chen Chuan. This beautiful woman is clearly a hot item. Whoever approaches will hit a wall. He does not want to embarrass Brother Chuan in front of Xiao Yang and the others. Furthermore, Mu Xiaohua is still nearby. Is it appropriate for Brother Chuan to flirt with another woman in front of her? Such matters should be avoided, shouldn't they? Chen Chuan paid no attention to what his roommates thought and did not explain anything to Mu Qinghe. Why should I explain my actions to others? Xiao Yang, don't be reckless. He first pulled Xiao Yang back and stood directly opposite Su Yun, about 2 meters apart, maintaining a safe distance. A flicker of anger flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes. He wanted to explode. This Chen Chuan is too despicable. He lost face in front of the beautiful woman and the school flower. This is intolerable. But then he thought, since he had just embarrassed himself in front of the beautiful woman, continuing would only lead to further humiliation. This pull provided him with an opportunity to retreat. If not now, then when? After much hesitation, he silently retreated back to his comrades. The pale-faced younger brother couldn't help but sigh. Brother Xiao, this beautiful woman has a strong aura. The dark-faced younger brother quickly comforted him. Yes, Brother Xiao, don't be disheartened. In front of such a noble and beautiful woman, it's not embarrassing at all. I believe Chen Chuan will only be worse off than you later. You are right. This woman is clearly not an ordinary person. She drives a luxury car, lives in a grand villa, and is stunningly beautiful. Her identity must be extraordinary. Failing to flirt with her is only natural. He now looks forward to seeing Chen Chuan's downfall. Perhaps this guy is even worse off than himself. At this moment, facing Su Yun, Chen Chuan revealed a sunny smile. Beautiful sister, I sincerely apologize. We are students from Jiangxing University and would like to ask you about the location of Villa No. 1. I apologize for the rudeness of that student earlier. Saying this, he slightly bowed, displaying politeness. Su Yun's frosty expression softened slightly. Students from Jiangda. Chen Chuan nodded with a smile. Yes, beautiful sister, please forgive us. Su Yun nodded slightly. You look much more pleasing than that guy earlier. I'm much older than you, so calling me sister won't do. You should call me Auntie. Are you asking for directions? Villa No. 1. Are you looking for someone? Ding. Su Yun's favorability 5, current favorability 5, closed to indifferent. Chen Chuan felt relieved. Finally, breaking the ice is the crucial first step. Beautiful Auntie, I'm not looking for anyone who I live in Villa No. 1. Su Yun shot him a glance. Auntie is Auntie, but why add beautiful? Nonetheless, it sounds nice, and she did not correct him, just looking at Chen Chuan in surprise. You live in Villa No. 1. Then why don't you know the way? Chen Chuan awkwardly pinched his fingers. I just bought this villa and haven't visited yet, so. Seeing the two chatting happily, the classmates in the distance all stared with wide eyes, their faces full of disbelief. What the hell? The dark-faced younger brother dropped his jaw in shock. Is this for real? The beautiful woman actually acknowledged him. The pale-faced younger brother couldn't fathom it. How did Chen Chuan win the favor of the beauty? Is this guy some kind of magician? Xiao Yang would never admit this even if he died. Chen Chuan conquered the beautiful woman with his looks. Compared to these 3 guys, their expressions were full of envy and jealousy. Chen Chuan's 3 roommates were in awe and astonishment. It must be my brother Chuan. There's nothing he can't handle. Sun Yushan admired him greatly. Wrong. Brother Chuan relies on his looks backed by talent. So far, there hasn't been a woman he can't win over. Feng Yishu naturally attributed Chen Chuan's success to his handsome appearance. However, Chen Chuan disagreed. I think Brother Chuan excels because of his approachable nature. With his wealth, what woman can't he conquer? He turned to look at Xiao Yang beside him, speaking in a teasing tone. Some people wanted to show off at first, but how is it now? Have you seen how much you weigh now? Still wanting to compete with our Brother Chuan? You should take a good look at yourself. What do you look like, and what is your strength? Xiao Yang's face turned pale. He remained silent. Chen Chuan's son Yushan and Feng Yishu teased him a few times. Seeing Xiao Yang speechless brought them great satisfaction. Mu Qinghe observed. The unfamiliar, beautiful woman treated Xiao Yang and Chen Chuan very differently. She felt happy for Chen Chuan, but also sensed an inexplicable sense of crisis quietly growing. How could Chen Chuan's charm be so great? In the future, wouldn't there be many beautiful women vying to flatter him? At this moment, the most tormented was Xiao Yang. This trip was meant to expose Chen Chuan's lies. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the villa area, he was hit hard by a beautiful rich woman. Seeing Chen Chuan so popular in front of the beauty, the flames of jealousy burned fiercely in Xiao Yang's heart. Enjoy it while you can. The higher you hold him up, the harder he will fall. Wait until everyone discovers that you were just bragging and there is no grand villa at all. Let's see how you will cover up your lies. By then, even the beautiful woman will grow tired of you. Even Mu Xiaohua might turn away from him. At that time, my opportunity will arise. On the other side, Su Yun smiled as she pointed at her villa. Little handsome guy, guess which number my villa is? Chen Chuan looked at her villa, which was large and luxuriously decorated. At least within number 10, right? Su Yun smiled and said, this is villa no. 2, and next to it is villa no. 1. That should be your home, right? She had a hint of probing and skepticism in her eyes. Clearly, even now, she still did not believe that Chen Chuan at such a young age could afford such an expensive villa. The prestigious villa in a prime location. Many wealthy tycoons in Jiangsheng would hesitate to buy it. It costs a full 100 million. How many people in Jiangsheng can afford it and are willing to buy it? After all, he is still young. No matter how mature and composed he pretends to be, it is hard to avoid the suspicion of boasting. Chen Chuan could certainly tell. This beautiful aunt did not believe that he owned villa no. 1. However, being neighbors, she would naturally know over time. No further explanation was needed. Following the direction pointed by Su Yun, Chen Chuan saw a more luxurious standalone villa standing not far away. Thank you, beautiful aunt. Chen Chuan waved goodbye. Su Yun with great interest stood at her doorstep watching Chen Chuan. This kid boasted that villa no. 1 was his newly purchased property. I'll see about that. How dare you sneak away right under my nose? Ding. Challenge task completed. The top-spec Mercedes-Benz G-Class has already been parked in the parking garage of villa no. 1. The system's efficiency is remarkable. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class is parked here, and it can be seen right away. This is the second car of my life. Although the G-Class is more expensive in terms of size, the Lincoln is still longer. It looks like a big iron rod, thick and hard, simply too exaggerated. Driving it daily would be a bit too ostentatious. The G-Class is more low-key. Moreover, Chen Chuan particularly likes rugged SUVs, strong and imposing, tougher than the Lincoln. So quickly I've gained additional free attribute points. Chen Chuan decisively said, 5 points of free attributes, 2 points to Constitution, 2 points to Spirit, 1 point to Charm. Host Chen Chuan. Constitution 24 points, strong as an ox. Spirit 24 points, quick-witted. Charm 25 points, handsome as can be. Free attributes 0 points. System level 1, 59,100. Constitution, Spirit, Charm experience points. All data is steadily improving. Keep working hard, and soon he will approach the next level. Chen Chuan's physical strength, speed, reflexes, etc. have all shown significant improvement. Even a professional athlete in their best field might not be a match for him. His learning ability has also greatly enhanced. Knowledge that originally took 3 hours to learn can now be fully mastered by Chen Chuan in just half an hour. Moreover, he can deduce and apply related knowledge. In terms of male charm, he has already surpassed the ordinary. Instantly, he can make a strong impression, generating goodwill. Especially with the opposite sex, the effect is even more pronounced. Mu Qinghe looks at Chen Chuan, always feeling a sense of unreality. It seems that Junior Chen becomes increasingly pleasing to the eye, making it hard for people to resist falling deeper. Chen Chuan walked in front of his classmates. Everyone come with me, this building next door is Villa No. 1. He took the lead, heading straight for the luxurious villa. Mu Qinghe, Chen Chuan, and others were all excited and full of anticipation, closely following behind him. Xiao Yang and the others, however, were skeptical. The truth was about to be revealed. Why was Chen Chuan not worried at all? Could it be that he really bought the villa? Impossible. The three of them shared the same thought. He must be putting on a facade of calmness. Soon he would find some excuse, like the door lock being broken and his key wouldn't work. Or he might claim that something came up and he wouldn't go to see the villa. In any case, he would definitely avoid truly entering the villa. They were about to reach the entrance. Chen Chuan suddenly recalled when Ryu's reminder. Senior Muantwan just called me asking us to go back for lunch. Mu Qinghe looked surprised. Why didn't my mom call me to say we should go back for lunch? Chen Chuan smiled and replied, at first she didn't know we were together. She said it was to thank me for helping you at Yuan house. Later when I told Aunt Wen that you and I were together, she didn't call you. Mu Qinghe let out an oh. Feng Yishuang's son Yushan and Jin Shihai all wore mischievous smiles. Bro Chuan, you're impressive. When did you manage to win over the school bowtie's mom? Are you two already at the stage of meeting parents? Chen Chuan pretended to kick Jin Shihai. San Jinzai, stop talking nonsense. You all know what happened last night, right? Senior Mu's mom is just thanking me for helping her daughter. Jin Shihai cleverly dodged and continued to tease Chen Chuan with Feng Yishuang and Sun Yushan. The three behind Xiao Yang exchanged glances. Just as expected, Chen Yang intended to use the excuse of going to eat to escape. No way. Absolutely cannot let him find an excuse to run away. Chen Chuan, you've already reached the villa's doorstep. You don't want to run away, do you? Xiao Yang pressed on. Chen Chuan was taken aback. Run? Why would I want to escape? He strode forward, continuing towards the villa's entrance. Xiao Yang and the others exchanged triumphant smiles. Want to run? We will never give you the chance. The three quickly followed. They wanted to see what tricks Chen Chuan would pull next. A group of people arrived at the villa's entrance. Tall walls and heavy alloy doors blocked their way. They stared at the intricate door lock. Xiao Yang sneered coldly. Chen Chuan, what are you standing there for? Hurry and unlock the door with your key. Don't tell me you didn't bring it. I saw the keys in the document bag. Chen Chuan glanced at him. These guys were more anxious than he was. Anyone who didn't know would think this villa belonged to them. He pulled out the key and tried to insert it into one of the holes. The lock was complex. After fiddling with it several times, there was still no reaction. What was going on? Why was there no response at all? It should at least make a sound. Did I insert it into the wrong hole? Or was the preparation not done properly? Chen Chuan muttered to himself, this shouldn't be. This is a new lock and a new key, oh why can't I open it? Could it be that Manager Sun and the others didn't test it in advance? Xiao Yang and the others exchanged knowing smiles again. Sure enough, they had guessed all of this kid's tricks, pretending that the key wasn't working and couldn't unlock the door. The white-faced lackey scoffed. Chen Chuan, stop pretending. We already knew you definitely couldn't unlock this door. Don't say the lock is broken. The fact is this villa is definitely not your house. Of course you can't unlock it with just any key. The black-faced lackey looked smug. Chen Chuan, your little tricks have long been seen through by our Xiao Ge. You think you can deceive us with such clumsy acting? Not a chance. Chen Chuan was ridiculed. Jin Shihai immediately objected, glaring angrily. What do you mean? Dare to suggest that Bro Chuan is putting on an act to deceive us? Do you know Bro Chuan is a billionaire? Does he need to deceive you? Xiao Yang laughed coldly. A billionaire? More like a billionaire in debt trying to save face. Mu Qinghe also wanted to speak up for Chen Chuan, but was stopped by him. What are you all arguing about? Whether this villa is mine can't be clarified with words. Let's let facts speak for themselves. He opened the document bag, found the information related to the door lock, studied it for a moment, and approached the lock, sliding the hidden protective cover aside. Beep, beep, beep. He inputted several passwords. Click. The high-security anti-theft door opened with a sound. Odd. Xiao Yang and the others were left stunned. They were frozen in place. Chen Chuan pushed the door open and entered. Behind him, Mu Qinghe, Jin Shihai, and others hurried to follow, leaving Xiao Yang and the others standing dumbfounded at the entrance. How did the door just open? Could it be a coincidence? Did he guess the password correctly? Or could it be that he really is the owner of this luxurious villa? In the distance, Su Yun, who had been watching the commotion, was equally astonished. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in her beautiful eyes. How is this possible? Did Chen Chuan really enter? Su Yun initially thought, how could a young man under 20 afford a prestigious villa like the Villa King? She deliberately stood at the door watching him for a while, wondering how he would awkwardly slip away. To her surprise, he actually dared to go in and succeeded. What does this signify? He wasn't boasting. That Villa King truly is his new property. For the first time, Su Yun felt she had underestimated Chen Chuan. She also admitted that she had viewed Chen Chuan through colored lenses. Ding. Su Yun's favorability, 5, current favorability 10, bystander. The sudden pop-up notification left Chen Chuan both startled and delighted. How could Su Yun's favorability towards him have increased so easily? A thought crossed his mind. He had figured out what was going on. Indeed. Initially, this beautiful neighbor did not believe his words. What was rare was that she had been paying attention all along. Holy cow. This beautiful woman doesn't have any ulterior motives towards me, does she? Wow. This villa is so beautiful. Jin Shihua came from a wealthy background. He had also lived in a villa since childhood. However, compared to Villa King, no. One, it was simply old, dilapidated, and small. In terms of area and interior decoration, it fell drastically short. Even though Xiao Yang's family had considerable wealth surpassing Jin Shiwa's, he had never seen such a luxurious residence. At this moment, he was utterly speechless. Even these two wealthy second-generation heirs were greatly astonished, let alone others like Feng Yishui's son Yushan and Mu Qinghe. Their eyes were sparkling with amazement. It was hard to imagine what kind of enjoyment it would be to live here. With such a large house, cleaning would be no small task. Even just touring it would take quite a while, right? By the way, with such a large villa, Chen Chuan would definitely need to hire cleaners, a cook, and a housekeeper. Should he come over for an interview, it would allow him to earn some living expenses while living in a luxury villa, killing two birds with one stone. As for Xiao Yang's two underlings, they were already scared out of their wits. With such financial strength, Chen Chuan's identity must be extraordinary. The few of them had been targeting him just now. He wouldn't hold a grudge against us, would he? Xiao Yang glanced at his two underlings, who were cowering and didn't even dare to touch the furniture nearby. They were afraid to break something and couldn't afford to compensate. They were being overly humble and submissive towards Chen Chuan. Such trivial matters. How could I have two useless underlings like you? Xiao Yang's inner pride made him reluctant to admit defeat. Ding dong. Ding dong. At this moment, a doorbell rang at the villa entrance. When Chen Chuan opened the door, a stunningly beautiful face appeared before him. Su Yun's smile was like a gentle spring breeze. Chen Chuan, I came uninvited. You wouldn't mind, would you? Chen Chuan stepped aside to invite her in. How could I? Aunt Yun is my neighbor and a great beauty. It is my honor that you came to visit. Su Yun stepped in, but was suddenly blocked by Chen Chuan at the doorframe. Leaning close to her neck, he whispered softly, However, Aunt Yun, I am not small at all. Su Yun's face flushed. She gave him a charming glare. How old are you? If I say you are small, then you are small unless. Chen Chuan asked, unless what? Su Yun looked deeply at him, saying nothing. She pushed him gently on the chest, moving him aside. In that instant of releasing her hand, Chen Chuan clearly felt her jade-like hand brushing against his firm chest through his shirt. Yet Su Yun acted as if nothing had happened. She glanced around and exclaimed in admiration. No wonder this is Villa No. 1. In terms of both scale and quality, it surpasses my Villa No. 2. A strong sense of envy flickered in her eyes. As the daughter of the Su family and the president of Jiangxing Media Company, her taste and standards had always been quite discerning. Therefore, she chose to live in the best community, Villa No. 1. Originally, she had wanted to purchase Villa No. 1 herself. However, the price of 100 million was a bit hard for her to part with. In the end, she spent 60 million to buy Villa No. 2, which ranked as the second most luxurious villa in the entire Villa No. 1 community. At this moment, she looked at Chen Chuan again. His composure and calmness seemed so natural, without any sense of artifice. At a young age, he appeared more capable and steady than many direct descendants of wealthy families. It seemed there was nothing that could stump him. Ding. Su Yun's favorability 3, current favorability 13, bystander. Chen Chuan was momentarily dumbfounded. What's going on? I haven't done anything, so why did Su Yun's favorability increase again? Could it be because of that earlier touch? Xiao Yang looked around with increasing jealousy. The more he looked, the more determined he became to outshine Chen Chuan today. Otherwise, he would feel frustrated in the future. End up with depression. Chen Chuan, your villa is indeed luxurious and grand. However, it looks a bit empty. Living here might not necessarily be comfortable. He pretended to be casual, intentionally glancing at Mu Qinghe and Su Yun. My flat is different. It's just the right size, providing a warmer family feeling. To enhance the living experience, I spent 3 million on decorations and purchasing furniture and appliances. I specially designed a karaoke room with excellent lighting and sound systems. Singing in there is a wonderful experience. Everyone is welcome to join me for karaoke when they have time. This karaoke room was Xiao Yang's proud creation. He spent nearly 1 million on the renovation. Many people had tried singing there and praised its excellent sound quality. Today, he could finally show it off. The black-faced underling was the first to support his boss. Xiaogu, you have a karaoke room at home. I love singing. Can you take me to try it sometime? The white-faced underling was not to be outdone and pulled the black-faced one back. No, my voice is better than yours. It's too wasteful for Xiaogu to let you use such high-end equipment. Let me go instead. Xiao Yang was beaming with pride. Everyone can come. The karaoke room is large, bigger than KTV's VIP room. You can even bring a few female classmates along, and we can sing together. Feng Yishui looked at Xiao Yang with envy. He loved singing, especially love songs. He once won over a girl with a love song. This was his most successful record in pursuing girls. Sun Yushan and Jin Shihua were also very interested. Who hasn't yelled a few times even if they can't sing well? Even the usually aloof Mu Qinghe showed a flicker of interest in her eyes. However, she was not thinking about going to Xiao Yang's flat. Instead, she lamented that Chen Chuan's villa did not have a karaoke room. Otherwise, she would definitely come to play often. Xiaoyang noticed everyone's interest. He couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Spending so much effort to design the karaoke room was indeed a wise decision. He pretended to be enthusiastic as he looked at Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan, thank you for inviting us to see your villa today. But this place is so quiet, why don't we go together to my flat? My karaoke room is exquisitely designed, and the sound quality is excellent. Even if you sing poorly in there, you can feel like a star and regain your confidence. Chen Chuan shook his head. This guy, as soon as he makes a move, I can tell what he's up to. Is he trying to show off again, not afraid of getting slapped in the face once more? Chen Chuan's expression turned serious. Xiao, don't get too cocky too soon. The reality may disappoint you. He intentionally paused. Sorry, my villa also has karaoke. What you pride yourself on is worthless in my eyes. Xiaoyang was taken aback. Impossible, you must be bluffing me, right? You say you have a karaoke room, and now you claim you have one too. Chen Chuan shook his head. I don't have a karaoke room, but I have an entertainment hall. It's on the 3rd floor. You probably couldn't find it earlier since the villa is so large. He stepped into the elevator first and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. Mu Qinghe, Su Yun, Jin Shihao, and others followed closely behind. The two little brothers in black and white glanced at Xiaoyang. They wanted to follow but were afraid their boss would be upset. After a moment, Xiaoyang adjusted his mood and ran faster than his little brothers. Catch up. I'ma see if he's really bluffing. The three hurriedly squeezed into the elevator. Ding. The sci-fi elevator doors opened. Chen Chuan found the entrance to the entertainment hall based on the villa's blueprint. It was also a smart fingerprint password lock with facial recognition. Unfortunately, Chen Chuan had not registered his fingerprint or face. For now, he could only open the lock with the original password. Beep, beep, beep. The door opened. Click, click, click. He pressed several light switches in succession. Wow, so beautiful. Colorful stage lights spun around. Various light strips, ambient lights, and spotlights dazzled the eyes. 3 rows of wide high-end sofas were arranged in a shape. In the center stood an oversized tea table looking very sturdy. It was enough for someone to use as a stage with beautiful women standing on it performing dances. Jin Shihao often sang at KTV. At a glance, this setup was 10 times more luxurious than the finest KTV's most expensive private room. Even more incredible was that the karaoke area only occupied a small portion of space. Inside, there was an even larger open space with a billiard table. There was also a disco area, a bar, a movie-watching area, and a gaming competition area. One entire wall was transformed into a wine cabinet stocked with countless alcoholic beverages and drinks. There were all kinds of refrigerators, bartending equipment, and high-stem glasses. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with stars. This entertainment hall must be at least 300 square meters, right? Fully functional and high-end facilities. How much did this cost? Everyone was shocked, including Xiaoyang himself, who was nearly dumbfounded. But he, being naturally stubborn, would not easily admit defeat. Chen Chuan, your entertainment hall, though large and fully equipped, but the sound quality might not be as good as mine. If we're just talking about singing, it surely can't compare. His words were left unfinished. Suddenly, Su Yun exclaimed, "Oh, is this the Berlin sound?" Maintaining her mature and elegant demeanor, she was now filled with excitement. She stared intently at a set of high-end audio equipment, gently caressing it. Is this the legendary top-notch audio system? Chen Chuan walked over and replied nonchalantly, exactly, Aunt Yun. This audio system is the Berlin Sound BC 350 flagship speaker. Su Yun confirmed her guess and gained a new understanding of Chen Chuan. She never expected that at such a young age he was already an audio enthusiast. Such high-level audio equipment wouldn't be purchased without a top-notch audiophile investing considerable resources and connections. Xiao Chuan, this audio system isn't cheap. How much did you spend on it? Chen Chuan smiled. Not much, just 3 million. Su Yun forced a smile. This little guy truly was extravagant. To him, 3 million seemed no different from 300. The classmates around them were also quite surprised. Just a single audio system was worth 3 million. Truly a display of wealth. Jin Shihao shot a glance at Xiaoyang. He sneered. Brother Chuan's entertainment hall exceeds 300 square meters, surpassing the total area of a large flat. Just a single set of audio equipment costs 3 million, exceeding the total renovation cost of a large flat. I wonder what someone thinks about that. Xiaoyang turned red with embarrassment. What's so great about it? It has no sense of life at all. What's the use of being expensive? Don't you know that what is suitable is the best? Maybe its sound quality isn't even as good as my karaoke room. Just then Su Yun, who had been eager to try, said, Xiao Chuan, can I test the sound quality? Chen Chuan nodded. Of course. Without needing Chen Chuan's assistance, Su Yun skillfully connected the power supply and turned it on. She closed her eyes and quietly enjoyed. Boom, boom, boom. A soul-stirring piece of music played, instantly drilling into everyone's ears. It permeated to their bones, merging with their souls. It washed over their spirits. Heavenly music. After a long while, Su-yun opened her eyes, exclaiming in fervent obsession. She was the eldest daughter of the Su family. Having received a good education since childhood, she had a special love for music. She had also purchased a high-end audio system for her villa. Unfortunately, it lacked professional tuning personnel. The music quality was far from being comparable to Chen Chuan's setup. At this moment, Feng Yishuai's son Yushan Jin Shihao and others were all entranced by the wonderful music. They were unable to extricate themselves. Mu Qinghe also slightly closed her eyes, immersing her consciousness in the spiritual world, savoring the beauty of music. Even Xiao Yang and the others were deeply affected. They couldn't help but indulge in the wonderful music. It was a rare journey of the soul, a moment of cleansing. They felt a lot. When everyone finally came to their senses, Xiao Yang no longer dared to claim that his audio system could compete with Chen Chuan's Berlin sound. The look in his eyes when he gazed at Chen Chuan turned astonished and unfamiliar. Who exactly was this Chen Chuan? Why was he so mysterious and unattainable? No matter how hard I try, I can't even compare to 1/10 or even 1/100th of him. The two little brothers in black and white felt even more overwhelmed. The way they looked at Chen Chuan was filled with fear and awe. Such a mysterious big shot must not be offended. Every little item he owned was something they could never hope to possess in their lifetime. A total crushing defeat. In this situation, the best attitude was to submit. 100% humility. In front of Chen Chuan, they didn't even dare get too close to Xiao Yang, fearing they might be implicated and take the backlash. These two useless fellows. Xiao Yang was naturally aware of his little brother's thoughts. He could only hold back the urge to beat them up and endure silently. Only Su-yun remained immersed in the music, utterly obsessed with the heavenly sound. Xiao Chuan, can I listen for a while longer? Chen Chuan checked the time and awkwardly said, Aunt Yun, it's almost noon. I still have an appointment for lunch. How about you come back next time? Su-yun's face showed disappointment. All right then, but can I come over often in the future? Her gaze remained fixed on the Berlin sound. Chen Chuan helplessly replied, Of course you can. Su-yun hugged Chen Chuan's arm, tightly leaning in closely. Great. It's a deal. You can't complain about Auntie coming to bother you often in the future. Chen Chuan distinctly felt her fullness and sighs. Suddenly a gaze from Mu Shuejia behind him pierced him like a thorn in his back. Chen Chuan reluctantly struggled to break free. Aunt Yun, let go. Didn't I promise you? Really? Su-yun's voluptuous figure swayed intentionally. Great. He'll definitely come every day from now on. Chen Chuan's face turned red. If it weren't for the presence of others, he truly couldn't guarantee whether he would turn into a beast on the spot. Aunt Yun, can you let go now? Su-yun released his arm and playfully tapped his forehead with her finger. Why are you so easily embarrassed, kid? Anne is already of a certain age, what do you have to worry about? Chen Chuan smiled awkwardly and instinctively glanced at her ample bosom. Oh my Aunt Yun, do you really not know how alluring you are? Or are you intentionally testing me? Su-yun was very composed without a trace of embarrassment. Xiao Chuan, do you know? Listening to high-quality music frequently can cleanse the soul and cultivate one's character. There are many benefits. Chen Chuan smiled along. Then I will listen more from now on. To wash away the rustic air and the vulgarities, Jin Shihao, Feng Yishuai, and others quickly joined in the commotion. Brother Chuan, can we come often too? This music is too wonderful. Chen Chuan nodded. Of course you can. Only Xiao Yang and the others wanted to ask, but felt embarrassed. Such heavenly music, how often can one hear it in the mortal realm? It's not something they ordinary folks can appreciate casually. Looking at the time, Chen Chuan took the initiative to say, It's almost noon, let me show you the garage. Everyone's hearts stirred. This villa was just bought, and Brother Chuan already bought a new car. On the way to the garage, son Yushan reminded Chen Chuan that the counselor by Shifei had a meeting at 3:30. To remind him not to forget the time. Chen Chuan nodded. This was the beautiful counselor's first-class meeting. Brother Chuan, do you think they will elect class leaders at this meeting? Sun Yushan asked curiously. Chen Chuan replied, Not for now. Everyone is unfamiliar. I heard it's after military training when everyone gets to know each other before electing class officials. Sun Yushan murmured. Then what's the point of this meeting? To get to know each other. Chen Chuan winked and teased, Don't you want to meet them? Sun Yushan's eyes lit up. I really want to meet the school beauty, the college beauty, the department beauty, and the class beauty. He paused and began to gossip. I heard Tan Haojia is quite unhappy with you, saying you're poor, yet you act so proud. This time he's likely to put on a show. Chen Chuan shook his head dismissively. What's there to show off? Are there candies being handed out? Or is there a prize? Sun Yushan leaned closer, speaking mysteriously. His goal, of course, is to attract the attention and favor of beautiful girls. The main point is that he's aiming for the position of class leader, wanting to secure that spot. From now on, he needs to prepare in advance, trying to get ahead of you. Chen Chuan felt baffled. What the hell? What does it have to do with me if he wants to be the class leader? I don't want to be the class leader. Sun Yushan shook his head. That's your idea? He doesn't think so. Brother Chuan, you must secure this class leader position. It's the honor of the brothers. At a critical moment, you can't just be incapable. Chen Chuan pretended to hit him. What the hell? How do you know if I'm capable? Do you want me to prove it to you? Sun Yushan dashed ahead. Down to the basement level, they saw the spacious and luxurious garage. Feng Yishuai exclaimed in admiration. This garage alone is larger and prettier than my home. Jin Shihao immediately spotted the black Mercedes G-Class parked in one corner of the garage. He walked around the G-Class. It was indeed the top configuration. Whether in design or quality, it far surpassed the ordinary version. He opened the door. The interior and configuration inside were impressively exceptional. Jin Shihao couldn't take his eyes off it. If he had such a luxurious off-road vehicle, how cool would that be? I must take a girl out for a drive seeing all the beautiful landscapes of our country. The black-faced little brother came from an average background and had never seen such an expensive luxury car, so he didn't even dare to touch it. He could only look from afar. In his heart, Chen Chuan was already a person from another world, a being he needed to look up to. Now he just hoped that Chen Chuan would treat him as a small character and completely forget about him. The white-faced little brother had a bit of knowledge. However, it was precisely because he had a bit of knowledge that he was even more afraid of Chen Chuan. He understood how terrifying he truly was. Such a wealthy individual was not someone they small fry could offend. He hoped Chen Chuan would only remember his big brother Xiao Yang. After all, the two of them were merely Xiao Yang's little brothers. Everything they did was merely under the older brother's orders. Even if there were no orders, as the older brother shouldn't, he take some leadership responsibility. Xiao Yang felt the most bitter. Chen Chuan's Lincoln had already completely outclassed his million-dollar luxury car. Now there's an even more expensive Mercedes G-Class. How can he continue to live? The two were on completely different levels. Now thinking back, the earlier version of himself in Chen Chuan's eyes was nothing but a clown, a big fool. The more he did, the worse he spoke, making him seem all the more foolish. Suddenly, Xiao Yang took the initiative to walk up to Chen Chuan. He lowered his proud head and bowed 90 degrees. Young Master Chen, I'm sorry. Please forgive my recklessness and foolishness. His roommates were very surprised. They didn't expect the lofty young Master Xiao would also have a moment of humility. The white-faced little brother and the black-faced little brother were both astonished and impressed. No wonder he was their big brother. His decisive judgment was far beyond ordinary. Witnessing the strength of his opponent firsthand, he immediately bowed his head in submission. Is this the kind of vision that comes with being a big brother? Mu Qinghe was seeing for the first time what it felt like to be rich and powerful. Even a rich second generation like Xiao Yang had to admit his faults. Su Yun watched with great interest, gaining a new understanding of Chen Chuan's capabilities and charisma. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Chuan did not take the opportunity to humiliate him, but rather snorted coldly. Do you think just apologizing will satisfy me? Cold sweat dripped from Xiao Yang's forehead. In the next second, slap, slap, slap. He slapped each side of his face 3 times. Then he turned to the two little brothers. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for young Master Chen to throw you into the river to feed the fish? The black and white little brothers woke up from their dreams. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Slap, slap. They hurriedly raised their palms and slapped them hard against their own cheeks, fearing they wouldn't hit hard enough to satisfy young Master Chen. The two of them put all their strength into the slaps. Slap, slap. Their cheeks were red and swollen, yet they gritted their teeth, baring their teeth, and continued to slap themselves. Chen Chuan waved his hand. Enough. Remember this for the future. Now get lost. Xiao Yang and the others felt as if they had been pardoned. They tucked their tails and fled towards the villa's main door. Ha ha ha. The roommates behind them burst into laughter. Getting rid of the annoying guys not only pleased the roommates, but even Mu Qinghe felt the atmosphere had become much clearer. Junior Chen, it's getting late, come home and have dinner with me. Chen Chuan nodded. He took out a set of car keys from his pocket and tossed them to Jin Shihao. I'm in a hurry and don't have time to take you back to school. Drive my Lincoln and take everyone back. He himself pulled Mu Qinghe and boarded the imposing Mercedes G-Class. Usually driving this car was more convenient than the Lincoln. At least it didn't take up too much parking space. Jin Shihao looked at the Lincoln keys in his hand, feeling bitter. Damn, can I even afford to drive this 3 million luxury car? Feng Yishuai pointed at Chen Chuan and loudly complained, you're so ungrateful for getting your friends when there's a woman around. I thought I could ride in the 6 million super luxury car at least once. In the end, Jin Shihao didn't dare to move the Lincoln. He asked Aunt Su Yun to help drive the Lincoln into Chen Chuan's villa garage. The 3 roommates took a cab back to school, while Chen Chuan drove the newly bought Mercedes G-Class at high speed. Damn, driving this car is just exhilarating. The space is large, the view is broad, and sitting next to him is a beautiful schoolgirl. Honk. Chen Chuan rolled down the window, feeling the wind and enjoying himself. So exciting. It feels like life has reached its peak. Walking into Mu King's house, the delightful scene that greeted Chen Chuan's eyes made him brighten up. Aunt Wen's attire, haha. This trip was definitely worth it. Xiao Chuan, you're here. When Ryu cheerfully ran over, taking Chen Chuan by the hand and leading him into the house. Come in quickly, Auntie will brew you some tea. She pushed Chen Chuan onto the sofa and immediately prepared to pour water. Chen Chuan's gaze drifted, unable to directly face the school flower's mother. Aunt Wen was dressed in a short top and shorts with a cute little white apron tied around her chest. Two slender straps hung from her fair neck. This outfit suggested that usually it was just the two of them at home. She had always dressed this way, looking very comfortable. But today, with the presence of the robust young man Chen Chuan, he found it a bit hard to bear. The key was that Aunt Wen was simply too beautiful. Tall and curvy, her skin was white and tender, almost as if it could be squeezed for water. Aunt Wen, I'll have tea. Chen Chuan tried to appear as natural as possible. Behind him, Mu Qinghe pouting followed him in. Who exactly is your daughter? Seeing Chen Chuan so enthusiastic, yet he seemed to ignore me. Sigh. If Chen Chuan were to become family, wouldn't my standing in the household be a concern? When Ryu brought the hot tea to Chen Chuan, Xiao Chuanqing had told me about last night. Thank you for helping her out and promoting her to manager. When we first met, Annie really didn't expect you to be so young and accomplished. The big boss of Yuranju. TSK Tisk, our Xiao Chuan, is truly impressive. Chen Chuan humbly shook his head. And when you flatter me, it's just a minor achievement. When Ryu shook her head, she was the assistant manager of the Kyushu International Hotel. After spending over a decade and countless efforts, she had climbed to this position. She knew all too well the hardships of starting a business. From the bottom of her heart, she felt admiration and pride for Chen Chuan's achievements. Xiao Chuan, I know you are humble and low-key, but Auntie is also a working person, very aware of the challenges involved. If you weren't a rich second generation inheriting from family to have such an industry, you must have endured a lot of hardship and trouble to achieve such a situation. Chen Chuan hurriedly waved his hand. And when my family is just an ordinary rural family, my dad and mom are both just regular farmers. When Ryu's eyes brightened, she was even more satisfied with Chen Chuan. Smiling, she patted his hand. Xiao Chuan, just sit comfortably, I'll go prepare lunch. Chen Chuan made a move to get up. Aunt Wen, how about I help in the kitchen? When Ryu dotingly pressed him back down. You're a big man, what can you do in the kitchen? Don't make things difficult for me. Just wait, I'll have Qinghe help instead. Mu Qinghe pouted in discontent, following her mother and whispering complaints. Why does he get to sit and wait for food? I have to go into the kitchen and help. When Ryu turned around and tapped her daughter's little head. You little brat, if you had half of Xiao Chuan's ability, would I let you into the kitchen? If you're capable, go start a company worth over $1 billion yourself. Mu Qinghe stuck out her tongue, not resisting. Chen Chuan took a sip of tea, feeling quite bored. He followed to the kitchen door, leaning against the door frame, silently admiring the two beautiful women preparing food for him. Having returned home, Mu Qinghe changed into a set of light and short homeware. Her rounded arms and long fair thighs swayed in front of him. Chen Chuan dared not look too much, instinctively turning his gaze to the mature and alluring Wen Ryu. He had to admit, the ratings given by Zhongzi Ge were indeed very scientific. Wen Ryu's figure was indeed more appealing and noteworthy than Mu Xueti's. Both of them had their backs to the kitchen door. Chen Chuan could freely admire the figures of the two beautiful women from behind. Wen Ryu's waist was slender, yet her hips were quite full. The huge contrast between her waist and hips formed an astonishing curve. Suddenly, Wen Ryu felt a scorching gaze from behind fixed on her. Through the kitchen glass, she saw that the person behind was none other than Chen Chuan. She was startled, losing her focus. Oh, she exclaimed, gripping her left-hand index finger. Mu Qinghe immediately ran over, asking nervously, Mom, what's wrong? When Ryu replied, it's nothing, I accidentally cut my finger. Mu Qinghe glanced at the bleeding finger and immediately turned to run outside. I'll go find a band-aid. Once Mu Qinghe left, Chen Chuan hurriedly squeezed over, concerned, Aunt Wen, are you okay? Let me see your finger. When Ryu showed a pained expression, she exposed her finger, bringing it to Chen Chuan's view. Without a word, Chen Chuan opened his mouth and sucked it in. When Ryu was dumbfounded, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Chen Chuan. Oh no, she couldn't hold back and directly had her finger sucked. Chen Chuan also didn't know what he was thinking. Instinctively, he opened his mouth. It wasn't until her jade-like finger entered his mouth that he became aware something was off. This was Mu Xueti's mother, his potential mother-in-law. What would happen if Mu Xueti saw this? Also, would Aunt Wen be angry? She would definitely be very angry for such reckless behavior. Sigh. Just now it was all harmonious and warmly welcoming. Now he had ruined it all with one careless move. More surprisingly, when Ryu did not pull her finger back in time, she let her finger be enveloped in warmth. At that moment, time seemed to lose its meaning. He didn't know how long had passed, maybe a second, maybe a minute. until the sound of Mu Qinghe's footsteps broke the magical time stagnation. Whoosh. When Ryu quickly pulled her finger back, casually she used her white apron to quietly wipe off the sticky saliva on her finger. Chen Chuan quickly took a step back, calming his emotions, pretending that nothing had happened. The next moment, Mu Qinghe rushed in. Mom, I found the band-aid. She immediately went to bandage when Ryu's wound. Hiss when Ryu instinctively flinched in pain. Mu Qinghe was startled, feeling a bit hesitant. Let me do it. Chen Chuan naturally stepped forward, gently reaching for Ryu's finger. When Ryu quickly glanced at her daughter, wanting to retract her finger, but Chen Chuan firmly held it. In a gentle voice, he comforted Aunt Wen, don't be afraid, I'll be very gentle. When Ryu's cheeks inexplicably flushed, under Chen Chuan's insistence, when Ryu cooperated very well, obediently accepting the bandaging. Chen Chuan's movements were very gentle. Ding. When Ryu's favorability, 8 current favorability, 39 good friends, wow. A favorability increase of 8 points at once. This was very rare. Chen Chuan secretly rejoiced. Luckily, he had acted quickly and came over to show his concern in time. This time, Aunt Wen should be less angry, right? For some reason, he suddenly thought back to the last time on the train when Mu Shuadi fed him grapes. He had unintentionally licked her a little. He thought she would be angry. Unexpectedly, not only did she not get angry, but her favorability also secretly increased. This time was Aunt Wen's rising favorability due to him bandaging her. Or was it because of that one suction? The thought struck him. Suddenly the fondness for Ryu surged by 8 points. Chen Chuan found clarity. A mischievous smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth. I never expected that Aunt Wen and senior sister Mu would have such eerily similar preferences. What a peculiar quirk. After the bandaging was completed, when Ryu blushed and broke free from Chen Chuan's grasp. Qinghe, you can take care of the remaining vegetables. Therefore, Mu Qinghe took on the task of cutting the vegetables. Tap, tap, tap. Watching Mu Qinghe as she sliced the potatoes into strips. Not only was her speed slow, but the shapes were also bizarre. Chen Chuan curiously inquired, Senior sister, are you cutting potato shreds or potato cubes? My mother is preparing to make kung pao chicken, Mu Qinghe explained. I need to cut these potatoes into small pieces. Chen Chuan frowned. Can these stick-like objects be called potato cubes? He couldn't help but intervene. Aunt Wen, senior sister, why don't I help you? I can cook a bit, I won't make it a hassle for you. When Ryu waved her hand with a smile. Are you worried that I might cut my fingers and be unable to cook? Rest assured, it's not a problem. Besides, as a big boss, you have so many matters to handle every day. When would you have time to learn cooking? Mu Qinghe was even more skeptical. Junior, don't overestimate yourself. What can you help with? You're not implying that you can help by finishing these dishes, are you? He felt seriously insulted. Senior sister, don't look down on me. How can I not be of help? Do you believe my knife skills aren't inferior to yours? Mu Qinghe not only didn't get angry, but instead laughed. Junior, do you think that just because I'm cutting slowly I'm not skilled? Are you being fooled by what you see on television? Seeing a chef cut vegetables swiftly and precisely with a flourish. She solemnly imparted her wisdom. In reality, that's all just for show. Everything appears easy, but it's difficult to execute. You think I'm cutting slowly. In fact, I've been learning to cook for many years and I am very proficient in both knife skills and cooking techniques. It's definitely not as simple as it looks to you. When Ryu nodded slightly, she was well aware of her daughter's culinary skills. After all, she had trained her since childhood. While not exceptionally high, her skills were undoubtedly proficient. Especially in terms of knife skills, Mu Qinghe had a natural talent. For her age, she was definitely outstanding. Chen Chuan, being a boy, could certainly not compare to her. Xiao Chuan, you mustn't underestimate Qinghe's knife skills. This thing may look simple. In reality, without years of hard practice, it's difficult to master. It was assumed that the mother and daughter would teach him something valuable. Chen Chuan was supposed to awaken and be grounded. However, he didn't take any of it in and remained confident. Aunt Wen, don't worry, I really can cook. He turned back to Mu Qinghe. Senior sister, don't doubt me. Not only can I cut quickly and well, but I can also far exceed your speed. I can even cut a flower shape. Mu Qinghe smirked. You can brag all you want. I wouldn't dare let you try. Don't waste the ingredients, I'll have to go buy some more later. When Ryu couldn't help but tease, Xiao Chuan, what are you saying? You can cut a flower. I'm quite curious to see what kind of flower you can create. Chen Chuan exclaimed excitedly. Aunt Wen, do you believe I can do it? When Ryu smiled and nodded, though there was a hint of teasing and mockery in her eyes. I don't believe it. Mu Qinghe, however, stuck to her opinion. Junior, if you insist on trying, it's not impossible. Do you dare to wager with me? Chen Chuan asked. What kind of bet? A glint of cunning flashed in Mu Qing's eyes. If you lose, you'll have to wash all the dishes at noon today. Chen Chuan said nonchalantly, what if I win? Mu Qinghe replied without hesitation, you can't possibly win. If you really do win, feel free to propose any condition. I will agree to it. Chen Chuan clapped his hands in decision. All right, I'm betting on it. Mu Qinghe secretly smiled. Junior Chen, you will definitely be washing those dishes today. On ordinary days, washing the dishes after meals was always her task. Today, she finally found a scapegoat. When Ryu couldn't help but shake her head. Xiao Chuan, don't worry, I can help you wash them together. Mu Qinghe immediately expressed her displeasure. Mom, aren't you being too biased? Who is your daughter after all? Why are you always siding with him? When Ryu, however, was not angry, but retorted, Xiao Chuan is smart and understanding, handsome and capable. I don't like him, who do I like? If you had half of his capabilities, I would help you wash the dishes. Mu Qinghe was left speechless by the retort. She could only gnash her teeth, vowing to regain her dignity from Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan felt warmth in his heart, but waved his hand with a smile. Aunt, when your finger is injured, I definitely can't let you wash them. Besides, I won't lose, I don't need your help. Mu Qinghe mocked. Oh, Xiao Chuan, you have quite a bit of confidence, huh? She immediately put down the kitchen knife in her hand. All right, you go ahead. Let us admire Chef Chen's superb knife skills. When Ryu also paused her work, looking over seriously, Chen Chuan took the kitchen knife, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. His fingers glided over the blade inch by inch, carefully feeling the knife specifications, size, weight, sharpness. Cut. Feigning mystique. Mu Qinghe was unimpressed by Chen Chuan's pretense. After about 10 seconds, Chen Chuan suddenly opened his eyes and set down the knife. He picked out the clean potatoes one by one, arranging them in order of size like soldiers awaiting review. Mu Qinghe burst into laughter. Junior, what are you doing? You're supposed to be cutting potatoes, not holding a potato review. When Ryu also watched with great interest, curious about what Chen Chuan was up to, Chen Chuan smiled faintly. Seeing your sister sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping wood. Thorough preparation absolutely increases efficiency significantly. Mu Qinghe teased, Junior, just keep pretending. Continuing the pretense. The next moment, Chen Chuan pressed the potato with his left hand and held the knife with his right. Tap, 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 tap. The sound grew faster and more intense. In the blink of an eye, a large potato was sliced into several pieces. Immediately after, he casually flipped the potatoes with his left hand, stacking all the potato slices together. The knife in his right hand moved like the needle of a sewing machine. Tap, tap, tap. After a flurry of rapid chopping sounds, all the potato slices transformed into uniform strips of potato. Swish. Chen Chuan grabbed with his left hand, compressing countless potato strips into a pile. Another flurry of knife flashes occurred, and all the potato strips turned into cubes, forming a small mountain. Aunt. Mu Qinghe was stunned. It was her first time witnessing a master of knife skills perform up close. More exaggerated than the culinary gods in films. After all, seeing it in person made it feel more real and visually impactful. When Ryu, on the other hand, remained relatively calm. Although surprised, she managed to keep her composure. She observed very carefully and suddenly noticed a remarkable phenomenon. With a sense of doubt, when Ryu approached and confirmed it, the diced potatoes on the cutting board were all uniform in size, each a perfectly shaped cube. The discrepancies were so minute that they were imperceptible to the naked eye. How is that possible? When Ryu was utterly shocked, her beautiful eyes glued to the perfect cubed pieces. It was as if these were not diced potatoes, but individual scientific miracles. My goodness, what kind of knife skills are these? They are simply divine. Not even an ordinary university student, let alone the world's top chefs, could achieve such results. Each potato cube was as if it had been perfectly molded. Each displayed a perfectly symmetrical six-sided cube. This ability could hardly be described as a skill, it was more akin to a scientific technique. Next, Chen Chuan continued to create miracles. A kitchen knife transformed into a magical wand in his hands, cutting through the white and tender tofu. It became as thin as a cicada's wing, and then it turned into strands resembling white hair. In the next moment, a plain carrot appeared. With just a few simple cuts, it morphed into a blooming red rose, lifelike and vivid. After a while, Mu Qinghe finally snapped out of her shock. She still couldn't believe that Chen Chuan's knife skills were so miraculous. Whoosh. She dashed forward, her eyes nearly glued to the cutting board, carefully observing Chen Chuan's masterpiece. The cubed potatoes, the hair-thin tofu, and the rose-shaped carrot were examined repeatedly 3 times in total. Mu Qinghe finally confirmed that everything before her was real. Chen Chuan's knife skills were truly astonishing. Junior, how did you get such amazing knife techniques? Have you trained at Xindongfang? Chen Chuan nearly stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Senior, I haven't learned anywhere, it's merely a talent. When Ryu was both astonished and delighted. With a proud smile, she said, Our Xiao Chuan is indeed impressive. Not only can he start a business, but his culinary skills are also superb. I thought King's cooking was already among the best for young people. Compared to you, it's utterly unworthy of mention. Mu Qinghe stomped her foot in dissatisfaction. Mom, you praise him, but why do you have to belittle me? When Ryu smiled without replying, Chen Chuan then picked up the carrot rose and presented it to Mu Qinghe. Dong, 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 do you like it? Mu Qinghe blushed, fidgeting slightly, and nodded. Oh no. Chen Chuan giving me a rose, what does that mean? Is he trying to confess to me in front of my mother? Should I accept or decline? Mu Qinghe was caught in a dilemma when Chen Chuan swiftly took the rose away. He turned to Wen Ruyu. Aunt Wen, this flower is for you. Thank you for your hard work and silent contributions all this time. Mu Qinghe was dumbfounded. Shouldn't this rose be mine? Why did it turn into my mother's? Am I still dreaming? Or is this world just too crazy? Meanwhile, Wen Ruyu was excited and flustered. Is this rose really for me? Chen Chuan nodded. Wen Ruyu trembled as she accepted the carrot rose. It was her first time receiving such a special and exquisite gift. Though it was carved from a carrot, it was even more beautiful and enchanting than a real red rose. Ding. Wen Ruyu's affection, 5 current affection, level 44 close friends. A single red rose had caused Aunt Wen's affection level to surpass that of Senior Mu. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Suddenly Chen Chuan recalled a saying. The more a mother-in-law sees her son-in-law, the more she likes him. So it's normal for Aunt Wen's affection to surpass Senior Mu's, right? Oomph. Mu Qinghe was very disappointed, stomping her foot in anger. She ignored Chen Chuan. However, Chen Chuan did not intend to let her off easily. Senior, what do you mean? You don't mean to back out, do you? We have a wager. Mu Qinghe felt extremely wronged, but had to swallow the bitter fruit of her own making. Who is backing out? Just tell me, what do you want? I promise I won't frown. Chen Chuan rubbed his hands together, pondering silently. Moi. His eyes wandered over Mu Qinghe, assessing her curves. Mu Qinghe was so frightened that she took 2 big steps back. She crossed her arms defensively. What are you trying to do? I warn you, don't even think about it. Chen Chuan chuckled. Senior, I haven't made any requests. How can you say no? Who was it that confidently said I could ask any condition and you'd agree to it? Who pounded their chest and guaranteed they wouldn't frown? Mu Qinghe's face turned beet red. You have such dirty thoughts. Senior, you can't just frame a good person out of thin air. How am I being dirty? I didn't make any request. Mu Qinghe clenched the hem of her clothes, her expression flustered. Then tell me, what condition do you want to propose? At this moment, Wen Ruyu was frying vegetables while also paying attention. What request could Chen Chuan possibly make? Sigh. Chen Chuan pretended to scratch his head, looking as if he were racking his brains. Senior, I haven't thought of anything yet. Just wait a moment and I'll tell you once I think of something. Mu Qinghe was anxious for a long time, but all she got was this result. She glared, saying, You have half an hour to think it over. Otherwise the terms are void. Chen Chuan deliberately teased her. This is my only chance, so of course I need to think carefully. What can I make you do for me? Just the thought of having the aloof campus beauty listen to his orders and do things for him made him feel elated. Mu Qinghe gritted her teeth, wishing she could bite him on the spot. I warn you, don't go too far. Otherwise the wager is void. Wen Ruyu smiled, interrupting their banter. Qinghe, we're short on garlic. Go buy some at the market. Mu Qinghe was in a huff. Mom, why don't you let Chen Chuan go? He's a boy and can run faster than me. Wen Ruyu gave her a light tap on the head. Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking? He is our honored guest. How can we make the guest buy groceries? Chen Chuan, however, volunteered and raised his hand. Aunt Wen, please tell me where the market is. I'll go buy some for you. Wen Ruyu affectionately took hold of his arm. Good boy, you can't be running errands for me. Just stay home, or I still want you to help me chop vegetables. That girl Qinghe can only slow things down. How could she compare to your knife skills? Mu Qinghe looked at her mom, treating them so differently. She felt like crying. Is this still my real mom? Silly girl, why haven't you left yet? Wen Ruyu glared. I'm still waiting to stir-fry garlic. Mu Qinghe was utterly speechless and had no choice but to obediently go out to buy garlic. Just as she left the kitchen, she shot a fierce glare at Chen Chuan. It was all this bad guy's fault that her family status had plummeted. From now on, she should bring him home less often. Chen Chuan felt very innocent. Senior, I also wanted to help you buy garlic. Unfortunately, Aunt Wen wouldn't allow it. After Mu Qinghe left, the small kitchen space was left with only Wen Ruyu and Chen Chuan. He recalled the earlier moment of her sucking her finger. Both felt a bit shy, falling into a brief silence. An inexplicable atmosphere spread between them. Chen Chuan chopped vegetables, while Wen Ruyu cooked, seemingly focused. But they were secretly guessing each other's thoughts. Suddenly, as Chen Chuan went to grab the ingredients, Wen Ruyu also turned to grab them, almost colliding. Bang! The two bumped into each other. The collision was sudden. Neither of them expected it, leaving their minds blank. The worst part was that they had touched a forbidden place. Ah! Wen Ruyu exclaimed loudly, but quickly covered her mouth with her small hand like a flash of lightning. Instinctively, she turned to look toward the kitchen door. Fearing that her daughter would hear, she felt relieved that Mu Qinghe had not yet returned home after buying garlic. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, her heart in a chaotic state. Whoosh! Wen Ruyu did not step back voluntarily, but Chen Chuan could no longer pretend to be oblivious. He took a step back, quickly creating distance. At that moment, Wen Ruyu realized just how intimate their previous state had been. Feeling flustered, she began to retreat. Aunt! In a moment of carelessness, her high heel twisted and her entire figure fell toward the ground. Damn! Chen Chuan's physique was far beyond that of an ordinary person. His speed, strength, and agility were all significantly enhanced. Whoosh! Just before when Ruyu fell, he managed to catch her just in time. His strong arms wrapped around her soft waist, effortlessly lifting her up. "And when are you all right?" Chen Chuan asked with concern. When Ruyu was terrified, her face pale. When she realized she was lying in Chen Chuan's arms, her heart raced wildly. This was not a place she should be. It was her daughter's position. Instinctively, she wanted to break free. "Oh!" She let out a cry, almost unable to stand upright. "Xiao Chuan, quickly support me, my foot hurts so much." When Ruyu was nearly hanging on Chen Chuan's body, Chen Chuan helped when Ruyu slowly moved to the living room and sit on the sofa. Hiss! When Ruyu rubbed her ankle, letting out a pained sound. Task challenge: use massage techniques to help when Ruyu treat her foot pain. Task reward 1, 30 million cash. Task reward 2, experience points 8 points. Free attribute 5 points. Decline task experience points 8. Chen Chuan felt a surge of joy. His massage technique could actually treat foot pain. It seems he had misunderstood. A massage was indeed a healing method. It was not the kind of inappropriate skill. 30 million cash was quite a generous reward. It could not compare to the luxurious residence and famous villa. However, it was still much more than a Lincoln or a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Besides, with cash, what couldn't be bought? Money was the courage of heroes. The more the better. Chen Chuan squatted down, examining when Ruyu's feet closely. "And when did you twist your ankle? Which foot hurts?" When Ruyu frowned, slightly pointing to her right foot, Chen Chuan gently lifted her right foot and looked up at when Ruyu. From a lower angle, he saw her long, straight, fair legs. Her shorts were incredibly short. "And when I know a bit of massage therapy that is quite effective for treating sprained ankles. How about I help you with a massage?" When Ruyu gazed intently at Chen Chuan, seemingly trying to read something in his eyes. After a moment, she averted her gaze, stammering as she nodded. "Sure, go ahead." Chen Chuan supported her calf with his left hand while gently removing her high heel with his right. "And when I'm about to start the massage. At first it may hurt a bit, but bear with it. It will definitely get more comfortable as we go on." When Ruyu closed her eyes in embarrassment. "I'm ready, go ahead." Under Chen Chuan's masterful massage technique, when Ruyu felt as if she were on a roller coaster. "Xiao Chuan, be gentle. Ah, it hurts, slow down. You can apply a bit more pressure, it feels good." After about 10 minutes, Chen Chuan had removed both of Wen Ruyu's high heels. He found her a pair of slippers and placed them under her feet. "And when your sprained ankle should be healed now, you can take a few steps to try." When Ruyu carefully slipped her jade foot into the slippers and stood up cautiously. In front of Chen Chuan, she took a small circle. "Wow, it really feels better. Not painful at all." She looked at Chen Chuan in surprise. "Xiao Chuan, you really have some skills. At first I thought you were just..." Chen Chuan was puzzled. "Just what?" When Ruyu quickly corrected herself. "It's nothing. I underestimated you, my dear boy." Looking at this young and handsome lad in front of her, when Ruyu felt very emotional. Without a man at home, it was really not easy. No matter how capable a woman is, she still hopes for a caring man to protect her. Task completed. When Ruyu's affection level increased by 4. Her current affection level 48, close friend. Treating her sprained ankle truly yielded results. Aunt Wen's affection for him skyrocketed again, almost breaking through the 50 mark. Sigh. He hadn't even won over the campus beauty, but he had already captured her mother. What kind of situation is this? Despite the increase in affection, Chen Chuan noticed that when Ruyu's emotions seemed a bit low. He quickly asked with concern, "Aunt Wen, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? Does your foot still hurt?" When Ruyu shook her head, hesitating to speak. After Chen Chuan's persistent questioning, she finally opened her heart. "Xiao Chuan, you're not an outsider, so I'll tell you." She pulled Chen Chuan sitting side by side on the sofa. "Actually, I've always been very worried about Qing He. This matter ultimately lies with us adults. Back then I was young and naive, deceived by Qing He's father, and tarnished my body. I was forced to marry him. After the marriage, her father indulged in gambling, drinking, and all sorts of vices. Not only did he lose the family's house in gambling, but he also often beat and scolded us, mother and daughter. In a fit of anger, I filed for divorce and raised Qing He alone. However, the unfortunate memories of her childhood still had a significant impact on her. This girl has always been cold by nature and has an innate resistance to feelings and marriage. I'm very worried about her future." Chen Chuan suddenly understood. No wonder this prospective mother-in-law never opposed his relationship with Mu Shui Jie, even encouraging it. She must have wished for him and Mu Shui Jie to become a couple. When Ruyu suddenly grabbed Chen Chuan's hand. "Xiao Chuan Qing, he is very pitiful. You must treat her well in the future, and is counting on you." Feeling the softness of her hand, Chen Chuan was unsure whether to pull away or let her continue holding on. "And when, don't worry." Click. The door swung open from the outside. Both of their hearts skipped a beat. Whoosh. when Ruyu quickly withdrew her hand. Mom, I'm back. Mu Qing, he carrying a small bag of garlic, saw her mother and Chen Chuan sitting closely on the sofa. She couldn't help but wonder, why are you two not in the kitchen? She looked at Wen Ruyu's feet. Before leaving, she remembered that her mom was wearing high heels. How come in such a short time she had changed into slippers? Wen Ruyu instinctively shrank her feet back, feeling a bit at a loss. Chen Chuan, however, stood up and graciously took the garlic. Shuijia, we've been waiting for your garlic. Without it, several dishes can't be cooked. Wen Ruyu chimed in. That's right, we've been waiting for you. You little brat, why are you so slow? She snatched the garlic from Chen Chuan's hands and hurriedly ran into the kitchen. Mu Qing, he looked at her mother and then at Chen Chuan. Are you two hiding something from me? Oh no. Did senior sister Mu notice something? Chen Chuan's heart raced in panic, but he maintained an outward calm, his expression stern. Senior sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Let's hurry into the kitchen and help Aunt Wen with cooking. Aunt Wen's finger is injured, so she must need our help. Mu Qinghe continued to stare at him intently. Chen Chuan quickly turned her petite body around and pushed her into the kitchen. Ding. The challenge task is completed and 30 million in cash has been transferred to the host's account. Experience 8 free attribute 5 ding dong. Chen Chuan's phone beeped with a text message. He picked up his phone to check. The last 4 digits of his account number 1314 from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of Longhua showed a deposit of 30 million with a balance of 59.01 million. In the blink of an eye, the 30 million influx made Chen Chuan's wallet even thicker and his posture straighter. I will allocate all 5 points of free attributes to charm. Host Chen Chuan physique 24 points, strong as an ox, spirit 24 points, quick-witted charm 30 points, 1-star charm, halo free attribute 0 points, system level 167100 charm was always his greatest concern. Originally his charm was 25 points. With just a 5-point increase he could level up. Chen Chuan did not hesitate to allocate all his free attributes to charm, successfully breaking through to a new level. 1-star charm halo. What kind of level is this? According to the system's prompt, a 1-star charm halo is equivalent to placing a protagonist's halo on the host. Its effect is roughly similar to that of a third-tier celebrity halo. No matter who sees the host, they will be influenced by the celebrity halo, subconsciously generating goodwill or paying more attention. Finally, a sumptuous lunch was ready. Chen Chuan rushed around helping to serve the dishes. The 3 of them sat around the dining table. Xiao Chuan, come have a piece of braised pork. When Ruyu enthusiastically served him food. I'll give you a big drumstick too, boys should eat more. And we can't forget the vegetables, I'll add a bit for you. Chen Chuan's eating pace couldn't keep up with Wen Ruyu's serving speed. He felt quite awkward while Wen Ruyu was enjoying herself, feeling a sense of accomplishment. This kid Xiao Chuan is truly exceptional. How can he look more handsome the more I gaze at him? I must remind my daughter to keep a tight hold on him and never let other girls take him away. Beside them, Mu Qinghe watched with envy. Mom, why are you only serving food to senior brother Chen? What about me? When Ruyu scolded, you little brat, you're already grown up, do you still want me to serve you? If you want to eat something, do it yourself. Mu Qinghe pouted, feeling displeased. Challenge task care for Mu Qinghe, serve her food and feed it to her. Task reward 1, master level musical instrument performance skill. Task reward 2, experience points 6 points. Free attributes 3 points. Rejecting the task, experience points 6, Chen Chuan silently complained. This system task came at just the right time. However, it's actually a good thing for himself. Just by feeding her a bite of food, he could gain a master-level performance skill, as well as experience points and free attribute rewards. This deal is undoubtedly a huge profit. Senior sister. Chen Chuan turned to look at Mu Qinghe, his gaze filled with affection. You worked hard to buy garlic today, have a piece of braised pork. As he spoke, he picked up a small piece of braised pork with his chopsticks and brought it to Mu Qing's mouth, seeing Wen Ruyu nodding repeatedly, her face full of satisfaction. A hint of surprise flashed in Mu Qing's eyes. Her delicate face turned slightly red. How shy. Mom is watching from the side, isn't this guy too bold? Suddenly, an unpleasant memory flashed through her mind. That magical rose carved from a carrot. It was originally meant for her, but was given by Chen Chuan to her mother. He wouldn't be using the same trick again, would he? Her mouth, which had been opened, quickly shut again. Chen Chuan was taken aback. What's going on? Just moments ago she had been joyful and shy, so why was she rejecting him now? If she refused, how would he complete this challenge task? Senior sister, don't you like braised pork? Mu Qinghe remained silent, but blinked her beautiful large eyes looking at Chen Chuan. It seemed to say, are you not going to trick me again? You little brat, open your mouth. No one knows a daughter like her mother. Wen Ruyu immediately understood Mu Qing's concerns. Since Xiao Chuan was so proactive, if you don't open your mouth, you'll put him in an awkward position. How could you expect him to be proactive next time? Under her mother's authority, Mu Qinghe had no choice but to open her mouth. With a pop, Chen Chuan promptly stuffed the braised pork into Mu King's mouth. Ding. Challenge task completed. Master-level musical instrument performance skill has been granted. Experience 6 free attributes. 3 Chen Chuan felt a wave of dizziness. Countless profound musical theory knowledge surged into his mind. The bones, muscles, nerves, and skin of his physical body were also synchronously transformed, allowing him to adapt to various musical instruments' operations and performances. Moreover, he was born with muscle memory. Playing various musical pieces would be exquisite and exceptionally skilled. If it weren't for the current situation, Chen Chuan felt an urge to bring over various musical instruments to try them out. He wanted to see how well he could perform. Would it reach a master level? 3 points for free attributes, 2 points for physique, and 1 point for spirit. Host Chen Chuan physique, 26 points strong as an ox, spirit, 25 points, quick-witted charm, 30 points, 1-star charm, halo, free attribute, 0 points, system level 173,100. The increase in attribute points was not obvious. However, experience points were approaching the 100 threshold. Just 27 more points would meet the upgrade conditions. Once the system upgrades to level 2, the daily wealth from the system would increase tenfold, reaching an astonishing 100,000 yuan. Which job can earn that much? He could basically live a carefree life without worries. Even if he spent all the money on him relying solely on the daily wealth from the system, he could still live a rich and fulfilling life. Ding. Mu King's affection, 3 current affection, level 45. Intimate friend Chen Chuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. It was truly not easy. The aloof senior sister Mu's affection for him finally increased a little bit. A piece of braised pork managed to win her over. Should he tease her less in the future? Should he seize the opportunity to boost his affection score? Mu Qinghe finished her piece of braised pork and suddenly saw Chen Chuan using his chopsticks to pick a piece of food and put it in his own mouth. She was instantly dumbfounded. Oh my, did he just use the chopsticks he had eaten with to feed me the braised pork? Doesn't that mean it's like an indirect kiss? She pouted her mouth full of braised pork and remained silent for a long time, unsure whether to swallow the meat or spit it out. A table full of delicious dishes accompanied by a feast for the eyes. Chen Chuan was in high spirits, wielding his chopsticks like the wind sweeping away clouds, feasting heartily. So fragrant. And when the dishes you've made are truly delightful. Chen Chuan's performance brought great joy to Wen Ruyu, prompting her to serve him more food with extra enthusiasm. Suddenly Chen Chuan stopped his actions and turned to Mu Qinghe. Senior, I just remembered that you owe me a bet. Now isn't it time to fulfill the promise? Mu Qinghe was still conflicted about whether to swallow. Startled by Chen Chuan's words, she gulped. The large piece of braised pork smoothly slid down into her stomach. Mu Qinghe, feeling both shy and angry, had no choice but to comfort herself. After all, she had already eaten it, so what was the harm in swallowing it? Upon hearing Chen Chuan mention the bet, she felt a wave of frustration. She thought that with the passage of time the junior would have forgotten about it. Alas, why was his memory so good? You tell me, what conditions do you want to propose? Mu Qinghe maintained a stern face, feigning seriousness. I warn you, don't propose anything excessive or heinous. Chen Chuan looked at Wen Ruyu with a wronged expression. And when look at the senior, she always bullies me. I haven't said anything, yet she's already labeling me. When did I ever take advantage of her? Wen Ruyu chuckled silently, watching the two little ones bicker. Mu Qinghe couldn't help but murmur quietly about the braised pork from earlier. You just took advantage of me. Chen Chuan pretended not to hear. What? I said. Mu Qinghe, worried her mother would discover her embarrassing situation, quickly shut her mouth. Little did she know Wen Ruyu felt even more unsettled inside. She secretly shot a glance at Chen Chuan. This bad guy, even though he didn't take advantage of Qinghe, still took advantage of me. Of course she would never admit it, not even under duress. Mu Qinghe hurriedly changed the subject. You tell me, what request do you want to make? Chen Chuan pointed at a plate of shrimp on the table. The shrimp, and when cooked, smells wonderful. But I can't peel them. How about you help me peel one? Mu Qinghe hesitated for a second, then angrily said, Fine, I agree to your request, but was interrupted by Chen Chuan. Don't rush. I haven't finished speaking yet. Chen Chuan looked at Mu Qinghe, revealing a mischievous expression. I want you to feed it to me. Just like how I fed you the braised pork earlier. Mu Qinghe gritted her teeth. Don't go too far. No wonder you were so eager to please me earlier. You were waiting for this. Chen Chuan waved his hand. Senior, I don't agree with that. If I hadn't fed you the braised pork, would you have refused? Feeding you the braised pork was my concern for you. Feeding me the shrimp is a bet you lost to me. The two cannot be confused. Mu Qinghe was left speechless by his argument. All right, fine. I agree to your conditions. She picked out the largest shrimp from the plate. With a gentle smile, she thought, Humph. This should be big enough. I hope you choke on it. Stinky Chen Chuan, will you dare to bully me again? Chen Chuan noticed this detail. Hee good senior, you are so considerate to pick the biggest one for me. Wen Ruyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chen Chuan looked at her. Antwon, what are you laughing at? Are you jealous of how good the senior is to me? When Ruya's face turned slightly red as she hurriedly waved her hand. Don't talk nonsense. You two have a good relationship. Oh, I'm just happy for you. How could I be jealous? Chen Chuan pressed on. Then why were you laughing just now? When Ryu stifled her laughter. It's nothing as long as you're happy. Just enjoy the big shrimp Chingha made for you. The mother and daughter exchanged knowing smiles, leaving Chen Chuan feeling perplexed. Junior, don't rush, it will be ready soon. Mu Chingha took both hands to peel the shrimp for Chen Chuan. Moments later, a plump piece of shrimp meat was brought to Chen Chuan's mouth. Mu Chingha smiled sweetly. I'll open your mouth. I'll feed you. Chen Chuan opened his mouth, but Mu Chingha shook her head in dissatisfaction. Too small, make it bigger. Chen Chuan had to try again, opening his mouth wider. Mu Chingha and when Ryu exchanged glances, sharing a secret smile. Suddenly, they stuffed the entire piece of shrimp meat into Chen Chuan's mouth. Chen Chuan felt his mouth stuffed to the brim. It was very uncomfortable. What was going on? Could one piece of shrimp be this large? He attempted to bite down. Mu Chingha jumped, almost getting hurt. Only then did Chen Chuan realize something was off. His teeth loosened. Mu Chingha instinctively tried to withdraw her finger. Chen Chuan unconsciously licked the shrimp meat in his mouth. Mu Chingha shivered all over, instantly freezing up. When Ryu watched in confusion as Chen Chuan and her daughter inexplicably maintained their feeding position for 10 seconds without moving. What was happening? Moreover, why were they feeding shrimp while stuffing a finger in? Not only that, but they left it in for quite a while. Eventually, it was Chen Chuan who took a step back first. Only then did they separate from their intimate contact. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Chuan pretended to be uncomfortable. Senior, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to commit murder? I almost got stabbed to death by you. Mu King's finger had been licked, yet she could only lower her head accepting Chen Chuan's accusations. I apologize. Chen Chuan felt secretly pleased. Little girl, do you still dare to tease me? Now you know my strength, right? When Ryu, not understanding the situation, scolded Mu Chingha a few times, causing the girl to feel extremely frustrated. Ding. Mu King's favorability, 5 current favorability, 50 ambiguous object. Wow. Chen Chuan almost couldn't help but jump up. Senior Mu's favorability actually broke through the 50 barrier, advancing to the ambiguous object level. Who would have thought that the seemingly wronged Mu campus beauty was actually enjoying this process? This mindset is a bit twisted. Ambiguous object. Does this mean I can engage in some flirtation and intimacy later? Today's lunch was very rewarding. Not only did I gain 30 million in cash, but I also received master-level musical instrument playing skills. Moreover, the favorability of Antwon and the senior increased significantly. Especially Senior Mu breaking through the 50 barrier and entering a new stage. The strategy plan made significant progress. Just thinking about the favorability reaching over 80 points meant I could complete the strategy task. The rewards would be substantial. Chen Chuan's heart was ablaze with excitement. He couldn't wait to complete the strategy task and claim the rewards right away. After lunch, the task of washing the dishes naturally fell to the diligent Senior Mu. Chen Chuan was pulled by when Ryu to sit in the living room and drink tea. Xiao Chuan, in the future, come over to play whenever you have time. When Ryu warmly invited, Chen Chuan pretended to be troubled. Antwon, I'm afraid the senior won't be willing to bring me back. When Ryu shot a glare towards the kitchen, does she dare? Trust me, she will definitely bring you back. When Ryu patted Chen Chuan's hand lightly, Chen Chuan felt a surge of emotion. This future mother-in-law was truly the best. In the future, she would be his most reliable support. He wouldn't have to worry about the senior bullying him at all. When Ryu seemed to think of something else. Xiao Chuan, you guys start military training tomorrow, right? Military training is tough and physically demanding. Just in time, Chingha has a day off tomorrow, so you can come back with her in the evening. He'll make soup for you to help you replenish your strength. Chen Chuan hesitated, saying, Antwon, there seems to be military training in the evening as well, but it might be inconvenient if it's too late. When Ryu smiled, it's fine, Annie will wait for you, but it will be like having a late-night snack. After chatting for a while, when Ryu suddenly showed signs of fatigue, her delicate brows furrowing as she rubbed her head occasionally. Chen Chuan felt a pang of sympathy and quietly inquired, Antwon, are you feeling unwell? Or have you run into some trouble? When Ryu shook her head slightly, not wanting to involve Chen Chuan in any trouble. I'm fine. It's just some annoying work-related issues. You don't have to worry. Now Chen Chuan was at least a billionaire. He didn't stir up trouble, nor did he fear it. He proactively said, Antwon, if you need my help with anything, just let me know. Perhaps I can lend a hand. When Ryu still shook her head. Her workplace was one of the top 5-star hotels in Jiangqing. With a market value of several billion, Chen Chuan's leisurely abode was definitely not comparable. She didn't want to bring any major trouble to Chen Chuan. Never mind, it's not a big deal. During this time, you should strike while the iron is hot and interact more with Chingha. That girl has a cool demeanor. Sometimes you can take the initiative. Chen Chuan was taken aback, a big question mark hovering above his head as he looked into Wenryu's eyes. Sometimes. When exactly? Take the initiative. How should he do that? Wenryu raised her delicate brows, her cheeks slightly flushed. She revealed a knowing expression that even adults would understand. At that moment, Mu Qinghe happened to walk out of the kitchen. Mom, what does take the initiative mean? Wenryu quickly broke eye contact and laughed awkwardly. Nothing, just chatting casually. This afternoon, Mu Qinghe had class, and Chen Chuan had to attend a class meeting. Aunt Wen, goodbye. Wenryu leaned against the door to see them off. Chen Chuan with Mu Qinghe drove the Mercedes G-Class back to Jiangxing University. He dropped the senior off at the girls' dormitory. Chen Chuan returned to the dormitory to meet up with his 3 roommates and prepare to head to class. Feng Yishu stood in front of the mirror, checking his appearance from side to side, changing outfits, and styling his hair, leaving Chen Chuan baffled. What is he trying to show off? Jin Shihao teased. Aren't we having a class meeting today? He must be preparing to go on stage for his first self-introduction. He's trying to leave a good impression on the female classmates. Chen Chuan shook his head. Come on. It's just a self-introduction. Does he really need to make it so grand? Feng Yishu looked over. Bro, you have 2 beautiful girls at your side, so of course you wouldn't care. But for us brothers, it's different. None of us are single, so first impressions are very important. He pointed at Chen Chuan's clothes. I think you should change into another outfit. Even though Zheng Huahua knows you're wealthy, wearing something more stylish might attract other beauties to you. They'll lend you my most expensive suit. Do you want it? Chen Chuan waved his hand. No need for that. Jin Shihao scrutinized Chen Chuan. Something feels off. Bro, you still look the same and your clothes are still the same. But why do I feel like you've become more handsome? Could this be the confidence of a wealthy person? Chen Chuan deliberately shook his shabby clothes and declared with great confidence, what do you know? This is called the charm of confidence. It's 1,000 times more powerful than clothes, jewelry, or cosmetics. Jin Shihao was skeptical. Is it really that powerful? Feng Yishu also stared closely at Chen Chuan, seemingly wanting to imitate his confident demeanor. Unfortunately, no matter how he posed, he couldn't find any feeling failing to evoke that so-called charm of confidence. Sun Yushan was a chubby boy. He couldn't compete in dressing, height, or physique. Hearing Chen Chuan's twisted reasoning felt like he had grasped the only lifeline. He silently resolved to learn Chen Chuan's ways in the future. If he could attract a school flower while wearing ragged clothes, then surely if he perfected his skills, he could also catch a school flower. If not, even a department flower or class flower would be a huge gain. To take it a step further, even if it were a chubby girl, it would be better than nothing. He certainly didn't want to spend the rest of his life with the 5-finger lady. Jin Shihao urged, let's go, the class meeting is about to start. Just thinking about it made him excited, as he would soon see the beautiful Zheng Huahua and the intellectual teacher by. I feel thrilled. Suddenly a hard slap landed on his head. Don't even think about my big sister. Watch out, or I'll take you down. Chen Chuan threatened fiercely. Jin Shihao shrank his neck. Bro, aren't you being a bit too much? Are both of them your big sisters? Can't you leave a little hope for the brothers? Chen Chuan replied indifferently. Look at you guys, what kind of character do you have? Do you think Zheng Huahua and Teacher Bai would notice you? The 3 friends compared their looks and wealth to Chen Chuan, feeling embarrassed. With heads drooping, Chen Chuan quickly comforted them. Don't be discouraged. They'll have your big sisters introduce you to some dates later. What roommates, fellow villagers, or class flowers? Do you want them? The 3 of them instantly revived. Yes, of course we want them. Chen Chuan threw his arm around Feng Yishu's shoulders and dragged him out of the dormitory. Hey, my hairstyle isn't ready yet. Feng Yishu struggled, trying to escape Chen Chuan's grip, but his strength was too great. All his struggles were in vain. Hey, who is that ahead? Their hair looks like it was licked by a dog. Following Feng Yishu's reminder, everyone turned their heads. They saw a guy dressed in Prada wearing a Rolex with shiny slicked back hair also heading to the classroom. Alongside him were Zhang Xiong and Li Chang. Today Ten Haojia had specially taken a shower and applied half a bottle of hair gel. This was his first appearance in front of the whole class, and he wanted to make a grand entrance. He aimed to overshadow all the other male classmates. TCH. Jin Shihao found it most intolerable, this guy's arrogant demeanor. With a bit of family wealth, he thinks he's on top of the world. People who don't know would think his old man is the richest in Jiangxing. Sun Yushan whispered, I heard this guy claimed he wants to take the class leader position. If he succeeds, wouldn't we be even less significant in his eyes? Feng Yishu tugged at Chen Chuan's sleeve. Bro, say something. We can't let this guy succeed. Chen Chuan smiled. What are you all so anxious about? They may be laughing joyfully now, but soon enough they'll be crying in despair. On the other side, Tan Haojia and his group were laughing heartily. Jiegu, your outfit today is quite impressive. I believe with your style and your solid background, you'll definitely make a splash. Zhang Xiong actively flattered him. Li Chang also joined in. Jiegui brothers fully support you in your quest for the class leader position. However, this class meeting is just a meet and greet. The class officer election should come after military training. Tan Haojia reached out and patted Li Chang's shoulder. Brother, you're mistaken. Although there's still some time before the class officer election, the preparatory work is crucial. Otherwise, do you think that just making a casual speech on stage will win everyone over? The work needs to be done in advance. By the time election day comes, it will naturally fall into place. Li Chang's shoulders slumped slightly. Looks like Jiegu is already well prepared. Tan Haojia laughed proudly. Of course, I've prepared thoroughly for this meet and greet. I will definitely make a spectacular debut. The three of them laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Chen Chuan's three roommates heard Tan Haojia and the others laughing. They felt a sense of foreboding. Following Tan Haojia and the others, Chen Chuan and his group also stepped into the classroom. At that moment, Tan Haojia, flanked by Zhang Xiong and Li Chang, walked in with great swagger. Many male classmates, seeing his expensive brand-name outfit, rushed forward to greet him. Jiegu, hello. Jiegu, you look really handsome today. Many female classmates also frequently paid attention to him. In an instant, Tan Haojia became the center of attention in the class. Everyone was vying for his favor. Chen Chuan watched silently, secretly amused. This guy was being so ostentatious now, and he suddenly wanted to see what expression he would have when his plans fell through and he lost face. Wait a moment. Tan Haojia suddenly stretched out his hand, blocking the four in front of him. Chen Chuan's expression turned cold, his eyes narrowing slightly. What's the matter? Tan Haoji's gaze met Chen Chuan's. He instinctively wanted to dodge, yet he did not wish to lose face in front of everyone. I just wanted to ask. Chen Chuan, where do you plan to sit? Chen Chuan glanced at him indifferently, having heard Jin Shiheo's words. This guy had healed the swelling on his face. After returning to school, his behavior was much more restrained. Although still arrogant and overbearing, he dared not make major mistakes again. He had indeed maintained his principles. Oh, what does this have to do with you? Chen Chuan's tone was neither warm nor cold. Tan Haojia was trying to mask his earlier weakness. His expression was exaggerated. He deliberately glanced at the two large patches on Chen Chuan's clothing and even fanned the air with his hand as if the air had been polluted. Your aura is overwhelming. I dare not get too close to you. Once you choose your seat, I will certainly pick one further away. His words and actions were extremely rude. Even a fool could hear the sarcasm in them. Tan Haojia, who do you think you are? Chen Chuan had not yet spoken. Beside him, Jin Shihao was the first to lose his composure. Dare to show off in front of Brother Chuan. Have you forgotten what evidence is on Brother Chuan's phone? Thinking of the incriminating evidence still in Chen Chuan's hands, Tan Haoji's expression changed dramatically once again. In the next moment, he forced a smile, trying to be ingratiating. Brother Chuan, it was all a misunderstanding. I just didn't want to offend you, so I thought it best not to linger in your sight. Chen Chuan waved his hand. Forget it. He no longer paid attention to Tan Haojia and turned to Jin Shihao and the others. Let's go sit at the back. He took the lead to the last row and sat down. Feng Yishui, Sun Yushan, and Jin Shihao, his three mischievous friends, also sat beside him. From start to finish, Chen Chuan remained very low-key. Tan Haojia wore a gloomy expression. His attempt to show off had turned him into a clown. Damn it. He sat directly in the first row in the middle position with Zhang Xiong and Li Chang. In the next moment, his mood brightened again. Hey, this position is great. It's the closest to the podium, making it easy to admire Teacher Bei's extraordinary beauty up close. Turning his head, he saw Zheng Sitian and Li Hui, the two most beautiful girls in the class, sitting in the back row. With a turn, he could easily strike up a conversation. This position is truly a priceless treasure. Meanwhile, that fool Chen Chuan is stuck in the last row, unable to catch even a whiff. The next moment, Zheng Sitian and Li Hui stood up simultaneously. They gathered their things, walked straight to the second to last row, and sat down. Whether intentional or not, their seats were directly in front of Chen Chuan. With just a turn of the head, they could talk to him. Zhengli, what are you doing? Chen Chuan couldn't help but ask. Zheng Sitian revealed a sweet smile. Li Hui directly retorted, what's wrong? Are we disturbing the great boss Chun by sitting here? Chen Chuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. We are in school right now. We're classmates. How can there be a great boss? I'm just thrilled to be neighbors with two great beauties. He looked at his three roommates beside him. What do you guys say? The three were surprised and delighted, nodding furiously. Yes, yes. In the front row, Tan Haojia turned around to see the lively conversation happening behind him. Yet there was not a single beauty beside him, making him furious. What the hell? Are these two girls blind? Choosing a high, rich, and handsome guy like me, yet chasing after that poor loser. Isn't my money more appealing? Soon after, he realized. Although Zheng Sitian was the school beauty, how could she compare to Teacher Bei's maturity and intellect? Not only was she beautiful, but her figure was also stunning. Since you all went to the back, the front is my territory. When Teacher Bai comes in, I can appreciate her up close. Not only can I see clearly, but I might even catch a whiff of her fragrance. By then you all will envy me. At 3:30 sharp, Bai Shifei walked into the classroom. Dressed in a white skirt along with a white headpiece and white high heels combined with her tall figure and delicate features. She appeared ethereal and breathtaking. All the boys in the class had their eyes glued to her, and even the girls felt ashamed of their own appearances. Regardless of her looks, figure, or temperament, there was nothing that Bai Shifei did not overshadow. Studying in this class was a blessing for the boys and a disaster for the girls. Good afternoon, students. Is everyone here? Bai Shifei greeted warmly, scanning the classroom to count the number of attendees. Chen Chuan. She seemed to notice something. Why are you sitting at the back? Come up to the front. Why are you all crowded at the back? Chen Chuan was helpless. Being called out by the beautiful counselor, he could only stand up and walk to the podium looking troubled. Teacher, Bai, where should I sit? Bai Shifei glanced at the front row. The best spots were occupied by Tan Haojie, Zhang Xiong, and Li Chong. She felt a wave of irritation. How could these guys have the nerve to sit in the front? Were they intentionally ruining her mood? Tan Haojie, you three move back and give your seats to Chen Chuan. Bai Shifei pointed at Tan Haojie without a hint of hesitation. Tan Haojie looked dumbfounded with a thick sense of unwillingness. He pointed at himself. Teacher Bai, are you asking us to move? Why us? Can't we sit in the front? Bai Shifei coldly replied, you three are taller, sitting in the front blocks other students' view. Among them, only Li Chong was slightly shorter. Tan Haojie and Zhang Xiong were both quite tall, especially Zhang Xiong, who looked like a standing giant bear, tall and robust. If they sat there, they would indeed block a large view. The three had no choice but to get up and find new seats at the back. Under Bai Shifei's gaze, Chen Chuan could only sit in the front row, the best position. A faint, alluring fragrance wafted to his nose. It was very pleasant and captivating. Bai Shifei's face revealed a satisfied smile. In the next moment, Tan Haojie felt something was off. His stomach churned with acid. He was tall, so why wasn't Chen Chuan blocking the view? That guy's build was even more imposing than mine. Why wasn't he treated differently? This was blatant discrimination. Before Bai Shifei could arrange for others to sit forward, a commotion erupted. A large group of people, including Jin Shihao, Feng Yishui, Sun Yushan, Zheng Xitian, and Li Hui, all rushed forward. Zheng Xitian had already made plans and was the first to snatch a seat. She felt embarrassed to sit at the same table as Chen Chuan, so she chose to sit directly behind him. With just a reach of her hand and a pen, she could poke Chen Chuan's lower back. She could tease him at any time. In the end, Li Hui sat beside Zheng Xitian. Feng Yishui sat on Chen Chuan's left, while Jin Shihao and Sun Yushan sat on his right. Several beauties also followed Zheng Xitian, sitting in the second and third rows. Seeing a large group gathered around Chen Chuan, Tan Haojie's mood soured even more. Why? He was just a poor loser. What charm did he possess that could attract so many classmates to follow him? Not only were there male classmates, but also school beauties Zheng and Li, along with several other potential beauties. No way. I must hit back hard. I have prepared well for today's class meeting. I will definitely surprise everyone, especially Chen Chuan, with a big surprise. Everyone guess, will Teacher Bai be taken down? When will it happen? This book has multiple female leads who excel in showing off and slapping faces. Feel free to leave comments about the beauty characters and show-off scenarios you'd like to see. Thank you. On the podium, Bai Shifei was astonished to discover that in less than 3 minutes the area in front of the classroom was completely filled, centered around Chen Chuan. There was no need for her to exert effort in rearranging the seats. Clap, clap. She raised her hands and clapped, and the entire class immediately fell silent. Today's class meeting is the first introductory meeting for our Class 2 of Business Administration. Please all students come to the stage one by one. Please introduce yourselves briefly. This includes, but is not limited to, your name, age, family situation, where you come from, interests, hobbies, and future aspirations. Everyone is welcome to speak freely. Now, which student will be the first to come to the stage? Bai Shifei's encouraging gaze scanned the room. After a moment, her gaze landed on Chen Chuan. The meaning was clear. Chen Chuan, you go first. Don't be modest. Jin Shihao and Feng Yishu also quietly urged him. Chuan, go, hurry up. If you don't go first, who among us would dare to go? He felt a sharp pain in his lower back as someone quietly poked him. Chen Chuan smiled wryly. Why does the campus beauty Zheng also want me to be the first on stage? All he wanted was to keep a low profile. I'll go. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the back of the classroom almost simultaneously. Everyone's gaze focused on the back. The first person to stand up voluntarily and want to take the stage was actually him, Tan Haojie. Earlier, he had wanted to make a grand entrance, but all the spotlight was taken by Chen Chuan. Not only did he fail to show off, but he also lost face. This time it was a crucial moment for a comeback. How could he miss it? In anything he did, being the first attracted more attention. Tan Haojie wanted to be the first. He was confident that with his ability he could reclaim the glory that belonged to him. Bai Shifei frowned slightly. Although she had pleaded for Tan Haojia during the registration yesterday, giving him a chance to reform. But deep down she still disliked this student of questionable character. All right then. You go first, come on up, and don't waste everyone's time. Bai Shifei said expressionlessly. Tan Haojia perked up, striding confidently toward the podium. Jiega, go for it. Jiega, you're the best. Zhang Xiong and Li Chong cheered for their leader. Tan Haojia was elated, having seized the opportunity. This was a great start. He had finally snatched this opportunity. As he reached the front row, Tan Haojia deliberately slowed his pace and glanced at Chen Chuan. His eyes glimmered with pride and mockery. Chen Chuan didn't even look at him. Not everyone could become the little lord's opponent. You Tan Haojia are not worthy. On the contrary, Jin Shihao could not stand to see the little man succeed. He spoke in a tone loud enough for the whole class to hear, a mere clown just seeking attention. Just then, as Tan Haojia was about to step onto the podium, he stumbled, almost tripping and falling flat on his face. He steadied himself and shot Jin Shihao a fierce glare. You better watch out. Once I successfully showcase myself and earn the recognition of the whole class, just wait to see how I humiliate you. Standing on the podium, Tan Haojia cleared his throat, adjusted his state, and became invigorated again. White teacher, fellow students, good afternoon. He smiled, bowing slightly, appearing quite gentlemanly. Many girls in the audience sparkled with excitement. Wow, a tall, rich, handsome man, and so polite. Where can one find such a quality boyfriend? Such a coveted resource, if not acted upon early, would likely soon be taken. Tan Haojia was very pleased with the effect he had created. His smile became even brighter. My name is Tan Haojia, a local of Jiangcheng. My father is the boss and chairman of a wealthy real estate company. My mother is the financial director of the same company. He chuckled. Our family's real estate company ranks among the top 10 in Jiangcheng's property industry, with total assets exceeding 5 billion. As soon as he said this, the audience erupted in discussion. Wow, 5 billion. Is he really that rich? I didn't expect him to be a genuine rich young master. No wonder he is so high profile. With such substantial capital, it's hard to be low-key. Indeed, if I had a background like his, I might be even more impressive. In an instant, most of the students cast envious and flattering glances at Tan Haojia. He was indeed a big shot. As long as good relations were maintained, benefits would surely follow in the future. Only a few students in the audience, like Chen Chuan's roommates Zhang Situan and Li Hui, showed little reaction to Tan Haojia's ostentatious introduction. Zhang Situan felt disgusted. No matter how wealthy Tan Haojia's family was, his personal character was a significant flaw. Disgraceful. Li Hui's personality was much more fiery. Amid the many praises, she uttered a different kind of sarcasm. Just a spoiled rich kid, a parasite, what's there to boast about? If you're capable, compare yourself to Chen Chuan. He's from a wealthy family and ranks higher than you. Unfortunately, her voice was still a bit too soft. It was completely drowned out by the other discussions. Tan Haojia stood on the podium, full of enthusiasm. Classmates, from now on we are all classmates. At least for the next 4 years we will weather the storms together side by side. I am not particularly talented, just have some assets. In Jiangcheng I have some connections and relationships. No matter what difficulties everyone encounters, you can come to me. I will definitely do my utmost to help everyone. Such a statement had an even better effect than his earlier display of wealth. Applause erupted in the classroom, thunderous and overwhelming. Tan Haojia was indeed a genuine wealthy young master. With his help, what problem could not be solved? This promise carried immense value. It could be said that Tan Haojia's speech immediately won the favor of the vast majority of students. Even Bai Shifei couldn't help but applaud and cheer for him. Standing on the high platform, he saw the stunning beauty teacher by clapping for him. Tan Haojia was so excited, he almost jumped up. He had prepared thoroughly for this self-introduction today. He was confident that he could win the hearts of his classmates and improve his image in the minds of Zhang, the campus beauty and teacher, by even winning their favor in one fell swoop. Sun Yushan watched Tan Haojia putting on a show, feeling nauseated to the point of almost vomiting. Deliberately speaking loudly, just talking without action, it's all a facade. You know, a horse's strength on a long journey and a person's heart is seen over time. We the struggling ones will be waiting for young Master Tan's chivalrous assistance. Tan Haojia was not fazed at all. The smile on his face did not diminish. Classmates, if you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me, and I guarantee my full effort. To express my sincerity, I will treat everyone to milk tea today. Saying this, he waved toward the classroom door. Everyone turned to look. 2 staff members from a milk tea shop appeared at the entrance, carrying 2 large boxes, pulling out cup after cup of milk tea. Chen Chuan smiled faintly. It seemed this guy really did his homework in advance, even using such small favors and tricks. But to be fair, it was effective. The classroom erupted in cheers, especially from the girls who loved milk tea, eagerly squeezing forward to choose their favorite flavors. Young Master Tan, you are so generous. Tan classmate, you keep your word. with young master milk tea is available every day. Tan Haojia personally fetched 2 cups of milk tea. He bypassed everyone else and delivered them directly to Zheng Situan and Bai Shifei. Zheng classmate, this is the 4 Seasons milk green tea I specially ordered for you. Do you like it? Tan Haojia had long been plotting. The reason for choosing milk tea today was primarily for the performance of this moment. Almost every girl enjoys drinking milk tea. As long as these 2 beauties accept his kind gesture, it would mark a good beginning. The next step would be to pursue them, ensuring twice the results for half the effort. One must admit that Tan Haoji's cunning plan was ringing true. Merely relying on an empty promise and a cup of cheap milk tea, he successfully garnered the favor and trust of 70 of his classmates. Unfortunately, when trying to please Zheng Sitian, he was met with cold indifference. Classmate Tan, I don't drink milk tea, thank you. Zheng Sitian truly did not drink milk tea. Coming from a humble background, she had never tasted it. If she had extra money, she would rather buy a pen, a book, or a big bond. Moreover, Tan Haoji's questionable character made him the kind of person she disliked the most. How could she possibly accept this cup of milk tea? On the other hand, Bai Shifei was someone who enjoyed milk tea. However, she saw through Tan Haoji's little trick at a glance. Cheap concern, cheap care, and cheap milk tea. Such methods of wooing girls were not new to Bai Shifei, who was not an inexperienced girl. Casually waving her hand, she said, "Thank you, classmate Tan. I'm on a diet and can't drink milk tea. You can give it to the other classmates." Tan Haojia, having faced repeated failures, wore a grim expression. With 2 cups of milk tea in hand, he was at a loss about where to put them. Give them to others. How could that be possible? He would rather die than do that. What right did these poor souls have to have him serve them personally? He wouldn't even give them away if he threw them away. However, being in front of Bai Shifei made it quite difficult. Having just established a refined, polite, and helpful persona, he couldn't afford to ruin his reputation. At this moment, he was stuck in a dilemma, neither able to throw them away nor put them down, awkwardly holding the 2 cups of milk tea. At a loss, he heard Zhang Xiong and Li Chong happily ask, "Brother Jia, are these 2 cups for us?" Tan Haojia looked embarrassed. "Yes, they are for you." "Damn, how lucky for you 2 fools." Tan Haoji's mood was extremely disheartened. Since the strategy of offering milk tea had not achieved its goal, he had to resort to his final move. He reluctantly mustered his spirits and pretended to be generous, saying, "Classmates, I have one last thing to say. Tonight I will treat everyone to a big dinner with food, drinks, and entertainment all in one. Let's have a great time together, no one leaves sober. How about that?" Upon releasing this good news, the classmates below erupted in excitement. Cheers filled the air. "Great. That's awesome. Who wouldn't want a free feast?" As students, how many of them were rich second-generation heirs? It was a chance to save some money, enjoy a good meal, and deepen their connections with new classmates. Who would refuse such a good thing? Classmate Tan, you truly are generous. Tan Xiao is extraordinary. This meal must cost at least 10,000, right? This classmate Tan is truly a benefactor. In the future, we can thrive by relying on such generosity. Whether male or female, all the classmates were looking forward to tonight's gathering. After Tan Haojia stepped down, Bai Shifei suddenly poured cold water over everyone. Tomorrow is the first day of military training. Discipline comes above all else. Tonight's gathering is cancelled to prevent anyone from getting drunk and delaying tomorrow's training. What? A chorus of lamentations rose from below. The grand feast was cancelled. The fine drinks and dishes were gone, and the chance to be close to handsome guys and beautiful girls was lost. Tan Haojia was utterly bewildered. The brilliant strategy he had thought of for so long was dismissed with a casual remark from Bai Laosher. Bai Shifei noticed everyone's disappointment. She turned to Tan Haojia and smiled, saying, "If classmate Tan truly wants to treat everyone to a big meal, you can find an opportunity after the military training. I believe everyone will be enthusiastic about it." The classmates below became excited again. "Good, I wholeheartedly support this proposal. Whether it's early or late, as long as there's food in. My big meal is back." Everyone was cheering and celebrating. However, Tan Haojia wore a bitter expression. His intention in treating everyone to a meal was to win their favor before the class elections. He hoped to sway their votes in his direction. Now that it was pushed to after military training, who knew when that would be? If it happened after the election, what meaning would that meal have? Wasn't he just throwing his money away? During the self-introduction segment, with Tan Haoji's opening, the other classmates were quite eager. One after another, they took the stage to showcase themselves. Especially Feng Yishu, who spoke at length in a flamboyant manner, trying to attract attention. This guy looked decent and knew how to dress himself. His performance indeed earned him quite a few female fans. After stepping down, several girls actively added him as a friend. He was so delighted that he almost lost his bearings. An hour later, only Chen Chuan had yet to take the stage. Everyone was eagerly anticipating. Chen Chuan strolled casually onto the stage. Dressed in thrift store clothes, he looked quite impoverished. Especially the two patchy checkered patches on his clothes stood out glaringly. Jin Shihao tilted his head and whispered to Sun Yushan. Second senior brother, I'm increasingly impressed by Brother Chuan. You say he's so wealthy. At such a young age he has achieved so much. How does he maintain such a calm mindset? How can he be so low-key? Sun Yushan pondered for a moment, seemingly enlightened. Perhaps this is the difference between us and Brother Chuan. He has already reached another height. His state of mind is on a different level from ours. Jin Shihao tilted his head. Are we not in the same world? Meanwhile, Zheng Sitian in the back row quietly watched Chen Chuan, equally curious. What kind of person was Chen Chuan? How much composure did he possess? How could he remain unperturbed, youthful, yet not reckless, wealthy, yet not ostentatious? Hello, classmates. On the stage, Chen Chuan spoke eloquently. My name is Chen Chuan, and I come from a rural background. My parents are also genuine rural folks. I don't have any particularly lofty ideals. I'm sorry, my abilities are limited. In the future, I probably won't be able to help much with class affairs. My time is limited as I need to study and work hard to earn living expenses. I simply don't have the spare time to participate in class activities, please understand. He bowed slightly and nodded to Bai Shifei. Chen Chuan casually returned to his seat. Throughout, his demeanor was so plain and calm, completely devoid of the restlessness and vanity typical of youth. If Tan Haoji's self-introduction was the loudest, then Chen Chuan's was the quietest and most unconventional. The classmates whispered among themselves. What was the story with this new student? All of them were freshmen arriving in a new environment surrounded by countless beauties. Who wouldn't want to showcase themselves and attract more attention? Who wouldn't want to present their best side to everyone? Even if it meant putting on an act, one should at least appear positive, united with classmates, and willing to help. Yet this guy completely broke the mold. He started off by saying he was poor and needed to earn living expenses. He also mentioned not wanting to participate in group activities or contribute. How could he say that? Will he have any friends left after this? What girl would be interested in him? Tan Haojia felt a surge of joy watching Chen Chuan being pointed at by classmates with glee. Huh, is this guy out of his mind? You may be poor, but why do you brag about it as if others don't already know? Zhang Xiong chuckled. Brother Jia, I've always thought my brain wasn't functioning properly. Now I finally realize that there's someone even more foolish than me. Ha ha ha. However, Li Chong had a different opinion. Brother Jia, perhaps he's not foolish, just purely poor. You've lived a life of luxury since childhood and haven't experienced the hardship of being utterly destitute, where you sometimes have food for one meal, but not the next. This kid is in college and still wears patched old clothes. How many have you seen this poor? Li Chong became increasingly insistent on his viewpoint. Chen Chuan is simply too poor. He has neither the time nor the inclination to pay attention to other matters in his world. Having enough to eat is the most crucial matter in life. Tan Haojia found Li Chong's unique perspective quite refreshing. Is that so? Is this the true mindset of a poor person? Li Chong nodded. I've seen many poor people. This Chen Chuan might very well be the poorest type. Tan Haojia suddenly laughed. No wonder he seems different from ordinary people. Turns out he's impoverished to the extreme, driven mad by poverty. Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit sorry for this guy. It's tough for him to constantly worry about filling his stomach, yet he still manages to get into Jiang University. However, I'm very curious about how this pauper dares to oppose me. Bai Shifei took the stage for the final summary. Everyone performed well during today's self-introduction, and we must continue to maintain this in the future. University life requires both studying knowledge and honing skills. Starting tomorrow, we will have military training, and everyone must take it seriously. Additionally, the work in the class requires everyone to work together. Students who are capable should contribute more. Suddenly, Chen Chuan felt Bai Shifei's gaze intentionally or unintentionally directed at him, seemingly disapproving of his reluctance to participate in class activities. Many classmates also noticed this phenomenon. The unfamiliar classmates mostly watched with an attitude of curiosity, while Chen Chuan's roommates and Zheng Sitian, Li Hui, and others were worried for him. It was not a good sign to have upset the counselor so early into the semester. Tan Haojia and the others, of course, felt secretly pleased. With schadenfreude, they even hoped that from now on Teacher Bai would detest Chen Chuan and make things difficult for him. Fortunately, Bai Shifei's gaze only flickered past him. Lastly, there is one thing. Some students have not yet paid their tuition fees. You can go pay now. Bai Shifei paused at this point. There are a few students who are facing difficulties with both tuition and living expenses. You don't need to worry. Tuition loans can be applied for. Living expenses can also be applied for work-study programs. However, there are limited spots available. If you can't apply successfully, you will have to find part-time work outside. Once Bai Shifei finished speaking, about 10 students immediately stood up to pay. Most students had already paid their tuition during registration yesterday and remained in the classroom. Suddenly, a male student walked up to the podium, his face full of worry. Teacher, by there should be enough spots for the student loans, right? If my application doesn't go through, I won't be able to attend college. Bai Shifei smiled. Su-sun, don't worry. Every impoverished student can apply for student loans. Some special cases can even receive appropriate tuition fee reductions. Su-sun sighed in relief. That's great. As long as the tuition issue is resolved, I won't be afraid anymore. As for living expenses, even if there aren't enough spots, I can find a job to earn money. Bai Shifei immediately asked with concern, Su-sun, do you still have money on you? You're not having trouble with meals, right? Do you need me to lend you some? Su-sun quickly waved his hand. No need. Teacher, Bai, I have money. I still have over 200 in my pocket. I can find a temporary job that pays daily, and once I've earned enough for a month's living expenses, I'll look for a longer-term part-time job. Bai Shifei looked at him with admiration. She gently said, you're doing great. Self-reliant and strong. However, if you really encounter difficulties, make sure to inform the teacher at the first opportunity. No matter what, you mustn't let yourself go hungry. Remember? Su-sun quickly bowed. Thank you, teacher, Bai, I will remember. While the two were talking at the podium, Tan Haojizhang, Xiong Lichang, and others were laughing heartily at the back of the classroom, surrounded by many classmates. It was not due to any joyful event, but rather they were mocking Su-sun. Zhang Xiong had an exaggerated expression, seemingly at a loss for words. Brother Jia, have you seen this? There's actually someone who came to college without bringing a single cent. Not being able to pay tuition is one thing, but not even having enough for basic living expenses. What's the point of attending college? Shouldn't they first solve their eating problems? Li Chang glanced at Su-sun, then at Chen Chuan, shaking his head in disdain. I never thought there would be so many oddballs. To come to college without a penny. I feel like our Jiang University has been dragged down by these people. Tan Haojia, being wealthy, completely disregarded the feelings of others and directly mocked, what university can you attend without money? Some people not spending a dime are just trying to take advantage, like getting something for nothing. It's simply a waste of national resources. Su-sun had just returned to his seat when he heard these mocking remarks. He immediately stood up to argue. What do you mean? What's wrong with being poor? Do children from impoverished families not deserve an education? Tan Haojia didn't expect this destitute fellow to have the audacity to resist. He sneered, gave a thumbs up, and then slowly leaned back, his eyes full of provocation. Do you even know what kind of person you are? A good university is not meant for people like you. As a person from the lower class, you deserve to be trampled underfoot, and you will never have the chance to turn your life around. Su-sun was furious, his chest heaving violently. You, Sun Yushan, also came from a very poor family. He jumped up, facing Tan Haojia directly. Tan Haojia, don't go too far. Is being wealthy so impressive? Just now on the podium, you were so generous and helpful, looking all warm-hearted. Now that Su has difficulties, you not only refuse to help, but also take advantage of him. Jin Shihao immediately stood up to support his good brother. I said earlier, some people say one thing and do another. On the surface they look splendid, but inside they are all filthy. Those so-called promises are nothing but empty checks, a beautiful lie. Tan Haojia was furious, his fingers trembling. What does it have to do with you? Are you intentionally opposing me? He pointed at Su-sun. You should see if he's worthy. He's covered in rags. With less than 300 in his pocket, how can he even think about attending Jiang University? He intentionally glanced at Chen Chuan before finally fixing his gaze on Su-sun. My help is only for normal people. Those dressed in tatters don't deserve to get a dime from me. Beggars should kneel and beg, yet they still hope to attend university and change their fate. Dream on. He publicly humiliated him. This was a blatant insult to his dignity. Su-sun felt his self-respect being ruthlessly trampled. Anger made him breathe heavily, his face flushed. Crystal tears swirled in his eyes. However, he stubbornly held back, refusing to let the tears fall. Suddenly, a suppressed sob unexpectedly echoed in the classroom. Who is crying? The classroom fell silent in an instant. Everyone was curious. Who could be crying so sorrowfully? Why are they crying? Following the sound of crying, the classmates soon discovered it was Zheng Xitian, who had her face buried in her arms, trembling and sobbing uncontrollably. How pitiful. Chen Chuan's gaze shifted to Zheng Xitian's deskmate. Li Hui, what's wrong with Xitian? Why is she crying? Li Hui leaned closer and whispered, Xitian's family is in dire straits. She hasn't even paid her tuition and is currently applying for a student loan. Chen Chuan realized. Zheng Xitian's family situation is quite similar to Su-sun's. They both come from impoverished families. It's understandable that they can't afford tuition. Tan Haojia spoke so harshly that Zheng Xitian naturally couldn't bear it. Li Hui displayed some traits of a tough girl, capable and fierce. She pointed at Tan Haoji's nose and began to berate him. Look at the good deed you've done. You've made our Xitian cry. What are you so proud of? Is it just having a little money? What's there to show off? Some people are more outstanding, richer, and more capable than you. And yet you don't see them flaunting themselves like you do. Anger blazed in her eyes. You're just a spoiled rich kid. How dare you look down on others? If it weren't for having a rich dad, what are you worth? Damn it. How did I end up in the same class as you? What bad luck. Li Hui unleashed a fierce tirade, leaving everyone in shock. All the classmates were dumbfounded. The female students admired her secretly, giving her a thumbs up. She truly is fierce. The male students both respected and feared her. This little firecracker who looked petite and adorable turned out to be such a tough girl. If she were to fall for someone, who would be on top, and who would be on the bottom then? As the only point of receiving such powerful firepower, Tan Haojia was the most hurt. He was so furious his vision blurred, nearly fainting. Shaking his hands, he angrily retorted, "You're just a shrew. Being in the same class with you poor folks is my shame. My money is better spent on dogs than to give a single cent to you. The two big wolves I raise cost more in a month than your family does in a year. Why should I feel sorry for you and help you? Go eat SHD. Tan Haojia, furious and dizzy, finally dropped the act, completely exposing his ugly face. The classmates all shook their heads in disbelief. Who would have thought that this well-dressed rich kid was actually such a lowly person? Sigh, what a misjudgment. Just a moment ago, everyone was full of anticipation for Tan Haojia's promises. Now they realized it was all a lie. Challenge task: help Zheng Sitian solve her tuition problem and give someone roses, leaving a lingering fragrance. Task reward: 1 master level combat skills. Task reward: 2 experience points, 7 points. Free attributes, 4 points. Reject task experience points, 7. Chen Chuan was overjoyed. Helping Zheng Sitian solve her tuition problem was a small matter, just a bit of money. The key is that this time the reward is very tempting. Master level combat skills. This is a life-preserving skill, far more precious than any massage techniques or culinary skills. With money, what is the most feared thing? Not having a life to spend it. Once he obtained master-level combat skills, relying on his strong physical foundation. Unless someone used heavy firepower against him. Otherwise, he could effectively prevent and resolve ordinary hand-to-hand combat, cold weapon assassinations, and close-range pistol shootings. This truly is a dream skill for preserving life. Suddenly, Chen Chuan sprang up from his seat. He coldly looked at Tan Haojia. Have you caused enough trouble? You have 1 minute to apologize to Zheng Sitian and Su's son. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Tan Haojia instinctively took a step back, but unable to lose face, he forced himself to steady his stance. Chen Chuan, you promised me. As long as I'm not doing anything illegal, you won't hold me accountable. I'm not breaking the law now, why should I apologize? Chen Chuan stepped closer to Tan Haojia. If you're not breaking the law, you don't need to apologize. Are you even a university student? Do you have no moral baseline? Aren't Zheng Sitian and Su Sin your classmates? 3 questions in a row pressured Tan Haojia to step back, with Chen Chuan's aura growing stronger. You have money and no one is forcing you to help them. But you cannot humiliate them and trample on their dignity. The difference between the rich and the poor is just wealth. In terms of character, we are all equal. You have no right and no qualification to look down on anyone. Tan Haojia leaned against the desk, leaning back. There was nowhere to retreat. Chen Chuan's gaze was like a knife staring at him. If you make a mistake, you have to apologize, do you understand? Seeing Tan Haojia still hesitating, Chen Chuan reminded him again. Your time is running out, you have only 10 seconds left. All the classmates were intimidated by Chen Chuan's powerful aura. In their eyes, there was respect, gratitude, curiosity, and admiration, including by Shifei, whose beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. When she looked at Tan Haojia, there was an additional hint of disgust. She was very curious whether Tan Haojia would yield to Chen Chuan's pressure and choose to apologize. Time ticked by second. Chen Chuan's gaze grew sharper. In the final second, Tan Haojia turned to look at Zheng Sitian and Su's son. His face filled with helplessness and reluctance. I'm sorry. After a deep bow, Tan Haojia quickly fled the classroom with Zhang Xiong and Li Chang. Inside, he felt a deep bitterness. Today, he was defeated by Chen Chuan. In front of the whole class, he was humiliated beyond measure. How could he continue to mix in this circle? Could it be that Chen Chuan is his nemesis? How could a poor guy be so confident meddling in his affairs? Didn't they agree? Just to make money to earn living expenses. Why meddle in class matters? Why come after him? Zhang Xiong and Li Chang, his 2 little brothers, also felt embarrassed. They had wanted to follow Brother Jia and make a big impression, hoping to charm a female classmate into becoming their girlfriend. Unexpectedly, they were once again forced to retreat. Is this big brother reliable? In the classroom, they cleaned out the scum. Chen Chuan gently rubbed Zheng Sitian's little head. Sitian, don't cry anymore. That annoying Tan Haojia has been dealt with. I've paid your tuition. You don't have to worry about not being able to attend school anymore. Zheng Sitian looked up, wiped her tears, and gazed at him pitifully. How can this be? My tuition can't be paid by you. Chen Chuan smiled. Is there a problem? You know I'm not short on money, just consider it me supporting a poor student. Seeing Zheng Sitian still wanting to refuse, Chen Chuan changed his tone. or you can consider this money as a loan from me. You can pay me back whenever you make money after you graduate. It doesn't matter when. Zheng Sitian shook her head resolutely again. No, I can't just accept such a huge help from you for free. Chen Chuan's heart tightened. Why is this girl so stubborn? If you don't accept my help, how can I complete the challenge task? How can I get the master-level combat skills? Unexpectedly, Zheng Sitian suddenly changed her tone. A faint hint of smugness flashed in her eyes like a cunning little fox disguised as a beautiful sheep. Brother Chuan, accepting your help isn't impossible. But you must agree to one condition first. Chen Chuan's interest was piqued. What trick is this girl playing? What condition? You say it. Chen Chuan was unaware of what schemes Zheng Sitian had in mind. In order to complete the task and obtain the extremely valuable master-level combat skill, he decided to counter every move. Zheng Sitian blinked her big eyes and smiled sweetly. After graduation, I want to work at your company to repay you by working for you. Will you agree? Chen Chuan felt a sense of relief. So that was the condition. No problem. If you want to work for me, how could I refuse, eh? Zheng Sitian waved her little fist energetically. Yage? She smiled brilliantly. Chen Chuan felt a bit confused. Is working for someone really that exciting? Unexpectedly, Zheng Sitian cheerfully hugged his arm, appearing quite affectionate. That's great. Brother Chuan, from now on, I belong to you. Chen Chuan nearly twisted his back. What? It's just a job. How did it turn into belonging to me? Sitian, clarify what you mean by belonging to you. Zheng Sitian replied seriously. I'm your employee, doesn't that mean I belong to you? Chen Chuan was left speechless. Zheng Sitian continued to joke around. Could it be that I didn't describe it accurately? Or should I say your woman? Chen Chuan was startled and immediately covered her little mouth. Shoo. He glanced around and whispered, don't say such things. If someone hears it, they might think I did something to you. Chen Chuan dared not stay near Zheng Sitian any longer and quickly moved away, leaving Zheng Sitian behind secretly delighted. Chen Chuan approached Su Sun, patting him on the shoulder. Su will cover your tuition as well. Su Sun shook his head. No need, I can manage myself. He hesitated for a moment and uncertainly asked, Chen Chuan, aren't you from the countryside? Where did you get the money to help Zheng? Chen Chuan laughed. It's true that I'm from the countryside, but that doesn't mean I can't have money, right? I opened a restaurant and business is quite good. I can easily afford the tuition. Don't be so stubborn. Su Sun scratched his head, hesitating for a long time. All right then. Help me pay the tuition, and after graduation, it'll also work for you. What do you think? Looking at Su Sun's grateful and hopeful eyes, Chen Chuan felt speechless. To be honest, he didn't intend to trick them into working for him. He simply wanted to obtain the master-level combat skill. How should he refuse Su Sun? Meanwhile, Feng Yishui, Sun Yushan, and Jin Shihao all rushed over surrounding Chen Chuan. Brother Chuan, can we also work for you? Chen Chuan was astonished. What was going on? He glanced at Zheng Sitian and Su Sun again. Chen Chuan suddenly understood. Damn, you clever little devils. Are you trying to repay a favor, or are you using it as an excuse to secure a job in advance? Is this kind of private transaction really that smooth? The current world is one of great competition. International competition is increasingly fierce, and the domestic economy is facing transformation. The employment situation is exceptionally severe. For many college students, graduation equates to unemployment. Zheng Sitian and Su Sun are both clever individuals. Calculating the numbers rapidly, it was almost like they would jump right into Chen Chuan's face. Plus, the three persistent roommates clung tightly to him, refusing to let go. Chen Chuan sighed deeply. Choosing friends poorly. All right, he'll reluctantly accept. You little workers, I'll take you all in. Let you work for me for a lifetime. This is the most vicious punishment for you. At that moment, Chen Chuan took Zheng Sitian and Su Sun to the school fee office. He paid off both of their tuition fees for the year. It was less than 20,000 in total. Zheng Sitian and Su Sun watched such a large sum vanish from their accounts. They felt both pained for Chen Chuan and filled with gratitude. If they relied on themselves to earn money through work, who knows how long it would take, how much sweat they would have to shed, and how much hardship they would endure to gather that much money. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the moment Chen Chuan spent the money, he would make a huge profit. The money in his pocket not only didn't decrease, but rather surged significantly. Ding. Used one cashback card up to 10 million, remaining 0 cards. This time spending 1.6 million cashback of 10 million. Chen Chuan checked his phone messages. The last 4 digits of his bank card from Longhua Industrial and Commercial Bank 1314 showed an account deposit of 10 million with a balance of 69 million. Wow. Has the cash in my bank card really reached this amount? Many large companies don't even have so much liquidity. The feeling of being rich is truly exhilarating. Ding. Zheng Sitian's favorability, 5 current favorability, 37 good friend, it's not easy. Among all the targets of affection, the process with Zheng Sitian was the most complicated. At first there was no increase at all, and several times it even decreased. At one point it dropped to a negative value. After much back and forth and doing quite a few things, it finally rose to its current level. Compared to Mushuejia, it still fell short. The reward for successfully wooing Zheng Xitian is 30 shares of the Tsuetsan Media. This is a large media group ranked among the top in the country, with a market value exceeding 30 billion. 30 shares correspond to 9 billion. Once successfully wooed, I will immediately soar to become a billionaire. What's more, in a media company, there are bound to be plenty of female celebrities and influencers. Even if I don't eat, just looking at them is a treat. When the three returned to the classroom, all the students who went to pay tuition had returned. Upon hearing about the earlier incident, they were all disgusted by Tan Haojia's hypocritical facade. At the same time, they were filled with curiosity about Chen Chuan. A country boy wearing patched clothes, where did he get the money to help other students pay for their tuition? The key point is that he voluntarily wanted to do this. That is the most commendable part. In terms of family conditions, many students have considerable assets. They don't lack money. However, apart from Chen Chuan, not a single student was willing to help the new classmates. This shows. Don't be fooled by Chen Chuan's self-introduction claiming he has no time to manage class affairs. When faced with difficulties, Chen Chuan is the only one who is genuinely willing to help you. Everyone likes to be friends with someone like him. Suddenly, Chen Chuan found himself surrounded by people, whether male or female classmates. Everyone scrambled to add Chen Chuan as a friend, suggesting they hang out together when they have time. Chen Chuan, I hope you can participate more in class activities when you have time. Look how enthusiastic everyone is about you. Just as he emerged from the crowd, he was immediately caught aside by the beautiful instructor, who began a stern interrogation. Chen Chuan wore a pained expression. Teacher, it's not that I don't want to participate. You know my situation. I have a lot of things going on, and I may not have that much time. Bai Shifei raised a hand to interrupt him. I know you have a company to manage outside, so your time must be very tight. However, I won't trouble you with routine matters. The main thing is that for some important activities, please try to make time to participate. Is that okay? She stared at him intently. What else could Chen Chuan do? All right then. Since you teacher Bai said so, I will certainly cooperate fully. Bai Shifei revealed a charming smile. Good, it's settled then. Ding. Bai Shifei's favorability, 3 current favorability, 45 close friend, another increase. Teacher Bai's favorability is increasing quite rapidly. Soon, on some future day, once her favorability reaches a certain level, she will secretly pledge her heart to me, offering loyalty. What should I do? Sigh. The originally joyful Zheng Xitian suddenly let out a long sigh. Her face was full of worry. Even Li Hui beside her looked gloomy, appearing despondent. What happened again? Chen Chuan's heart skipped a beat. What new misfortune could there be? Chen Chuan was perplexed and anxious. Regardless, from this day forth, Zheng Xituan would be my woman. No, she is my employee now. It's completely normal to care about your employees, right? He was about to continue questioning when he turned to see his 3 dorm buddies looking equally dejected. They looked utterly worried. What is going on? Chen Chuan couldn't help but raise his voice. Zheng Xituan opened her mouth ready to explain. But beside her, the straightforward Li Hui jumped in first. Let me say it. Actually, we are just worried about the upcoming military training. With the weather so hot and the sun so strong, after a few days we might end up looking like burnt charcoal. Chen Chuan was taken aback. He almost thought he had misheard. You guys are worried sick over this. Zheng Xituan and Li Hui nodded earnestly. Isn't this serious? Ask yourself which girl isn't afraid of getting tanned. The girls with fair skin are scared of developing uneven skin tone, leaving behind ugly marks. A white swan turning into an ugly duckling. Girls with average skin tone are afraid of turning into dark-skinned girls, completely losing their chance at finding a boyfriend. Girls with dark skin are even more worried about becoming so dark that they change races. Isn't that terrifying? Chen Chuan was speechless as he turned to his 3 roommates. Are you all also troubled by military training? Feng Yishui, Sun Yushan, and Jin Shihao nodded in unison. Chen Chuan was astonished. You big guys are also afraid of getting tanned. Of course. I don't want to end up looking like a block of charcoal. And I haven't even gone on my first date yet. Jin Shihao forced out a somewhat awkward smile. I'm not afraid of getting tanned, I just fear the exhaustion. I've always disliked hard work. Sun Yushan's chubby face showed the most distress. I'm not afraid of the sun, nor of exhaustion, but I'm worried about not keeping up with the pace. Look at my physique. If I have to run, it'll definitely hold everyone back. Chen Chuan slapped his forehead. He was truly at a loss for words. What could he possibly say to this group of clueless teammates? He pointed at the 3 cowards filled with frustration. You all need to be disciplined. Military training is the best way to build physical strength and willpower and to strengthen discipline. It's also a great opportunity for national defense education and patriotism. You absolutely cannot drop the ball. In front of the campus beauty and class beauty, Chen Chuan's tone softened considerably. You 2 lovely ladies, don't be scared. If worse comes to worst, just apply more sunscreen. Trust me. By the end of military training, your gains will far outweigh your efforts. You might even find yourselves begging the instructor not to leave, feeling reluctant to part. The two beauties clearly did not believe Chen Chuan's words. Zheng Situan wrinkled her delicate nose. Is that for real? Would we really feel that way? Li Hui rolled her eyes dramatically. I wouldn't believe you even if I wanted to. Do you think we would foolishly seek out suffering ourselves, eh? Chen Chuan chose not to argue with them. This group of kids had no idea just how charming and capable he was at dealing with them, and just how captivating he could be, moving everyone emotionally. Ding. Challenge task completed. Master-level combat skills have been awarded. Experience points 7. Free attributes 4. In an instant, a vast and mysterious energy descended from the heavens, transforming into countless invisible substances that entered Chen Chuan's body. In his mind, a plethora of combat knowledge, skills, and experiences were infused, and he grasped them seamlessly. Within his physical body, the mysterious energy remodeled his skin, muscles, bones, and internal organs. Everything was transforming towards the physique of a martial arts master. At that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Chen Chuan's momentary distraction had already completed the complex transformation process. No one knew that within the university campus of Jiang City in the Dragon Kingdom, a world-class martial arts master was born. Chen Chuan felt as if he were in a dream. He pinched his biceps and felt his pectoral muscles, muttering to himself, I don't feel much difference. How hard could it be? Is this martial arts master really capable, eh? He instinctively swung his hand forward, striking at the air. Boom. A muffled thunderclap erupted. His three roommates jumped half a meter in fright. Jin Shihao was startled and exclaimed, What the hell? What was that sound? Feng Yishui looked up at the sky. Did it just thunder? Sun Yushan stared intently at Chen Chuan. Bro Chuan, do you know what happened? Chen Chuan hurriedly waved his hands. I don't know, it has nothing to do with me. Sun Yushan continued to look at him suspiciously. But why do I feel like it was you who threw a punch? And the thunder sounded at that moment. Chen Chuan intentionally laughed loudly. Ha ha, second brother, you're too funny. You think I can make the heavens thunder just by throwing a punch? Do I look like Thor to you? He deliberately struck a cool pose, pretending to be Thor. Sun Yushan raised his middle finger. Seeing the three of them, he decided not to bring up the thunder any further. Chen Chuan secretly let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. I almost exposed myself. In the next moment, Chen Chuan became excited again. Just how powerful could this master-level combat skill be? Could I unleash a sonic boom with just a casual punch? What would happen if I struck someone with it? Would I turn them into mush? Should I find some unlucky soul to practice on sometime? I still have free attribute points left to distribute. Let me think about how to allocate them. Got it. 4 points in free attributes, 2 points in physique, and 2 points in spirit. Host Chen Chuan physique, 28 points. Strong as an ox. Spirit, 27 points. Quick-witted charm, 30 points. 1-star charm. Aura free attributes, 0 points. System level 1, 80,100. The charm attribute hasn't been added yet. The three indicators shouldn't be too imbalanced. The importance of physique and spirit to the human body is self-evident, especially now. With master-level combat skills, if physique and spirit fall behind, it will severely affect combat power improvement. Of course, as physique and spirit increase, the combat power that master-level combat skills can unleash will also significantly rise, as long as his physique and spirit are high enough. One day in the future, it's entirely possible that Chen Chuan could become the strongest martial arts master in history. That night, everyone went to bed early, preparing for the military training the next day. Early the next morning, everyone donned their camouflage uniforms, each full of spirit. Fortunately, today's weather was quite favorable. The sky was dotted with large white clouds, shielding them from the intense sun. The female classmates all breathed a sigh of relief. The military training began. Class 1 and Class 2 of Business Administration were assigned to the same field. The instructors for both classes were also comrades from the same unit. Almost all the students were complaining about how tough and exhausting the training was. Only Chen Chuan noticed that these two instructors were not ordinary. In sharply pressed military uniforms with stern and cold dispositions, they did not joke around. Their lean bodies seemed unremarkable, but concealed terrifying explosive power within. Their aura was restrained and ordinary. As a martial arts master, Chen Chuan could sense a faint trace of killing intent. They had seen blood and killed before. This matter is quite suspicious. How could an ordinary military training instructor be so strong? It is utterly unreasonable. Moreover, there is a hint of killing intent about them. Which unit do these two instructors belong to? How did they end up as military training instructors? It is essential to know that we are in a time of peace. On the surface, the Dragon Nation has not experienced war for many years. Opportunities for soldiers to go to battle are rare. Most troops are taken to large training bases periodically. They participate in large-scale military exercises involving multiple branches to hone their skills and enhance combat effectiveness. Only a select few elite units have the chance to engage in small-scale localized battles. Live ammunition. Carrying out some top-secret mission. For example, the special forces of various military regions, the elite troops of different branches, etc. Each one is a trump card of the entire army. Every soldier is a standout in the military, a king among kings. According to public information, there isn't such an elite special forces unit near Jiang City. Confidentiality is always a very important aspect of military deployments. In recent years, foreign spies and agents have been everywhere. They are frantically probing into our military intelligence. How should a trump card unit avoid attention and infiltration? Should they hide in remote mountains, deserts, deep-sea islands, or underground bunkers? Chen Chuan secretly admired. This unit is exceptionally skilled. The best way to conceal a highly elite and mysterious unit is to blend them into countless ordinary units. In a million-strong army, how difficult is it to find a small unit? This time they came to serve as instructors. It's likely to throw people off the scent. For them who are accustomed to devilish training and have fought on the edge of life and death for years, coming here for military training is like a paid vacation. It's akin to a perk, a form of leisure. All of you dismissed. Rest in place for 20 minutes. You may drink water or use the restroom. After training for 2 hours, the participating students were all drenched in sweat, barely able to hold on. The two instructors in perfect sync issued commands almost simultaneously. Finally, they could rest. Sun Yushan plopped down on the grass. Damn, I'm exhausted. Feng Yishuai and Jin Shihao were not much better off. Lying on the grass, sprawled out like two dead dogs. Not really. They weren't dead yet. Ha ha ha, they were panting heavily, tongues lolling out. Suddenly, the three guys seemed to discover a new continent. Brother Chuan, aren't you tired? Why not sit down and take a break? Sun Yushan glanced over and even struggled to get up. He moved closer to Chen Chuan and reached out a pudgy paw to pat his forehead. Huh, sure enough, you're not sweating. Chen Chuan shivered, goosebumps rising all over his body. He slapped the pudgy paw away. Beiji, get lost. Just talk without touching me. To cover up his extraordinary physique, Chen Chuan made an excuse. I really didn't sweat. That's because I have skills. Whatever you do, you must learn to study and master the tricks behind it. Sun Yushan immediately flattered. Brother Chuan, what tricks do you have? Just share them with us. The other two dead dogs perked up their heads, eager to listen. Chen Chuan pretended to be profound. I'm only just beginning to glimpse the path. How could I have the ability to pass it on? This is a feeling that can only be understood but not explained. Do you understand the feeling? Alas, the three roommates all lay back down in disappointment. Hey, a figure walked over from not far away. It was an old acquaintance, the young master Xiao Yang from the neighboring class. Why are there 3 dead dogs lying here? Have you not even trained for a short while before collapsing? Feng Yishuai, Sun Yushan, and Jin Shihao immediately turned over in anger, glaring at Xiao Yang. You Xiao, who are you calling a dead dog? Your whole family are dead dogs. Xiao Yang chuckled, aren't you? Then who was lying here just now exhausted like a dog? Jin Shihao retorted. After such a long training, which one of you? He glanced at Chen Chuan and immediately changed his words. No, look how many still seem unfazed. Aren't they all panting, heavily drenched in sweat? Xiao Yang shook his head disdainfully. He even raised his index finger and waved it in front of him. If you can't do it yourselves, don't say that everyone else can't. A bunch of useless trash. How could one possibly know the strength of others? Suddenly, he raised his arms slightly, muscles rippling and glistening. He displayed his solid muscles and robust physique. To tell you the truth, this level of military training is simply child's play for me. A trace of envy flashed in Jin Shihao's eyes, followed by intense jealousy. He subconsciously curled his lips. Just a show of strength. Just because you're big, does that mean you're strong? Just because you have more muscles, does that make you a tough guy? He deliberately flexed his arm, showing off. I could say I'm Popeye too. Xiao Yang sneered, saying no more. Suddenly, he yanked off his camouflage shirt, revealing broad shoulders and a muscular upper body. Wow, so strong. This appearance immediately attracted countless gazes, especially from some girls. They all let out shrill screams of surprise and joy, pretending to cover their eyes, but secretly peeking through their fingers. They nearly drooled. So big. This chest muscle is bigger than my palm. Such thick arms, they must be very strong. Six-pack abs so appealing, I really want to touch them. The girls' hearts were already overflowing with affection, their eyes fixed. They wished they could pounce over, grab a handful, and test the feel. Sometimes girls pretend, but deep down they are often more lustful than boys. The girls' reactions made a group of male students feel sour. Including Jin Shihao, Feng Yishuai, and Sun Yushan, they were all filled with envy and jealousy. I never expected that Xiao Yang, this guy, would be so good at fitness, that he trained his body so well. He is simply comparable to a bodybuilder. Only Chen Chuan remained calm. He even wore a look of disdain. Jin Shihao curiously asked, "Brother Chuan, how did Xiao Yang achieve such a physique? If I had such a body, I wouldn't have to worry about finding a stunning girlfriend." Chen Chuan strolled leisurely, calm and composed. "Don't be misled by appearances. It's nothing but a facade. A silver-plated spearhead looks good, but is useless." As soon as these words came out, Xiao Yang happened to hear them. At that moment, it was the highlight of his life. Countless gazes gathered. He was the center of the stage. Not only did countless boys feel inferior, but even many girls were sending flirtatious glances, their hearts fluttering. At such a time, someone actually dared to question his strength. "Chen Chuan, I admit you have money, but you can't just because you're jealous of me and spout nonsense questioning my strength, right?" Xiao Yang's eyes flashed with a strange smile. "You must give me an explanation today. Today, I must seek vengeance." Xiao Yang silently vowed in his heart. Given the lesson from the last time, this time, he absolutely cannot compete with Chen Chuan in terms of money. Instead, he must dominate in his area of expertise. With overwhelming advantage, he would crush Chen Chuan. Last night, Xiao Yang couldn't sleep while the entire night tossing and turning. Every thought of the humiliation brought by Chen Chuan made his chest feel tight, as if he were about to spit blood. If he can't trample Chen Chuan underfoot and humiliate him thoroughly, the hatred in his heart would never dissipate. Crack! Xiao Yang clenched his fists, a faint creaking sound emanating. His eyes fixed firmly on Chen Chuan. His mind was scheming how to make him look foolish. In what way could he slap his face and make him lose all dignity? Just thinking about it, with the classmates from both classes watching, especially the class beauties and the campus beauty, Zheng Xitian, witnessing this scene, made him tremble with excitement. Joyful to finally lift his spirits today. Am I wrong? Facing the seemingly crazy Xiao Yang, Chen Chuan remained calm and composed, his demeanor nonchalant. What good physique can be built in a gym? Apart from looking good and attracting attention, what else is there? Your decorative pillow of a physique. Can it be compared to the solid iron bones forged in a military camp? Chen Chuan had a tall and well-proportioned figure. One could say he was tall and upright, yet he could hardly be described as muscular or robust. Compared to Xiao Yang's bear-like physique, Chen Chuan appeared quite slender. Ironically, such a slender person criticized someone with a strong physique as merely a decoration devoid of real strength. What was most infuriating was that the other party spoke in a calm tone, his demeanor composed, not revealing a trace of arrogance or ostentation, yet one could sense from his very being. He looked down on you, as if you weren't even worthy of being his opponent. How could this be tolerated? Who is Xiao Yang? A young master from a wealthy family. From childhood to adulthood, when had he ever been mocked like this? The last time he was overshadowed by Chen Chuan, he still bore a grudge. This time, if he was suppressed again, he would surely suffocate with anger. Good. Xiao Yang suddenly roared, his face flushed, trembling all over, his emotions extremely agitated. "Since you say my strength is lacking, then I will prove it to you. Am I truly just a decoration?" With a sudden movement, he dropped to the ground. In perfect form, he began doing push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Xiao Yang's movements were quick and rhythmic. Highly impressive. The onlookers gushed in admiration, applauding and cheering. Good. This posture is truly standard. Look at the muscles on his arms, so solid. He really has strength. Keep going. How many do you think he can do in total? Only 30. You're underestimating him. A conservative estimate would be at least 50. No way. Is he that good? I can barely manage 10. Amidst the discussions, Xiao Yang grunted and completed 80 push-ups in a row. Finally, he could not continue and struggled to rise. His face was flushed from exertion, panting heavily. Yet he paid no mind to rest and directly glared at Chen Chuan with red eyes. "How about that? Do you still say I'm just a decoration? Do I have strength or not? If you have the ability, do 80 push-ups and let me see. Don't just talk nonsense." Chen Chuan remained unfazed, shaking his head with an air of indifference. "Why should I do push-ups? I never claimed to be as strong as an ox or have limitless strength." In reality, he was already bursting with joy inside. Fool. Exhausted for a mere facade, for a bit of face. Is it worth it? Serves you right to be exhausted. You like playing the fool, but I want to accompany you. Xiao Yang was bewildered. What's going on? You won't do it. So I worked hard for so long for nothing. Didn't you say I'm just a decoration, a facade? Can doing 80 push-ups not prove anything? Chen Chuan rolled his eyes. Prove what? Does it make you look foolish, or does it prove you're dumb? Xiao Yang was so retorted that he saw stars, almost unable to catch his breath. With trembling hands, he pointed at Chen Chuan. You? Had it not been for being on a university campus under the watchful eyes of the instructor, he would have wanted to go up and give Chen Chuan a beating. This guy is so wicked. Cursing without foul language, treating me like a monkey. Fine. Since you won't listen, I'll find your roommates. They can't be as difficult as you write. Aren't you all close? If I slap their faces, let's see how you stay out of it. Xiao Yang pointed at Feng Yi Shui, Sun Yushan, and Jin Shihao. He arrogantly declared, "You guys are all weaklings. Dare to compete with me in push-ups. I can let you do 10 or 20. Do you have the guts to take the challenge?" At this moment, many students who were resting noticed the commotion and gathered around. Pointing at the four from Chen Chuan's dormitory, he scoffed, "All a bunch of useless trash, still daring to provoke Xiao Yang, who has muscles. Look at how developed Xiao Yang's muscles are. I definitely can't take one punch from him. I heard his hobby is fitness. With that physique, girls must love it, right? Without any abilities, still daring to challenge Xiao Yang. I really wonder if their brains are fried." Countless derogatory remarks made Feng Yishui and the others feel humiliated. They wanted to stand tall and accept the challenge, yet they knew they lacked the strength. They could only tuck their tails between their legs and act like turtles. Suddenly, Jin Shihao stood up. Sun Yushan turned pale, reaching out to hold him back. "Brother, don't be impulsive." Yet he was forcefully shrugged off by Jin Shihao. "Xiao Yang, don't be arrogant." He exuded a strong aura, completely shedding his previous listless demeanor. "Do you know why Brother Chuan doesn't want to acknowledge your strength? Is that even a question? Of course it's because he lacks responsibility and integrity. I have clearly proven my strength with my actions. Yet he plays tricks and denies it." Jin Shihao shook his head, a look of mockery on his face. "Wrong. You are completely mistaken. What kind of person is our Brother Chuan that you can understand? Don't use your narrow vision and small mindset to judge Brother Chuan's noble character. What is strength? Doing a few push-ups can be called strength. It's just decoration of futile effort. If you have the ability, go challenge the instructor, try your hand at combat." Jin Shihao's speech was highly motivating. It almost made Chen Chuan believe it. That would be real skill, real prowess. "Do you dare?" Chen Chuan truly did not expect this. His roommate possessed such remarkable skills. Even Uncle Ben Shan would be compelled to exclaim in admiration, "I cannot take you as my disciple. That is my greatest regret." At this moment, Jin Shihua's voice grew louder, nearly reaching the ears of all the students in both classes. "Xiao Yang, as long as you dare face off against the instructor, let us witness your strength. We will surely acknowledge that you are indeed formidable." Jin Shihua waved to the surrounding classmates, guiding their thoughts. "Do you all agree with me? Only by competing with the instructor can we prove Xiao Yang's true strength." The classmates responded enthusiastically, relishing the excitement. "That's right. Compete with the instructor. Only then will we admit that you truly possess strength. You're so robust, you shouldn't be afraid of the instructor, right?" Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, Xiao Yang found himself in a dilemma. On one hand, he really wanted to showcase his power and demonstrate his might. On the other hand, after all, he was an instructor, a professional soldier. He was just a fitness enthusiast. Could he truly hold his own? Deep down, he felt uncertain. Seeing Xiao Yang hesitate, Jin Shihua decided to reassure him. "Xiao Yang, you don't need to think too much. We just want to see you display your strength and power. You don't actually have to defeat the instructor. As long as you can pose even the slightest threat to the instructor, we'll consider you impressive. We all acknowledge that you are indeed formidable." Jin Shihua gave a thumbs up as if victory was within reach. "All the glory would belong to you." Xiao Yang relaxed his furrowed brow, finally gaining some confidence. "With such words, I could indeed give it a shot. The instructor is merely human, not a being with 3 heads and 6 arms. As long as I tread carefully, I can launch a few strikes and gain some advantage. Immediately, I would seize this opportunity to shine." Seeing Xiao Yang's interest piqued, Jin Shihua and 3 of his roommates exchanged knowing glances, secretly amused. Unexpectedly, this scene was noticed by Xiao Yang's younger brother Zhang Fei. "Xiao Ge, something's not right. I suggest you don't agree. Be cautious of deceit." As expected of a shrewd strategist, Zhang Fei was quite adept at reading the situation. The dark-faced Guan Yu, of course, could not fall behind. "Brother, you are in danger. If you don't pay attention now, you'll suffer later. We know you are strong, that's enough. Don't mind the opinions of outsiders." Xiao Yang frowned, indifferent to Guan Yu's concern. However, he could not ignore Zhang Fei's advice. Jin Shihua, with his shifty eyes, surely harbored some ulterior motive. After waiting for a long time, Xiao Yang still showed no signs of action. Jin Shihua grew anxious. The atmosphere was set, the tickets collected, and the audience positioned. How could you suddenly not want to perform? This won't do. Xiao Yang, are you hesitating because you are afraid? Could it be that you are a coward? Ha ha ha. Xiao Yang was furious. Who was the coward? Why should I listen to you? You say I should challenge, so I must challenge. The instructors are all iron-blooded soldiers. How could we ordinary college students be their match? I won't fall for your tricks. Jin Shihua furrowed his brow. What's going on? Is the big fish about to escape? I must pull out the big guns to reel him back in. Xiao Yang, are you even a man? Is all that muscle just for show? Could it be that within your muscular body resides a timid girl? Is your courage this small? Jin Shihua relentlessly provoked him, even raising his pinky and gesturing a few times. Then, he suddenly clapped his hands as if discovering some truth. Oh, I see. The reason you don't dare to challenge is that you can't last even 3 minutes. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding classmates burst into laughter. Ha ha, looking so robust, yet being a quick shooter. No wonder you don't dare to challenge. Xiao Yang's face turned red with anger. Oh, stop saying that. I agree to challenge the instructor so you can see my true strength. But can you really last 3 minutes? Jin Shihua was overjoyed, immediately turning his pinky into a thumbs up. Good. Xiao Yang, you are indeed formidable. I believe you can definitely last more than 3 minutes. At this moment, Instructor Lung Ruffring from Class 2 and Instructor Su Erdwa from Class 1 were also watching the excitement from the sidelines. Even the beautiful counselor by Sure stood by with her arms crossed, watching with great interest. Little did she know her actions made many boys swallow hard. During military training breaks, engaging in some entertainment activities was a way to liven up the atmosphere and balance work and rest. The instructors were pleased to see this. They were astonished that someone dared to challenge them. Lung Ruffling was quite impressed. These little rascals are indeed fearless. I have killed more people than you have seen pigs. Do you dare to challenge me? Hee. Being able to teach a lesson to this ignorant little brat pleased him quite a bit. Instructor Lung, do you accept my challenge? As expected, Xiao Yang approached Lung Ruffing directly. Why did he choose Lung Ruffing over the other instructor? It was simply because Lung Ruffing was a bit more handsome and looked cool. Xiao Yang couldn't stand anyone being more handsome or cooler than him. He wanted to take this opportunity to diminish the instructor's prestige. I must admit Xiao Yang is quite ambitious and courageous. Good. Lung Ruffing as always was cold and cool. I accept your challenge. The two stood 3 meters apart on the lawn facing each other. The area was crowded with classmates eager to watch. They formed a large circle, all speculating whether Xiao Yang could win. If not, how long could he hold out? Chen Chuan and the others were seated in the inner circle as spectators. Sun Yushan curiously asked, Chuan Go, what do you think the outcome will be? Xiao Yang is so robust that perhaps he could indeed knock the instructor down. Chen Chuan smiled without responding, but Jin Shua's insight was far superior. Second brother, you don't need your pig brain to think this through carefully. I went to great lengths to convince Xiao Yang to challenge the instructor. Am I letting him achieve fame? Sun Yushan laughed mischievously. Then he's definitely going to lose. I really want to see how he gets brutally beaten and how he gets slapped in the face. At this moment, the three had developed a bit of fondness for Xiao Yang's robustness. The stronger he was, the longer he could last. The opportunities for being repeatedly beaten would increase. Many believed that even if Xiao Yang couldn't defeat the instructor, he could at least hold his own for a while. Even if it ended in a stalemate, that was possible too, especially for those girls who liked muscular guys. Their confidence in Xiao Yang was simply off the charts. They all wondered how many moves it would take for Xiao Yang to defeat the instructor. In the center of the lawn, Lung Ruffling waved his hand. You can strike first. Xiao Yang initially wanted to be polite, but then reconsidered. This was a crucial moment for his honor and to shine before others. There was no room for carelessness. He had to give it his all. All the false niceties and modesty could go to hell. Here I come, he shouted, charging forward. He looked like a conqueror, unstoppable in his vigor. He exuded the aura of a mighty warrior. In the next second, boom. A blurred figure shot out at incredible speed. I must say the figure that flew out displayed quite a sense of humor, directly performing on the grass, demonstrating what it truly means to eat dirt like a dog. Unfortunately, it did not earn a single round of applause. Whoosh. The vast expanse of the lawn was filled with spectators, yet it remained eerily silent, with everyone wide-eyed and frozen in place. In an instant, everyone was caught off guard. What was happening? How did a person fly out in less than a second? Who exactly had won? And who was it that was flung out like a dead dog? Thud. An anguished wail echoed, reminiscent of a film scene, cutting and lagging. The delayed sound of hitting the ground and the cries of despair followed. Was it Xiao Yang? The person who flew out was indeed Xiao Yang, while the one still standing in the center of the lawn, tall and imposing like a javelin, was none other than the cold instructor Lung Ruffing. A single move killed him. How could this be possible? Xiao Yang, with a body built like a bodybuilder, was nearly on par with a Western Mr. Olympia. He was as robust as an ox, no more like a pig. How could he be defeated so swiftly? Even if he were a pig, dealing with it and bringing it down shouldn't be that easy. But the reality was that Xiao Yang was ruthlessly taken down in a second. Whoosh. The battle ended. The speed was astonishing, and no one had a clear grasp of what had transpired. He had already flown away. Fortunately, Lung Ruffing was precise in his strikes. Xiao Yang, struggling to rise, realized he had not sustained any serious injuries. He had merely scraped his skin. Feeling relieved, he quickly tucked his tail between his legs and ducked into the crowd, while Jin Shihua continued to fixate on him. Xiao Yang, where do you think you're going? Xiao Yang instantly froze, the expression on his face becoming extremely awkward. Inside, he had already sent a barrage of curses towards Jin Shihua's entire family. Jin Shihao was utterly indifferent to his feelings. Xiaoyang, now do you understand why Chuan Ge said you're just a facade? Facts speak louder than words. You truly are no match for a single blow. They were kicking a dog when it was down. How could Jin Shihao, Feng Yishuai, and Sun Yushan let such a prime opportunity slip by? Who told this guy to always come looking for trouble? Not only did he show off, but he also wanted to step on others. Such people only deserve a slap in the face. Xiaoyang's face twisted, alternating between green and white. In front of so many eyes, he was humiliated like this, and his pitiful pride suffered a heavy blow. In the next moment, Xiaoyang suddenly became fierce. His eyes turned red as he strode toward Chen Chuan and the others, exuding an intimidating aura. Since you four say I'm no good, just a facade, then today, in front of all the classmates, I formally challenge your dormitory to a duel. Just me alone, any one of you four can come at me. I will take on whatever you throw at me. At this moment, Xiaoyang had regained his confidence, speaking boldly as he felt assured against the four weaklings before him. So what do you say? Which one of you four dares to fight me? Xiaoyang's bold declaration left Feng Yishuai, Sun Yushan, and Jin Shihao utterly bewildered. They were just all talk. If it came down to a real fight with their weak physiques, they definitely couldn't hold up. This wasn't merely a matter of courage. It was a matter of physique strength and skill. Feng Yishuai spent his days showing off, yet he was as skinny as a bamboo pole. Sun Yushan was as plump as the Buddha. He definitely couldn't fight unless he could roll into a stone wheel, which might cause Xiaoyang some minor harm. Jin Shihao looked the most normal in build. But unfortunately, having grown up in luxury, he had never experienced hardship. He feared pain and injury. If you asked him to fight, he would rather pay money to apologize and bow his head in submission. All three of them were useless. Xiaoyang laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, you four are nothing but all talk. If you actually stepped up, you'd be nothing but a bunch of soft-legged shrimps. But rest assured, we'll merely be engaging in hand-to-hand combat, and no one will get hurt. I won't hold back too much. In the last 10 seconds, if you don't accept the challenge, then you lose. From now on, your dormitory will be nothing but a bunch of cowards. You'll be nothing. When you see me, you must retreat. If you truly can't avoid it, you must call me Big Brother. Xiaoyang grew more and more excited as he spoke, already envisioning what the scene would look like. Jin Shihao and the others were both furious and anxious. Yet they were at a loss for what to do. The three of them had never considered letting Chen Chuan step up. Why? Because he was too precious. A millionaire boss who enjoyed an endless life of luxury. How could he engage in such a lowly act? What if he got hurt, scraped his skin, or lost a hair? It simply wasn't worth it. The onlookers pointed and commented on Chen Chuan and his friends. They criticized them for having no manly spirit. What was it but going up to take a beating? Just give him a good thrashing, and it wouldn't take your life. A true man shouldn't act like a turtle. Zheng Sitian and Li Hui stood by Chen Chuan, anxiously watching him, fearing he might fall for Xiaoyang's provocation. Bai Shifei also showed a tense expression filled with disdain for Xiaoyang. She never expected that such an annoying person could be found anywhere. In our class 2, there was a Tan Haojia. In their class 1, there was also a Xiaoyang. Thinking of Tan Haojia, she turned her head to look, and sure enough, this guy was the most vocal in the crowd, cursing Chen Chuan and his friends. He was subtly fanning the flames, trying to escalate the matter. He couldn't wait to see Chen Chuan face misfortune, preferably getting thoroughly beaten by Xiaoyang, coming away with bruises. He imagined that after being beaten up, he would win the affections of the class beauty Li Hui and the campus beauty Zheng Sitian. Even Bai Laosher would look at him differently. Just thinking about it made him feel delighted. So he hid in the shadows, constantly stirring trouble and fanning the flames. Bai Shifei gritted her teeth in anger. She directly charged over and pulled Tan Haojia out of the crowd, giving him a thorough lecture on moral education. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang stood there smugly, feeling triumphant. Listen up, I'm starting the countdown now. If you don't accept the challenge by the time is up, you'll lose. 123. Time was running out. Feng Yishui's face turned red with anxiety. What should we do? Are we really going to let Xiaoyang ride us? Sun Yushan waved his chubby fist and gritted his teeth, saying, should I go and take him on? I could just sit on him. Jin Shihao stopped him, his face slightly pale. Forget it, I'll go instead. With your physiques, you'll only end up getting beaten. Chen Chuan looked at his three brothers, each looking as if they were ready to sacrifice themselves. It was as if they were about to go to battle to sacrifice their lives, and he couldn't help but feel amused. What are you three up to? Do you need to write a will or something? You can go ahead and trust me. If there's a beautiful woman that needs caring, I can help out. The three looked at him like they had lost their last hope. Brother Chuan, do you think this is a good time for jokes? Chen Chuan gave each of them a punch. Have you forgotten who your leader is? As the big brother at a moment like this, how could I shrink back? Without waiting for the three to speak, Chen Chuan waved his hand decisively and walked toward Xiaoyang. His voice was strong and resonant, shaking the entire venue. Stop playing the flute, enough already. I agree to come and beat you. A male classmate who was drinking water directly spat it out, splattering the girl across from him. Countless onlooking classmates burst into laughter almost simultaneously. This handsome boy is quite mischievous, isn't he? His surname is Xiao, not for playing the flute. Besides, what does it mean to agree to come and beat him? Shouldn't it be the other way around, where he goes up to take a beating? At this moment, Xiao Yang indeed shut his mouth and stopped the countdown. However, his expression was worse than that of a pig's liver. On the other side, Feng Yishuai, Sun Yushan, and Jin Shihao were still immersed in their emotions. Looking at their elder brother's back, they were on the verge of tears. Truly, my brother Chuan. For the sake of his brothers, he would charge into battle without fear. You are my eternal elder brother. Zheng Sitian grasped Li Hui's hand tightly, her palms sweating nervously. Li Hui, what should we do? If he goes up like this, isn't it very dangerous? Should we call him back? Li Hui thought for a moment, but still shook her head. Men care about face the most. At this moment, he probably won't come back. Zheng Sitian's heart tightened. What should we do? We can't just watch him get beaten, can we? Li Hui quickly reassured her. Don't worry. Let's just watch first if Xiao Yang dares to go all out. Well, rush over immediately and rescue Chen Chuan. Zheng Sitian's eyes were determined. All right, let's do that. You go and give Jin Shihao and the others a heads up. Then we'll act together. After urgent psychological counseling, Xiao Yang finally calmed down and looked coldly at Chen Chuan. Very good. The person I most want to teach a lesson to is you. I was worried about not finding an opportunity. Now it's perfect you took the initiative to step forward and show off. Dare to insult me, then I'll turn you into a bear. Xiao Yang fantasized in his heart, imagining my foot stepping on your face, leaving a clear shoe print. I wonder which beauty will still like you, and who would be willing to be your little brother. Let's start. Don't delay my rest. Chen Chuan swaggered over to stand opposite Xiao Yang. The crowd naturally retreated to form a larger circle, leaving enough space for them to showcase their skills. Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow. Chen Chuan, do you really want to get beaten? Can't wait. Good, I'll fulfill your wish right now. He grinned ferociously, spreading his arms wide like a massive black bear pouncing on its prey. Chen Chuan stood casually, seemingly not taking Xiao Yang seriously. This demeanor infuriated Xiao Yang. What does it mean? Looking down on me. Bang, bang, bang. He beat his muscular chest like a gorilla. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you accidentally get hit by me, it won't feel good. Chen Chuan shook his head and chuckled. You're too blindly confident, aren't you? Who says I'm bound to lose? What if you're the one getting hit? Xiao Yang flexed his bulging muscles, showcasing them to the onlooking classmates. Ridiculous. You think with my physique I would lose to you? I might not surpass you in verbal skills, but in physicality and combat I alone can take on 3 of you. Chen Chuan smiled wryly as he touched his own chest. Dressed one indeed cannot see any muscles. But what if I take off my clothes? I fear everyone would be taken aback. Of course, in public Chen Chuan wouldn't do that. With so many girls around, who would he complain to if they took advantage? Xiao Yang, do you think just because I'm not as muscular as you I will definitely lose? Chen Chuan pointed at the instructor Lung Ruffling. You seem to have forgotten the lesson just now. Xiao Yang burst into laughter as if hearing a huge joke. What? You compare yourself to the instructor? Don't you see what kind of person you are? The instructor is a hardened soldier with a body of steel, having gone through countless trials and tribulations. On the surface he looks slender, but in reality, he possesses terrifying explosive power. What makes you think a little weakling like you can compare with the instructor? Chen Chuan's expression was grim. Naturally I won't compare myself to the instructor. But compared to you, this silver-coated wooden gun, I am certainly much stronger. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Xiao Yang's anger surged. Good. You want to get beaten? It'll satisfy you. Oh. In the next second, a dramatic scene unfolded on the scene. Xiao Yang, with a face full of anger, shouted continuously as he chased after Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan secretly laughed. How does this guy's appearance look more and more like a gorilla? Let me tease you a bit just for fun. Thus next. Chen Chuan deliberately dodged around, always turning or speeding up just as Xiao Yang was about to catch him. Not only did it leave the furious Xiao Yang missing time and time again, but often due to untimely turns or uncoordinated steps, he would repeatedly fall flat on his face. Various clumsy antics emerged one after another. The surrounding audience couldn't help but burst into laughter, the once tense duel atmosphere turning into an unprecedented circus performance. Even Zheng Sitian, who had been anxiously watching the battle, couldn't help but laugh. Look, Chen Chuan is so agile. Xiao Yang fell flat again. Li Hui was also taken aback. This situation seemed quite different from the expected outcome. Jin Shihao and the others had long forgotten to worry about their elder brother. Each of them laughed until their stomachs hurt, almost gasping for breath. Brother Chuan is amazing. This speed and reaction completely crushed Xiao Yang. After Bai Shifei finished teaching Tan Haojia a lesson, she saw Chen Chuan accepting Xiao Yang's challenge. She was quite worried. But then she saw Chen Chuan playing with Xiao Yang like a cat with a mouse, turning the tables and tiring Xiao Yang out. His face was bruised and battered. Inside, she felt inexplicably relieved. Chen Chuan, well done. Seeing their leader being toyed with, Zhang Fei and Guan Yu instinctively covered their faces, fearing that others would discover that this person being toyed with is their leader. Alas, how embarrassing. The two instructors Lung Rufeng and Su Erdwa. Originally, they didn't pay much attention, prepared to enjoy a farce as if watching a show. Gradually, the expressions of the two instructors became serious. Their sharp gazes focused on the duel between the two on stage. This kid is not simple. Xiao Yang chased for 5 minutes. He couldn't even touch a single hair of Chen Chuan. Furious, he shouted to the sky, "Chen Chuan, you coward. If you have the guts, stop running. Running endlessly, what kind of skill is that? Dare you face me head-on and fight for real? If you're a man, then don't run. If you keep running like this, when will it end, eh?" Chen Chuan also agreed after hearing this. Estimating the time, it was indeed time to end this farce. He stood tall and straight like a pine. "Good. He'll stand right here, you come over." His demeanor was relaxed, completely devoid of tension. He even crossed his arms, adopting a posture of surrender. Xiao Yang certainly wouldn't believe it. How could the crafty Chen Chuan just sit back and wait? He approached cautiously, step by step. Xiao Yang did not believe that Chen Chuan would give up struggling. Neither did the audience present, who found it hard to believe that Chen Chuan would easily submit. However, in reality, Chen Chuan remained completely still. Xiao Yang was free to act. His robust arms wrapped around Chen Chuan, successfully securing him in place. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yang's laughter reverberated across the area. Success. He was overjoyed and immensely proud. Just moments ago, Chen Chuan had been as slippery as an eel, yet now he seemed as clumsy as a pig. Not fleeing, not running, not defending, not resisting. He watched helplessly as he was embraced. This move was Xiao Yang's most prized technique for trapping opponents. A bear hug, firmly controlling the opponent's form. At this moment, even the mightiest adversary would be reduced to a lamb awaiting slaughter. All it took was another swift move to lift the opponent's body off the ground, turning him into a rootless tree. Unable to muster any strength, suspended in midair, he became a living target, losing control of his center of gravity. At this point, the opponent had no means to retaliate. Ultimately, whether it was a back throw or any other technique, the opponent could only passively endure the blows. The outcome was already predetermined. This entire sequence was a combat technique that Xiao Yang had practiced countless times in the gym, defeating numerous opponents. Moreover, this move fully utilized his long arms and immense strength. Even against opponents of equal skill, it proved effective. Even those slightly superior in strength would find themselves at a loss once locked in this grip. What's going on? Why isn't he fighting back? The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. They had initially thought this was merely Chen Chuan's plan to draw the enemy in. They anticipated that when Xiao Yang approached carelessly, Chen Chuan would launch a sudden counterattack. No one had expected that Chen Chuan would indeed not resist and let Xiao Yang seize him. This was akin to an elderly person willingly consuming poison. Was he seeking death? Jin Shihao and others were already blinded by disbelief, unable to bear the sight of Chen Chuan being tormented by Xiao Yang. Li Hui turned her face away. She simply could not bear to watch what was about to unfold. Bai Shifei instinctively clutched her own clothing. Silently cheering for Chen Chuan, praying he could muster the strength to break free from Xiao Yang's control. Tan Haojia watched with glee. He was particularly happy whenever Chen Chuan found himself in trouble. Tonight could be a celebration with a nice meal and a few bottles of cold beer. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu, who previously detested their boss, were now feeling quite elated. Indeed, Xiao Yang's power was astonishing. Even the two instructors closely monitoring the fight were silently shaking their heads. How could such a strong hand be played so poorly? They were still underestimating their opponent and lacked fighting experience. If Chen Chuan had adhered to his original strategy and continued to capitalize on his strengths, utilizing his speed and agility to wear down Xiao Yang, he could have waited for the perfect moment to strike. There was still a chance to claim victory. Now, however, the situation had reversed, and he was completely restrained, leaving him with no opportunities. Alas, only Zheng Sitian suddenly remembered and urged, "Hurry to save him. One more moment, and Chen Chuan will be in danger. Call Jin Shihao and the others." She slapped Li Hui on the back, jolting her from her daze. "What?" Li Hui was suddenly awakened. She turned to run towards Jin Shihao. "Wait." Just as she started, Zheng Sitian grabbed her arm. "It seems like the situation is changing." In the fighting arena, Xiao Yang was preparing to muster all his strength to completely take down Chen Chuan. Lift, lift, lift. He strained with all his might, exerting himself as if he were using every ounce of strength he had. Yet he still could not budge Chen Chuan. "Yay? What's happening? Why can't I lift him?" Xiao Yang was filled with both shock and confusion, feeling as though he was holding not a person, but a golden statue weighing 10,000 pounds. Chen Chuan's feet felt as if they were welded to the ground. No matter how he pulled, tugged, or lifted, he remained utterly unmoved. As everyone was puzzled, and Xiao Yang bewildered, Chen Chuan broke into a smile. Xiao Yang, have you exhausted your moves? Now it's my turn to shine. He pushed against the grip with both arms. Crack! He freed himself from Xiao Yang's locked hands and began to push outward little by little. Xiao Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as if he had seen a ghost. He could hardly believe that he, known for his strength, could be outmatched in power. He exerted all of his strength in an attempt to regain the hold. His arms trembled, his face flushed, and sweat dripped from his forehead, yet he still could not prevent Chen Chuan's hands from gradually pushing open the bear hug. Even when Chen Chuan completely broke free from his control, he did not stop. Instead, he spread his palms and seized Xiao Yang's wrists. Like two iron pincers, they locked tightly. Xiao Yang felt the grip around his wrists tightening more and more, causing him to sweat profusely. Ouch, that hurts. The surrounding students were left bewildered. What was happening? Just moments ago, Xiao Yang had been completely dominant. How had it changed so quickly with Chen Chuan seemingly taking control? Feeling the pain, Chen Chuan looked coldly at Xiao Yang. Too late. He seized both of Xiao Yang's wrists with his left hand while lifting Xiao Yang's belt with his right hand and suddenly exerting force. He lifted the burly Xiao Yang high above his head and turned around 3 times on the spot, letting out a mighty roar. Do you submit? Xiao Yang felt the world spinning around him, terrified and disoriented, hurriedly answering, I submit. I submit. Chen Chuan then asked, do you concede? Xiao Yang, having lost all his courage, was in a panic. Where was the bravado he had moments ago? I concede, I concede. Please just put me down, don't act rashly. I don't want to die yet. At this moment, Chen Chuan resembled an ancient war god, unmatched in bravery, destined to conquer. All his enemies would be torn to shreds. And Xiao Yang was simply the provocateur, facing the wrath of this war god. If it were ancient times, there would be no doubt. Chen Chuan would rip him apart on the spot. The male students washed with blood boiling. A real man stands tall and strong, fierce and extraordinary. Truly a living tyrant embodying the spirit of a war god. The female students were even more ecstatic, screaming wildly. So strong. This is the mightiest man in Jiang University. It's over. I've already fallen for him. Strong man, give me your number. I'm in love. I adore this kind of strong man. The atmosphere on scene was incredibly fervent, even more so than at a celebrity concert. Feng Yishui, Sun Yushan, and Jin Shihao stared unblinkingly at the figure holding Xiao Yang aloft, resembling a divine being. They still could not believe it. Is this really our brother Chuan? How could he have become so powerful? Surely he hasn't been possessed. Halt! Which demon dares to take my brother Chuan? Jin Shihai remained fiercely loyal to his elder brother. He silently recited the 3-character classic, attempting to ward off some malevolent spirit. For the sake of his dear elder brother, he made one last effort. Brother, you may rest in peace. Sisters-in-law, the 3 of us will take good care of things. But which one should I choose, Zheng Xiaohua or Mu Xiaohua? Slap. Jin Shihai suddenly slapped himself. Do you want to die? If Brother Chuan finds out that I am infatuated with my sister-in-law, then my fate will be far worse than that of Xiao Yang at this moment, right? On the other side, Zhang Fei with a pale face and Guan Yu with a dark face wiped their titanium alloy eyes. They realized that what lay before them was indeed real. It was not an illusion. How is this possible? Have we encountered a ghost? Xiao Gu, strong as an ox, his battle power off the charts. Caught by Chen Chuan as if he were a chick, effortlessly squeezed in his hand. A massive body weighing nearly 200 pounds. Light as a feather. Heavens! Even a weightlifting champion wouldn't be this terrifying. The two exchanged glances, both seeing deep terror reflected in each other's eyes, and a profound sense of regret. What foolish act have we done to offend such a terrifying existence? Can we even preserve our lives from here on out? In the crowd, by Shifai's heart, which had been in suspense, finally settled quietly. Chen Chuan turned the tide, displaying his prowess. She slowly released her grip on the corner of her garment. She suddenly realized that her palms were already drenched in sweat, and even her clothes were soaked and sticky. She felt a surge of panic. When did she become so concerned about a student? This is a dangerous signal. She inexplicably felt uneasy. Reflecting on herself, she reviewed the moments spent with Chen Chuan during this time. She was unsure of when it started that she became inexplicably invested in his affairs. His words and actions, his news, and his safety all tugged at her heartstrings. Stop. This is wrong. I must slam the brakes immediately from this moment. Not far away, Lung Rufin and Su Erdwa squinted their eyes. A flicker of shock and confusion passed through their sharp gazes. Chen Chuan was still so young. How could he possibly possess superior speed, agile reflexes, and astonishing strength all at the same time? This was unreasonable. An ordinary person might excel due to regular training. Or perhaps he was extraordinarily gifted in one particular aspect, surpassing normal levels. But it was impossible for him to exhibit abnormal performance across all areas, exceeding an ordinary person by so much. This defied scientific reasoning. Unless he had some unique opportunity. He was not an ordinary person. Seward-Wa, who usually kept silent, finally could not hold back. Brother Fong, I'm very interested in this kid. Lung Ruffin patted his shoulder. Old Su, you shouldn't waste your thoughts on this. After all, he is my student. His face was filled with pride. Seward-Wa felt quite annoyed. What kind of luck does this guy have? To encounter such good fortune during military training. Why wasn't it him assigned to Class 2 as an instructor back then? The one who should be enjoying this moment should be me. In the center of the lawn, Chen Chuan raised Xiaoyang high like a trophy on display. All around gasps, screams, and cheers intertwined. Chen Chuan was brimming with excitement, reveling in the joy and glory of a victor. Hovering in midair, Xiaoyang's heart was nearly shattered. That feeling of being dominated with no autonomy was consuming his heart. He had no idea how he would be dealt with in the next second. How this disastrous fight would end was uncertain. Everything he saw and heard was filled with various pointing fingers, ridicule, and mockery in that moment. The collapse and despair within him were hard to comprehend for anyone who wasn't involved unless they had experienced it personally. If he could choose, he wanted to immediately blow up this planet and bring about the world's destruction. After showcasing for 3 minutes, Chen Chuan was finally satisfied, feeling exhilarated. With a gentle shake of his arms, his powerful physique and robust strength allowed him to toss Xiaoyang 5 meters away as easily as throwing away trash. Whoosh! A massive human meat bag flew through the air, startling a large group of onlooking classmates who all hurriedly stepped back. Bang! Xiaoyang crashed to the ground. The sound was indeed quite loud. The classmates secretly grimaced. If it had been them thrown like that, wouldn't they lose half their lives? Oh! Xiaoyang cried out in pain, sounding as if he were being torn apart during some dreadful experience. Suddenly his cries came to an abrupt halt. He stopped howling and scrambled to his feet. Patting his backside, he found that apart from his rear back, wrist, waist, and elbows aching a bit, there was nothing significantly wrong. Clearly, with Chen Chuan's masterful fighting skills, unless he wanted to seriously injure Xiaoyang or directly cause his demise, it would be difficult for him to be harmed. Throwing away the trash in his hand, Chen Chuan clapped his hands, his heart steady and breath even. Calm and unhurried, he appeared at ease. With a faint smile, he slightly bowed to the crowd, his demeanor resembling that of an experienced performer. He had just showcased a monkey act, and now it was officially over. He thanked the audience for their support. Many female classmates secretly laughed. This guy was truly quite amusing. Just a moment ago, he was treating Xiaoyang like a monkey. Yet in the next moment, he displayed the demeanor of a modest gentleman. This contrast was truly remarkable. Hee, so interesting. The male classmates looked at Xiaoyang with disdain and mockery, and a hint of sympathy. Even when Xiaoyang approached, they all quietly stepped back, wanting to create distance and unwilling to associate with him. This guy was undoubtedly a jinx. Whoever got involved with him would face bad luck. Clearly strong enough to dominate, clearly capable of great feats. Yet he encountered Chen Chuan, a god of warlike presence. Always just a bit stronger than him. What else could it be but his misfortune? Why is it that others do not face such encounters, yet he does? Each time Xiaoyang could only lower his head, filled with sorrow like a clown. He became a green leaf to Chen Chuan's backdrop. His heart was in extreme pain. His heart-shattered life felt meaningless. The more he suffered, the more intense his hatred for Chen Chuan became. In such a short time, it rose to a new peak. This grudge must be avenged. I cannot swallow my last breath. He wished to immediately teach Chen Chuan a profound and tragic lesson. To repay all the humiliation he had suffered at his hands. Unfortunately, he was limited in ability, whether in wealth or martial prowess. He was no match for Chen Chuan. No, wait. This is not right. Xiaoyang suddenly had an epiphany, realizing a key point. A fierce glint shot from his eyes. Chen Chuan, this time you are doomed. Suddenly Xiaoyang appeared as though he had consumed 10 pills, his complexion flushed and his eyes bloodshot. His fingers trembled and his spirit was in a frenzied state of exhilaration. He mumbled to himself, his feet moving aimlessly like a headless fly. In his mind, he was constantly calculating just how certain he was about this strategy. How should he design a perfect trap to make Chen Chuan obediently fall into it? In terms of martial prowess, he was no match for him. However, that did not mean that everyone else was incapable. Xiaoyang immediately thought of a great master, the cold-faced instructor who had just kicked him away without inflicting any harm. That speed, that power, that skill was clearly extraordinary. This cold instructor was undoubtedly a formidable expert, far superior to Chen Chuan, who could only run away and relied on mere brute strength. 10 times more brilliant. No, 100 times more so. He was a true master in the military, with eyes like ice blades and movements as fluid as a swimming dragon. powerful and mysterious. As long as he could trick Chen Chuan into challenging this living demon, the outcome would undoubtedly be far worse for him. 10 times worse. 100 times. 1,000 times. By that time, no one would care about his own defeat or remember how embarrassed he had been. He could take revenge not just once, but 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times in total. In any case, Chen Chuan had wronged him countless times. He had to make him kneel and admit defeat, utterly disgraced and battered. Xiaoyang looked at Chen Chuan with a face full of indignation. He would initiate his grand plan. Chen Chuan, don't get too complacent. Don't think that just because someone calls you the #1 tough guy, you are really that formidable. If you are capable, then challenge the instructor. As long as you can defeat him, or at least draw, it counts as you being impressive. Chen Chuan had yet to respond. Beside him, Jin Shihao had a look of shock on his face. Damn, how did Xiaoyang manage to learn all my lines? Would Brother Chuan really fall for it? At first, everyone was unaware of how formidable the cold instructor was. But after Xiaoyang's personal test, everyone understood that this cold instructor was definitely a master among masters. Extremely powerful. Even if Chen Chuan had some strength compared to the instructor, it was evidently insufficient. Going up against him would only be a futile effort. It would be purely seeking punishment. Chen Chuan looked blankly at Xiaoyang. You want me to challenge the instructor? Xiaoyang nodded. Exactly. Only by fighting the instructor can you prove that you truly possess the demeanor of a strong person. I admit you are indeed impressive. Otherwise, you are just trash. A piece of trash that only bullies the weak is not worthy of everyone's admiration. Chen Chuan smiled lightly. All right, I agree with what you said. Perfect. I don't want to be the so-called strong person in your eyes. His expression was nonchalant. So, I won't challenge. Just to clarify, I don't like challenging others, and it's best if others don't challenge me either. As for the title of the first tough guy in school, if you like it, I can give it to you. Chen Chuan sneered inwardly. Fool, do you think I am like you, easily swayed by a few words? I'll compete with you. Don't try to play tricks on me. Chen Chuan's heart was as clear as a mirror. He had already guessed what Xiaoyang was trying to pull before he even sat down. He had always believed in being low-key in life, while being high-profile and making money. Quietly nurturing feelings with the goddess, cherishing the present, and enjoying every moment of leisure and comfort. This was his life. Today's grand display and high-profile behavior went against his original intention. There was no way around it. Whoever sought trouble would be met with a slap in the face. He also wanted to be low-key, but his strength did not allow it. Bang! Xiaoyang felt as though he had missed a step. He could see a significant event unfolding. Unexpectedly, Chen Chuan did not play by the rules. With a sudden twist, he made a 180-degree turn, leading to the abrupt failure of his plan halfway through. Alas, his heart began to ache again. What to do? Chen Chuan was unyielding like a hedgehog, leaving him with nowhere to attack. How could someone who wanted revenge be willing to give up? Alas, unable to get revenge, he felt an unshakable frustration stuck in his chest. It was so unbearable. Jin Shihao, however, felt a sense of relief and sighed deeply. Thank goodness. Brother Chuan did not fall for the trick. If he had been deceived and rushed to challenge the instructor, he would have been mercilessly beaten. Recalling that scene, Xiaoyang's provocation technique was something he himself had taught. How could he not seek revenge on him? Fortunately, Brother Chuan had not left his brain at home. After dismissing Xiaoyang, Chen Chuan was about to find a patch of grass to sit down and rest for a while. Unexpectedly, Lung Rufin took the initiative to walk over. Good day, instructor. The surrounding classmates all retreated, leaving Chen Chuan alone to face this cold-faced instructor. Without saying a word, Lung Rufin went straight to the point. You are Chen Chuan, right? I saw your performance just now, very impressive. But why don't you accept Xiaoyang's suggestion and challenge me? With your strength, it shouldn't be a matter of fear, right? Chen Chuan shook his head. Instructor Lung, it's not a matter of fear, it's just unnecessary. My strength doesn't need him to define it. And I certainly don't need to prove anything to someone unworthy. Lung Rufin nodded slightly. That makes sense. But what if I extend an invitation to you? Do you dare to fight me? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding classmates quickly gathered around again. A military instructor actually took the initiative to issue a combat challenge to a freshman. This was a rare occurrence. In the history of military training at Jiang University, it had never happened before, especially since both of them had demonstrated their skills today. Each was not an ordinary person. The kick from the cold instructor was so elusive that it was hard to fathom. His strength was unfathomable. Chen Chuan's overlord's lift also refreshed everyone's understanding. His monstrous strength was terrifying. His strength should not be underestimated either. However, if one had to guess who was slightly stronger, it was obvious. Everyone would choose the cold-faced instructor. Everyone was just ordinary people. They couldn't comprehend the techniques or distinguish the realms. However, based solely on today's performances, the kick from the cold instructor showcased not only speed, power, and skill, but also demonstrated incredible explosive force and terrifying attack power. It was clear he was a martial arts expert skilled in combat techniques and rich in combat experience. Meanwhile, Chen Chuan's overlord's lift and throw in midair relied solely on brute strength. It was simply a matter of innate strength. Who was high and who was low? At that moment, Feng Yishuang's son Yushan and Jin Shihao were all secretly sweating for their big brother. This cold-faced instructor clearly did not seem like a good person. He always had a cold expression and his gaze was sinister. He must strike ruthlessly. Fighting him could easily end up with injuries lasting months. If he were to suffer a disability, that would be even more unjust. Zheng Sitian and Li Hui also looked over anxiously, afraid that Chen Chuan would accept the challenge. Their beautiful eyes were filled with worry. At this moment, the entire training ground was crowded with countless people. Not a single one believed in Chen Chuan, thinking he had a chance of winning. Chen Chuan accept the challenge. Suddenly, amidst the countless noisy voices, a high-pitched voice filled with passion and excitement broke through the air. I believe you can definitely do it. The scene was in an uproar. Who is this? Why do they have such confidence in Chen Chuan? Against all odds, they stood firmly in support of him. This audacity and righteousness even moved Chen Chuan a little. Who is so optimistic about him? A friend? An admirer? Or perhaps a certain big shot? Listening to that passionate voice, it was filled with fervor and high spirits. Surely it must be someone extraordinary to shout like that. Moreover, the young master has yet to showcase his master-level fighting skills. On what basis does he think that I can definitely win? Is it merely because he believes in me as a person? With deep confusion, everyone was searching for the owner of the voice. Chen Chuan looked over and exclaimed, "What the heck?" As he finally saw the true face of the person. Chen Chuan's expression darkened instantly. It turned out to be him. No wonder he was so enthusiastic about challenging me. This isn't about believing I can win, rather he is certain that I will lose. He shamelessly pulls such stunts intending to set me up. He specifically came to dig a pit for me. What the heck? Lung Rufin suddenly challenged Chen Chuan. The most delighted of all was Xiao Yang. Originally, he was utterly disappointed and feeling down. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, hope appeared. Instructor Lung actually took the initiative to challenge Chen Chuan. Could it be that he heard my inner voice? Is he here to take revenge for me? Haha, I can't wait to see how Chen Chuan meets his end. Feeling the pain all over his body, Xiao Yang grinned wickedly. Chen Chuan, your fate will surely be 100 times worse than mine. At that moment, Xiao Yang immediately returned to the scene and, despite everyone's lack of faith, stood firmly in support of Chen Chuan, shouting with an astonishing fervor. Unable to contain himself, he was too excited. Even he couldn't help but give a hearty thumbs up for this stroke of genius. It felt like forcing Chen Chuan to roast over a fire. It was downright exhilarating. Meanwhile, Tan Haojia was also laughing heartily. Having just witnessed Xiao Yang's drama, now he could see Chen Chuan being trampled. Today's military training was truly worth it. The show was even better than what's on variety channels. There were so many highlights. The anticipation was through the roof. As Chen Chuan's counselor Bai Shifei immediately stepped forward to intervene. Instructor Lung, let's call off this match. You are all iron-blooded soldiers seasoned by the battlefield, while Chen Chuan is merely a freshman. How could he possibly be your opponent? Instructor Lung's expression remained as cold as ever. Teacher Bai, do you think a regular freshman could lift a 200-pound man over his head and hold him there for 3 minutes, and then toss him effortlessly 5 meters away? Bai Shifei was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, can you at least go easy on him? Please don't hurt my student. Instructor Lung nodded. Don't worry, I know my limits. I will try to be gentle, while I won't let him suffer any serious injuries. Bai Shifei gasped in shock. What? Serious injuries? She was already very worried and didn't want Chen Chuan to take risks. Hearing this only heightened her anxiety. No way. I absolutely will not agree to such a dangerous proposition. At this moment, Bai Shifei resembled a mother hen fiercely protecting her chicks. Facing the impending danger, she kept the little chick tightly under her wings. But Lung Rufin seemed to have no understanding of cherishing the delicate. He is an absolute elite of the ace squad and often enjoys certain privileges. For instance, in special situations such as executing missions, combat duty, anti-terrorism, and security patrols. They have the highest command authority on site. Like now, their special forces have discovered exceptional talent. They have both the right and the obligation to evaluate and screen personnel. It is their unshirkable responsibility to supply talent for the country and recruit strong individuals for the military. How could they abandon their decision just because of a mere counselor's objection? Teacher Bai, please support my work. Lung Rufin's expression turned serious, his voice carrying a chill. Bai Shifei felt an inexplicable chill in her heart. Her heart raced uncontrollably, but for Chen Chuan's safety, she resolutely stood her ground. No, unless you bring the school leaders. Have them approve and guarantee Chen Chuan's safety. Otherwise, I will not budge an inch. As the two were at a standoff, some students already wanted to call the school leaders. Suerdwa also approached, wanting to persuade Lung Rufin not to escalate the situation. After all, this was a military training site. Making a scene wouldn't be beneficial. Challenge task: accept Lung Rufin's challenge and defeat him for a chance to encounter new targets. Task reward 1, Feihua Logistics Company, and a large warehouse valued at 300 million. Task reward 2, 100 times consumption rebate card limited to 10 million. Task reward 3, experience points 9 points. Free attributes 6 points. Rejecting the task, experience points 9. Suddenly a task dialog box appeared before Chen Chuan. Accept the challenge. He did not hesitate to accept this deal. With such generous rewards, why not? Isn't it just a duel? I am a top-tier martial arts master. Am I afraid of a soldier king? A generous reward worth 300 million. Who wouldn't want that? Especially with a 100 times consumption rebate card worth 10 million. Even the smallest reward is still a reward. Upon closer inspection, this task seemed to have some difficulty. Not only did the rewards include an additional item, even the experience points and free attribute points were slightly more than usual tasks. Such a big fat sheep, under no circumstances would he let it go. Chen Chuan hurriedly stepped forward and, protected by Shifei behind him. Teacher, please stop arguing. I accept the challenge. Shifei grabbed Chen Chuan's arm. Chen Chuan, you mustn't be impulsive. Listen to me, don't go. Suddenly, she turned to look at Lung Rufin, her voice turning icy. Are you worried about his threat? Don't worry, the teacher will definitely protect you. I will never let anyone harm you. Chen Chuan gently rubbed Shifei's smooth shoulder, smiling to reassure her teacher. Don't worry, I will be fine. I have confidence that I can defeat him. At the very least, I have the strength to protect myself. Shifei's heart suddenly calmed down. Chen Chuan accepted the invitation. He agreed to face Lung Rufin in a direct battle. This news swept through the crowd like a whirlwind. Everyone in the training ground was stirred up. A fierce competition was about to unfold. In the first match, just now, Xiao Yang's challenge to Lung Rufin was simply laughable. Not even a single round was completed. He was kicked back by the instructor. Everyone wasn't mentally prepared yet. They didn't even catch a glimpse of Instructor Lung's movements. All they saw was one result. That was Xiao Yang being kicked away. He flew quite far. Xiao Yang put in a lot of effort, even performing a rather comical display. However, the match was too brief. It truly did not satisfy the appetites of the large crowd watching. It was quite unsatisfying. It was like being teased with feelings, preparing for a battle of 300 rounds. Suddenly, with a loud clang, the battle was called off. The opponent announced that the fight was over and it was time to wash up and sleep. Could you stand this? In the second match, Xiao Yang challenged Chen Chuan. The process was dramatic with many twists and turns. The result was satisfying. Xiao Yang was sent flying once again. It was like a smooth fall from the sky. Unfortunately, the climax was also too abrupt. In just that moment, Xiao Yang was shot out. There was no resistance or interaction at all. At the crucial moment, he didn't even shout. How could there be any feeling? Only when Xiao Yang's backside hit the ground did he finally cry out. He did howl a few times. Unfortunately, the climax had passed, and the excitement had waned. All the spectators found it rather dull. The most critical point was, the gap in strength between the two sides was too great. In just a few moves, Xiao Yang was thrown out by Chen Chuan. This time the combatants were Chen Chuan and Instructor Lung. This duel was filled with anticipation, although there was no suspense as Chen Chuan was bound to lose. However, he possessed innate divine strength. Not to mention, holding on for 10 minutes, 3 minutes would definitely not be a problem, right? One side had innate divine strength, while the other mastered the martial arts of the Dragon Country. One was a freshman, while the other was a battle-hardened warrior. Just thinking about it was exciting. The match had yet to begin. Xiao Yang was already exhilarated. Chen Chuan must have hit his head to agree to compete with Instructor Lung. In this battle, he was destined to be utterly defeated. He would be completely pulled down from the pedestal. All claims of being the strongest guy in school, the heartthrob, or the school prince would have nothing to do with him. The beautiful girls of the school would soon belong to me. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Xiao Yang's breathing grew rapid. It was like running a 5-kilometer race reaching the final stage. He began to sprint. No wonder he lost so quickly in both matches. This guy was simply a sprinter. An excellent sprinter at that. Other world champions complete 100 meters in around 10 seconds. He only needs 5 seconds, or even 3 seconds. Alas, poor child, it's best if he never gets married. He can't harm others. Feng Yishui's son Yushan and Jin Shihao felt sorrow for their boss predicament. They had already resisted Xiao Yang's temptations and provocations. Refusing to challenge the instructor, unexpectedly Instructor Lung took the initiative to approach him. Chen Chuan had nowhere to hide and could only brace himself to accept the challenge. What would be the result of this? The three of them couldn't imagine. Zheng Sitian and Li Hui tightly held each other's hands, both feeling the worry in their hearts. Chen Chuan had helped them a lot. They sincerely prayed for Chen Chuan, hoping he could safely pass this ordeal. On the other side, Su Erdwa approached, quietly warning Lung Rufin. Brother Feng, that kid Chen Chuan is no simple character. Not only does he have innate divine strength, but his overall abilities are also quite comprehensive. Speed, reaction, defense, all are excellent. You must not capsize in the gutter. Lung Rufin glanced at his good brother. Old Su, are you envious and want to see me make a fool of myself? How could a little brat like him defeat me? I could easily suppress him with one hand. Su Erdwa gave him a punch. Get lost. Am I envious of you? You think too much. He's just a little sapling, but whether he qualifies or not is still uncertain. After a few jokes, he kindly reminded, Brother Feng, you should pay attention. Sometimes when too invested in a fight, you might enter a berserk state, greatly increasing your combat power. This is a university campus, a place for student military training. You must not be too heavy-handed and cause big problems. Lung Rufin dismissively said, how could that be? A little brat could make me exert 3 points of strength. That's already an overestimation. Could he even force me into a berserk state? Su Erdwa, usually calm, warned him uneasily. You must not be careless. It's best to hold back, don't hurt him. I warn you, if something goes wrong, the higher-ups will hold you accountable. At that time, if the captain comes to deal with you, don't blame your brothers for not speaking up for you. As they said this, images of the captain's majestic figure appeared in their minds. Long straight legs. A flying kick could make you regret your existence. A slender waist like a willow swaying in the wind. Lifting a thick log was easier and more effortless than for many male soldiers. Fingers as white as jade. Pulling the trigger, hitting the target every time. Once with a single magazine, 7 rounds left, he eliminated 8 enemies. The extra one was killed with a tossed handgun. A beauty that could make the moon hide and the flowers blush. Instantly changing face, transforming into a hellish demon, an iron-blooded commander. Training them mercilessly, making them howl like ghosts wishing for death. At this moment, the 2 iron-blooded warriors couldn't help but shiver. That was a female Trex. A super female warrior. A terrifying existence, 1,000 times more frightening than a mother tiger. All right, I understand. Lung Rufin quickly interrupted Su Erdwa. Don't always scare me with the captain. I'm timid. Su Erdwa pouted. A battle-hardened warrior who had survived countless gunfights. Actually claiming to be timid. Well, in front of the captain, how many brothers dare to say they are brave? In the center of the lawn. Lung Rufin handed over some protective gear to Chen Chuan. Put these on first, just in case I hit hard later and accidentally hurt you. Despite still wearing a cold expression, Chen Chuan could sense the warmth beneath it. Thank you. He shook his head in refusal. I don't need these. Lung Rufin was surprised. Are you sure you don't need them? At this moment, by Shifei Zheng Xitian and others watching from a distance, all felt a pang of anxiety for Chen Chuan. Why wasn't he wearing protective gear? With protection, he wouldn't at least get seriously hurt. Why was he being so foolish? Many classmates lamented. What a pity. If he doesn't wear protective gear, how long can he last? Could he be another speedy gunner? Less than 3 minutes. So disappointing. Without protective gear, how could he fight? We haven't even had our fill of watching, and he gets knocked down. Xiao Yang's emotions were even more heightened. Without protective gear, Chen Chuan could only lose faster. This was the result he was eager to see. In an instant, Xiao Yang felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Lung Rufin and Chen Chuan stood facing each other. The fight was about to begin. Lung Rufin kindly reminded, Chen Chuan, be careful. Don't think that you are safe just because it's hand-to-hand combat. It's fine to tell you. I once fought unarmed against a squad of foreign troops. They were all fully armed professional soldiers. Seeing Chen Chuan showing no reaction, Lung Rufin was a bit curious. What? Are you scared? Or are you stunned? Chen Chuan shook his head. Scared? What am I afraid of? I'm just reassessing. Lung Rufin was even more curious. Reassessing what? Chen Chuan smiled and replied, I'm assessing how long it would take to defeat you. Perhaps feeling that it was a bit disrespectful to the instructor, he apologetically waved his hand. Don't mind me, I just want to rest early. What? Go back and rest early. Lung Rufin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This little guy has quite the audacity. Perhaps he doesn't believe how powerful I really am. That's true. Young people tend to trust only what they see. How could he possibly believe how formidable I am without witnessing it firsthand? Lung Rufin was stunned for a few seconds before bursting into hearty laughter. Very good. You are confident and quite daring. I hope your strength matches your bravado. Lung Rufin felt that young people possess ambition and courage. This is a good thing. The world is vast, and I am the greatest. In this realm, who could rival me? In fact, Chen Chuan could not be blindly confident. He placed great importance on this battle and was very much looking forward to it. Lung Rufin was a man of the battlefield. From him, one could smell the scent of blood and a strong aura of killing intent. An ordinary person would certainly not detect it. Chen Chuan was a top-tier martial arts master. Not only did he possess skills, but he also had rich combat experience. Facing Lung Rufeng, a seasoned expert who had been through many battles, Chen Chuan would not dare to be careless. Lung Rufeng was the best test stone. It was perfect for assessing just how formidable his martial arts skills truly were. Instructor Lung, come on. Use all your strength to attack me. What? Let me attack. With all your strength. Lung Rufeng became increasingly curious. What on earth was going through Chen Chuan's mind? Was he overconfident? Fine. Since you have a request. Then don't blame me for bullying a child. Watch my fist. Boom. Lung Rufeng's fist was swift and fierce. It was as fast as the wind and as hard as iron. Instinctively, Chen Chuan extended a hand, attempting to use his powerful strength and agile reflexes to grasp his fist. Bang! The fists collided. Chen Chuan was forced back a large step. His palm burned painfully. It hurt so much that he grimaced. My goodness! Instructor Lung's fist was unexpectedly hard and powerful. I had been careless. Wait a minute, I must not clash Hedon again. Chen Chuan felt wary of Lung Rufeng. Unbeknownst to him, Lung Rufeng was even more astonished. Lung Rufeng sensed that Chen Chuan had no skillful techniques. He relied entirely on physical strength and reflexes to take a solid hit from his iron fist. If it were an ordinary person, they would be sent flying at least 7 or 8 meters, their arm broken, wrist shattered. Unexpectedly, this guy's physical body was terrifyingly strong, and his reflexes were extremely quick. He only took a step back and managed to dissipate part of the force. The remaining force was absorbed and neutralized by his physique. His defensive power was astonishing. To endure such damage and appear unscathed. Such a powerful physique is indeed rare. Of course, Lung Rufeng had no idea that Chen Chuan intended to refrain from using martial skills in the early stages of their match. He planned to use Lung Rufeng, this blacksmith, to temper and forge his own body, to solidify the rapidly improving physique and make it more robust. Of course, only Chen Chuan would dare to use Lung Rufeng as a sharpening stone. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't know how they died. Next, Lung Rufeng continued his assault, while Chen Chuan adhered to a strategy of evasion. He tried his best not to clash Hedon, fully utilizing his advantages: speed, quick reflexes, and immense strength. Dodge, dodge, and keep dodging. If he really couldn't avoid it, then he would just take a few hits. After all, it wasn't a big deal. The typical physique of an ordinary person is only 10 points, while Chen Chuan's physique reached an astonishing 28 points. One should know that improving physical capabilities is quite easy in the early stages. With enough effort, it can rise significantly. However, the later stages become increasingly difficult. Every additional point brings about a tremendous change in strength. Even in the later stages, just a point or two increase means a multiplication in physical capabilities. Chen Chuan's current 28-point physique is at least 5 times that of an ordinary person. This isn't just about strength being over 5 times greater. It includes speed, reflexes, defense, and an all-around surpassing ability. Moreover, he is just 2 points away from advancing to the next level. At that time, he will enter a whole new realm. According to the system's assessment, his physique is currently considered as strong as an ox. This not only indicates that his farming abilities are formidable, but also that his bones are strong, muscles are solid, and skin is resilient. His defensive power is equally impressive. Otherwise, how could he withstand Lung Rufeng's storm-like attacks? After a few punches, he wouldn't just be dead, he'd be crippled. In the fighting arena, Chen Chuan was enjoying himself, while Lung Rufeng was fully engaged. Meanwhile, the spectators outside were watching with bated breath. As expected, Chen Chuan went in to take hits. Aside from initially taking a punch, he was chased and beaten throughout the rest of the time. His back, shoulders, and arms. He didn't even take a single hit to the face, especially not his front. More remarkably, despite enduring so many powerful punches, he remained completely unscathed, still lively and agile. If anyone doubts that Instructor Lung's punches and kicks lack power, they can recall the moment when Xiao Yang was kicked away. Unless these two are just acting. On the surface, they appeared to be in a heated battle. In reality, it was all a show and they weren't using their full strength. Bai Shifei watched for quite a while, but she couldn't figure it out. Earlier, Lung Rufeng had forced Chen Chuan to accept the challenge. That attitude, that gaze. It didn't seem like a joke. Given his character and status, he certainly wouldn't joke. Zheng Sitian and Li Hui kept their eyes glued to Chen Chuan, continually worrying about his situation. Inside, they felt anxious. Every time Chen Chuan narrowly escaped, they would breathe a sigh of relief. Every time he took a hit, they would clench their fists, wishing they could rush in to help. Unfortunately, they could only fret and worry. Feng Yishuai, Sun Yushan, and Jin Shihao were initially worried. 1 minute later, fortunately, Brother Chuan is fine. 2 minutes later, Brother Chuan hasn't lost yet. 3 minutes later, what the hell? My Brother Chuan is awesome. He has held on this long and is still lively. Xiao Yang, however, became increasingly displeased. What was going on? Wasn't Lung Rufeng very fierce just now? He kicked me away in one blow. How come after so long he still hasn't knocked Chen Chuan down? Could it be that he was just pretending to fight? After about 5 minutes of attacking, Lung Ruffling paused his movements and kindly reminded Chen Chuan, your physical condition is indeed exceptionally gifted. It's a pity that you don't understand the techniques of using strength. Relying solely on your physical strength, you cannot be my opponent. Just now I only used 50% of my strength. Now I will use 70% of my combat power to finish the fight. Chen Chuan's expression indeed grew serious. What he said, however, surprised Lung Ruffling. Bring it on. I told you before to use all your strength. I am quite looking forward to how formidable your full strength really is. Lung Ruffling's expression shifted slightly. Until now, Chen Chuan would certainly be aware of his true combat power. Moreover, this was merely at 50%. If he were to exert his full strength, it would be even more terrifying. Not only was he not afraid, but he remained as calm and confident as ever. This was indeed quite frightening. Did he not feel any fear at all? This defied logic. Unless he was also concealing his strength. Such an absurd thought suddenly crossed his mind. How could that be? Instinctively, he immediately dismissed his wild speculation. The truth would prove otherwise. Lung Ruffling was not lost in thought. In the ensuing battle, he became even more ferocious, raising his combat power directly to 80%, his fists like shooting stars, his legs like a great dragon. Each attack was grand and imposing. Unfortunately, Chen Chuan's movements changed. He no longer simply dodged or fled, but remained rooted in place, casually swinging his arms. On the surface, it appeared nonchalant, yet he was able to intercept all the frenzied attacks effortlessly. His defense was impenetrable. What was happening? Lung Ruffling was drenched in cold sweat. Why had Chen Chuan's combat style suddenly changed? Did he not utilize his true strength earlier? The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. He finally realized what was amiss. At the beginning, Chen Chuan relied solely on the power of his physical body. He fought with a near-instinctual style, engaging him in a fierce battle. Now he moved with grace and ease, every action exuding the demeanor of a master. Every move was a manifestation of profound martial arts that simplified complexity. Lung Ruffling could not help but mock himself. Who said this kid lacked skill and channeling energy? This was clearly reaching the pinnacle. Initially, he merely wanted to test his own capabilities. If he were insufficiently strong, it was highly likely that he would not even see the opponent's skills being executed. Why, you ask? Because he wasn't worthy. In an instant, Lung Ruffling felt his face burn with embarrassment. After fighting for so long, he had been on high alert, launching ferocious attacks, exhausting all his efforts. Yet the opponent was merely honing his movement and refining his body. How could one bear such humiliation? At the same time, he felt a strong sense of humiliation and anger at being belittled and underestimated. He suddenly shouted, raising his combat power to the maximum. He would use all his strength to regain his face. In an instant, Lung Ruffling's techniques became even more ferocious. Thunder roared, fierce winds surged. Even the students watching nearby were forced to step back more than 10 paces. One could only imagine the immense pressure Chen Chuan faced in direct combat. Jin Shihua and the others' expressions changed drastically. It's over. The instructor is furious. Brother Chuan is in danger. Zheng Situ and Li Hui also sensed something was amiss. Instructor Lung's moves appeared even more intimidating. The momentum was immense, fierce, and unmatched. Such power, could it truly be unleashed by a mere human? What kind of person could withstand such a devastating attack? Chen Chuan, be careful. They cried out in alarm. Bai Shifei, who had been anxiously watching the battle, also sensed the danger. She could not help but feel great dissatisfaction towards Lung Ruffling. This guy had promised her not to harm Chen Chuan, yet he was attacking so fiercely, clearly holding nothing back. What if he injured Chen Chuan? If you dare harm him in the slightest, I will never let you off. At that time, don't blame me for reporting to your superiors. You won't be able to escape unscathed. Tan Haojia hid in the crowd, watching with great interest, even gesticulating excitedly. As a classmate, he couldn't openly cheer. He could only vaguely shout, "Go for it." The classmates thought he was cheering for Chen Chuan, but only he knew he was cheering for the instructor. Cheering for the instructor to knock Chen Chuan down quickly. Xiao Yang had been anxiously watching the changes in the fighting arena. At first, Chen Chuan had been full of vigor, yet Lung Ruffling had never managed to take him down. Xiao Yang was still blaming. What's wrong with this instructor Lung? He's not useful at a critical moment. Now seeing Lung Ruffling unleash his true power, Xiao Yang finally displayed a satisfied smile. Yes, it should be like this. Hit hard, beat this guy to a pulp. Wait, something feels off. Why hasn't Chen Chuan fallen yet? Instead, it was Instructor Lung who was drenched in sweat, becoming increasingly flustered. Indeed, Lung Ruffling's condition was worsening. When he raised his combat power from 80 to 100%, he had thought he could easily crush Chen Chuan. At the very least, he should have been able to force his opponent into a flustered state, panicking. Unexpectedly, Chen Chuan remained calm, his expression unfazed, still standing in place. At most, he took small slight steps, shifting within a confined space. Yet he effortlessly neutralized all of Lung Rufeng's attacks. No matter how hard he pressed, how fiercely he attacked, even employing his ultimate moves, he could not force Chen Chuan to budge. Nor did he manage to make Chen Chuan falter in haste. On the contrary, each of Chen Chuan's moves flowed naturally, every strike possessing immense power. Simply relying on the rebound force was enough to leave Lung Rufeng gasping for breath, his limbs feeling numb and faintly in pain. This moment not only left Lung Rufeng feeling uneasy. Even Su'erdwa, who had originally been watching leisurely with his arms crossed, was taken aback, his expression changing drastically. How is this possible? The onlooker was clear. He was horrified to discover that at this moment Chen Chuan was nothing like an inexperienced young man. That aura, that spirit, that presence. It was clearly that of a seasoned martial artist, a master of combat. Su'erdwa was dumbfounded. A combat master under 20. Is this even possible? He immediately shook his head, casting aside this terrifying thought. It wasn't that he couldn't believe it, but rather it truly defied logic. It was unscientific. The conditions required to produce a combat master were exceedingly harsh. From his own perspective, extraordinary talent, unique bone structure, exceptional insight, resilient character, diligent effort, and an unyielding spirit. Each of these conditions was indispensable. From an external standpoint, guidance from a renowned master sect, inheritance, financial support, secret medicines for foundation, and upbringing from a young age. These resources were equally essential. Do not think that possessing these would guarantee the emergence of a combat master. Furthermore, it also requires fortuitous opportunities and powerful luck. Decades of rich experience in battles and fortuitously surviving without being killed. Only with numerous aids could there be hope for the emergence of a combat master. From Su'erdwa's understanding, at present there were not more than a handful of predecessors in the Dragon Nation who could be considered combat masters. Even throughout the world, those who could be called combat masters were exceedingly rare. How old was Chen Chuan? Simply the decades of combat experience alone would eliminate his possibility. In the fighting arena, Chen Chuan felt that Lung Rufeng's attacking power had already reached its peak. It was hard to improve further. He did not want to waste any more time and prepared to take the initiative to strike to end it all. However, Lung Rufeng's complexion suddenly turned red. His hair stood on end, his eyes blood red. In an instant, the aura around him became bloodthirsty, barbaric, and crazily violent. Like a terrifying beast that chose its prey. The menacing pressure surged dramatically compared to before. This is bad. Su'erdwa was terrified, his scalp tingling. Cold sweat broke out. Lung Rufeng was a battle maniac, a madman. Whenever he faced an opponent stronger than himself, he would always unleash a berserk mode in battle. In this state, his combat power would soar at least threefold. Many opponents had suffered devastating defeats at his hands without him even realizing it. Moreover, in this state, his rationality was suppressed. What was unleashed was pure primal instinct. The reason every opponent suffered was that Lung Rufeng would not hold back. All were ruthless techniques, powerful and fierce, leaving his opponents in a state of utter despair. Light injuries meant broken bones, severe ones meant limbs crushed and death. Su'erdwa had no idea how many enemies had their thighs torn apart by Lung Rufeng. What was even more critical was that in this state Lung Rufeng was uncontrollable. No one could persuade him. He couldn't hear anyone's words at all. Driven by instinct, he eliminated all threats before him. At this moment, the only way was for another expert to intervene forcibly, using overwhelming strength to suppress Lung Rufeng directly or to stop him. However, it was clear that no one present could do that. Su'erdwa was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, pacing back and forth, yet he was at a loss. With his strength rushing in to intervene, would at most only serve Lung Rufeng another dish. If things were normal, their strengths were evenly matched. However, the berserk state of Lung Rufeng was simply terrifying. He was no match. Bai Shifei noticed Lung Rufeng's abnormality at the first moment. Seeing Su'erdwa's tense state, she immediately guessed something was wrong and rushed in front of him to inquire. Instructor Su, doesn't Lung's condition seem off? Could Chen Chuan be in danger? Shouldn't you stop Instructor Lung and end the match? Su'erdwa shrugged helplessly. With a face full of helplessness, he replied, Teacher Bai, in this situation, I am also powerless. Bai Shifei's pretty face turned pale. What? It was obvious that the situation before them was extremely dangerous, exceeding Zu's expectations and capabilities. Chen Chuan was truly in peril. She wanted to rush into the fighting ring, but was pulled back by Su'erdwa. His face was pale, clearly frightened. Teacher Bai, you can't go in. It's not that I don't want to help. But in this state, Brother Feng can't listen to anyone's words at all. You and I would be seen as intruders threatening his safety. We would only be subjected to indiscriminate attacks. Bai Shifei's body weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground, struggling to hold on. She looked at Su'erdwa. Instructor Su, please save Chen Chuan. You must find a way to rescue him. Su'erdwa's brows were tightly furrowed. In this situation, I've only seen one person capable of stopping him. Bai Shifei hurriedly asked, "Who is it? Can we call her here?" Su Erdwa shook his head. "It's impossible as she's not here today. She's our team leader. Though she's a female officer, she's the strongest in our special operations unit. She once forced Brother Feng back in his berserk state. She saved a comrade." Bai Shifei was almost in despair. No one can save him." She then glared fiercely at Su Erdwa. "Instructor Su, don't blame me for not warning you. If Chen Chuan suffers any harm, I will definitely report it to the school authorities and your military leaders. I already warned Instructor long before the match to not harm Chen Chuan. And now," Bai Shifei couldn't help but shed tears. Su Erdwa was tugging at his hair, worried beyond measure. If Chen Chuan were to be injured this time, Lung Ruffing would truly be in for a big trouble. He would inevitably face punishment. The most terrifying part was that the team leader would definitely be furious. Along with himself, he would probably also suffer. Alas, Brother Feng truly had it coming this time. Only a few people noticed the changes in the fighting arena. Most students only felt that Instructor Lung's aura was even more powerful than before. Instead of being afraid, they were even more excited. "Go for it. Come on. Take him down." Incredible. That claw just dug a big hole in the ground. At this moment, Chen Chuan had realized. The current Lung Ruffing was not the same as before. Both his aura and strength had undergone tremendous enhancements. He seemed to have entered a state of unconsciousness, fighting entirely on instinct. Like a beast, yet not entirely a beast. Without rationality, without communicative ability, yet possessing combat awareness. Chen Chuan had not expected that someone could adjust themselves to this mode. Was this a form of bloodline berserk ability, or some martial arts combat skill? Or perhaps the result of genetic warrior research? He wore a serious expression, making a secret determination that regardless of the reason, the battle had to be ended quickly. Lung Ruffing's state was nearly completely out of control, and an accident could easily occur. Chen Chuan unleashed his full strength, no longer remaining in place. With a bang, he stomped down hard, leaping into the air, shifting from defense to offense. Like a gust of wind, like a flash of lightning. More like a ghost, vanishing and reappearing in an instant. A deadly strike aimed directly at his defensive gap. Lung Ruffing's blood-red eyes flashed with a hint of instinctual panic. Not good. He was about to change his stance to defend. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Since Chen Chuan wanted to end the battle, how could he be given the chance to save himself? With a soft slap, Chen Chuan struck Lung Ruffing's chest. This directly sent him staggering back 7 or 8 steps. "Wake up!" Accompanied by this strike, Chen Chuan shouted, fiercely infused with powerful spiritual strength. It erupted in Lung Ruffing's ear, instantly jolting him awake from his berserk state. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was watching the sudden change happening in the arena. Dumbfounded, Lung Ruffing held his chest, looking at Chen Chuan in shock, unable to speak for a long time. Su Erdwa was greatly startled by this strike from Chen Chuan. As if a celestial being descended from the heavens, yet like a ghost from hell. His movements were ethereal and elusive, yet possessed a power beyond comprehension. Brother Feng, whose combat strength had soared, was unexpectedly knocked back by a single strike. In the next second, Su Erdwa rushed to Lung Ruffing's side, catching him with great concern. "Brother Feng, are you alright?" This strike to the chest with Chen Chuan's palm strength would leave Lung Ruffing either dead or crippled. His heart suffered a severe blow, and perhaps he would never be able to fight again. For a martial artist, a soldier, this was tantamount to taking his life. It was even more despairing than killing him. Lung Ruffing woke from a deep slumber. His eyes gradually regained their luster, focusing on Chen Chuan. Just now was it this boy who defeated him, and it happened while he was in his berserk state. With a crushing force, a single palm had suppressed him. How could this be possible? He was just a freshman. Chen Chuan struck fiercely, sending Lung Ruffing flying. The momentum was like a rainbow, immensely powerful. Su Erdwa estimated that if Lung Ruffing did not die, he would surely be gravely injured. There was a great possibility that he would have to withdraw from the combat sequence in the future. The cost of that would be far too great, possibly even leading to a lifetime disability. He was both concerned and reluctant. Tears welled up in his eyes. However, the cause of this incident was that Lung Ruffing had actively initiated the challenge and had first entered a berserk state. If Chen Chuan did not go all out, he would very likely be the one getting hurt. This matter could not truly be blamed on Chen Chuan for being ruthless. Seeing Su Erdwa's deep concern for Lung Ruffing's injuries, Chen Chuan shook his head and smiled. "Su Instructor, don't be nervous. Instructor Lung should be fine." Su Erdwa remained skeptical and looked at Lung Ruffing. Lung Ruffing pushed aside Su Erdwa's support and walked towards Chen Chuan with a smile on his face. "Thank you, Chen Chuan, for showing mercy, and for waking me from my madness." Su Erdwa was astonished and doubtful. "Brother Feng, how are you feeling? Are you really okay?" Lung Ruffing grinned, rubbed his chest, and shook his limbs, looking at Chen Chuan with a sense of emotion. "Chen Chuan, I'm very curious. That strike was so powerful that it sent me back 7 or 8 steps. Why do I feel like I haven't been hurt? Chen Chuan chuckled. You just kicked Xiaoyang. He flew out that far and wasn't hurt, right? But Lung Rufin shook his head. That's different. What level is he at, and what level am I at? The gap between us is too large. When I kicked him, I basically encountered no resistance. And just now I was attacking with all my might. Suddenly Lung Rufin stopped speaking. His eyes suddenly widened, staring at Chen Chuan as big as copper bells. He thought of a possibility. However, in the next second, he extinguished that terrifying thought. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How old is Chen Chuan? How could he have reached that legendary realm? Suddenly, he made a bold decision, suddenly cupping his fists towards Chen Chuan. Thank you for your mercy, Chen Chuan. I lost this match. But I have an unconventional request. I wonder if you can agree to it. Chen Chuan pondered for a moment. Go ahead. Whether you can agree or not, I will decide. Lung Rufin said shyly. Chen Chuan, I can see that you are a master. What I excel at is knife techniques. I would really like to learn a few moves from you if that's okay. Bai Shifei, who was nearby, immediately objected. No way. We almost had an accident just now in unarmed combat. You want to use knives? If he goes berserk again, who can control him? I absolutely refuse. Lung Rufin felt embarrassed and said no more. Instead, Su Erdwa stepped in to help him. Don't worry about this, Teacher Bai. When using knife techniques, Brother Feng won't enter a berserk state. His consciousness is always clear. Moreover, his combat skills are remarkable, and he definitely won't hurt Chen Chuan. Bai Shifei still wanted to oppose, but she was stopped by Chen Chuan. All right, I agree. Since Lung Rufin's knife techniques were so impressive, he certainly wanted to witness them. Lung Rufin was overjoyed. Immediately, the two set up their battleground again, while Bai Shifei was persuaded by Su Erdwa to step outside. This time, the match ended very quickly. Before Bai Shifei and Zheng Sitian could worry, Lung Rufin had already admitted defeat. Chen Chuan's combat skills were simply too formidable. No matter how he attacked, he could not get within 3 inches of Chen Chuan. Even Su Erdwa standing by felt his blood boil. With Chen Chuan's permission, he also joined the fray. Su Erdwa's weapon of choice was a 3-edged military dagger which he wielded with great familiarity. Fast and fierce. Unfortunately, Lung Rufin and Su Erdwa teamed up, both using cold weapons, while Chen Chuan was merely unarmed, relying on his powerful physique and master-level combat skills. He firmly suppressed the two, leaving them with no room to retaliate. Forget it, let's not compete anymore. Lung Rufin dispiritedly withdrew from the battle. Su Erdwa also stopped at the same time. At this moment, when they looked at Chen Chuan, their expressions had completely changed. At first, the two weren't sure of Chen Chuan's true combat power. Now, after 2 rounds of pressure, they could say with 100% certainty that Chen Chuan was indeed a master in combat. Moreover, he was a young master with a powerful physique and exceptional talent. This was simply a miracle. In their understanding, it was almost impossible. The only one who could match Chen Chuan was probably that humanoid Mother Tyrannosaurus Rex in their hearts. Beautiful beyond compare, yet terrifyingly chaotic. The beautiful Captain Lin Tianjiao. This matter they must report to Captain Lin. Perhaps the captain would take an interest in this little brother. Lung Rufin and Su Erdwa exchanged glances, both revealing knowing smiles. Suddenly, they had a strong expectation for what was to come. Turning around, Lung Rufin immediately dialed Lin Tianjiao's number. At this moment, countless onlookers were all dumbfounded. If it could be said that at the beginning, Chen Chuan defeating Xiaoyang was normal. Later, in an unknown match, he defeated Instructor Long, which could barely be considered within the normal range. However, the subsequent 2 matches completely exceeded everyone's understanding. Both Lung Rufin and Su Erdwa were elite soldiers within the army, making the enemy tremble in fear on the battlefield. They had killed countless foes. Now using weapons against unarmed Chen Chuan, and it was 2 against 1, yet they had no power to retaliate. Could this still be considered normal? It should be known that Chen Chuan was just a freshman. At such a young age, how did he cultivate these extraordinary skills? No one could imagine what kind of experiences Chen Chuan had. Could it be that he was the direct descendant of a legendary martial arts sect? An outstanding offspring of a martial arts family? Or a great master of martial arts who had entered the world for cultivation? Feng Yishui, Sun Yushan, and Jin Shihua excitedly ran up to Chen Chuan, wanting to show concern and get closer to him, but suddenly stopped in their tracks, feeling a bit hesitant to approach. Chen Chuan smiled and waved his hand. Come over here. Are you 3 trying to avoid paying your debts? I am your big brother. I've just fought 4 consecutive matches, and you don't even care about me. Chen Chuan's smile finally eased the fear of the 3. At this moment, the old big brother had returned. Brother Chuan, are you okay? Sun Yushan patted Chen Chuan on the shoulder and back. Chen Chuan shook his body. I'm fine. Your big brother is as strong as an ox. Jin Shihua looked at him with envy. Brother Chuan, you're amazing. With these skills, you're invincible in the world, right? Teach me some moves another day. Let me feel what it means to be a martial arts master. Chen Chuan shook his head. Sanjinzai, if you just want to strengthen your body, I suggest you go run for exercise. If you want to become a martial arts master, then I advise you to give up as soon as possible, to avoid suffering unnecessarily. Because becoming a master is not that easy. Your chances of failure exceed 99. Seeing Jin Shihua's disappointed expression, he added, of course, if you just want to learn some flashy moves to show off in front of girls, I can teach you a few simple moves. Jin Shihua looked disinterested. Then forget it. The three were chatting idly. Lung Rufin and Su Erdwa came over with expressions of schadenfreude. Chen Chuan, we have good news for you. Our captain heard that your combat skills are extraordinary. She is very interested in you. She has decided to come and meet you. Chen Chuan remained unfazed. What kind of good news is it that your captain is coming? Lung Rufin whispered with a wicked smile, she's not just a master, but also a great beauty. Go, go. Chen Chuan pushed Lung Rufin away. He did not believe the nonsense of this guy who clearly harbored hidden motives. If this beautiful captain is indeed so stunning and still single, why aren't Lung Rufin and Su Erdwa pursuing her? Their squad must have many bachelors. Is there still a need to promote her? Most likely she is just a tomboy. A brawny figure, thick limbs with dark skin, such a dinosaur-level aging leftover woman. A fierce tigress, a roaring lioness. A chill ran down his spine, truly scaring him. He instinctively shook his head. Ever since that fight, he and these two instructors had become acquainted. Their relationship instantly became much closer, as if they were old friends. Lung Rufin thought Chen Chuan was just shy, causing him to share a knowing smile with Su Erdwa. He continued to tease Chen Chuan. Little brother, don't worry. I will definitely speak well of you in front of the captain to leave a good impression. Stop, stop. Chen Chuan quickly waved his hands to halt them. Can I ask you two instructors not to take care of me like this? Such a stunning beauty. Why don't you keep her for yourselves? Lung Rufin and Su Erdwa shivered at the thought. They quickly stopped him. Little brother, this is not a joke to be taken lightly. If Captain Lin hears about this, we will be in trouble. Seeing Chen Chuan chatting and laughing with the two instructors, all the students were in awe of him, admiring him wholeheartedly. To be treated with such respect is truly remarkable. How many ordinary people can achieve this? Zheng Xituan and Li Hui watched Chen Chuan as if he was on a winning streak. They were so shocked that their mouths dropped open, forgetting to close them. Had they known Chen Chuan was so formidable, there would be no need to worry about him. What a bad guy. She had been so anxious for him. Bai Shifei only regained her composure at this moment, seeing Chen Chuan safe and sound. She finally believed that Chen Chuan was a true master of combat. Even when two instructors joined forces and wielded sharp weapons, they were easily subdued by Chen Chuan. It's hard to imagine that there was a master of combat among her classmates. In the crowd, Zhang Fei and Guan Yu, who were Xiao Yang's followers, were also astonished. They were terrified, their calves trembling. They were truly frightened by Chen Chuan. That terrifying battle prowess was something they couldn't match. They wouldn't even be able to withstand a slap from him. Just thinking about it sent shivers down their spines. From now on, they must be extremely cautious and avoid provoking this fierce guy. No, they must completely distance themselves from Xiao Yang and abandon this clueless big brother. Who knows when being associated with him might bring trouble. Meanwhile, over here with their classmates, Tan Haojia's good brothers Zhang Xiong and Li Chong were also greatly frightened. They hid in a corner, anxious and on edge. Who would have thought that the Chen Chuan, who once wore clothes patched with two flower-patterned patches, a clear sign of a poor loser, was actually a hidden master? This is truly an example of a wolf in sheep's clothing, specifically targeting people like them who flaunt themselves and love to cause trouble. So sinister. They will still be in the same class, seeing each other every day. How will they live like this? The two conspired together, whispering. Should we first test the intentions of their big brother Tan Haojia? If he still wants to trouble Chen Chuan, then we will draw a clear line with him, to avoid not knowing how they might die one day. Thus Zhang Xiong and Li Chong hurriedly approached Tan Haojia. Brother Jia. As soon as Zhang Xiong opened his mouth, he was shot back by a glare from Tan Haojia. What? You two are scared after seeing how formidable Chen Chuan is? Tan Haoji's tone was cold, making Zhang Xiong too frightened to say another word. Although Li Chong was smaller in stature, he was bolder and managed a fawning smile. Brother Jia, does that mean we should continue to oppose him? Tan Haojia snorted coldly, looking at Chen Chuan with deep resentment. After suffering so many losses at his hands, how could we easily give up? He then reassured his two underlings, you two don't need to be afraid. I said before, we will only use normal means and will not engage in illegal activities. We won't let him catch us on any flaws. Even if he knows we are at odds, he won't be able to do anything to us. Zhang Xiong and Li Chong exchanged glances simultaneously, making a resolution. Tan Haojia is quite dangerous now. They cannot let this continue. Otherwise, they will definitely suffer greatly in the future. Li Chong, being the bold one, expressed their stance on behalf of both. Brother Jia, we are both small fry. We won't get involved in your conflicts with Brother Chuan from now on. Please forgive us. After speaking disregarding Tan Haojia's grim face, they hurriedly bowed and fled far away. Tan Haojia was so angry that he was about to explode. Damn it! He kicked a small stone on the ground. Bang! The stone fortuitously hit a male student's rear. Ouched! The male student, tall and burly, immediately exploded in anger. Who did that? Tan Haojia snorted coldly. It was me. What? Do you want to settle scores with me? The tall boy saw that it was this rich second-generation kid and immediately backed down. In the entire Class 2 of Business Studies, probably only Chen Chuan wasn't afraid of this despicable guy and even dared to teach him a lesson. Ordinary people like them had no capital to confront him. Seeing that the other party no longer pursued him, Tan Haojia smiled triumphantly. Cowardly turtle. He was already plotting how to target Chen Chuan next. Having grown up, he had never suffered such losses at the hands of anyone. On the other hand, Xiaoyang was in a worse mood than Tan Haojia. It was simply disastrous. Today was truly the unluckiest day for him. He had always been strong and loved fitness. Among boys, comparing strength and combat skills had always been his strong suit, earning him countless envious glances and affection from numerous girls. But today he met Chen Chuan. Not only did he lose the fight, but even Instructor Lung lost. Even with two instructors wielding cold weapons against one person, they still couldn't defeat Chen Chuan. This completely went against his original intention. Not only did he fail to suppress or humiliate Chen Chuan, but he also ended up losing face publicly. This sense of humiliation and frustration left him with no outlet for release. Xiaoyang's mind was filled with questions. They were all first-year students. Why does this rich young master with a large family business always lose to Chen Chuan? In terms of wealth, he was completely outmatched. In terms of combat power, he was nothing but a weakling before him. Why did all these points of pride which he used to dominate other boys become weaknesses in front of Chen Chuan? Xiaoyang couldn't figure it out. Xiao, classmate, are you thirsty? Here, have this bottle of water. Just as he was at his most dejected and upset, a melodious voice sounded from behind. Sun Yingying. She was the class flower of their class. Usually many boys surrounded her trying to flatter her, but she ruthlessly rejected them all. Like a proud little peacock. Who would have thought that the beautiful class flower would take the initiative to bring him water? Could it be that in the arena of competition, he found success in romance? Was he about to welcome a romantic encounter? He immediately approached her, a confident smile reappearing on his face. Thank you, classmate Sun. Taking the bottle of Nongfu Spring from Sun Yingying's hand, he gulped down a large mouthful, and it was indeed a bit sweet. At that moment his heart was filled with warmth, and also brimming with pride. His confidence surged instantly. He instinctively glanced over at Chen Chuan. What use was it that the guy had defeated him? He was a rich second-generation, high and handsome. Sitting here, even the class flower beauty actively brought him water. Suddenly his expression froze. His pupils widened, filled with disbelief. Just a glance. In an instant, Xiaoyang felt as if the sky had collapsed. Life was no longer beautiful. The mineral water in his mouth had lost its sweetness. It even carried a hint of bitterness. It flowed down the corners of his mouth, making him look like a big fool. Over at Class 2, Chen Chuan sat on the ground surrounded by both male and female classmates. Everyone chattered excitedly like stars surrounding the moon, constantly bombarding him with various questions. For example, when did you start practicing martial arts? Who is your master? Is he more powerful than you? Which sect are you from? Wudong or Shaolin? Can you perform lightness skills? Can you walk on walls? Chen Chuan casually chatted, handling everyone's enthusiasm. Most of it was nonsense, just empty talk. Not a single truth was spoken. Anyway, even if he told the truth, they wouldn't believe it. In fact, they preferred to hear Chen Chuan boast. At this moment, Zheng Sitian and Li Hui walked over to Chen Chuan. They pushed aside the closest phone, Yishuai Jin Shihao and Sun Yushan. The two beauties, one on the left and one on the right, protected Chen Chuan in the middle. They sat closely beside him. Zheng Sitian handed him a bottle of Waha mineral water. Are you thirsty? Drink up. Chen Chuan took it in hand and smiled, asking, have you both had some? Li Hui was quick to respond. Chen Chuan, just drink it. Both Sitian and I have already had some. This bottle is specially bought for you by Sitian. Chen Chuan no longer hesitated, lifting the Waha and taking a big gulp. So refreshing. At that moment, all the male classmates beside him showed envious expressions. Just look at him. During military training, when thirsty, the school beauty actively brought water. When he was thirsty, he could only lick his lips. His lips were cracked. It really hurt. In the distance, Xiaoyang happened to see Zheng Sitian delivering water to Chen Chuan. Seeing Chen Chuan take a sip of Wahaha, that refreshing expression, no need to guess he must be really enjoying it. Because the person delivering water was the renowned beauty Zheng, one of the top in the school. In terms of looks, she was far superior to Sun Yingying beside him. She was at least 10 times more beautiful. Sun Yingying, herself a pretty girl, simply couldn't compare to Zheng Sitian. In terms of feeling and experience, they were worlds apart. At best, she could barely match Li Hui, who was next to Zhang. Li Hui, this little firecracker, not only had the looks and figure of a class flower, but was also outspoken and straightforward with a distinctive personality. This was her character trait, and also her charm. No matter how you looked at it, she was far more attractive than Sun Ying. Sigh. It's not that I don't recognize good things, but am afraid of comparisons. Compared to Chen Chuan, I completely lose out in terms of women. At this moment, Xiaoyang felt even more depressed. Over in class 2, Zhang Sitian had just sat down and immediately lifted Chen Chuan's camouflage jacket, revealing his 8-pack abs. With her delicate hand, she unhesitatingly touched it. Chen Chuan was startled and almost choked on the water. Cough, cough, Sitian, what are you doing? This is broad daylight, we can't go too far. Everyone is watching. Sure enough, Zhang Sitian turned her head and saw countless pairs of astonished eyes staring at them. In the eyes of the boys, there was excitement and envy. In the eyes of the girls, there was shyness and curiosity. Bang! Zhang Sitian playfully punched Chen Chuan's chest. What are you thinking? I'm just checking if you're hurt. Chen Chuan was bewildered. I thought you meant. Zhang Sitian's face flushed. What did you think I meant? Chen Chuan chuckled awkwardly, heeding. Challenge task completed, a 100-fold cashback card issued up to 10 million already granted. Feihu Logistics Company and a large warehouse have completed the handover procedures. Related contracts and documents are placed in the study of No. 1 Mingmen Epine Villa. Experience 9 free attributes. 6 Chen Chuan's face showed a hint of surprise. The rewards for this challenge task were quite generous. Not only were there double special rewards, but even the regular rewards of experience points and free attributes were more than usual, especially for Feihu Logistics and the large warehouse worth nearly 300 million. This was a tremendous gain. How many people strive for a lifetime, even a family for generations cannot earn so much money? Chen Chuan simply completed a challenge and successfully obtained it. What does 300 million mean? It can be said that the total market value of most small and medium-sized companies is less than 300 million. Just with this, he had already surpassed countless company owners. With this reward, Chen Chuan's total assets suddenly approached 600 million, doubling from before. Next, Chen Chuan's goal was to break through the billion threshold. To be honest, without a net worth of over 1 billion, one cannot really be considered a wealthy person in Jiang City. As a rich man, this small achievement was definitely far from enough. He still needed to keep striving. 6 points of free attributes, 2 points in physique, 3 points in spirit, and 1 point in charm. Host Chen Chuan, physique 30 points, super long standby, spirit 30 points, genius, thinking charm 31 points, 1-star charm, halo, free attributes 0 points, system, level 1, 89,100 physique, leveled up 1 rank, reaching super long standby. Chen Chuan was astonished. What is this? Super long standby, what the hell is that? He recalled the previous level, which was as strong as an ox. Chen Chuan guessed blindly. Does this mean that my working hours in the fields can last a long time? Or perhaps in battles I can maintain prolonged stamina? Does it indicate a special strength and endurance? Super long standby, very nice. This attribute point is worthwhile. I believe every man would love this special effect. Of course, women would love it more. We are all good to each other. The spirit also leveled up 1 rank, reaching genius thinking. This is easy to understand. Before I was wise, now I am a genius. In thinking, I have become even smarter and wiser. My future learning efficiency will definitely soar. It's hard not to excel in academic performance. Not earning a scholarship would be a disgrace to the title genius. Chen Chuan was already considering. With the continuous improvement of spirit, his learning ability will further enhance. Should I take on a few more majors during my university years and obtain dual bachelor's degrees, or even triple? No. Why not dual master's degrees and dual PhDs? No rush, I will slowly research later. As long as I continue to enhance my spirit, everything will be possible. As for charm, there isn't much change. It only increased by 1 point, and it won't level up in the short term. However, Chen Chuan already had a 1-star charm halo. This charm value makes him the focus of attention for beauties wherever he goes. My brilliance cannot be hidden. Experience points surged by 9. It has already reached 89 points, and he is only 11 points away from upgrading the system. As long as he completes 2 more tasks, he can reach level 2. At that time, what changes or gains will there be? Chen Chuan was lost in thought. Suddenly, the waha in his hand was snatched by Jin Shihao. He tilted his head and gulped down a big mouthful. Gulp, gulp. The water sent by the school beauty tastes so good. Jin Shihao was about to take a second sip when Sun Yushan on his right snatched it away. Sanjin, 1 sip is enough. Aren't you afraid of shortening your life by drinking too much? Gulp, gulp. Sun Yushan also took a big gulp, feeling a refreshing coolness and comfort permeate his entire body. I finally drank the water sent by the school beauty. So sweet and icy. So refreshing. Beside him, Feng Yishui was drooling with envy, pretending to snatch it. However, the crafty Sun Yushan held him tightly, refusing to let go. Chen Chuan watched his three mischievous friends fighting over his water. He licked his lips, feeling unsatisfied. These guys, I haven't had enough yet. Chen Chuan, drink my water. Bai Shifei hesitated slightly as she handed over her Nongfu spring. Boom. Chen Chuan's brain almost crashed. If I remember correctly, Bai Laoshi had already drunk half of this bottle, right? Seizing the moment when everyone was distracted, Chen Chuan moved with lightning speed, grabbing the water from Bai Shifei. A surge of joy welled up inside him. Oh my. Teacher Bai is truly enthusiastic and proactive. She actually offered me the water she had already drunk. If only my 3 roommates or other male classmates saw this. Wouldn't they be green with envy? Thus his movements were quick and discreet. Naturally, there was another important reason. He was also worried that Teacher Bai would feel embarrassed. Changing his mindset, he retrieved the farmer's water. He felt at ease as soon as it was in his grasp, holding the bottle that Bai Shifei had once touched his lips at the mouth she had once drank from. Chen Chuan savored it slowly. The aftertaste was extraordinary. Wow, this water indeed was sweet. Very sweet, as expected from what Teacher Bai had drunk. At this moment, his classmates nearby were all scrambling for that bottle of waha. Chen Chuan couldn't help but feel a thrill. Boys, while you are still fighting over that bottle of waha, I have already quietly savored the fragrance of the beautiful counselor's lips. Chen Chuan thought he was being discreet, yet the entire process was captured by a pair of beautiful big eyes. Seeing Chen Chuan squinting with an expression of enjoyment, Zheng Sitian pinched his waist hard to express her discontent. Aunt. Chen Chuan suddenly woke up. In this battlefield, everything required caution. Pretending to be indifferent, he took a big gulp of mineral water. Deliberately changing the subject, he said, Sitian, you don't need to worry. I wasn't hurt. The attacks from the cold instructor looked fierce, but they couldn't harm me. Zheng Sitian indeed found no injuries on Chen Chuan. She lowered his clothes and tidied them up. With a sweet tone, she said, you still need to be careful in the future. Especially when the opponent has a weapon, never try to be brave. Chen Chuan nodded. Nearby, Bai Shifei smiled and said, this time you showcased your combat skills, defeating both Xiao Yang from Class 1 and 2 instructors. You've gained some fame in the entire school. At the same time, you've brought honor to our class. Chen Chuan was momentarily stunned. Is this considered bringing glory to the class? Bai Shifei smiled and indicated with her eyes towards Class 1. Of course it counts. Otherwise, look over there, teacher, who is currently lecturing Xiao Yang. Chen Chuan turned his head to look. Sure enough, there was a not-sold, yet bearded male teacher appearing quite serious. He was giving Xiao Yang a political education lesson. Seeing Xiao Yang looking dejected and downcast made Chen Chuan feel elated. He received a reward from the beautiful teacher, being offered the farmer's mineral water that she had personally drunk without any hesitation. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang was being scolded by the teacher. Xiao Yang's expression was one of utter despair. The treatment difference was too stark. At that moment, Xiao Yang was also observing the situation on Chen Chuan's side. The more he looked, the more unbalanced he felt. Why was Chen Chuan's counselor the most recognized beautiful teacher in the school, and he was stuck with a bearded male teacher? Why was Chen Chuan able to receive the teacher's reward while he was just repeatedly educated and warned? In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. It was time for a break during military training. Chen Chuan lamented that the bottle of farmer's water given by Teacher Bai was already finished. Just then, 2 beautiful senior sisters appeared in the distance. They were carrying a large bag of mineral water with at least a dozen bottles, walking towards the site of military training for the business school's freshmen. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. Cousin. One of the beauties was indeed his cousin Li Shui, a sophomore student from Jian University's law school. A beauty of the department flower level. Xiao Yang. Li Shui also spotted Xiao Yang and walked over with a smile. So you guys are training over here. She certainly knew that Xiao Yang was in his first year at university at Jian University, but she didn't pay attention to which department he was in. Xiao Yang glanced at Mu Qinghe. He whispered to Li Shui, Cousin Yu and Senior Mu. Li Shui smiled. We are in the same dormitory. Xiao Yang was overjoyed. He didn't expect that his cousin would actually be in the same dormitory as the campus flower Mu. Is their dormitory a gathering place for beauties? Not only campus flowers, but also department flowers. He wondered if the other 2 had the same level of beauty. At this moment, he felt he was in an advantageous position. With this connection, he could definitely get close to the campus flower Mu. By then, he would snatch Mu from Chen Chuan and find a way to take Zheng away, leaving Chen Chuan with nothing. Ha ha ha! Xiao Yang simulated his bright future in his mind, unable to suppress a smirk. However, Li Shui interrupted his daydreaming. Xiao Yang, I have to go now. There's something to attend to over there. Xiao Yang nodded, suddenly remembering that the bottle of water given by Sun Yingying was already finished. He pointed to the 7 or 8 bottles of water in Li Shui's hand. Cousin, I'm thirsty. How could you spare me a bottle of water? Li Shui instinctively looked at Mu Qinghe. These waters were all bought by her, so Li Shui couldn't take the liberty to decide. Mu Qinghe had a very poor impression of Xiao Yang shaking her head and saying sorry. We don't even have enough for ourselves, so we definitely can't give you any. If you want to drink, just go buy it yourself. Indeed, Mu Qinghe wasn't lying. She wanted to buy more water for Chen Chuan's classmates and specifically asked her roommate Li Shui to come along to help carry it. Unfortunately, as girls, they lacked strength. They only managed to carry a dozen bottles. There wasn't even enough for Chen Chuan's entire class, let alone any extra for Xiao Yang to drink. Moreover, given Xiao Yang's character, even if there were extras, she wouldn't want to give him any. With a gloomy face, Xiao Yang watched the two senior sisters head towards Class 2 of Business Administration. Unable to contain his jealousy, he wanted to see if they were bringing water to Chen Chuan. One of them was even his cousin, Chen Chuan. Before he could get closer, Mu Qinghe had already called out loudly. Chen Chuan hurried over and took the ice water from Senior Mu's hand. Mu Qinghe also pointed to Li Shui. Chen Chuan instantly understood. Hello, Senior. He immediately took the ice water from Li Shui's hand as well. Li Shui felt her eyes light up. This junior looked really handsome. He was warm and sunny with an excellent physique. He held so much mineral water as if it weighed nothing. So strong and fit. Qinghe, is this the junior you've been talking about? Chen Chuan. Li Shui teased with a smile. Mu Qinghe playfully slapped her. What nonsense are you talking about? When have I been talking about him? Really not. If such a handsome junior is not to your liking, can I make a move? Mu Qinghe quickly covered her mouth. You dare. Watching from a distance, Xiao Yang felt a chill in his heart as he saw them getting along so well. It's over. Not only did the campus flower Mu like him, but even his own cousin, the department flower, was unabashedly throwing herself at him. What kind of situation is this? My cousin actually likes Chen Chuan. Damn, what magic does Chen Chuan possess? Although he is indeed a bit handsome. Chen Chuan led the two beauties to a lawn to sit down, while Feng Yishui's son Yushan and Jean Shihao stood by looking timid. They were hesitant, wanting to greet the beauties, but lacking confidence. Chen Chuan smiled and asked Mu Qinghe, Senior, what about this water? Mu Qinghe replied cheerfully, they are all bought for you. If you want, you can also share with other classmates. Chen Chuan greatly appreciated Senior Mu's thoughtfulness. He immediately waved for his three friends to come over. You guys distributed among everyone. Each of you keep a bottle to drink. The three of them happily gathered around. They eagerly grabbed the water and began to distribute it. Among them were a few classmates he was on good terms with, such as Zheng Xitian, Li Huisu's son, and others. The remaining bottles were handed out to those nearby. With someone else doing the work, Chen Chuan was quite relaxed chatting with the two senior sisters. There were also a few listeners nearby, such as Zheng the campus flower, Li the class flower, and Teacher Bai. Each pretended not to pay attention, yet they all perked up their ears, eavesdropping quietly. Mu Qinghe raised her hand and tidied her hair. Junior, I came today not only to bring you water, but also for an important mission. Mission? Chen Chuan asked curiously with a smile. What mission? Why so serious? Mu Qinghe replied helplessly, Mother personally instructed me. Tonight, please come home for dinner. Make sure I complete the task no matter what. Chen Chuan was both amused and helpless. Why is Aunt Wen so serious? Isn't it unnecessary? Didn't I just have dinner yesterday? Mu Qinghe pouted. How would I know? I have now become your life assistant. My mom said that military training is very exhausting and consumes a lot of energy. She said they stewed something good at home to replenish you tonight. Chen Chuan couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Aunt Wen, I'm in great shape. Long-lasting stamina isn't given for free. Strong as an ox. No, stronger than an ox. This young master is vigorous and powerful, holding up the sky. Don't mention such intense training, even a weighted 5-kilometer run is just a warm-up for me. Tonight, even if I were given 2 large fields, I could easily handle it. I guarantee it will be thoroughly turned over, clear and complete, fully satisfying the needs for irrigation and sowing. If there's more replenishment, wouldn't that be a big problem? Senior, why don't you talk to Aunt Wen about it? Let's skip tonight then. We still have military training tonight, which will last quite late. Mu Qinghe immediately interrupted him. That won't do. My mom said I must take you back. A little later is fine. Let's just say it's a late-night meal. She will wait for us. Chen Chuan could only agree helplessly. All right, dinner is okay. Then let's skip the big replenishment. Mu Qinghe shook her head. She only cared about completing the task of bringing Chen Chuan back. The rest was not her concern. You should go talk to my mom about that. If I say it, it won't work. Nearby, Li Shui, Zheng Xitian, Li Hui, and others listened. Upon hearing their conversation, everyone was astonished, wide-eyed. They didn't expect that the school beauty Mu was inviting Chen Chuan to her home for dinner. And it was Auntie who strongly invited him, making it impossible not to go. What was even more exaggerated was that Auntie had specially prepared something nourishing for him, fearing he was too exhausted from military training. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Moreover, that nourishing thing sounds a bit off. They were very curious. Is that nourishing thing legitimate? Chen Chuan felt extremely awkward under the gaze of several girls. He shouted inwardly, "Antwin, you've ruined me. My body is as strong as a dragon and a tiger, and you make it seem like I'm weak." On the other side, Jin Shihao had only one bottle of water left. Just as he was about to hand it out, he suddenly pulled it back. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be his old rival Tan Haojia. At this moment, Tan Haojia was hot and thirsty. He was constantly wiping sweat and licking his lips. When he was about to take that bottle of water, he grabbed an empty one. Jin Shihao snorted coldly, deliberately bypassing him and walking towards the next student. "Classmate, here, have some water." That male student looked at the water in his hand, excited beyond measure. So happy. This was water sent by the school beauty Mu. Although it wasn't specifically given to him, at least he got to drink cold water right. And it was given by the school beauty. Much better than Tan Haojia beside him, who got nothing. Tan Haojia looked at the several classmates beside him, all of whom had water to drink, while he had none. He was so angry that his eyes turned red, wanting to ask his little brothers to help by some. But suddenly he remembered that the two little followers had already betrayed him, now circling around Chen Chuan looking for an opportunity to curry favor. Damn! Tan Haojia grabbed a handful of grass and yanked it hard. The grass was too sharp, leaving a small cut on his hand. Although the wound wasn't deep, it was very long. It didn't bleed much, but it hurt a lot. On class one side, Xiao Yang was suffering continuous setbacks, almost on the verge of a shattered Dao heart. The more he thought about it, the more upset he felt, unwilling to accept. "I don't believe that you Chen Chuan can do everything. Are you omnipotent?" He racked his brain and finally thought of a good idea. "This time I must defeat you." He came from a wealthy family and had learned to play instruments since childhood. He especially loved playing the guitar. He had specifically hired a master to teach him guitar for 3 whole years. Coupled with Xiao Yang's innate talent for the guitar, his guitar playing skills improved year by year. He had participated in competitions multiple times, and his best achievement was winning first prize in the Jiangxing Youth Guitar Competition. If there is anything in this life that Xiao Yang is most proud of and most confident in, it must be playing the guitar. When Xiao Yang arrogantly ran over to issue a challenge, Chen Chuan frowned. "This guy, why won't he just go away? Always at odds with me. Do you really want to get beaten up? Every slap in the face was loud enough, and you still want more. Please go back, I don't want to compete with you." Chen Chuan waved his hand impatiently, like swatting a fly. Xiao Yang, however, remained unmoved and even laughed. "What's wrong? Are you afraid, Chen Chuan? That makes sense. You come from the countryside, so naturally you haven't learned music. Isn't it difficult for you to play the guitar? Ha ha ha. Have you even seen a guitar?" Xiao Yang became more and more excited. This young master finally found Chen Chuan's weakness. Even if he had money, he was at most just a newly rich. How could he compare to us who have been cultivated since childhood with a high overall quality? Chen Chuan looked at his smug expression, feeling extremely annoyed. "You really want to compete with me?" Thinking about it, ever since I gained master-level playing skills, I haven't had a real showcase. This time it's just right to take Xiao Yang as a target. Challenge task: accept Xiao Yang's challenge and slap every provocateur in the face. Task reward 1: a divine-level singing voice with master-level singing skills and super emotional appeal. Task reward 2: experience points 6 points. Free attributes 3 points. Refuse task experience points 6. Chen Chuan's heart stirred. Hey, I was already ready to accept the challenge, and the system popped up a challenge task. Isn't this just forcing rewards on me? Divine level singing voice. This skill itself is average, but it comes with master level singing skills and super emotional appeal. That's impressive. A natural golden voice, plus master level singing skills. This is already an existence that defies the heavens. And it also has super emotional appeal. Such a perfect combination, even the top international pop stars would kneel before it, right? The system is really funny. With both master-level instrument performance and a divine-level singing voice, does it want me to change careers? No more being a rich kid directly debuting as a singer. Entertaining in the entertainment circle. Chen Chuan secretly shook his head. This young master has just started college and military training isn't over yet. There are school beauties and senior sisters here and aunties. I'm not going to be a beast of burden. Anyway, this young master doesn't lack money. Seeing Chen Chuan just relaxing a bit, Xiao Yang began to shake his head again, fearing he would change his mind, and immediately added, "Of course, I really want to compete with you. Because I am very confident in my guitar skills." He was using provocation again. "Are you afraid? If you are afraid to compete, you must admit that you are not as good as I am in instruments." Chen Chuan pretended to be troubled. "I really don't want to compete. But it's not because I'm afraid, it's because I find it boring. Do you understand what I mean?" Xiao Yang understood instantly. "Do you want to add some stakes?" Chen Chuan nodded with a smile, seemingly affirming that the other party was teachable. Xiao Yang immediately pressed on, "What kind of bet do you want to add?" Chen Chuan pretended to be spontaneous and pondered for a long time before finally speaking. I hope this competition will be the last. If you lose, first slap yourself 10 times on the face. Second, loudly say 10 times, I am not a match for Chen Chuan. Oh, I am a defeated foe. Third, from now on, whenever you see me, you must keep your distance. Don't affect my mood. Chen Chuan looked at Xiaoyang. Can you agree to these 3 conditions? Xiaoyang's lips twitched in anger. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. All right, I agree to the conditions, but if you lose. Chen Chuan waved his hand to interrupt him. No need to remind me, I will do the same. Hearing the 2 bet, Mu Qinghezheng, Situan Li Hui, and others all looked worried. They wanted to dissuade Chen Chuan, but didn't know how to start. After all, Bai Shifei was a counselor, and her status was prominent. Chen Chuan, can you play the guitar? You need to think carefully. This competition is not just about your bet with him. We are all watching. This concerns the honor of 2 classes. You must consider it carefully. She did not advise Chen Chuan against competing. Instead, she subtly reminded him not to fall for tricks. Competing in a field where one is not skilled is unwise. Chen Chuan certainly understood. He gave them a reassuring glance. Perhaps his mental strength was too overwhelming. Just one look and the girls really understood. I know what I'm doing. I won't lose. Beside him, Li Shui secretly tugged at Chen Chuan's sleeve, quietly reminding him, Junior, my cousin plays the guitar extremely well. He once won first place in the city's youth competition. Don't be fooled. Chen Chuan thought to himself. No wonder this guy was so confident. Damn, he really has some skills. Upon hearing this, Mu Qinghezheng, Situan Bai Shifei, and others immediately panicked. Their original confidence vanished without a trace. If Xiaoyang were just an ordinary guitar enthusiast, Chen Chuan might still have a glimmer of hope. But now it was clear that he was a professional. Having even won awards competing against someone like that was simply bullying. It was too unfair. Chen Chuan, the girls wanted to dissuade him again. But Chen Chuan raised his hand to stop them. Since I've agreed to compete, I cannot back down. I believe this will be a fair match. He looked at Xiaoyang. Classmate Xiao, don't you agree? Xiaoyang was genuinely startled. He did not expect his cousin to betray him. She inadvertently helped Chen Chuan expose his own vulnerability. Fortunately, this fool Chen Chuan believed in keeping his word and never backing down. What I like is your integrity. Honest people are easy to bully. He nodded repeatedly with a smile. Right. Fair, definitely fair. A smile, faint but present, tugged at the corners of Chen Chuan's mouth. With my master-level playing skills, how could it not be fair? It's tremendously fair. Shall we begin? Xiaoyang picked up the guitar he had prepared from behind and looked at Chen Chuan. Where's your guitar? You wouldn't be without one. You want to borrow mine, right? Let me say in advance, my guitar has been modified by a master. It's tailored for me, and only I can play it. If you lose, you can't blame me for not warning you. Chen Chuan shook his head. I don't need your guitar. Since we are competing in instrument performance, it shouldn't be limited to just the guitar, right? Can I use another instrument? Xiaoyang smiled. Of course, that's fine. But we are currently in military training. Other than my guitar, where can we find other instruments? You wouldn't be trying to make excuses for not being able to play, would you? Chen Chuan raised a finger and waved it in front of Xiaoyang. No, classmate Xiaoyang, your perspective is too narrow. Always viewing others through your limited lens is unacceptable. I have instruments, just play. Wait a moment, and I will naturally bring them out. Xiaoyang smirked disdainfully. Stop pretending. Let's see if you can still laugh later. Instrument performance is not just about talk, it requires real skills. Xiaoyang said no more. Holding the guitar, he suddenly felt different. The wildness and arrogance faded, replaced by a sense of sensibility and freedom. Chen Chuan observed and nodded secretly. This guy indeed had some talent. It seemed he truly had a gift for guitar playing. He also found a sense of feeling. Zheng. As the strings were plucked, a beautiful melody began to flow slowly. Throughout, the rhythm remained gentle, without drastic highs and lows, yet extremely relaxing. The famous piece, Departure, was played passionately by Xiaoyang. It completely showcased people's longing for distant lands and the joy of the journey. That sense of ease and expressiveness reflected one's enjoyment while on the road. Enjoying the journey, enjoying freedom, enjoying the wind and sunlight. When the last note ended, thunderous applause erupted in the venue. Everyone was young, who didn't yearn for freedom, who didn't want to take a spontaneous trip. Xiaoyang chose this piece. He struck a chord with everyone, completely resonating with their emotions. So beautiful, so wonderful. Play another one. I never expected Xiaoyang to play the guitar so well. This is the best guitar piece I've ever heard. Feng Yishuai's son Yushanjin Shihao and others were left speechless. Who would have thought Xiaoyang had such skills? This annoying rich kid wasn't without merit. At least he played the guitar quite well. Bai Shifei, Mu Qinghezheng, Situan Li Hui, and others all changed their expressions drastically. The better Xiaoyang performed, the worse it was for Chen Chuan. What to do now? Only Li Shui remained unfazed. She had heard Xiaoyang play guitar more than once. Today's performance was entirely within her expectations. Therefore, from the very beginning, she advised Chen Chuan not to compete with Xiaoyang. In her view, there was almost no suspense in their match. Chen Chuan would certainly lose. The various praises and the crowd's shocked reactions brought a smug smile to Xiaoyang's face. He looked at Chen Chuan with a condescending gaze. How about it? Do you still dare to embarrass yourself? My guitar playing has never lost. Chen Chuan smiled faintly. Your guitar playing is indeed quite interesting. It's quite a spectacular performance. But you haven't heard my performance yet. Why do you assume I will definitely lose? Xiaoyang laughed heartily. Huh, even now you still refuse to back down. He arrogantly pointed at Chen Chuan with his finger. Then let me ask you, what instrument do you plan to play, eh? Everyone was very curious. What instrument would Chen Chuan use? Xiaoyang's guitar performance had already reached the peak attainable by an ordinary person. What method could Chen Chuan employ to win this bet? In reality, everyone was well aware that no matter what instrument Chen Chuan chose, he could not surpass Xiaoyang's skill. There were only two possible outcomes. Either Chen Chuan would take a gamble and see how he struggled, which would introduce some uncertainty, or he would give up and directly admit defeat. In front of everyone, he would slap his own face, and from that moment on, he would avoid Xiaoyang at all costs. Such a situation would be utterly embarrassing. However, everyone was just there for the spectacle. Today, no matter the outcome, there would definitely be a good show to watch. Classmates, Chen Chuan turned around to look at everyone and loudly asked, does anyone have a small instrument on them? Any instrument will do. For example, a flute, a xiao, or a harmonica, all are acceptable. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang's expression changed dramatically. Then he let out a cold laugh. Chen Chuan, you really are blowing your own trumpet too loudly. You can play so many types of instruments. You clearly know that no one has these things on them, yet you dare to boast here without any fear. Playing an instrument is not just about blowing, it requires true skill. It takes years, even a decade of daily practice to reach the peak of mastery. Many in the crowd displayed expressions of agreement, not taking Chen Chuan's arrogance seriously. A person's energy is limited. It is impossible to learn every instrument in a limited time. Moreover, mastering each skill requires talent. Many people lack the talent to play even one instrument, let alone master so many. Even many renowned musicians, both domestically and internationally. In the world of instrumental performance, a person being able to play 3 or more instruments simultaneously is considered rare. Of course, this refers to being proficient, skilled, not merely having a superficial understanding. But Chen Chuan boldly claimed he could play any instrument. This boast was not just big, it was absurdly huge. Indeed, apart from Xiaoyang, who brought a guitar, the other classmates had not brought any instruments. They all shook their heads. Xiaoyang laughed mockingly and said, I told you no one would bring anything. You must have known this already, which is why you dared to boast. He looked at Chen Chuan with a smug expression. Are you now going to say that you can't demonstrate because there are no instruments? Unexpectedly, Chen Chuan shook his head and sighed. Xiaoyang, why do you never learn your lesson, eh? How many times have you been so certain? What will the final outcome be? Without waiting for Xiaoyang to retort, he bent down and searched the grass for a moment before pulling out a blade of grass. He shook his head slightly and discarded it, then pulled out another blade, assessing it before discarding it again. Xiaoyang looked utterly confused. Even Bai Shifei, Mu Qinghe, Zheng Xitianli Shui, and others were equally puzzled. What was Chen Chuan trying to do? Xiaoyang slapped his forehead and scoffed. Chen Chuan, don't tell me you're going to use a blade of grass as an instrument. Don't tell me you can perform magic. Turning stone into gold. Recite a spell to directly turn a blade of grass into a guitar. Chen Chuan shook his head. I can't turn a blade of grass into a guitar. But I can use the grass to directly make an instrument. This shocking statement caused an uproar in the audience. Almost everyone began whispering and shaking their heads in disbelief. No normal person could believe that a blade of grass could be used as an instrument. To think that he would attempt to surpass Xiaoyang's brilliant guitar performance with this instrument was sheer fantasy. Even Chen Chuan's 3 roommates hung their heads. Chen Guest's boast was far too grand. His reputation was at stake. Tan Haojie secretly laughed with glee. Had Chen Chuan's brain been kicked by a donkey? To say such nonsensical things without thinking. This time he was surely going to lose. And lose terribly. According to the agreement, he would have to slap himself and loudly proclaim that he was inferior to Xiaoyang, a defeated foe, and from then on he would have to avoid Xiaoyang at all costs. From then on he would be looked down upon. Just thinking about this outcome made Tan Haojie feel excited. Were you not impressive? Were you not capable? So today you get what you deserve. As the person involved, Xiaoyang was even more thrilled. Chen Chuan's words and actions undoubtedly provided him with the best opportunity to attack. Using grass as an instrument. Xiaoyang laughed exaggeratedly. Chen Chuan, do you even know what you're saying? Ask your classmates. Who believes that a blade of grass can be an instrument? At this moment, there was no need for a contest. Xiaoyang already knew he had won. Chen Chuan was simply out of his mind. He had boasted himself into insanity. Chen Chuan looked at Xiao Yang's exaggerated performance with a frown. Xiao Yang, can you be a little more normal? Can't you use your brain to remember anything? A blade of grass cannot be an instrument in your hands. How would you know what I can or cannot do? Don't use your pathetic abilities to measure me. At this moment, Chen Chuan no longer wanted to engage with Xiao Yang. He picked up a selected blade of grass and pressed it flat with his fingers, rubbing it with his fingertips, feeling the thickness and texture of the blade. Suddenly, he pinched both ends of the blade with his hands and gently brought it to his lips. A clear and high-pitched melody burst forth from his lips. The familiar tune instantly captivated everyone's attention. The unique sound effect was refreshing. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at Chen Chuan in disbelief. They never expected he could actually produce such beautiful music with a blade of grass. The melody was melodious and dynamic, instantly resonating with everyone. This was a well-known tune. Many classmates had already started clapping along to the rhythm, softly singing along. The spring breeze is unaware of romance, stirring the hearts of youth. The entire training ground turned into Chen Chuan's stage. Everyone couldn't help but perk up their ears and listen attentively. They followed the rhythm of the music, clapping and softly singing. Bai Shifei, Mu Qinghe, Zheng Xitian, and others were all mesmerized by him. In their eyes, Chen Chuan seemed to shine. This musical talent deeply attracted them. Even Xiao Yang's cousin, the flower of the department, Li Shui, who saw Chen Chuan for the first time, was also deeply attracted by his talent and handsomeness. She had originally thought that Chen Chuan would definitely lose when competing with her cousin in playing an instrument. Who would have thought that Chen Chuan's musical talent was simply transcendent? Even a musical genius could not match his level of skill. Using a blade of grass as an instrument was truly turning decay into wonder. It was breathtaking. Feng Yishua, Sun Yushan, and Jin Shihai felt embarrassed and wished they could slap themselves. Why did they not believe in Chen Ge? Who was Chen Ge? Even if he was boasting, he could truly deliver. This is strength. This is Chen Ge's extraordinary talent. Believe in Chen Ge. He always managed to create miracles. The once smiling Tan Haojie now had his expression frozen in shock. He was completely dumbfounded. What was happening? Chen Chuan had turned the tables again. In the center of the lawn, Chen Chuan used blades of grass as instruments, playing a classic song that was both unpredictable and emotionally stirring, drawing everyone in to sing along. At that moment, the stars shone brightly, radiating immense light. Countless people applauded, cheered, and screamed for him during a break in military training. It turned into a large-scale concert scene, a gathering of countless girls chasing stars. The school beauty, the college beauty, the department beauty, the class beauty, and the trumpet flower were all captivated. Xiao Yang was completely dumbfounded. His eyes widened in disbelief. His whole body trembled involuntarily. Shock, confusion, and fear overwhelmed him, more unsettling than encountering a ghost in broad daylight. He had spent years diligently practicing guitar, believing himself to be exceptionally gifted with the guidance of a renowned mentor. In terms of guitar playing, no one in Jiang City's younger generation could compare. Unexpectedly, Chen Chuan casually picked a blade of wild grass and played it more melodiously, more gracefully, and more touchingly than he could. What did this signify? It signified that his own talent was worthless. All his efforts were for naught. His pride meant nothing to Chen Chuan. In his eyes, it was just a pile of dung. Xiao Yang stood there foolishly, his eyes glazed over, repeatedly muttering, "Why? How could this be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." A single remark from Li Hui jolted Xiao Yang from his despair. "Xiao Yang, what do you mean? You're not trying to renege on the bet, are you? Have you forgotten the wager we made earlier?" Xiao Yang seemed to awaken from a dream, painfully tugging at his hair, his hopeful gaze drifting towards Chen Chuan. Seeing Chen Chuan unfazed, his gaze fixated again on his cousin, Li Shui, hoping that his family might speak a word on his behalf. All eyes were focused on Li Shui. She felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny. It put her in a difficult position. After all, Xiao Yang was her cousin. If possible, she certainly wished to say a few good words for him. However, she had just met Chen Chuan today. Their relationship was far from that close. Her plea might not even be effective and could instead embarrass herself. Furthermore, on a deeper level, she didn't really want to help. It wasn't that she lacked empathy or didn't care for Xiao Yang. Rather, in her heart, Chen Chuan was more important. She didn't want to ruin the impression she had made on Chen Chuan because of her plea for Xiao Yang. This feeling was quite subtle. Even she herself didn't understand why she would choose this way. As a result, Xiao Yang waited for a long time without seeing any sign from Li Shui. He truly felt despair. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Yang struggled to raise his right hand. Slap. The sound of the first slap rang out. The onlookers began to whisper and point fingers. Among these people were new students from other departments, some senior students, as well as a few faculty members and professors from the school. There were also military instructors leading the training and some first-year students from Class 2 of Business Administration who were Xiao Yang's classmates, witnessing the immense humiliation. Xiao Yang's forehead bulged with veins, and his eyes turned red. The pain sensors on his face seemed to have gone numb. As he slapped himself, he surprisingly felt not a hint of pain. Thus, he slapped himself faster and even began to use both hands. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sounds echoed throughout the training ground. With every slap, it felt as though it landed on Zhang Fei and Guan Ye's faces. The two felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, they withdrew in time, distancing themselves from Xiao Yang. Otherwise, they would definitely share in this misfortune. They would have to accompany Xiao Yang in suffering. The slaps were not finished yet. Xiao Yang shouted loudly, "I am not Chen Chuan's opponent. Oh, I am a defeated foe. I am not Chen Chuan's opponent." 10 slaps, 10 declarations. This was the content of the wager. Xiao Yang closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and completed the bet. His heart was bleeding. No need to think. From now on, both he and Chen Chuan would become well-known figures at Jiang University, albeit in completely opposite ways. He would be a laughingstock. Today's scene would become a notorious moment. Wherever he went, people would point fingers at him. It would always remind them of the image of him slapping himself today. Meanwhile, Chen Chuan would be celebrated as the victor, basking in the cheers and adoration of countless people. He would enjoy the praise and approval of teachers and the adoring gazes of school beauties. Xiao Yang felt like an undeniable clown, while Chen Chuan was a multi-talented genius. Inside, it felt as though countless poisonous insects were gnawing at him. A voice cried out. He must seek revenge. Unfortunately, reason told him to give up. He was not Chen Chuan's match, and he should not repeat his mistakes. As the wager was completed, Jin Shihao immediately stood up to remind Xiao Yang according to the terms of the bet from now on. You must steer clear of Brother Chuan whenever you see him. Don't come to provoke us again. Get lost. Xiao Yang hunched over dejected and walked out. Li Shui watched this unfold and felt a twinge of pity. Yet she didn't know what more to say. She understood her cousin's personality, raised in luxury and comfort. Coming from a wealthy and powerful family, he was always catered to. This had gradually fostered his arrogant and overbearing nature. This time experiencing some setbacks might not be a bad thing. Suddenly, Xiao Yang received a phone call. After just a few words, the despondency and gloom on his face vanished instantly. He ran out of the training ground with excitement. Chen Chuan, Jin Shihao, Mu Qinghe, and others who had been watching Xiao Yang were all puzzled. This guy changed his demeanor completely after receiving a phone call. Could it be that he encountered something joyful? Only Li Shui frowned slightly. She knew Xiao Yang's character very well. How could he easily admit defeat? It was likely he was up to no good again. A hint of worry crept into her heart. She hoped it wasn't as she feared. Chen Chuan no longer paid attention to Xiao Yang because the system had sent a notification. Ding. Challenge task completed. God-level singing voice has been granted. With it came master-level singing techniques and strong emotional expressiveness. Experience points 6 free attributes 3 Chen Chuan's throat itched. Countless singing techniques inexplicably flooded into his mind. Chen Chuan felt an urge to sing a song on the spot, demonstrating all the singing techniques he had learned. He wanted to see if his voice possessed that strong emotional expressiveness. He suppressed this impulse. 3 points of free attributes: 1 to physique, 1 to spirit, 1 to charm. Host Chen Chuan: physique 31 points, ultra-long standby, spirit 31 points, genius, thinking charm 32 points, 1-star charm, aura free attributes 0 points, system level 1 95,100. The increases to his physical attributes were minimal. However, the experience points had already reached a critical point. As long as he completed one more challenge task, he would obtain more than 5 experience points. This would elevate the God-level system from level 1 to level 2. At that time, the daily income of the God-level funds would increase tenfold, even without challenge tasks or pursuing goddesses. Just relying on this one income would ensure he lived comfortably, without worries, enjoying life freely. In that moment, Chen Chuan had never felt such a strong desire. He eagerly awaited the next challenge task to arrive. At this time, Xiao Yang finally ran out of the training ground, and he certainly did not disappoint. Who is Xiao Yang's support? Of course, it is his wealthy father. As the leader of the retail industry in Jiang City, the Xiao Wanli family has prospered for 3 generations. Since the time of his grandfather, the Xiao family began to rise, gradually growing into the towering tree it is today. Not only does it hold significant weight in the business world, in other fields, the Xiao family's network of connections is also vast. Unfortunately, Xiao Wanli, a dragon among men, is particularly doting on his little wife at home. Moreover, he only had his sole son Xiao Yang in middle age, and he has cherished him dearly since childhood. Especially his wife Lu Qingzhu dotes on their only child even more. From childhood to adulthood, he has always acquiesced to his son's every request, although both parents know that this is not good for his development. However, now that their son is already an adult, it's too late to change. They can only pay more attention and gradually guide him, hoping he can change and smoothly take over the family business in the future. Today Xiao Wanli and Lu Qingzhu both happen to have no major matters to attend to, so they come to Jiang City University to visit their son. Having not seen him for many days as a mother, Lu Qingzhu misses him greatly. Especially since today is when her son begins military training, it must be quite tough. They come to show their concern and cheer him on. Lu Qingzhu specifically bought a lot of snacks that her son likes. When Xiao Yang sees his mother getting out of the car, his eyes instantly brim with tears as he rushes into his mother's embrace. Mom! Xiao Yang's demeanor makes his father Xiao Wanli frown. At his age, he still acts like a little child. When will he become a strong, upright man? However, Lu Qingzhu's thoughts differ from Xiao Wanli's. She is more observant and immediately notices the tears in her son's eyes and the faint fingerprints on his face. She holds his face tightly, her heart aching more the more she looks. There are indeed fingerprints. Moreover, there are fingerprints on both sides of his face. Who dares to hit my son? I want to chop off their filthy hands. Son, quickly tell mom who bullied you. Who left the marks on your face? Lu Qingzhu's eyes almost burst into flames. Her son Xiao Yang is her reverse scale. Whoever dares to touch her son, she will fight them to the end. At this moment, Xiao Wanli also comes over. He carefully looks at his son's face. There are indeed deep fingerprints on both sides. Someone was truly vicious. Xiao Yang, quickly tell me, who is so bold as to hit my son? Xiao Wanli never imagined that one day his son would be bullied. He cannot understand. In Jiang City, there are many people he cannot afford to offend. However, just because he does not dare to offend them does not mean he fears anyone. It does not mean he will allow himself to be bullied. If pushed to a corner, he will use all his family connections to bring down the opponent, even if his wealth isn't the most significant. But with 3 generations of operation, he has long established a dense network of connections in Jiang City. Many newly emerged wealthy individuals and big bosses who are far richer than him will not easily provoke the Xiao family. Dad, Mom. Xiao Yang, feeling wronged, raises his head and stammers. The marks on my face, I did it to myself. What? You did it to yourself? Lu Qingzhu and Xiao Wanli look at each other bewildered. What is wrong with their son? Has he lost his mind? Could it be that the pressure of college is too much, causing him to lose his mind? The couple's expressions grow tense. Son, please clarify. Why would you hit yourself? I wiped my tears away and said softly, in our business administration department, there is a boy named Chen Chuan in the adjacent class. Relying on his family's wealth, he is strong and knows some dirty tricks, targeting me and opposing me at every turn. Today, during military training break, he challenged me to a bet, and I lost, being forced to slap myself hard in front of all the classmates and teachers. Look, my face is swollen. Dad. Xiao Yang looks up at his father. You must stand up for me in this matter. Otherwise, how can I stay in school in the future? Hearing this, Xiao Wanli feels both heartache and anger. All along, he thought his son was just a mischievous troublemaker who only bullied others without anyone being able to bully him. Unexpectedly this time, he was bullied so badly. This so-called student is a total menace. A bully. He must confront him. All right, Dad will go find him right now. Let's see which arrogant brat this is and what family they come from. Is there no one to discipline him? If no one is doing it, I don't mind helping to teach him a lesson. Lu Qingzhu is even more agitated than her husband. Yes, he must be taught a good lesson. In my opinion, such a person is a tumor in society. He has no right to be in college. He should be expelled from campus. Xiao Wanli does not respond. He wants to see the situation in person before deciding how to handle it. If this guy is truly excessive and arrogant, he won't hesitate to use his connections to have this person expelled from Jiang City University. Watching his father stride into the school, his mother follows closely behind with a grim expression. Xiao Yang trails behind, a smug expression on his face. Ouch, that hurts. He hit himself too hard earlier, causing an injury to his cheek. Truly, one lives and learns. As the 3 members of the Xiao family enter the training ground together, they head straight for business administration class 2. Chen Chuan is the first to see them. The 3 approach with an imposing demeanor, clearly not here for a friendly visit. Especially the middle-aged man at the forefront, whose strides are powerful and demeanor steady. In their glances, there is an aura of authority. This is definitely not an ordinary identity. The nearby Bai Shifei, Mu Qinghe, Zheng Xitian, and Feng Yishuang are still unclear about the situation. However, the department flower Li Shui has already turned pale. It's over. What one fears has come to pass. She knows very well that Xiao Yang's parents are notoriously protective, especially Lu Qingzhu, who is known to be ruthless and unyielding. How many times Xiao Yang has gotten into trouble, it has always been his mother who secretly helped him resolve it. Even Xiao Wanli is unaware. This time, having been bullied so badly, will Xiao Yang let it go? Will Lu Qingzhu let it go? Li Shui is very clear about the Xiao family's influence. Even her own Li family has developed to some extent with the support of the Xiao family. Uncle and hello. Li Shui is the first to step forward to greet them. Xiao Wanli is a bit surprised. Shui, what are you doing here? The next second, Xiao Wanli suddenly remembers that his niece Li Shui is also studying at Jiang University. Li Shui stammers when asked, struggling to answer. Fortunately, Xiao Wanli does not pay much attention to her, but turns to Xiao Yang. Son, who is the bad boy you mentioned? Is he present? Upon hearing Xiao Wanli's words, Li Shui's heart tightened. Indeed, her guess was correct. Today would truly be a disaster. She could only wonder how much bad talk Xiao Yang had shared about Chen Chuan with his parents. This time, Chen Chuan was definitely in danger. Li Shui felt anxious, but was at a loss as to what to do. The other party was her uncle. Moreover, the Xiao family's influence was stronger than her Li family's. Even if she was willing to do something for Chen Chuan, she would be powerless. The crowd nearby had all sensed that something was amiss. Bai Shifei, Mu Qinghe, Zheng Xitian, Li Hui, and her 3 dormitory friends all gathered around Chen Chuan to prevent him from being wronged. Chen Chuan, what's going on? Bai Shifei asked with concern. Chen Chuan shook his head slightly. I'm not sure. Let's just observe and respond as needed. On everyone's faces, a look of worry was evident. At that moment, Xiao Yang was charging to the front like a treacherous dog leading the enemies. He pointed at Chen Chuan. Dad, Mom, it's this guy who has caused me so much trouble. His name is Chen Chuan. You must stand up for me. As soon as Lu Qingzhu saw Chen Chuan, her eyes turned red with rage, wishing to rush over and slap him or scold him. But she was pulled back by her husband, Xiao Wanli. Wait until I get the full story. Xiao Wanli had been in the business world for many years and was relatively steady and prudent in his actions. He approached Chen Chuan step by step, forcing a habitual faint smile. However, at that moment it appeared somewhat grim. You are Chen Chuan. I've heard that you bullied my son Xiao Yang multiple times. Chen Chuan took 2 steps forward. I am indeed Chen Chuan. Mr. Xiao, is there something you need from me? Xiao Wanli sized up Chen Chuan, who was dressed in camouflage training gear. At first glance, he appeared no different from the other students. However, Chen Chuan's gaze was exceptionally sharp. He wasn't the least bit afraid of the unexpected confrontation. Nor was there a hint of guilt. He was strikingly handsome and tall. His demeanor was elegant, his actions confident. Despite his young age, his aura was no less imposing than Xiao Wanli's. With just one glance, Xiao Wanli confirmed that this was no ordinary child. He was either rich or noble. Feeling more confident, he instinctively became a bit more cautious. Unlike at first, when he was solely focused on defending his son, Xiao Wanli sensed that the name Chen Chuan sounded somewhat familiar. He couldn't recall where he had heard it recently. However, relying on the Xiao family's years of establishment in Jiangqing, he didn't pay too much attention to Chen Chuan's background. He reined in his smile, his face now showing more warning and reproach. Young man, you must learn to restrain yourself in both life and work. Perhaps your family has some wealth. But there are far too many wealthy families in this world. If you don't learn to restrain yourself and act recklessly, one day you will bring disaster upon your parents and family. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, piercing directly into Chen Chuan's eyes. Young man, do you understand what I'm saying? Meanwhile, watching Chen Chuan being lectured by his father, Xiao Yang felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Look at you now, still acting arrogant with me. Will you dare bully me again in the future? Chen Chuan faced Xiao Wanli without a hint of fear. He remained calm and composed. Hello, Mr. Xiao. In fact, I want to tell you that I am not relying on my family's wealth. I have my own money. There's no such thing as causing trouble for my parents or bringing disaster to my family. Xiao Wanli's eyes narrowed slightly. What did this kid mean? Was his money his own, not his family's? How old was he? Did he have the capability to earn big money himself? Suddenly, Xiao Wanli remembered something. His friend Zhao Dajiang had experienced a downturn in his business 2 years ago, desperately seeking a breakthrough without success, and had even dragged him to drink several times. Recently, he had suddenly become high profile, with his business thriving. Originally in front of families like theirs, he was barely noticeable, not even qualifying as the bottom tier. He couldn't even squeeze into the card tables. Yet now he was acting arrogantly. The Zhao family's catering business was booming. They were expanding their stores, upgrading their standards, and furthering their business. Xiao Wanli felt extremely envious. He had once sought out Zhao Dajiang specifically to inquire about the situation. Zhao Dajiang frequently mentioned the name of a young man, speaking highly of him. The restaurant Yiyuan was a place Xiao Wanli often dined at. He held a very high membership level. From Zhao Dajiang's tone, that young man was the owner of Yiyuan. If his memory served him right, the young man's name was Chen Chuan. Xiao Wanli's expression softened slightly. He looked at Chen Chuan and asked uncertainly, "Do you know Zhao Dajiang, the chairman of Zhao Catering?" Chen Chuan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood. Of course, Xiao Wanli and Zhao Dajiang were both local tycoons in Jiangqing. Although Xiao Wanli was likely much wealthier than Zhao Dajiang, it was quite normal for them to have some connections. Chen Chuan casually replied, "Mr. Zhao is my business partner. We certainly know each other. Moreover, his son Zhao Xiaohai is also my nephew. Mr. Zhao has personally told me to mentor Xiaohai." Xiao Wanli's emotions surged as he stared blankly at Chen Chuan. He hadn't expected that this kid was indeed the young man frequently mentioned by Zhao Dajiang. Every time he heard Zhao Dajiang praise him, Xiao Wanli felt envious. Not only had he received tremendous help in business, but even Zhao Xiaohai's character had improved significantly due to being around Chen Chuan. He was now much more steady and grounded in his actions compared to before. Xiao Wanli had witnessed this firsthand. In the past, Xiaohai would have been too lazy to even acknowledge him. Now seeing him again, he was all politeness, calling him uncle repeatedly. Xiao Wanli observed this with envy. He had thought countless times that if he could also befriend that young man and have him mentor his own son, the effect would be far superior to that of him and his wife. Perhaps in the future, not only could his son smoothly take over the family business, but he might even lead the family enterprise to new heights, bringing the Xiao family to a new pinnacle. In this way, Xiao Wanli would also feel he had done right by the ancestors of the Xiao family. At this moment far away, Zhao Xiaohai inexplicably sneezed. Achut! Zhao Xiaohai rubbed his nose and murmured to himself, "Who is talking about me? It can't be some annoying girl, can it?" In the training ground, Xiao Wanli's expression changed rapidly. As a father and a business magnate, he had to weigh the pros and cons. He was pondering how to choose. Should he help his son vent his anger and tear face, thereby gaining a formidable business rival? Or should he take the initiative to reconcile and turn hostility into friendship, gaining a business ally? Could this even lead to opportunities for further collaboration in the near future? In just a few fleeting moments, perhaps merely a few breaths to others, Xiao Wanli's heart was already filled with countless thoughts. As a seasoned fox in the business world, his vision, experience, and depth of character were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Chen Chuan was a rare young talent, excelling both in business and in mentoring others, truly a first-rate genius. His son was in his first year of college. He often cried. While others were starting their university life, he had already begun his entrepreneurial journey and achieved a modest level of success. Just the Yuyuan residence alone was worth over 100 million. Such a person is far more valuable as a friend than as an enemy. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wanli smiled as he took out a business card from his pocket. He handed it to Chen Chuan with both hands. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I've heard old Zhao mention you several times, and it's an honor to finally meet you in person. Here is my business card. Let's get together more often. Perhaps we might have the chance to collaborate." Chen Chuan was astonished by Xiao Wanli's change in demeanor. However, he still accepted the card and took a glance at it. President of Jiangxing Xiao's department store group, Xiao Wanli. As Chen Chuan examined the card, beside him, Xiao Yang nearly dropped his glasses. What was going on with his father? He had brought him here to support himself and to take charge. How could he laugh and talk with his enemy? There was a clear trend towards becoming good friends, which left him feeling utterly distressed. Lu Qingzhu was similarly confused by her husband's actions. She opened her mouth to say something. "Husband," but was stopped by Xiao Wanli's gaze, who whispered in her ear, "Just listen to me on this matter. He'll explain it to you in detail when we get home." Lu Qingzhu suppressed her doubts and scrutinized Chen Chuan, who had just been filled with anger. Previously harboring resentment and prejudice, she had not noticed his uniqueness. Now, upon closer inspection, she realized that this young man was truly exceptional. He was sunny and handsome, poised and calm. His gaze was hauntingly deep. From him, one could not perceive the typical impulsiveness and immaturity of a young person. Compared to her own son, he seemed like a preschool child. This Chen Chuan stood before her husband, showing no signs of inferiority. He completely embodied the demeanor of a business mogul. No wonder her husband was so cautious. Although Lu Qingzhu dotes on her son, she herself is no fool. Coming from the prominent Lu family, she was a businesswoman before marriage and still occupies a senior position in the Xiao group. She decided not to speak further, leaving everything to her husband. After reading the business card, Chen Chuan maintained his calm demeanor and smiled lightly. "Mr. Xiao, it's a pleasure to meet you. If there's an opportunity, I certainly wouldn't mind collaborating with you. But unfortunately, I guess your son might not wish for us to work together, right?" Xiao Wanli turned to look at Xiao Yang and indeed found him glaring at Chen Chuan with a face full of resentment. That expression showed that he was not only uninterested in collaboration, but also seemed to wish to take a bite out of him. Ahem. Xiao Wanli awkwardly coughed twice and lightly reprimanded, "Xiao Yang, your conflict with Mr. Chen is all a misunderstanding. Mr. Chen certainly doesn't wish to bully you, and you shouldn't hold a grudge against him. Come over and apologize to Mr. Chen. It's beneficial for you to learn from Mr. Chen in the future." Xiao Wanli waved to his son, but Xiao Yang stubbornly refused to come over, even turning away to face another direction. Mainly, he felt too wronged. It was clearly himself who had been bullied by Chen Chuan several times. Why should he apologize? Shouldn't it be Chen Chuan begging him for mercy instead? Seeing his son's reluctance, Xiao Wanli felt even more awkward and rubbed his hands together. He smiled at Chen Chuan and said, "I'm sorry. Xiao Yang has been spoiled by me and his mother since he was little. He's a bit rebellious. Please don't take it to heart, Mr. Chen. Xiao Wanli and his son's attitude was clear to Chen Chuan. Xiao Yang certainly harbored resentment towards him. Xiao Wanli was merely being courteous on the surface and didn't seem to care much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brushed off his son's attitude with a smile. Chen Chuan's expression was quite calm as he waved his hand saying, Mr. Xiao, you don't need to worry too much. I don't require Xiao Yang to apologize. As long as he doesn't trouble me in the future, there will naturally be no conflict between us. Otherwise, the implication was clear. If Xiao Yang continued to provoke him, Chen Chuan would not mind teaching him a lesson again. Xiao Wanli's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Having already shown respect and humility seeking to resolve conflicts and turn hostility into friendship, how could this young man be so aggressive? Did he really think that I wouldn't dare to deal with him? Xiao Wanli wanted to lose his temper, but held back. Years of navigating the business world had taught him one thing. Harmony brings wealth. Don't easily turn hostile. Careful actions lead to long-term success. He decided to probe further into Chen Chuan's background. Mr. Chen, at such a young age you own Yuyuan residence, such a substantial enterprise. I wonder if you have any other businesses. I am in the department store industry. I wonder if there might be a chance to collaborate with you. Chen Chuan replied calmly, I'm still young and don't have many enterprises. Currently, aside from Yuyuan residence, I also own a logistics company, which includes a large suburban warehouse. Certainly not comparable to Mr. Xiao. This was the truth. His total assets were currently only about 600 million. The Xiao family's assets were at least in the billions. The two were not in the same league. However, after hearing Chen Chuan's introduction, Xiao Wanli became excited. He immediately pressed on, Mr. Chen, you have a logistics company, including a large warehouse. Could you please tell me about the scale of your logistics company? What is it specifically called? Chen Chuan was a bit puzzled. Why was the head of the Xiao group so excited about a logistics company? Please excuse me, Mr. Xiao. My logistics company is called Feihu Logistics. Its scale is not very large, but the warehouse is quite decent in size and has comprehensive functions. Xiao Wanli was both surprised and delighted. He grabbed Chen Chuan's hand enthusiastically. Mr. Chen is at Feihu Logistics. So the large warehouse you mentioned is the one in the Northern Industrial Park. Chen Chuan nodded. It should be. He hadn't even been to check the specific location and condition of the warehouse. But it seemed this Mr. Xiao knew more than he did. Mr. Xiao seems quite familiar with my logistics company and warehouse. Xiao Wanli slapped his thigh. Familiar is an understatement. I've been looking for a logistics company to collaborate with recently, especially Feihu Logistics because it has a large warehouse that perfectly meets our group's needs. Today I've finally found the real owner. I'm so happy. Mr. Chen, can we discuss this further? For decades, the Xiao family has been deeply engaged in the retail supermarket industry, heavily reliant on logistics and warehousing. They had fixed partners and even invested in this logistics company, establishing a deeper strategic cooperative relationship. Unfortunately, 2 months ago, their biggest rival Huanyu Retail launched a fierce attack against the Xiao Group. They utilized some special methods to suddenly take control of this logistics company and canceled all cooperation with the Xiao Group. The Xiao Group suffered a double blow. Their sales were targeted and their logistics and storage were cut off. The entire procurement, sales, logistics, and storage network faced severe shortages and chaos. Their competitiveness plummeted and their market share dropped from parity to a significant disadvantage. If the logistics and storage issues cannot be resolved quickly, the Xiao Group was not only suffering massive daily losses, but was also on the brink of bankruptcy. The entire Xiao family faced the greatest crisis in decades. During this time, Xiao Wanli surveyed all logistics companies in Jiang City that were eligible to undertake the Xiao family's vast business. Logistics companies that could meet both logistics and warehousing conditions were fewer than 5, and one of them was controlled by a competitor. The remaining 4 logistics companies either tried to take advantage of the situation by proposing exorbitant cooperation agreements or had owners who were too mysterious to find a decision-maker. Among them, Feihu Logistics, though of average size, had a unique advantage: a large warehouse in the Northern Industrial Park. With a large area, great capacity, and complete functions, it perfectly met the needs of the Xiao Group. As long as they could reach a cooperation, the logistics and storage issues of the Xiao Group would be easily resolved. Now Chen Chuan, the owner of Feihu Logistics, appeared before Xiao Wanli. How could Xiao Wanli not be excited or thrilled? This was indeed the savior of the group. However, Chen Chuan did not agree immediately, but instead fell silent, glancing at Xiao Yang intentionally or unintentionally. Are you kidding me? The conflict between me and Xiao Yang isn't resolved yet, and you want me to help you? Dream on. Xiao Wanli quickly realized Chen Chuan's concerns. He immediately waved to his son Xiao Yang, come here quickly, and apologized to Mr. Chen. Xiao Yang, still angry, refused to comply. Pouting and remaining motionless, Xiao Wanli became anxious. If he couldn't make Chen Chuan satisfied, how could they resolve the group's crisis? At this critical moment, Xiao Wanli unhesitatingly chose to save the company over his son. He shouted fiercely, "You little brat, are you still not coming over? Do you believe I will break your legs?" This time it was clear to everyone that he was genuinely angry. Unlike his earlier feigned anger, Xiao Yang was startled. He glanced at his father and realized he was really angry. His eyes turned red. He stole a glance at his mother Lu Qingzhu. Unfortunately, the usually protective Lu Mama did not intervene this time. "Son, stop throwing a tantrum. I know what kind of temperament you have. You must have actively made Mr. Chen unhappy, right? Listen to me, come over and apologize to Mr. Chen. This time you must seek Mr. Chen's forgiveness. Otherwise, neither your father nor I will agree." Her words blocked Xiao Yang's last retreat. He had no choice but to bow to reality step by step and move over with great difficulty. Facing Chen Chuan, he lowered his proud head. "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry." With a smack, Xiao Wanli reached out and tapped his head. "No respect. You should address him as Mr. Chen. His achievements are something you can never match in this lifetime." Xiao Yang's eyes turned red instantly. After a pause of a few seconds, he bowed again. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. Please forgive my offense. I won't dare again." He looked at his son, who obediently bowed his head. Xiao Wanli let out a sigh of relief, feeling both gratified and distressed. How could his own son not grow up? Just look at the children of other families. At such a young age, they have already succeeded in starting their own businesses. With tender shoulders, they carry 2 large enterprises. This talent, vision, and capability are enviable. Lu Qingzhu looked at her precious son, lowering himself to others. The sadness in her heart was something no one could understand. It was so painful. As the person involved, Xiao Yang felt the most wronged and confused. All along, whenever he got into trouble, his parents helped him out. In most cases, others even apologized to him. Why was it completely the opposite this time? The crowd surrounding them looked on in astonishment. They all showed expressions of shock. They had long heard that Xiao Yang's father was a prominent figure in Jiang City's business world. Ordinary people were only at his mercy. How could they resist? Chen Chuan was too impressive. Not only was he not subdued, but he also made the other party bow their heads voluntarily. Why was that? Was he a richer second generation than Xiao Yang? Was he the young master of some wealthy family in Jiang City? Only those familiar with Chen Chuan, like his roommates, and by Shifei, Mu Qinghe, Zheng Xitian, and Li Hui, understood. Chen Chuan's prowess did not rely on his parents or elders, nor did he lean on his family's influence. Rather, he was genuinely outstanding. Watching Xiao Yang apologize for the second time, Chen Chuan finally nodded slowly, a slight smile appearing on his face. "Xiao Yang, for the sake of your parents, from now on, as long as you don't provoke me again, I can let bygones be bygones. I hope you will mind your manners." Finally receiving Chen Chuan's forgiveness, Xiao Wanli felt great relief. His thoughts instantly opened up, recalling the experiences of his good friend Zhao Dajian, especially the recent changes in his son Zhao Xiaohai. Xiao Wanli's heart stirred. If he could take this opportunity to find someone to discipline his son, to set an example, perhaps from now on his son could also turn over a new leaf and become a better person than Zhao Xiaohai. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled his son, Xiao Yang, aside to whisper. No one knew what he said or what tricks he used. The father and son argued for a long time. In between, Xiao Yang protested loudly several times, and the situation almost collapsed, but it was ruthlessly suppressed by Xiao Wanli. As a result, Xiao Yang's face was marked with several more slaps, causing Lu Qingzhu to feel a pang of heartache. This time, her precious son was in for a tough time. However, for the sake of his son's future and the vast family business of the Xiao family, he had to endure this hardship. Finally, when Chen Chuan was almost losing patience, the Xiao father and son came before him together. Plop. Without a word, Xiao Yang knelt directly at Chen Chuan's feet, leaving everyone confused. What's going on? This guy changed too quickly, right? Just now he had a face full of grievances toward Chen Chuan, but now he is kneeling voluntarily. What does this mean? The actions of the Xiao family father and son left everyone dumbfounded. Even Chen Chuan was caught off guard. Kneeling down directly. How exaggerated. If it was to save the company, it would be understandable for Xiao Wanli to force Xiao Yang to bow his head and apologize. However, he had just forgiven Xiao Yang, and there was no need for this performance. What tricks were these two planning? Especially Xiao Yang, who had always been so proud since they met, looking down on everyone. Now he was acting completely out of character. Could it be a prank? Or some kind of conspiracy? Xiao Yang, Mr. Xiao, what are you doing? Chen Chuan directly inquired. Xiao Wanli smiled bitterly, appearing quite embarrassed. I won't hide it from you, Mr. Chen. My son has been spoiled by my wife and me since he was a child. He has developed many bad habits. I wanted to learn more from you, Mr. Chen, especially the principles of being a person. This would be very beneficial for him. I wonder if Mr. Chen could take some time to guide him. Chen Chuan chuckled. Mr. Xiao, where does this come from? I'm just a freshman the same age as Xiao Yang. What can I teach him? Xiao Wanli waved his hand. Mr. Chen, don't be so modest. That kid from the Zhao family, Zhao Xiaohai, I also watched him grow up. In fact, he is a bit older than you. I know exactly what he was like in the past. I've been watching his changes during this time, and am very envious. Chen Chuan suddenly realized. So it was because of Zhao Xiaohai's transformation. No wonder. But I'm not a kindergarten principal. How can I manage so many rebellious youths? Am I not making money or chasing girls? Chen Chuan said, feeling awkward. Mr. Xiao, you overestimate me. I'm glad that Zhao Xiaohai has improved. But that is all thanks to Mr. Zhao's guidance. That has nothing to do with me. Xiao Wanli did not believe him. After such a long time of contact, he had figured out some things. Chen Chuan was a person who liked to keep a low profile and was quite humble. If an ordinary young person had achieved such great success, wouldn't they have been flaunting it? Who would they still look up to? But what about Chen Chuan? Apart from being a bit more confident, assertive, and handsome, where could one see any arrogance? Mr. Chen, you really mustn't be so humble. I am completely assured of your abilities and character. I have great confidence. As long as Xiao Yang can be by your side. Even if you don't teach him anything, just by being with you, he will inevitably gain some insights. Yet Chen Chuan still shook his head. Mr. Xiao, this kind of matter cannot be decided by just us thinking it through. The key is still Xiao Yang's thoughts. Xiao Wanli immediately understood and thought of a solution. Mr. Chen, I have great admiration for you. If you don't mind, we can consider each other as peers. I can call you Brother Chen. How does that sound? Chen Chuan was taken aback. What was going on? When did my charm become so great that even men could be conquered? Mr. Xiao, please don't say that. Your son Xiao Yang is after all my classmate. Xiao Wanli waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. He is just a child. How can he be compared to you? From now on, he will call you uncle, just like Zhao Xiaohai. It's only natural for an uncle to guide his nephew. After saying this, he immediately kicked the kneeling Xiao Yang. You little brat, why aren't you calling out yet? At this moment, Bai Shifei, Mu Qinghe, Zheng Xitian, and the other girls, including Li Shui, all turned their gaze to Xiao Yang, eager to know his reaction. Feng Yishuai's son Yushan Jin Shihao Su's son, and others were also very curious. Would this arrogant guy actually call out? If he did, it would be huge news. Absolutely explosive. Xiao Yang, still on the ground, looked up at his parents. He found them looking at him with encouraging and concerned gazes. Xiao Yang glanced at Chen Chuan with a complicated expression, gritted his teeth, and stared intently. Uncle Chen, I hope for your guidance in the future. Everyone gasped in shock. What was this? This guy actually called him uncle. What happened to his pride? His arrogance? His haughty demeanor? Had they all been fed to the dogs? Even Chen Chuan was quite surprised. He hadn't expected this. Xiao Yang actually managed to say it. Moreover, with Chen Chuan's significantly superior mental acuity, he could see through Xiao Yang's eyes. Although the way Xiao Yang called uncle contained some reluctance and humiliation, there was not a shred of resentment or insincerity. Was it genuine? How could this be possible? Chen Chuan was also a bit impressed with Xiao Wanli. He didn't know what kind of spell he had cast on his son to make him yield so easily. Could it be that my charm truly moved the heavens? Changed this stubborn rock? Seeing Chen Chuan's prolonged silence, Xiao Wanli and Lu Qingzhu looked at him with anxious expressions, afraid that he might refuse. This was a critical moment for their son to embark on a new life. This opportunity, this chance, must not be missed. Chen Chuan was also weighing the pros and cons in his heart. After all, he had already taken Zhao Xiaohai as a big nephew. Adding another was no different. In fact, it didn't add any extra burden on himself. It just meant that from now on, if there were minor matters to handle like errands, it was simply having one more person to command. As long as he remembered to add Xiao Yang to the times he called Zhao Xiaohai, it truly wouldn't affect him. All right then. Chen Chuan looked at the kneeling Xiao Yang. Since you sincerely called me, I am not a person who is overly pretentious. From now on, you will follow my arrangements alongside Xiaohai. I must state this clearly. If you do not obey the rules and do not follow my instructions, you will be kicked out immediately. Before Xiao Yang could respond, his father Xiao Wanli immediately assured him, Brother Chen, you can rest assured. I will make it clear here today. Starting from today, this kid Xiao Yang will be your own nephew. Just treat him as your own child. If he dares to show you any disrespect or disobey your instructions in the slightest, you can just take care of it. If you break his legs, I won't feel sorry. Upon hearing her husband's words, the still charming Lu Qingzhu frowned. What kind of words were that? Is the son he raised his child? What about the mother? But upon glancing at the young, strong, and handsome Chen Chuan, she chose not to say anything more. At this moment, everyone's attention focused back on Xiao Yang, curious about his thoughts. To rush to be someone's nephew and have to follow various rules, wasn't that an unpleasant feeling? Chen Chuan observed Xiao Yang with an impassive expression. The rules were clearly established. The unpleasant words were laid out beforehand. How would he ultimately choose? Accept or refuse? Wanting to follow behind the young master. Status is unimportant. Wealth is also unimportant. What matters most is the young master's mood. The key is character. I cannot tolerate the despicable, nor the wicked, nor the evil. If you cannot accept my terms, you can only roll back from where you came. In front of the young master. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. Even if it's a dog guarding the door, you cannot act arrogantly. Those who dare to offend me must consider, is your skin thick enough? Is your servility strong enough? Xiaoyang lowered his head, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, he raised his head, staring intently at Chen Chuan. Thank you, Uncle Chen, for taking me in. From now on, I will surely reform and repent. Please teach me, Uncle Chen. Xiao Wanli, with his fists tightly clenched, relaxed instantly. Fortunately, this brat has not disappointed me. This time he grasped the great fortune. Lu Qingzhu was also very happy. As long as her son can learn half of what Chen Chuan knows, no, 1/3 of his prowess. In the future, taking charge of the Xiao group, he will surely sail smoothly. There is even hope of revitalizing the Xiao family. By then, as a mother, she would also rise with the tides in the old Xiao family. Her position would be more secure, and returning to her family would bring her more face. The onlooking classmates were already numb. They had developed immunity to Chen Chuan's brilliance. He created miracles time and again. It truly left everyone fatigued with shock. If someone were to see Chen Chuan now kneeling and calling him grandpa, no one would find it strange. In everyone's heart, there was only one sentiment. My goodness, never have I seen such an impressive classmate. Xiaoyang's performance. Pleased Chen Chuan, who nodded slightly. Good. From now on, you must temper your little temper. If I hear again that you are showing off and bullying other classmates, I will not spare you. Xiaoyang immediately nodded, obedient as a chick pecking at rice. Xiao Wanli watched, feeling great joy. Old feelings of relief. This decision of mine was simply too correct. In front of his parents, the son always had some leverage, making it difficult to discipline. In front of Chen Chuan, the son immediately became obedient and sensible, following orders. Lu Qingzhu, skilled in social affairs, immediately nudged her husband, whispering a reminder. Since the son has encountered a renowned teacher, he must have a master-apprentice gift, right? Xiao Wanli realized. Indeed, that makes sense. Although Chen Chuan did not agree to be his master, it was close enough. This gift must be given. Moreover, next, the Xiao group still has requests from him. Brother Chen. Xiao Wanli's face was as bright as a blooming lotus. He took out a bank card from his pocket. Brother Chen, this card has 100 million. It is both a thank you for looking after Xiaoyang and a gesture to save the Xiao group. I hope my brother can agree to the cooperation intention between Feihu Logistics and the Xiao group. Xiao Wanli handed it over with both hands, but Chen Chuan did not take it immediately. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, Brother Xiao, why be so polite? Looking after Xiaoyang is merely a small effort on my part. As for the cooperation between the two companies, as long as it is profitable and promising, why would I not want it? In business matters, you need not be overly courteous. Xiao Wanli presented it again with both hands. Brother Chen, I, Xiao Wanli, have always believed in repaying kindness and revenge. You are our Xiao family's great benefactor. How could I not repay your kindness? This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please be sure to accept it. Seeing his sincerity, Chen Chuan no longer declined and reluctantly accepted it. 100 million is not a small sum. Brother Xiao, you truly are generous. But rest assured, as for Xiaoyang, I will definitely ensure he does not stray off course again. Who knows, in the future, he might shine brighter than before. He paused for a moment. Brother, don't blame me for speaking grandly. Xiao Wanli laughed heartily, continuously waving his hands. I don't mind, I don't mind. If that day really comes, I will personally host a banquet and invite Brother Chen to the main seat for a grand thank you. Lu Qingzhu was also filled with anticipation. Every parent wishes for their child to succeed. If the son truly achieves something, he must sincerely thank this Uncle Chen. The next moment, Xiao Wanli immediately rubbed his hands, feeling embarrassed to ask, Brother Chen, I hope you don't find it funny. Our Xiao group is currently facing difficulties. Every day is a huge loss. I don't know about Feihu Logistics. Chen Chuan smiled faintly. I understand. Brother Xiao, rest assured I will arrange it right away. You can go directly to find the general manager of Feihu Logistics, Su Wenqing. I will authorize him to handle the cooperation negotiations with your Xiao group. Xiao Wanli repeatedly thanked him. Then thank you, brother. This time, if you can lend a hand, I will certainly not let you suffer losses. In the cooperation with Feihu Logistics, I am willing to increase the commission by 10 on the original basis. I hope our two families can reach a strategic partnership. Chen Chuan nodded. In principle, I agree. After all, I still have military training and truly cannot spare the time. You can discuss the specific details. By then, I will personally sign the final cooperation agreement. Having resolved the crisis of the group, Xiao Wanli did not want to delay even a moment and immediately bade farewell to Chen Chuan. As he was leaving, he threatened Xiaoyang once more. You must ensure you take good care of Uncle Chen. If I hear that you are not being diligent, the first time I will cut off your allowance. The second time, I will break your legs. The third time, I will directly kick you out of the house. Remember this. Our Xiao family does not only have you as a son. If you do not strive for success, our Xiao family will never allow a useless person to inherit the family business. Xiao Yang's face turned pale with fright. All his leverage lay in being the only child of his parents. He would inevitably inherit the family business. If the inheritance falls into the hands of other cousins, where would his carefree life go? This is more painful than being killed. From this moment on, Xiao Yang became even more obedient and submissive. He even thought. His dad praises Chen Chuan so highly, and Chen Chuan is indeed impressive, managing to save the Xiao group and establishing a strategic partnership. In the future, Chen Chuan's influence on the Xiao family and on his dad will only grow. If he can take good care of this Uncle Chen, getting his strong support, wouldn't his inheritance rights be even more secure? Xiao Yang's little calculations were ringing loud and clear. Chen Chuan was also calculating his own little accounts in his heart. That is, how much cash does he currently have under his name? The bank card ending with 1314 from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of Longhua had a balance of 69 million. Previously, Zhao Dajiang had given him a bank card with 10 million. Now Xiao Wanli gifted him another bank card with 100 million. The total cash amount has reached 170 million. Chen Chuan was extremely excited. Unknowingly, his net worth had already climbed to 700 million, with cash exceeding 100 million, approaching 180 million. Although his total assets may not seem much, the speed at which he accumulated wealth was truly astonishing, far surpassing the average wealthy person. The military training lasted until late. Cold Ruofing finally announced the dismissal. Today's training mission was officially over. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts. However, Chen Chuan felt something was off. Instructor Lung's last glance seemed to have singled him out. The expression on his face was half smile, half frown, with a hint of gloating. "Junior Chen, what are you thinking?" Mu Qinghe suddenly patted his shoulder. "Let's go. My mom is at home and probably anxious waiting for you. She specifically prepared a nourishing dish for you, spending quite a bit of effort." Mu Qinghe smiled mischievously. "Senior sister, are we really having a nourishing dish?" Chen Chuan's face turned into a bitter melon. "Can we not eat that thing? I'm so robust. Have you considered the risks? The consequences are severe." Mu Qinghe covered her mouth and chuckled quietly. "My mother prepared for so long, and you say you want to eat?" Chen Chuan looked troubled. "Of course, I must appreciate Aunt Wen's goodwill. I would love to eat too. But look at me, do I seem like someone who needs nourishment?" He deliberately rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. He lifted his shirt, showcasing his six-pack abs, causing Mu Qing's cheeks to flush. "You're such a tease. You can talk, but why act like a rogue?" Chen Chuan was speechless. "Is this what you call acting like a rogue? If you don't stop Aunt Wen once I consume the nourishing food, the consequences will be dire." Mu Qinghe dismissed his concern. "What's so terrible about it?" Chen Chuan pretended to frighten her. "I will be 100 times more rogue than before." Mu Qinghe was scared, hugging her chest tightly, protecting her modesty. "How dare you?" Chen Chuan wore a mischievous expression. "At that time, if my mind becomes muddled, do you think I would dare?" Mu Qinghe looked scared, no longer daring to tease Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan drove his black top-spec Mercedes-Benz G-Class, speeding along the road. Mu Qinghe sat in the passenger seat, suddenly realizing something was off. "Junior, isn't this the wrong route? This isn't the way to my house." Chen Chuan grinned wickedly. "Senior, you just realized now? It's too late. Don't you want to eat the nourishing food? I want to let you know right now, immediately." Mu Qing's face turned pale. She instinctively shrank back. "What do you want to do?" Chen Chuan laughed heartily. "Senior, aren't you too timid? What do you think I would do? Just playing with you. I'm taking you to the city center to buy a gift for you and Aunt Wen." Mu Qinghe relaxed her spirits, patting her chest. "Bad, Junior, you can't scare me from now on. You said you were buying gifts. I don't need you to buy any gifts, and my mother doesn't need them either. Just bring yourself to my house." Chen Chuan shook his head. "That won't do. You are so nice to me, I've long wanted to buy you gifts. You must listen to me on this." Mu Qinghe couldn't argue with him and agreed to go see. The two arrived at the city center, a bustling square. It was already 8:30 in the evening. There were still many people shopping. Chen Chuan led Mu Qinghe straight to various luxury brand stores, passing through the clothing and cosmetics sections. Mu Qinghe insisted she didn't need anything. Chen Chuan had no choice but to continue searching. They passed by a ladies' handbag store, and Chen Chuan dragged Mu Qinghe inside. "Isn't it said that a bag can cure all ailments? Buying one should surely please Senior and Aunt Wen, right?" However, Mu Qinghe glanced at the brand and was adamant about not entering. "Hermes, how much is one of these?" The money she earned in a month isn't even enough for the smallest part of a bag. How could someone who is usually frugal accept this? Unfortunately, tonight she encountered a wealthy person who insisted she try one. Mu Qinghe angrily walked inside. Pretending to browse the shelves, she refused to speak up. "Too expensive. prices starting from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Earlier, she accidentally touched a bag worth over $1 million and quickly let go, fearing she would have to buy it if she broke it. Chen Chuan followed behind her, seeing she couldn't make a decision. He feigned urgency. "Senior, if you delay any longer, I might faint from exhaustion. Antwan is still waiting for us at home." Mu Qinghe had no choice but to decide to buy one for her mother. It was not easy for her mother to raise her. She never mentioned wanting a designer bag. However, what woman doesn't like these? It's just that her financial situation doesn't allow it. Now that Chen Chuan is being so thoughtful, she might as well help her mother pick out a beautiful bag. Mu Qinghe has set her sights on an elegant white handbag. It was very beautiful. Holding it in her hands and admiring it for a while, she liked it more and more. Indeed, it was an Hermes bag, impeccable in material, craftsmanship, and style. Her mother would definitely like it. Just as she was about to check the price, whoosh! The designer bag in her hands was snatched away by a woman in a short yellow skirt. "Hey, isn't this the little supervisor from Yuranju? You, a working girl, can buy Hermes." The woman in the yellow skirt had an arrogant expression. With a mouth full of pretentiousness, she waved the white bag in front of a middle-aged man with a big belly. "Lugu, I really like this bag. Will you buy it for me?" The middle-aged man frowned. "This is an Hermes store, and any bag here costs at least several tens of thousands." This woman was just his kept mistress, and he couldn't agree too readily. "Baby, didn't I just buy you an LV last month? How about we let this one go this time?" The woman in the yellow skirt began to shake her body enticingly. The middle-aged man felt his temper rising. "I won't. Lugu, I especially like this bag. Just buy it for me. When we go back, I'll agree to your request, okay?" Hearing her sultry voice, the middle-aged man felt a tingle all over. He also heard that outrageous request she agreed to. How could he still hold on? He immediately melted. All right. He'll buy it for you." The two of them made Chen Chuan feel disgusted. Mu Qinghe was so angry that her lips trembled. "Ms. Huang, I was the first to see this bag. Please return it to me." The woman in the yellow skirt looked down her nose. "Return it to you? Can you even afford it? Do you know how much this bag costs? You would have to work for a whole year to afford one." With a glance, she noticed Chen Chuan in shabby clothes. "Oh dear, you have bad luck and poor eyesight too. You're a poor person and you've found an even poorer boyfriend. Are you planning to be broke for 8 generations? Just you two, and you have the face to say you want to buy this bag?" Mu Qinghe was rendered speechless by the humiliation. "You." The woman in the yellow skirt had dined at Yuranju before, clearly a mistress of a wealthy man. Because this middle-aged man, surnamed Lu, glanced at Mu Qinghe, she felt jealous, unable to compare in looks or figure. None of her attributes could match even a fraction of Mu Qing's. So she deliberately targeted Mu Qinghe, complaining to the manager and demanding an apology. At that time, Mu Qinghe was put in a very awkward position. She never expected to run into this awful person again today. Mu Qinghe was a civilized person and wouldn't describe it so crudely. However, when she conveyed this to Chen Chuan, he immediately labeled the woman accordingly. "Don't be angry, you'll handle this." Chen Chuan comforted Mu Qinghe and stepped in front of her, directly facing the woman in the yellow skirt and the middle-aged man. "Are you looking for a beating? Always talking about poor people. What's wrong with being poor? Do poor people eat your food or drink your drinks? Did I force you to be a mistress?" The yellow miniskirt, blushing from being confronted. Just as she was about to retort, Chen Chuan's barrage struck again. "You despise the poor at every turn. I ask you, were your ancestors poor? Was your grandfather poor? Did you just spring up from the ground?" Her mouth felt a bit dry. Chen Chuan paused momentarily before intensifying his attack. "You two acting so lovey-dovey, what exactly is your relationship? Don't you have any self-awareness? You are just a mistress, being kept by someone, yet you act so brazenly and flaunt it. Who gave you the courage?" A middle-aged man with a big belly beside them was ready to chime in. Chen Chuan immediately shifted his attack direction. This guy was just another hollow shell, lacking any real power, yet pretending to be wealthy to deceive women. These two were just two of a kind. How much can you earn in a month? Are you really going to buy a branded handbag for a wild woman? Is she worth it? Do you think your wife at home knows you spend so much money on another woman? The middle-aged man grew wary. "You little brat, what are you saying? Shut your filthy mouth. Do you believe I can make you unable to survive in Jiangqing?" Chen Chuan smirked mockingly. "Huh? You think you can make me unable to survive in Jiangqing? Who do you think you are, speaking so big?" The girl in the yellow miniskirt proudly said, "You poor wretch, dare you offend my brother Lu?" She wrapped her arms around the middle-aged man's. Leaning her voluptuous body against him, she began to act flirtatiously. "Do you know who brother Lu is? Say it, and I won't be afraid to scare you. He is the procurement manager of a large company with an annual salary exceeding 1 million. This position is incredibly lucrative. Just one procurement task can earn hundreds of thousands, which is just pocket change. You bottom feeders have certainly never seen such a thing, right?" She was quite proud. "Have you heard of Feihu Logistics? That's a company worth several hundred million. In procurement matters, our brother Liu's word is absolute. The woman continued to boast, but was interrupted by the middle-aged man. Such matters shouldn't be casually discussed outside. The girl in the yellow mini-skirt remained unconcerned. What does it matter? These two poor wretches are just bottom-tier trash. How could they know any upper-class figures? Are you afraid of leaking any secrets? Feihu Logistics. Mu Qinghe had just heard about it from Chen Chuan not long ago. This company seemed to belong to Chen Chuan. She instinctively glanced at Chen Chuan. He immediately shook his head, signaling her not to expose him. He pretended to browse handbags and quickly took out his phone to dial the number of Su Wenqing, the general manager of Feihu Logistics. Hello, boss. What instructions do you have? Su Wenqing was startled when he received the call and immediately stood up from the sofa. Even though Chen Chuan wasn't in front of him at that moment, he still had to treat him with utmost respect. This was a mysterious big boss who had quietly purchased Feihu Logistics. The resources and wealth he possessed were extraordinary. Chen Chuan said nonchalantly, "This afternoon did Mr. Xiao Wanli, the president of the Xiao Group, contact you?" Su Wenqing immediately responded, "Boss, President Xiao spoke with me. We agreed to meet tomorrow to discuss in detail." Chen Chuan nodded. "I agree in principle to this matter. However, you must grasp the specifics well. We cannot afford to lose any benefits that should be pursued. They are a large group, and this is a critical moment for survival. I believe they won't be stingy." Su Wenqing answered respectfully. "Okay, I understand, boss." Chen Chuan continued, "Additionally, President Xiao agreed to increase our commission by 10% on top of the original amount. You don't need to be polite, just accept it all. However, when we do business, we must adhere to integrity. Especially now. It's their critical moment. We must fully cooperate to help them through their difficulties." Su Wenqing slightly bowed. "Yes, I remember." After a pause, Chen Chuan asked, "Does our procurement department at Feihu Logistics have a manager with the surname Liu?" A middle-aged man with a big belly. Su Wenqing thought for a moment, beginning to sweat. "Boss, I can't recall at the moment. If you could hold on for a few minutes, I will ask right now and get back to you immediately. Would that be all right?" Chen Chuan responded with an and hung up the phone. With the phone in hand, Su Wenqing was bewildered. What was going on? Who exactly was this Liu? How come he had never heard of him? Why did the boss want to ask about this person? Was this good news or bad news? He didn't dare to delay even for a second. He immediately called the head of the procurement department. Meanwhile, in the mall, Chen Chuan understood immediately when Su Wenqing said he didn't know this person. Either this Liu was boasting or the woman with the surname Huang had been deceived. The middle-aged man with a big belly was certainly not the procurement department manager. At most, he was a supervisor or just a procurement staff. As for corruption, there is indeed a possibility. Otherwise, how could a person in such a minor position afford to keep a mistress and buy branded handbags? At this moment, Chen Chuan had already devised a plan. This model of handbag had a more advanced version. At first glance, they looked very much alike, but in reality, the differences were vast, being a high-end upgraded version. The low-end handbag that had been touched by the yellow mini-skirt had lost its appeal to him. He didn't want to compete over a bag with a lowly person. Instead, he was curious to know whether this fat man had the money to buy this expensive branded handbag. It could also serve as indirect evidence. "Since this Mr. Liu is so capable, then I want to see if you can afford it. Stop boasting only to end up just pretending to be rich." The girl in the yellow miniskirt immediately called for the salesgirl. "Hey, you come here quickly." She waved her hand dismissively, looking down her nose. Quite arrogant and rude. As if the salesgirl were just a lowly person at her beck and call. The salesgirl was even more beautiful than her. This made the girl in the yellow miniskirt very displeased. So what if she was pretty? She still had to work hard and was treated like a maid by this woman. The salesgirl was well experienced and had often encountered people like her. She maintained excellent professional conduct, quickly walking over while keeping a smile. The middle-aged man with a big belly leered at the salesgirl, drawing another jealous glance from the girl in the yellow miniskirt. To maintain the image of being wealthy, the middle-aged man reluctantly took out his bank card but pretended to be generous. "Swipe the card." The salesgirl smiled. She enjoyed dealing with such pretentious people. Each sale would earn her a nice commission. Let this shameless woman spend all his money. The salesgirl swiftly brought over the POS machine and took the bank card from the middle-aged man, preparing to swipe it. "Wait a moment." The middle-aged man suddenly spoke, interrupting the salesgirl. The female clerk sneered disdainfully. "What's going on? This fat man isn't having second thoughts, is he?" Coughed. The middle-aged man with a bulging belly awkwardly cleared his throat. Feigning nonchalance, he asked, "Miss, how much is this bag?" The clerk maintained a seemingly respectful demeanor. "Sir, this is a classic model priced at 38,000 yuan." The middle-aged man's face changed dramatically. "What? 38,000? His fingers trembled. He had thought it was merely a few tens of thousands. To show off, he had spent the money. He never expected it to be so expensive. Damn. Even if it was encrusted with gold, this mistress wasn't worth 380,000. It's not worth 380,000. He snatched the bank card back, gripping it tightly in his hand. Please, let's switch to another bag. I'm sorry, we just picked the wrong one. The clerk chuckled coldly in her heart. Another fake rich guy? Clearly not wealthy, yet he loves to show off. He even pretends to keep a mistress. What a lecherous and poor scoundrel. Well, since this bag is too expensive, the man can't afford it. Then let's find something he can afford. The clerk, thoughtfully, selected a cheaper one priced at only 380,000. No matter what, today this couple must spend some money. Sir, how about this bag? With its innovative design, it looks great when worn. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile, holding the bag up to the woman, gesturing a few times. Very nice. This bag truly matches your temperament. The previous one was too old-fashioned, not suitable for you, said the middle-aged man earnestly. The clerk nearly burst out laughing. She turned her face, covering her mouth. It was a struggle to hold it in. Chen Chuan found it secretly amusing. What the fat man said was absolutely right. How could this cheap woman be worth 380,000? If it weren't for her good service, she wouldn't even be worth 380,000. Oomph. The yellow miniskirt looked displeased. The price dropped sharply from 380,000 to 380,000. That's a huge loss. However, she feared that if she kept making a scene, even this bag would be out of reach. Reluctantly, she accepted the 380,000 bag. She pretended to thank the middle-aged man, giving him a peck on the cheek. Thank you, Lu Gu. Wait until we get home, I'll make it worth your while. The two exchanged flirtatious glances, oblivious to others. They disgusted Mu Qinghe and the clerk once again. Chen Chuan observed from the side. This fat man who couldn't afford a 380,000 bag was perfectly in line with his identity. But to splurge 380,000 for a mistress in one go isn't something his salary could sustain. Most likely he had embezzled from the company's procurement funds. Unexpectedly, while casually window shopping, he discovered a corruption tumor in the company. Hey, who was just bragging about their wealth? Why aren't you buying now? You switched to a cheaper one, what's going on? Are you two wealthy people? Can't afford it. Chen Chuan deliberately poked at their sore spot. The woman indeed jumped up in fury. Hands on her hips, she spat venom. What do you think you are? How dare you mock me? At least we bought a bag, what about you? Can you afford it? She pointed at Chen Chuan and Mu Qinghe. You two poor souls pretending to shop in a luxury store. Don't you fear laughingstock? Chen Chuan watched the performance of the yellow mini-skirt as if it were a monkey show. Are you so sure we can't afford it? The middle-aged man looked like a successful person. Kid, don't envy me. A man who wants to turn a woman into a Persian cat must have money and be exceptional. You're still young, work hard for 800 years, and you might succeed. The yellow mini-skirt mocked. Lu Gu, these two poor souls still dreaming of buying Hermes. Even if they had 800 years, they still couldn't afford it. Chen Chuan sneered coldly. He turned to the clerk, his face radiating warmth. Miss, he pointed to the two bags he liked. Please wrap these two bags for me. The clerk was both surprised and delighted. Could this person truly be the hidden big shot? In disbelief, she carefully confirmed. Sir, are these the two bags you meant? The clerk hesitated. These two bags are priced at 10,000 and 11,000 respectively. Are you sure you want to buy them? Chen Chuan nodded with a smile. What's wrong? Do you also think I can't afford it like this lady? The clerk hurriedly shook her head. No, that's not it. She wanted to explain, but didn't know how. The truth is, Chen Chuan and Mu Qinghe didn't look like rich second generation. They were dressed very simply, entirely like ordinary people. Both bags cost over $1 million. Together, they totaled 226,000. For an ordinary person, that's definitely a huge amount. Perhaps they would never earn that much in a lifetime. Mu Qinghe was also stunned. She had seen both bags earlier. They were very beautiful. She even instinctively touched them, only to discover their price over $1 million, scaring her to quickly retract her hand. Afraid of damaging them, she couldn't afford to pay. One bag was elegant and suitable for her mother, while the other was trendy and youthful, likely chosen by Chen Chuan for himself. She liked them immensely, much more than the previous one she had seen. But how could she dare carry such an expensive bag? Chen, let's just forget it. Two don't want it. Mu Qinghe pinched Chen Chuan's waist from behind, not waiting for him to speak. The yellow mini-skirt suddenly interjected with a sharp, piercing voice. TCH, you two are still putting on a show. I see it's not that you don't want it, but that you can't afford it, right? She pointed at Chen Chuan and Mu Qinghe, critiquing them. You should look at yourselves and see what your identity is. You still want to perform before me. I've seen all sorts of people. People like you who have no money yet love to show off. I've seen too many. She hugged the middle-aged man's waist, acting like a little bird. Unlike our Lu Gu, he's a true golden collar, the manager of a large company's procurement department with an annual salary of $1 million. When has he not spent real money on me? That's the kind of successful man we women can rely on. Chen Chuan didn't want to watch this cheap woman's performance any longer. It was truly nauseating. He feared he would throw up last night's dinner. He patted Mu Qinghe's little hand. Mu, you must listen to me. These two bags are beautiful and very suitable for you and Antwon. I think Antwon would definitely love them. Don't you want to make Antwon happy? Mu Qinghe hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. Chen Chuan was overjoyed. He immediately told the clerk, "Miss, wrap them up. Just these two." He handed over his bank card. The clerk excitedly took the bank card with both hands. At the last moment of swiping, she deliberately turned to glance at Chen Chuan as if to confirm. Would he suddenly change his mind? Chen Chuan laughed. "Beautiful lady, just swipe your card. I'm not like a certain rich guy who suddenly realizes he grabbed the wrong bag." What a move. The female clerk smiled sweetly. This handsome young man is truly interesting. Young, handsome, and in great shape. He's wealthy and generous. She glanced at Mu Qinghe. The female clerk felt a pang of envy. Sigh, why am I not so lucky? If only I could find a boyfriend like that, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. Hearing Chen Chuan's sarcasm, the middle-aged pot-bellied man turned pale with rage. You little brat, who do you think you are? Stop pretending. Wait a minute, are you about to say you grabbed the wrong card? He turned to the female clerk. Don't be too happy too soon. Do you believe that if you swipe the card there will definitely be insufficient balance? You actually dare to believe someone as poor as him? I see you as a salesperson who is wasting your time. You have no discernment at all. The girl in the yellow miniskirt started laughing. Lugo, I just said that. These people are all a bunch of broke losers. Their lives are destined to be spent working. How can they have any insight or vision? Why aren't you properly attending to someone like that, big boss? But you go and engage with two guys who clearly look like poor folks. What else could it be? Ding. Payment successful. Seeing the POS machine display that the card was successfully swiped, the female clerk was left dumbfounded. She had just entered 26 million. She was just trying her luck. If it failed, it wouldn't matter. But if it succeeded, that would be wonderful. It could slap the faces of that dog couple and earn her a hefty sales commission. It couldn't be more beautiful. Esteemed guest, your bank card. The female clerk presented it with both hands, her fair face slightly flushed with excitement. Just this single transaction matches her sales performance for many days. The necklace she had her eye on a few days ago could finally be hers. How could she not serve such a fortune well? In that moment, the girl in the yellow miniskirt and the middle-aged pot-bellied man were both dumbfounded. They looked at everything in disbelief, feeling it was particularly surreal. Payment successful. How is that possible? A poor kid who barely has 200 yuan on him. Can he really come up with 26 million? That's too unbelievable, right? Several onlookers and other clerks were hiding aside, whispering to each other. It was a mix of curiosity and longing for the rich, as well as disdain and contempt for fake rich people. The middle-aged pot-bellied man was both embarrassed and ashamed. What bad luck today? He didn't check the calendar before going out and ran into a low-key young master from a wealthy family. Damn, likes to play the role of a pig to eat a tiger. But so what if you are rich? It has nothing to do with me. Humph. The girl in the yellow miniskirt was even more furious than her man. She had jumped around happily before, but now being slapped in the face felt just as painful. Lu Gu couldn't afford a 3/8 yuan bag, while he casually tossed $2 million bags. The total exceeded 2 million. In comparison, Lu Gu, who usually looked flashy and wealthy, appeared completely worthless. Not as young, not as handsome, not as fit, and certainly not as rich. As for herself, she wasn't much better off. Comparing herself to the other girl, she lost in every aspect: appearance, figure, age, and temperament. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. A pang of pain surged in her chest. Almost bursting from indignation, unable to restrain herself, she shouted angrily, "Is being rich really that amazing? You two heartless jerks. Clearly so rich, yet pretending to be poor. Isn't that harming others? If you dressed better, would I look down on you? The state of society, it's being ruined and muddied by people like you. I have to say, this shameless woman has a remarkable ability to distort the truth." Mu Qinghe was so angry that her little face turned pale. "According to what you're saying, if we dress simply and get our bags snatched, bullied, and mocked, it's all our fault. Should the poor just be bullied by the rich? What kind of nonsense logic is this?" Chen Chuan was just about to teach these two a lesson. Suddenly his phone rang. It was Su Wenqing, the general manager of Feihu Logistics, calling. With a swipe of his finger, he answered the call. "Boss, regarding that Lu employee you asked about earlier, I've looked into it. His name is Lu Wuning, a small supervisor in the procurement department. I don't know if you have any instructions." Su Wenqing was a little anxious. The boss asked about something for the first time, and he didn't even know. He waited for a long time before responding. Would the boss be unhappy? Chen Chuan glanced at the middle-aged pot-bellied man in front of him and coldly remarked, "This Lu Wuning is very likely involved in embezzlement and bribery and has serious corruption issues. You need to immediately arrange for the HR and finance departments. Conduct a suspension review on him. Investigate all procurement projects he has handled. Once any accounting issues are found, immediate action must be taken and the police must be involved. I have only one demand. Recover the embezzled funds and pursue legal responsibility. Su Wenqing was so scared his heart raced. Cold sweat was pouring out. Yes, I will handle it immediately. He didn't dare hang up the phone first. What if the boss had other arrangements? Sure enough, Chen Chuan made another request. At the same time, conduct a thorough inspection of all departments in the company. Once any illegal or disciplinary behavior is discovered, it must be dealt with seriously. I won't concern myself with how the company was before. But starting now, everyone must conduct themselves properly. Our Feihu Logistics will not tolerate dirty and rotten people. Additionally, everyone's performance pay will be increased by 50. Those who perform well should be rewarded. Those who perform poorly must be penalized. Further improve the talent optimization and elimination mechanisms. Su Wenqing admired secretly. The young new boss truly has a great strategy. One hand wields a big stick while the other offers bread. Just after conducting a rectification campaign, the performance bonuses are also increased and the elimination mechanism is reinforced. These few simple moves can cleanse the company and win over people's hearts, firmly grasping the company in hand. Brilliant. Sitting in this position is not as easy as it seems. One must have a necessary sense of crisis and closely follow the new boss pace. Otherwise, sooner or later one will be optimized out by the new boss. Yes, boss. I will execute it immediately. Su Wenqing's reply was decisive. Showing enough loyalty, Chen Chuan nodded slightly. His tone was neither cold nor warm, neither salty nor bland. Do well. I will keep an eye on it. The call ended. Su Wenqing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead again. Although they hadn't met yet, he already felt a sense of fear towards the new boss. This is definitely a formidable character. Just those last two sentences were full of meaning worth pondering over once and again. Do well. This is encouragement as well as affirmation. It indicates that his position is temporarily secure and the boss has no intention of finding someone to replace him. I will keep an eye on it. This is expectation as well as a warning. Moving forward, he needs to perform well. His position beneath him is only temporary. If performance is poor, he might not be able to sit securely at any time. Of course, as long as you do well, I can see it and won't overlook your abilities and merits. Keep it up. The boss is watching you closely. Su Wenqing gasped in shock, feeling cold sweat pouring down his entire body. It's terrifying to think about. Just after Chen Chuan hung up the phone, the middle-aged pot-bellied man trembled all over, both shocked and angry. And with a hint of fear, his eyes turned bloodshot wide open as if he wanted to eat someone. You little brat, how do you know my name? Who were you talking to just now? Lu Wuning grew increasingly fearful. His voice began to tremble. What nonsense are you talking about? They want to suspend and investigate me. They want to report me to the police. Chen Chuan sneered coldly. What now? Are you scared? Where did that bravado go just now? In a yellow miniskirt, witnessing her man being intimidated by this rich second generation, she was so shocked by a few words that she almost wet her pants. She angrily slapped Lu Wuning. Luga, don't listen to his nonsense. We're not afraid. Look at how young he is. Even if he has some money, it was given to him by his family. He's just a spoiled rich kid. You're a senior executive at Feihu Logistics. Oh, why be afraid of him? Lu Wuning hesitated, but the way he made that call didn't seem fake. The mistress scoffed. That's just for show, trying to scare you. Luga, you're just flustered. Think about it. Why should he interfere with your work? What status does he have? To stop the investigation and call the police on you? Huh. She spat a thick phlegm onto the ground in disgust. The female shop assistant rolled her eyes and quickly grabbed a mop to clean up the disgusting mess. The miniskirt mistress continued her performance. He's just a spoiled brat. Why should you be afraid of him? Knowing your name is easy. You serve so many clients, any one of them could be his elder. He might have seen you before, you just didn't notice him, she suddenly suggested. Luga, you should investigate this properly. Whose child is this brat? Just terminate cooperation with them and let his parents discipline him. Lu Wuning looked at his mistress, sounding quite authoritative. He felt there might be some truth to it and proactively asked, You little brat, what's your name? Who are your parents? Who I am is none of your business. Chen Chuan shook his head. Lu Wuning was furious. You little brat, do you really want to get your parents into trouble? Believe it or not, I could. Before he could finish his threatening words, his phone rang. Lu Wuning was like a startled bird. Trembling, he took out his phone. At that moment, any call could easily trigger his sensitive nerves. He saw it was his immediate superior. The purchasing department manager, Sha Hishang. Startled, his fingers trembled, almost dropping his phone. Manager Sha, what instructions do you have? A familiar voice came through. It's after working hours. Oh, why so serious? Cousin want to come over for a drink. Today I'm happy and suddenly feel like it. Ew, I had your sister-in-law cook a few dishes. Drinking alone isn't fun. I'll come over and have a bite with me. Lu Wuning's tense heartstrings suddenly relaxed. Sha Hishang was his direct superior and also his cousin. The reason he could work at Feihua Logistics and become a small purchasing supervisor was all thanks to his cousin's support. He usually flattered his cousin with gifts and was quite close. "Cousin, I'm really sorry. I have something to do outside tonight. I probably can't drink with you next time for sure." He hurriedly hung up the phone. Lu Wuning's mood inexplicably brightened. He shot a cold glance at Chen Chuan, who had almost scared him just now. As the purchasing department manager, if he got into trouble, Xia Hishang would definitely be the first to know. Now he was still calling, inviting him for drinks. This indicated that he was definitely fine. Chen Chuan was clearly just making empty threats. Perhaps that call earlier didn't even connect. He was just holding his phone talking to himself. "I was so scared that my legs went soft. Damn, you little brat, are you looking for death? Dare to make a fool of me? Do you really think I can't handle you? I'll check who exactly your family is right now. Wait a minute. Even if you kneel and beg me, it won't work." He immediately scrolled through his phone's chat and call logs to investigate which supplier could possibly be related to Chen Chuan. Suddenly his phone rang again. He looked at the caller ID. It was the human resources manager's number. This time Lu Wuning was much calmer. With his cousin as backup, he felt more secure. Perhaps it was to notify him that he had been selected as an outstanding employee or for a promotion and raise. He answered the phone leisurely. "Hello." Before he could finish, a serious voice came from the other end. "Lu Wuning, I'm officially notifying you now. You have been suspended. Tomorrow morning, come to the company for a work handover. At the same time, the finance department will send an investigation team. They will conduct a thorough examination of all the projects you handled. If there are any financial issues or corruption, the embezzled funds must be returned immediately. And the police will also be involved. I hope you recognize the situation and don't do anything foolish." Click. Lu Wuning didn't say a word. The other party had already hung up. The tone was as cold as a frigid winter wind, and the attitude was as hard as ancient cold iron from the deep sea. Thud. Lu Wuning's legs went weak, collapsing directly onto the ground. It's over. Completely over. At that moment, fear, dread, and regret interwove into a great net, binding his heart tightly. His eyes lost their luster, staring blankly into emptiness. Mu Qinghe was extremely surprised. The guy who was so boastful just a moment ago suddenly turned dumb after a single phone call. Could it be? She glanced at Chen Chuan. The only explanation was that this behind-the-scenes boss of Feihua Logistics had taken action against this small employee. It was highly likely that this guy was indeed a corrupt individual, using embezzled funds to indulge in extravagant living and keep a mistress. Such people should have been dealt with long ago. The female shop assistant and others looked at Lu Wuning with shock. Then they looked at Chen Chuan. Could it be that all of this was orchestrated by this young man before them? It was hard to tell. He looked so young and dressed plainly. No one expected that not only was he extravagant, but he also had incredible power. A single phone call scared that fat guy half to death. Only the mistress in the yellow mini skirt remained unfazed. She tugged at Lu Wuning, but couldn't pull him up. Unable to help herself, she scolded. "Lugu, what's wrong with you? Don't listen to that brat's nonsense. Who does he think he is?" Slap. Lu Wuning suddenly sprang up, raising his hand to give the mistress in the yellow mini skirt a resounding slap. At that moment, the emptiness in Lu Wuning's eyes vanished. What replaced it was intense disgust and deep regret. "You filthy bitch, it's all your fault that I'm in this mess." After one slap, he was still unsatisfied. Slap. He slapped her several more times until her cheeks were swollen and her hair was disheveled, leaving her sprawled on the ground. Only then did he temporarily stop. "If it weren't for you confusing me, would I have taken kickbacks and engaged in corruption? Always asking me for this jewelry and that bag." He then fiercely slapped himself twice. "How could I be so foolish? I was deceived by you, this vixen." Lu Wuning's thoughts grew more fearful and regretful, with each passing moment his insides churning with remorse. He felt as if he was losing his sanity. "All my money has been spent on you. You must return every single penny. This way I might lessen my guilt and serve a shorter prison sentence." As he spoke, he attempted to snatch the bag from the woman's hands. "Give me back my bag. I need a refund. Even a penny more can reduce my sentence." However, she clung tightly to her short yellow skirt and her Hermes bag, refusing to let go. "You fat pig, this is what I earned by sleeping with you. Why should I give it back to you? I've already spent all that money. How can I return it? It's impossible. I won't return a dime, even if you beat me to death. All this money is rightfully mine." Upon hearing this, Lu Wuning's anger flared up instantly, and he immediately thought of hitting her again. The woman retaliated, fiercely scratching at his face with her nails. She aimed directly at the fat man's face, clawing at him with all her might. The two wrestled together, creating quite a scene. If it weren't for witnessing it in person, no one would believe it. Just 3 minutes ago, these two were whispering sweet nothings to each other, discussing new skills they would unlock on their way back. At this moment, they resembled bitter enemies, their eyes blazing with hostility, eager to annihilate one another. Just then Lu Wuning's phone rang again. He dared not delay. Shoving the woman aside, he immediately answered the call. Lu Wuning, you idiot. Before he could say anything, his cousin who had just invited him to drink was furious. He unleashed a torrent of scolding upon him. Lu Wuning could only hold his breath waiting for his cousin to finish venting before tremblingly asking, "What exactly is going on, cousin? You brought this upon yourself and dragged me into it. The HR department has suspended your position and the finance department is auditing your accounts. You're finished. Because I am your referrer, I am now liable alongside you. President Su has formally notified me of a 1-week suspension pending the investigation results. You've gotten me into deep trouble." The more Lu Wuning listened, the more alarmed he became. He initially thought about asking his cousin to help him find connections, but now it seemed his cousin was also in a precarious situation. Yet he still couldn't figure it out. He had kept his affairs very private. How could it have suddenly come to light? "Cousin, do you know who I have offended?" Upon hearing this, Xia Hishang became even angrier. He retorted, "How can you still have the face to ask me? You fool, don't you know who you've offended?" He paused for a moment, recalling President Zu's hints. "From my deduction, you must have just offended the new boss of the company. Sometimes I admire you. Even I, the procurement department manager, don't know the new boss. How could a mere junior supervisor like you offend him? How could you possibly have the capability to offend the new boss? You truly are a talent." After saying this, he hung up the phone without hesitation. He no longer wanted to hear Lu Wuning's voice. Having such a cousin was the unluckiest thing in his life. Lu Wuning's chubby face was filled with terror as he subconsciously looked at Chen Chuan, both shocked and suspicious, fearing this young man was the new boss of the company. How could that be? How old could he be? Moreover, he dressed so plainly. In an instant, Lu Wuning suddenly began to agree with the earlier viewpoint of the mistress. As a big company's boss, why would he dress so ordinarily? Why maintain such a low profile? Is it purely to invite bullying? Could it be that he is trying to lure us into trampling him? Engaging in entrapment. The next second, he slapped himself hard. What am I thinking? This is the new boss of Feihu Logistics. A big shot worth hundreds of millions. Someone who could determine his future and fate. How could he harbor any disrespect in his heart towards such a grand figure? Lu Wuning's expression shifted rapidly. One moment, he was fierce and menacing. The next, he was filled with regret. Suddenly, he took a couple of quick steps and rushed toward Chen Chuan. Mu Qinghe was startled and instinctively wanted to protect Chen Chuan, fearing that her junior might get hurt. Thud! Lu Wuning's hefty body suddenly knelt on the ground. His knees were right at Chen Chuan's feet as he grabbed Chen Chuan's pant leg, sobbing, "Boss, I was wrong. Please have mercy on me." This action completely stunned everyone present. What was going on? Just moments ago, this arrogant fat man was suddenly kneeling and begging for mercy, and calling this young man boss. Everyone studied Chen Chuan closely. No matter how they looked at him, he didn't seem like a big boss at all. The woman in the yellow skirt jumped back as if startled by something, distancing herself from Lu Wuning. "You fat pig, have you gone mad?" She would never believe that the plainly dressed Chen Chuan could be the boss of Feihu Logistics, a company worth hundreds of millions. She believed that Chen Chuan was probably not even as good as an ordinary employee inside the company. How could he possibly be the boss? She was convinced that Lu Wuning was about to be imprisoned. He was terrified. Imagining that Chen Chuan was the boss, he thought that as long as he gained Chen Chuan's forgiveness, he could avoid imprisonment. At that moment, Lu Wuning didn't care about the pointing fingers of others. He also ignored the mistress' shocked cries and kept begging Chen Chuan, "Boss, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please forgive me. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. I can return all the ill-gotten gains. I just ask you not to report me to the police. I don't want to go to jail." Lu Wuning, a burly middle-aged man, cried like a child. Chen Chuan, however, showed no sign of sympathy. "I won't forgive you. You must quickly return the stolen money. Perhaps you can serve a shorter sentence." The woman in the yellow skirt. Seeing Lu Wuning still clinging to false hopes, she couldn't help but curse. "You fat pig, even at this point you are begging a poor man. What can he help you with? He won't forgive you, huh? Do you think you deserve it? Who needs your forgiveness?" Bang! Before she could finish, Lu Wuning, who had just been kneeling on the ground, suddenly sprang up, swinging his massive fist with a thud. He landed a solid punch on the mistress' face. "Oh, help! He's going to kill someone." The woman in the yellow skirt cried out, wailing loudly, her piercing screams piercing the roof. Her cries were more shocking than any tragedy. Unfortunately, countless customers were watching the scene and many staff members were just spectators. Yet no one was willing to step in to separate them. These two were birds of a feather, colluding in their misdeeds. They deserved to fight to the death. Chen Chuan had no interest in watching the two lunatics tear each other apart. He shook his head, pulling Mu Qinghe along to leave the store. "Senior sister, let's go back. Aunt Wen is still at home waiting for us to have supper." In his mind, he unconsciously recalled the last time they went out to eat, and how Aunt Wen's outfit had been so revealing and charming, and how he had helped Aunt Wen massage her delicate feet. The feeling, the sounds she made were simply indescribable. Now that it was so late, wouldn't anything else happen? Mu Qinghe was unaware. Images floated in Chen Chuan's mind. If she knew, she would undoubtedly bite him to death without hesitation. How could one harbor indescribable fantasies about their own mother? Did they not want to live anymore? At this moment, Mu Qinghe was still reflecting. Indeed, in a vast forest there are all kinds of birds. This pair of dog men and women. The man is wicked and the woman is despicable. They are pests of society. Wherever they go, they will pollute the environment. Sigh. Esteemed guest, please take your time. We welcome your next visit. The beautiful shop assistant selling bags. Immediately catching up to Chen Chuan's pace, she respectfully and warmly sent them off until Chen Chuan's figure disappeared around the corner. Only then did she reluctantly return. Sigh. Such a handsome guy, such a true wealthy person. How wonderful it would be if he were my boyfriend. Arriving at Aunt Wen's house, Mu Qinghe directly opened the door and brought Chen Chuan inside. Mom, we are back. Hearing the sound. When Ryu walked out of the kitchen, seeing Chen Chuan right behind her, immediately revealing a warm smile. Xiao Chuan, you're here. Isn't today the first day of military training tiring or not? Chen Chuan turned to look. Tonight, Aunt Wen was dressed even more casually and perhaps even a bit too casually. Her long hair was styled into a beautiful bun, looking comfortable and lazy. Around her snow-white neck, she wore a pink necklace. On her upper body was a red top that hugged her curves, revealing a small section of her delicate waist. The loose white shorts showcased her long, smooth, and fair thighs. She wore a cute little apron around her chest and sandals on her feet, exposing her crystal-clear toes. Just a glance was enough to mesmerize anyone. Not tired at all. Chen Chuan's response was a bit stammering. When Ryu, caught by Chen Chuan's gaze, felt a little flustered. Her eyes darted away. After a day of training, how can one not be tired? It's fine, Annie called you here just to nourish you. Eat well, sleep well tonight. Tomorrow I guarantee you'll be energetic and lively. After speaking, she quickly turned and fled into the kitchen. She truly couldn't bear Chen Chuan's gaze. So direct it made one feel restless. Mu Qinghe changed into her home clothes and immediately ran into the kitchen, deliberately shouting, Chen Chuan, come quick. My mom has prepared a nourishing dish for you. It's already stewed. I can see you're looking weak. You must eat more tonight. Chen Chuan was rendered speechless. Senior sister, who are you calling weak? Do you believe that I can handle you tonight? Then you'll know whether I'm weak or not. Chen Chuan deliberately ignored Mu Qinghe and turned to Wen Ryu. Aunt Wen, thank you for your hard work. Do you need my help? You know my knife skills. I promise to be your little sous chef. However, when Ryu placed her hand on Chen Chuan's shoulder, turning his body, she pushed him outside. I know you're skilled, but today you really don't need to work. It's the first day of military training. You must be very tired. You should rest on the sofa outside for a bit. Dinner will be ready soon. Chen Chuan questioned Aunt Wen, you didn't wait until now without eating dinner, right? Before when Ryu could speak, Mu Qinghe interrupted. You only just realized that. I said I was hungry ages ago, but my mom insisted I wait for you. She even insisted on me picking you up, fearing you wouldn't come. Chen Chuan looked at Wen Ryu with gratitude. Aunt Wen, you should have eaten earlier. Why wait for me? You can't do that next time. Otherwise I will feel guilty, he said passionately. Wen Ryu immediately agreed. Okay, next time we will definitely eat first and not wait for you. She smiled brightly. Xiao Chuan is so considerate. You've even moved auntie. Mu Qinghe teased from the side. Oh dear. You two are putting on a show of maternal love. Those who don't know might think you are mother and son, and I am the outsider. When Ryu pretended to hit her, and Mu Qinghe immediately raised her hands in surrender. Mom, your Xiao Chuan bought you a gift and put it in the living room. Go take a look. I guarantee you will be even more touched. When Ryu was skeptical. What? There's a gift too. Not trusting her daughter, she looked at Chen Chuan. He nodded slightly. Aunt Wen, you should go take a look. I just bought it casually. I don't know if you will like it. When Ryu hurriedly washed her hands and wiped them on her apron, smiling happily. I like it. How could I not like it? As long as it's from Xiao Chuan, I will like it. Watching her mother joyfully run out to see the gift, Mu Qinghe suddenly pouted. Chen Chuan, you should leave. I don't like you coming to my house. Chen Chuan was taken aback. Huh? Mu Xueji, did I offend you? Mu Qinghe pointed to the living room. Look at this. Do I still have a bit of status in my own home? I seriously suspect your visit is just to compete with me for my mom. Chen Chuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He quickly walked over, placed a hand on Mu Qing's shoulder, and gently comforted her. Senior sister, what nonsense are you talking about? In Aunt Wen's heart, you will always be the first. Last time when you went to buy garlic, Auntie kept reminding me to take good care of you. Mu Qinghe looked up at Chen Chuan. Really? Chen Chuan nodded firmly. Of course. Suddenly, Mu Qinghe broke into a smile. With a twinkle in her eye, she thought of an interesting idea. Chen Chuan, last time, when we compared knife skills, I lost to you. I promised you one condition. Today I want to win back. Oh, do you dare to accept the challenge? Challenge task: accept Mu King's challenge and tame your woman. Task reward 1, on-site command skill. Task reward 2, experience points 5 points. Free attributes 3 points. Refusing the task, experience points 5. Damn. The long-awaited challenge task has finally appeared. But what is the on-site command skill? Commanding battles, commanding teams, or commanding something else? Sigh. I don't quite understand. A bunch of nonsensical ideas popped into my mind. For a moment, he couldn't sort it out. He would take his time to study it later. 3 free attribute points aren't much, but it's better than nothing. The key point is the 5 experience points. The system is currently still at level 1A and the experience points have accumulated to 95. Just 5 points away from leveling up to level 2. This time's challenge task came at a timely moment, just rewarding 5 experience points. Inside, he was already eager with anticipation. On the surface, however, Chen Chuan remained calm. He said leisurely, "Oh, what does senior sister plan to compare this time?" Mu Qinghe was full of confidence. "This time I want to compare cooking. Knife skills are just for show. The real comparison of culinary arts lies in cooking. The tastiness of the dish is what matters." Chen Chuan accepted the challenge. "All right, let's compare cooking. The stakes will be the same as last time, is that okay?" Mu Qinghe meant exactly that, and immediately agreed. "Good. This time I must think carefully about what I want you to do for me. Wash the dishes. Mop the floor. Fold clothes." Chen Chuan laughed. "Senior sister, are you so sure that I will lose?" Mu Qinghe puffed out her ample chest proudly, saying, "Of course. Since middle school, I have learned to cook from my mom. With so many years of skill, how could it possibly be inferior to you, a novice?" "Senior sister," Chen Chuan kindly reminded. "Don't forget the last time it was this novice who won against you." "Humph." Mu Qinghe snorted lightly. "Last time was purely by chance. You excel in knife skills, and I was careless. This time I am sure I will win. I will give it my all and never underestimate my opponent." She shook her little fist, displaying both confidence and encouragement for herself. "This battle is a guaranteed victory." "Yay." Chen Chuan stood aside, secretly chuckling, saying nothing more. "Dear senior sister, I seem to have forgotten to tell you. What I excel in is culinary skills, not just knife work. I hope that when you learn the truth, you can still maintain the current confidence and courage." I need to think. If I win the contest, what condition should I put forward? For you to bring me water, to treat me to a meal, or to accompany me to watch a movie? You must know the skills rewarded by the system are top-notch culinary skills akin to those of a culinary god. Anything related to cooking, making meals. There is nothing I am not proficient in or struggle with. Knife skills are just one aspect. Stir-frying. Of course, that is a piece of cake. To ensure fairness, Mu Qinghe added, "Let's each stir-fry a dish and let my mom taste them separately. Whoever she says is better wins." "You are not allowed to reveal which dish is yours in advance." She suddenly pointed at Chen Chuan, seemingly recalling something, and threatened fiercely. "Otherwise, I fear my mom will be biased." Chen Chuan was speechless. "Senior sister Mu, clarify this. You are the biological daughter of Antwan. If anyone should worry about bias or unfairness, it should be me, right? But upon reflection, if Antwan knew in advance, it would be hard to say who she would lean towards in the end. He who told me to be handsome, loved by all, blooming like the flowers. Antwan truly loves me, while senior sister, you are just a surprise." Next, the two of them prepared their ingredients without interfering with each other, personally handling the cooking, and each stir-fried a dish. Mu King's contest dish was scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Chen Chuan chose Kung Pao chicken. Just as they finished, they were about to serve the dishes when Ruyu rushed in like a gust of wind. With a joyful expression, she exclaimed, "Xiao Chuan, did you buy us Hermes bags?" Chen Chuan smiled and nodded. "Yes. One is youthful and fashionable, meant for senior sister. The other is elegant and grand, perfectly matching your temperament. Do you like it?" "I love it. I absolutely love it," she exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement as she suddenly pounced on Chen Chuan. She hugged Chen Chuan tightly, bouncing against his chest. "This bag Auntie particularly likes." "Don't laugh at me. Annie has gone to the counter 3 times to admire the physical product. Unfortunately, it's too expensive. Hermes bags are not something we working-class people can afford. If it weren't for you buying it for me, I probably would never be able to buy it in this lifetime." It was evident that Antwan was really happy and excited. Chen Chuan could clearly feel her body trembling. Her smooth and fair skin, due to excitement, flushed slightly, exuding a warm aura. The intoxicating fragrance rushed to his nose. Chen Chuan was in great distress. His whole body stiffened, not daring to move. Soft jade and warm fragrance in his embrace. Holding Antwan with both hands, he didn't dare to move casually, especially under the watchful eyes of senior sister Mo. He didn't dare to take a single step over the line. Fortunately, Antwan seemed completely unaware. Everything was initiated by her. Chen Chuan enjoyed the warm embrace with peace of mind. "Antwan, the dishes are ready. Let's eat." Finally, under the intense gaze of senior sister Mu, Chen Chuan had to take action and pat Antwan's back. He couldn't help but secretly marvel. Aunt Wen's skin is truly too smooth. Even better than that of an 18-year-old girl. Is this a gift from heaven? Xiao Chuan, these 2 bags are too precious. You should take them back and return them. When Ryu suddenly spoke, Chen Chuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, Aunt Wen, you know I'm not short on money. During this time, both you and senior sister have taken care of me a lot. I have long wanted to buy you gifts. It's rare that you both like these 2 bags. I can't possibly return them. Don't say it's just 2 million. As long as it makes you happy, I would buy them, even if they cost 20 million or 2 billion. Aunt Wen's heart melted upon hearing this, instantly surrounded by happiness. Our little Chuan really knows how to care for others. Auntie's devoted attention to you is not in vain. Ding. When Ryu's favorability, 5 current favorability, 53 ambiguous object. Wow. Aunt Wen's favorability has increased again. The key is that it broke the 50 barrier, reaching the ambiguous object stage. Chen Chuan didn't know what to do next. He placed his hand on his right chest and vowed. Buying gifts and giving bags was purely to thank senior sister and Aunt Wen for their care and concern for him. He had not thought about anything else. It was even more impossible to hope that Aunt Wen's favorability would develop into some ambiguous relationship. This was all the fault of the system. Yes, it's all the system's doing to entrap him. Strangely, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but when Aunt Wen's favorability broke into the ambiguous object stage from that moment on, the atmosphere between the two suddenly became subtle. Aunt Wen's gaze turned warmer, even unable to suppress her doting. Occasionally, her beautiful eyes would blink, conveying little secrets that only the two could understand. Mooching had guessed that her mom would surely love the Hermes bag. She didn't expect her to like it this much and be this excited. Unconsciously, she decided in her heart to work hard to earn money in the future to buy more gifts for her mom, to make her even happier and more fulfilled, to repay her for so many years of being both a mother and father raising her up. How much hardship she endured, how many dismissive glances she faced, how much criticism she suffered. It was truly not easy. She must be filial to her, to do her utmost to repay her great maternal love. Under the intentional concealment of Chen Chuan and Mu Qinghe, all the dishes were served on the dining table. Mu Qinghe couldn't help but remind her mother, "Mom, taste the dishes we made. Are they delicious? Especially this Kung Pao chicken and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Which one tastes better?" When Ryu looked puzzled and glanced at her daughter and Chen Chuan. "What's wrong?" Both dishes were cooked by Xiao Chuan. Then Annie must have a good taste. She picked up her chopsticks. With great anticipation, she picked up the dish. For the first bite, she tasted the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. "Mom, how is it?" Mu Qinghe stared nervously at her mother, waiting for her evaluation. "Is it delicious?" When Ryu closed her eyes to sense it. "Very good. This dish was taught to you by Qinghe, right? The flavor is just right. It's exactly the same as the flavor she stir-fried. Even a bit better than what Qinghe usually cooks. Xiao Chuan, you truly have a talent for culinary arts." Chen Chuan smiled silently. Mu Qinghe, however, wanted to sing with joy. "I am proud. I am proud. I have received high praise from my mother." She secretly felt fortunate and extremely happy. Glancing at Chen Chuan, her eyes were filled with pride. "Chen Shuidi, did you see that? The dish I cooked exceeded expectations. It was tastier than usual. This time I miss have won for sure. Fortunately, I had prepared a backup plan, saying it was your cooking. Otherwise, could Mom provide an unbiased evaluation? I truly can't guarantee that. Now Mom has already given such a high evaluation. You can no longer use Mom's favoritism. It's impossible to say your dish is better than mine on purpose. She can't just say it's good one moment, and then say it's not good the next moment. Hee. I am so clever." At this moment, Mu Qinghe, he felt that victory was already in the bag. Confident in victory, she deliberately asked, "Mom, try the Kung Pao chicken again." This was also stir-fried by Chen Chuan. When Ryu picked up her chopsticks once more, her face was covered with a radiant smile. After the first dish was finished, she was full of anticipation for Chen Chuan's second dish. She picked up a piece, put it in her mouth, and chewed slowly. Suddenly, her expression changed. The original smile vanished without a trace, replaced by deep confusion and surprise. Something's off. When Ryu furrowed her brows, Mu Qinghe, he nearly couldn't hold back a chuckle. "Oh my. This is the real dish made by Chen Chuan. Haha, delicious, right? Is it too salty? Too spicy? Too bland? Or is it some strange taste?" Despite being overjoyed inside, Mu Qinghe, he still pretended to be very curious on the surface, quickly asking, "Mom, what's wrong? Is there something off? Is it very bad?" Chen Chuan didn't speak. He was quite confident in his culinary skills. At this moment, when Ryu didn't answer her daughter's question, but looked at him in surprise. "Xiao Chuan, did you really make this?" Chen Chuan nodded. When Ryu appeared very puzzled. "But why is there such a stark difference in flavor between these two dishes?" Without waiting for Chen Chuan to respond, Mu Qinghe, he could no longer control her excitement. She laughed heartily. "Mom, this dish must be terrible, right? Let me tell you the truth. The previous dish, the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, was not stir-fried by Chen Chuan, but by me personally. This plate of Kung Pao chicken is his masterpiece. The more she spoke, the happier she became, even starting to dance with joy. Shuadi, what do you think? Are you convinced now? Last time in the knife skills competition, I was careless and you won by luck. This time you finally lost. No way. I need to think of something for you to do. Mu Qing, he was immersed in the joy of victory, but when Ryu gave her a rude awakening. You little girl, what nonsense are you talking? With Mu Qing, he's boasting she finally understood. The first dish, the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, was not cooked by Chen Chuan, but rather by Qing he herself. No wonder the familiar taste. Fortunately, her daughter performed well today. The colors, aroma, and taste were all quite an improvement from before. The second dish, Kung Pao chicken, was truly Chen Chuan's work. No wonder the flavor differed so greatly from Qing He's style. Mu Qing, he was yelled at by her mother. She immediately woke up and protested unhappily. Mom, what do you mean? Isn't the result of this competition very clear? My dish is delicious and his is not. How could it not be that I won? When Ryu shook her head. When did I say the second dish was bad? I simply said that the second dish differed greatly from the first dish. In fact, the first dish is not as good as the second one. And the disparity is significant. Far inferior. What? Mu Qing, he seriously doubted that she had heard incorrectly. How could it be? My dish is far worse than Zuadi's. Much inferior. That's absolutely impossible. Mu Qing, he instinctively shook her head. Having cooked for many years, she considered herself somewhat talented in culinary arts. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes is one of her signature dishes. How could it be inferior to Chen Shuadi? How many dishes has he even made? Moreover, he just casually made the Kung Pao chicken. There was no meticulous selection. How could he surpass me? This matter sounds completely unscientific. To validate her judgment, she confirmed again. Chen Shuadi, do you usually cook at home? Chen Chuan shook his head. I usually don't cook at home. It's all my mom who cooks. Mu Qing, he turned to look at her mother again. Mom, did you hear that? Chen Shuadi doesn't usually cook at all. How could he surpass me just by casually cooking one dish today? When Ryu retorted, not cooking doesn't mean he can't. Not cooking doesn't mean he doesn't have talent. His knife skills aren't they extraordinary? Now excelling at cooking also seems reasonable, right? Mu Qing, he however was not convinced. That's impossible. People's strengths are always limited. It's impossible for him to be both skilled with knives and proficient at stir-frying. This talent is just too terrifying. Suddenly she looked deeply at her mother. Mom, tell me the truth. Are you biased because you know this dish is made by Chen Shuadi? You insist that his dish is better than mine. When Ryu was speechless. Mu Qing, he became more energetic. Mom, I knew you must be biased towards Chen Shuadi. Do you prefer boys over girls? When Ryu flustered, turned red, and waved her hand. I'm not. However, Mu Qing, he insisted on her viewpoint. You definitely are. Otherwise, why have you been so concerned about Chen Shuadi since you met him? You helped him get on the bus and took him to school. You also invited him out for meals, prepared tonics for him, and bought him clothes. Slap. While Mu Qing, he was talking passionately, she was slapped on the head by Wen Ryu. You little girl, what nonsense are you saying? I treat Xiao Chuan well because he is excellent. Who doesn't like an excellent child? Besides, I'm doing this for you. She suddenly changed the topic. Forget it, let's not talk about all this nonsense. Let's talk about these two dishes again. When Ryu pointed at the Kung Pao chicken staring at her daughter. Qing, he didn't you say I'm biased? You deliberately turned black and white saying the bad ones are good. It's very simple. Just try it yourself. Don't you know if I'm lying? Mu Qinghe was lightly struck by her mother. She covered her head with her hand, instantly becoming obedient and daring not to cause further mischief. Half believing, she picked up a pair of chopsticks and grabbed a small piece of diced potato. Slowly putting it into her mouth, she chewed with gusto. Her eyes lit up. Oh, the expression on her face changed in an instant. In the next moment, Mu Qinghe quickly picked up a piece of chicken and popped it into her mouth. Wow, it was utterly delicious. It was simply exquisite, even better than the dishes made by the royal chef of Yuran residence. Following that, her right hand moved as swiftly as lightning. With impeccable skill, she wielded the chopsticks. Swish, swish, swish. A peanut, a piece of cucumber, a piece of carrot, one bite after another. She simply couldn't stop. When Ryu stopped her, observing her wolf-like actions. You little brat, do you still think I'm biased? Mu Qinghe had her mouth full of food. No, I'm not biased. You weren't lying, this dish is truly delicious. So fragrant. I feel like I could eat it all by myself. She glanced at Chen Chuan. Junior brother Chen, don't try to snatch it from me. I only want this plate of Kung Pao chicken, you can have the rest of the dishes. Chen Chuan found her fierce demeanor quite adorable and couldn't help but chuckle. All right, this dish is all yours. They'll just eat your scrambled eggs with tomatoes, is that okay? Mu Qinghe suddenly felt a bit shy. She glanced at the scrambled eggs and then at the Kung Pao chicken. Finally, she lowered her proud head. I admit it. Your cooking is better than mine. I've lost. You say, what do you want me to do to satisfy you? In light of the Kung Pao chicken, I'll agree to anything you ask. Chen Chuan teased deliberately, anything is acceptable. Mu Qinghe gritted her teeth and nodded. I, this lady, am a person of my word and never break promises. Chen Chuan smiled proudly. All right, let me think for a moment. When I think of it, I'll come find you to fulfill it. At this moment, when Ryu was quite curious. Xiao Chuan, you rarely cook. How come your skills are so good? Did you learn from a famous master? Or do you have some secret? Chen Chuan laughed heartily. And when there aren't any famous masters or secrets here, I just mess around for fun. Perhaps it's a talent, I just stir-fry it casually, and it turns out like this. He shrugged his shoulders. Actually, I think it's quite ordinary. How can it be as delicious as you all say? The mother and daughter shook their heads in unison, strongly expressing their disagreement. Ordinary. Not at all ordinary. This is the best dish we've ever had. No matter if it's the royal chef of Yuran residence or the 5-star chefs of Kyushu International, they can't compare. Chen Chuan did not refute. The three of them sat together and started having dinner. Oh dear. When Ryu slapped her thigh and suddenly stood up, hastily walking into the kitchen. Moments later, she brought out a large plate of meat dishes. Black bean stewed lamb, she introduced enthusiastically. I specifically selected these ingredients at the market. I've cooked them with great care for a long time. Xiao Chuan, give it a try. Is it good? Chen Chuan felt a black line appear on his forehead. There really are potent tonics. And when you've gone to so much trouble, I'm in good health and don't need tonics. What nutritional value does this have? When Ryu smiled. I heard it can nourish kidney yang and strengthen the body. You have expended a lot today, so it's just right to replenish yourself. She picked up Chen Chuan's bowl and filled it to the brim with meat, including black beans and peanuts. Eat up, have more. It's good for your body. Chen Chuan had no choice but to close his eyes and shove it into his mouth. Fortunately, Aunt Wen's cooking was indeed top-notch. The lamb was very tender. Chen Chuan found it increasingly delicious and ended up eating quite a bit. Mu Qinghe chuckled to herself. Alone, she indulged in the joy of Kung Pao chicken, even suggesting that Chen Chuan should come over more often. Every time, there must be a plate of Kung Pao chicken. Just as Chen Chuan finished the lamb, when Ryu brought out a large bowl of soup from the kitchen. Piping hot. And what kind of soup is this? Chen Chuan felt a bit overwhelmed. How could there still be more? Is it necessary to have a nosebleed tonight? When Ryu placed it in front of him and kindly handed him a white porcelain soup spoon. This is soft-shelled turtle soup. I've done my research for a long time before having the confidence to make it. You must drink a bit more. I've heard this is also a great tonic. Chen Chuan had a pleading expression. Aunt, when can we skip this? Aren't you worried that I might overdo it on tonics? At my young and strong age, what need do I have for such things? When Ryu, however, was not swayed. Shaking her head, she said, you young lads have such a large amount of exercise each day. What's wrong with eating a bit of tonic? For men, having more energy is a good thing. You're still young and don't understand Auntie's good intentions. In the future, you will thank Auntie. Chen Chuan still wanted to resist, even using his eyes to seek help from senior sister Mu. Unfortunately, Mu Qinghe didn't care about him at all and couldn't help him. Did she dare to defy her mother's orders? She only gave him a comforting look. Junior brother, just give in. It will be over soon. Seeing Chen Chuan still not making a move. When Ryu took the initiative to pick up the white porcelain soup spoon and scooped a spoonful of soft-shelled turtle soup, she blew gently on it, then brought it to Chen Chuan's mouth. I'll open wide. Be a good boy and drink the soup. If you drink the soup, Annie has a reward for you. When Ryu blinked her beautiful eyes, Chen Chuan felt as if he was struck by an electric current. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted over, almost imperceptible, yet filled with an unusual allure. Especially with the mature woman's voice soft and sweet, it made one feel an intoxicating thrill. His heart felt as if it had been ironed, exceptionally comfortable. Chen Chuan shouted internally. Anwen, what are you doing? Testing me with this? Am I so easily bought off? Anwen, what kind of reward? When Ryu extended her index finger and gently wiped away the soup at the corner of Chen Chuan's mouth, smiling indulgently. Little guy, you drink the soup first, and then I'll tell you. What kind of reward? Chen Chuan obediently opened his mouth. When Ryu took the opportunity to place the soup spoon inside, seeing him drink the soup like a good baby, one sip at a time. When Ryu smiled, even sweeter. Having prepared all day, it was finally worth it. The more Chen Chuan drank, the happier she became. Beside them, Mu Qinghe suddenly felt that the Kung Pao chicken in her mouth was no longer tasty, watching her mother interact intimately with the handsome junior. She always had a feeling of being a third wheel. Oh my, I'm going crazy. Am I really the extra one in this family? Just as Chen Chuan was guessing what the reward Antwin mentioned could be, the system rewards were issued, and his heart warmed. This time the experience points were full, just right for leveling up. He wondered what changes would occur if the godly rich system upgraded to level 2. After consuming 2 powerful supplements, Chen Chuan soon began to feel a surge of heat throughout his body. His skin flushed red and sweat poured down like rain. "It's so hot," he exclaimed, finding a fan and vigorously fanning himself. "Huff huff." When Ryu said with concern, "Chen Chuan, you're soaked all over. Quickly go take a shower. You'll feel much better after a bath." She felt a twinge of regret. Oh no, did he overdo it? Chen Chuan was at the age of boundless energy. Wouldn't he be feeling too restrained? Chen Chuan shook his head. "And when it's not convenient to shower here, I'll wait a bit and shower when I get back." When Ryu teased, "Little brat, what's inconvenient about it? If Aunt doesn't mind, why are you shy?" Chen Chuan hurriedly explained, "No, it's not that. And when I didn't bring any clothes. After showering, it wouldn't feel comfortable to wear dirty clothes. Let's just go back." When Ryu interrupted him, "You don't need to worry about clothes. Today while shopping with Qinghe, I bought you 3 sets of clothes. From inside to outside, from top to bottom, it's all covered, including shoes and socks." Chen Chuan was momentarily stunned. "Off." He looked at Mu Qinghe. "Is it true? They bought me new clothes." Mu Qinghe casually replied, "No joke, it's really bought." "To be honest," she continued, "as a big boss, wearing patched clothes all the time isn't appropriate at all." Chen Chuan scratched his head. "It's not like I didn't have time. I was planning to find time to buy some in the next couple of days." Mu Qinghe shook her head, saying, "You don't need to worry about it anymore. This morning my mom called me up, under the guise of accompanying me shopping. I got up all excited. But then, my mom dragged me around men's clothing stores. That's when I realized I had been tricked. My mom wasn't accompanying me shopping at all, but using me to buy clothes for you, making me act as her free advisor. Not to mention, also a free mover." Chen Chuan finally understood. It turns out Aunt Wen was so good to him because she knew he had been wearing tattered clothes. Worried he wouldn't have time to shop or not knowing what kind of clothes to buy, she specifically took a day off to help him, shopping for clothes and groceries. "This is filled with care. So warm." Chen Chuan looked at Wen Ryu with gratitude. "Aunt Wen, you are too kind to me. I don't even know how to repay you." Wen Ryu smiled warmly, radiating a healing energy. "Chen Chuan, you don't need to repay anything. As long as you treat Qinghe a little better in the future, you'll be very happy. Besides," she continued, "you bought us 2 Hermes handbags today. Those cost over 2 million, much more valuable than what I got." Chen Chuan shook his head. "That's different. For me, it doesn't compare. 2 million, how can it compare to your kindness towards me?" When Ryu felt a sweet satisfaction in her heart. "Little guy, you're really sweet-tongued." She walked into her daughter's room and took out a set of brand new men's bathing supplies and underwear, along with a pink bath towel featuring a cartoon character, the lovely sheep. "Chen Chuan, I'm sorry. I forgot to buy you a bath towel. This one is what Qinghe usually uses, so you'll have to make do for now. Tomorrow I'll go buy you a new towel." Chen Chuan awkwardly accepted it. "Is this from Mu Shiweijia? Is it suitable for me to use?" He instinctively glanced at Mu Qinghe. Mu Qing's face turned crimson as she shot an angry glare at Chen Chuan. "Naughty Junior. Why are you questioning it? Just use it." So embarrassing. At the same time, she secretly blamed her own mother. "You want to be a good person? Why take my towel? Why not contribute your own towel?" A faint blush appeared on Wen Ryu's face as she nudged Chen Chuan. "You child, you can't use King's towel. What will you use to dry your body? Could it be that you want to use mine?" As she spoke, she realized it was very inappropriate. She immediately hit the brakes. Chen Chuan sensed the awkward atmosphere and quickly slipped into the shower. With a rush, he adjusted the faucet to cold water. The refreshing cold water cascaded from head to toe. On his scorching skin, a hint of steam began to rise. "Refreshing," Chen Chuan shouted. "It's 10 times more exhilarating than eating ice-cold watermelon on a hot summer day." Outside the shower room, when Ryu and Mu Qinghe were absent-mindedly cleaning the dishes. Hearing the noise inside, they instinctively exchanged glances. Mu Qinghe was curious. Is taking a shower really that comfortable? Why is he making such loud noises? When Ryu thought deeper, Chen Chuan had consumed so many powerful supplements. At such a vigorous age, he must be feeling very uncomfortable, right? Could it be that? His loud shouts just now, could it be? Some images flashed in her mind, causing her face to inexplicably redden. Her body felt a bit weak. One of the plates in her hand nearly slipped from her grasp. Fortunately, Mu Qinghe was quick and caught the plate. "Mom, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Mu Qinghe asked anxiously. When Ryu secretly blamed herself. When Ryu, at your age, still harboring inappropriate fantasies about Chen Chuan. It's simply shameful and disgraceful. This is an affront to Chen Chuan and an insult to your own daughter. She quickly shook her head. She tried to shake off Chen Chuan's image from her mind. "It's nothing. I was just a bit distracted." At this moment, inside the shower, Chen Chuan was enjoying the shower, feeling thoroughly refreshed. Inside, he began to contemplate the rewards from the system. Currently, the rich man system was still at level 1, automatically granting rich man gold amounting to 1,000 yuan daily. This was already quite considerable higher than the salary of an average office worker. No need to work, no need to watch the boss face, no need to endure the boss anger. Doing nothing every day yet being able to live a worry-free life and support a family. Once upgraded to level 2, I wonder how much the daily rich man gold will reach. Can I climb even higher? If I want to eat or drink or travel, I could just go. As long as I don't spend recklessly, can I essentially achieve true financial freedom? Chen Chuan was very much looking forward to it. Ding. Challenge task completed. On-site command skill has been granted. Experience 5 free attribute 3. The rewards have arrived. Chen Chuan didn't have time to study what the on-site command skill was. He immediately ordered 3 points to free attributes, 1 point to physique, 1 point to spirit, 1 point to charm. Host Chen Chuan physique 32 points, long-lasting standby, spirit 32 points, genius, thinking charm 33 points, 1-star charm, halo free attributes 0 points, system, level 1 100100. The free attribute points are still evenly distributed, maintaining the highest charm value. Ding. Experience is complete and the system has met the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade? Chen Chuan didn't hesitate. Upgrade. System is upgrading 10 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Upgrade complete. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the system prompted that the upgrade was complete. Chen Chuan eagerly wanted to know what benefits would come after reaching level 2. Knock knock. Suddenly a knock came from outside the shower. Xiao Chuan, are you done washing? Chen Chuan hadn't come out for a long time. When Ryu still felt a bit uneasy. Xiao Chuan wouldn't really be in there for too long, would he? No. I heard that doing this often isn't good for the body. This trouble was caused by her. She had to take responsibility and find a way to resolve it. Chen Chuan was checking the system, his mind filled with thoughts about the benefits of upgrading. Hearing voices outside, he stammered in reply. When Ryu exclaimed, I'm fine, and added, I'll be done washing in a moment. Upon hearing the commotion, her mind conjured an image of a handsome man bathing. Indeed, the little guy was at his wit's end. He was probably up to no good. What to do? Xiao Chuan, come out quickly. I've already prepared your coat. It's not good for your health to wash for too long. When Ryu couldn't say it too directly and could only hint at it. Mu Qinghe, however, was perplexed. Mom, the junior is taking a shower. What are you doing standing at the shower door? Are you urging him to hurry up? Who takes a shower and gets urged like that? When Ryu felt both embarrassed and angry, she rushed over and gave her a flick on the forehead. You silly girl, what do you know? I'm just looking out for Xiao Chuan's health, preventing him from overdoing it. Forget it. She said I can't explain it to you. Inside the shower, Chen Chuan did not come out immediately. Instead, he rinsed off while checking the system. Ding. System level 2, 0200. Level 2 provides a daily distribution of 100 yuan in godly riches. A dimple appeared on Chen Chuan's face as he smiled happily. The daily godly riches had increased from 100 yuan to 100 yuan. That was a full 10-fold increase. What does it mean to have a daily income of 100? Many small business owners might not even have such stable income, right? Chen Chuan didn't have to do anything. He didn't even need to check in, nor was there any investment risk or cost. Every day, without fail, he earned a net income of 100 yuan. If he didn't mess around, he could start winning effortlessly from today. His only worry each day would be how to spend the 100 yuan. Just relying on eating and drinking, it seemed he really couldn't spend it all. The key was today's task wasn't completed yet, and tomorrow another 100 yuan would come. Accumulating over time, when would he ever spend it all? If things went poorly, his money might even increase as he spent. Upon reflection, with a daily income of 100 yuan, a monthly income of 300 yuan, or an annual salary of 6 million yuan, that was definitely the treatment of a CEO of a large company. Oh, perhaps it's still a bit lacking. No worries. Let's continue with tasks without too much effort, easily leveling up 1 or 2 levels. He would definitely crush all the major bosses. Why did it feel like something was off? Suddenly, Chen Chuan thought of a question. Was there only this change with the system upgrade? The system was too stingy, right? Ding. System upgrade successful. Reward 1, 10 shares of Tianma Group, worth 1 billion. Company documents, acquisition contracts, and other materials were all placed in the study of the know. 1 villa at Mingmen. Reward 2, 10 points of free attributes. Chen Chuan was overjoyed. I knew it. How could the system be so stingy with an upgrade? Directly rewarding shares of a company worth 1 billion. This was more than all the rewards Chen Chuan had received combined before. 10 small goals. How many people could dream of such immense wealth in their lifetime? Chen Chuan merely completed a few small tasks. Accumulating 100 experience points, he could easily obtain it. In an instant, his net worth soared from 700 million to 7 billion. More than doubled. In Jiang City, he could be considered a person with quite a bit of assets. Additionally, having 10 points of free attributes was also an unexpected joy. It should be known every increase in physical attributes meant Chen Chuan would become even stronger. From a certain perspective, free attribute points were more valuable and precious than wealth. Receiving 10 points at once, how should he allocate them? After a moment of thought, he had an idea: 2 points to physique, 1 point to spirit, and 7 points to charm. Host Chen Chuan. Physique, 34 points, super long standby. Spirit, 33 points, genius thinking. Charm, 40 points, 2-star charm halo. Free attributes, 0 points. System level 2, 0-200. That's right. For Chen Chuan, he still favored the charm index the most. Prioritizing points in charm was only logical. Once the charm level upgraded to a 2-star charm halo, Chen Chuan's personal charm surged dramatically. If the previous 1-star charm halo merely equated to the allure of a third-rate star, then the 2-star charm halo was akin to the allure of a second-rate star. Influence, charisma, and first impressions were all elevated a notch. For example, if the old Chen Chuan was seen by a beautiful woman, her first impression would be, "This guy is quite handsome." Now when this beauty saw Chen Chuan again, she would be amazed, "Wow, this guy is really handsome." So eye-catching, one could never tire of looking. She wondered if he had a girlfriend. Additionally, Chen Chuan's physique and spirit also saw some improvements. His build became more robust with strength, speed, and agility all enhanced to varying degrees. From the outside, this meant his muscle definition was clearer, especially his 8-pack abs, which became even more defined. He radiated a scent of masculinity at all times. His mind also became sharper. Whether in learning or managing the company, he felt more adept. Chen Chuan hummed a tune wrapped in a towel. As he dried his wet hair, he stepped out of the bathroom. Oh, he bumped into a soft, delicate figure. It turned out when Ryu had been holding new clothes waiting at the door. Her sudden gasp startled Chen Chuan. The towel he was holding slipped from his grasp. Whoosh! It fell straight to the floor. A breeze blew, leaving him feeling chilly. When Ryu's eyes widened at the scene before her, her expression of shock greater than that of seeing an alien. I'm sorry. In the next second, she raised her hand to cover her eyes, pretending not to see, yet her eyes were very honest, fixated on a certain spot. Almost simultaneously, Mu Qinghe heard her mother's gasp and hurried out of her bedroom. She immediately saw the embarrassing moment of Chen Chuan. She was frozen in place. Her mouth slightly open, her expression froze, her eyes nearly popping out. The scene before her was simply explosive. She saw a view she had never seen before. 3 seconds later, Chen Chuan snapped back to reality and quickly picked up the pink fluffy towel. Wrapping it around his waist again, he secretly rejoiced that he was wearing underwear inside. Otherwise, he would have really been seen naked by the beauties. When Ryu felt a pang of regret, the image of those 8 solid abs lingered in her mind as if etched into her brain. Mu Qinghe was much more bashful. With a yelp, she turned her waist and darted back into her room. Xiao Chuan. When Ryu was indeed more composed. This is the outfit Qinghe picked out for you. Try it on and see if it fits. Chen Chuan took the clothes, but didn't know where to change. When Ryu pushed on her daughter's door only to find it locked from the inside, she shouted for a while, but received no response. That silly girl. Entering the master bedroom, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. On the bedside table lay a red bra, causing Chen Chuan's gaze to flicker. Xiao Chuan, you can change here. When Ryu's fair face flushed slightly as she discreetly hid the red bra. Let me see once you're done. If it doesn't fit, I'll get you 2 more sets to try. She turned back 3 times as she walked, lingering before finally exiting the bedroom. Chen Chuan didn't have time to appreciate Aunt Wen's boudoir. He quickly untied the bath towel and put on the new outfit. Surprisingly, this mother-daughter duo had a good eye. The new clothes fit perfectly and felt comfortable. Just as Chen Chuan finished dressing, the door swung open again. Xiao Chuan, there's one more thing I forgot to mention, she said, looking up to see Chen Chuan already dressed and standing in front of the mirror. Are you ready already? She seemed a bit surprised. She had timed it well, though changing clothes should take at least 3 minutes. She purposely came back halfway, only to find Xiao Chuan's speed astonishing. Aunt Wen, is there something you need? Chen Chuan asked. When Ryu's face turned awkward, her eyes darting. Nothing, I just wanted to remind you to tell me when you're done changing. I didn't expect you to be so quick. In the next moment, her initial disappointment turned to delight as she walked over briskly, directly approaching Chen Chuan to adjust his collar. As her delicate hands brushed over his firm chest muscles, her eyes slightly squinted, her face flushed. Ding. When Ryu's favorability 5. Current favorability 58. Ambiguous object. Chen Chuan's heart raced. What was happening? A simple touch on his chest muscles had increased Aunt Wen's favorability. Their relationship had already entered an ambiguous stage. This was a very dangerous mode of interaction. Every word and action seemed to contain some sort of implication, ready to spark an unexpected fire at any moment. Taking one more step could very well lead to a catastrophic eruption. Like tinder meeting a raging fire. After years of preserving her purity as a healthy woman and a stunning mature lady in her 30s or 40s, how much longer could Ryu endure? It was dangerous for her to touch his chest muscles like that. What if she couldn't restrain herself? Or worse, what if he lost control? The consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Chuan cautiously glanced at his prospective mother-in-law, his heart tightening. It was over. What kind of look was that from Aunt Wen? Could it be that she really had some thoughts about him? After all, one's appearance matters. The previous Chen Chuan was indeed handsome, but his clothing was too shabby. Now wearing a carefully selected new outfit, a dark casual suit, he was further enhanced by a two-star charm aura. He looked spirited and handsome, his physique impressive. When Ryu felt her heart flutter like a deer, as if she was back in her youth. In that moment, she even felt a bit envious of her own daughter. He was indeed lucky. Xiao Chuan not only looked handsome, but was also a sunny big boy. Moreover, he was wealthy and strong with a superlative physique and overwhelming presence. Such a good man was simply the template for a perfect lover. If only she could have such good fortune as Qinghe. Reflecting on her unfortunate marriage when Ryu felt a wave of sadness wash over her as she finished dressing. Chen Chuan dared not linger in Aunt Wen's room, intentionally calling out for Mu Qinghe loudly. "Senior, come out quickly. Your wager hasn't been fulfilled. You're not hiding from me on purpose, are you?" Creak. The door opened. Mu Qinghe, clad in a new set of pajamas, leaned against the door frame. The loose sleepwear couldn't hide her long, fair thighs. Her smooth white neck revealed 2 red straps. Chen Chuan instinctively swallowed hard, his mouth dry. "Junior, what do you want me to do?" Mu Qinghe frowned. Chen Chuan's eyes lit up as he purposely twisted his neck and rubbed his shoulders. "Aunt, after training all day, my shoulders feel a bit sore. Why don't you help me massage them?" Mu Qinghe instinctively wanted to refuse. However, as she took a closer look at Chen Chuan, her heart raced. How had Chen Shui Jr. transformed so dramatically in his new clothes? It felt like he was a different person. Had he suddenly become so much more handsome? All right then. This young lady keeps her word. You sit on the sofa, and he'll help you with the massage. Mu Qinghe herself couldn't understand why she easily agreed to Chen Shui Jr.'s unreasonable request. Was it fate? Okay then. Chen Chuan excitedly leaped onto the sofa, settling into the most comfortable position, closing his eyes and blissfully awaiting the high-cool senior sister's massage service. Mu Qinghe, in her loose pajama dress and cute Mei Yang slippers, walked over and placed her 10 delicate fingers on Chen Chuan's shoulders. She began to knead seriously. "Oh, that feels good. So nice. Just a bit lighter on the left, yes. Oh, that feels great, harder." Chen Chuan kept his eyes closed. Lying on the sofa fully relaxed, he shouted freely, making the high-cool senior sister's face flush and her body feel a bit weak. "Senior, why are you so weak? Put in some more effort. Don't worry, I can handle it." Chen Chuan reached back to pat her small hand on his shoulder, encouraging her to keep going. Mu Qing's cheeks turned even redder. Ding. Mu Qing's favorability 3. Current favorability 53, ambiguous subject. Interesting. Chen Chuan felt secretly pleased. He hadn't expected this high-cool campus goddess to be so unique. Even giving him a massage could raise her favorability. What kind of logic was that? Could it be that she enjoyed serving people? If I were to marry her and have her massage me every day, my favorability would increase every day. Wouldn't she fall in love with me? Meanwhile, when Ryu watched the two of them completely absorbed in their enjoyment, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. It was over. If I had known, I wouldn't have let Xiao Chuan have such nourishing food. Now it's a big mess. Xiao Chuan must be feeling pent up. The reason for getting her daughter to fulfill the wager was actually to find an opportunity to be with her. What if her daughter also developed feelings? Both of them were on the verge of a spark. No, my daughter is still young. I absolutely cannot let her make such a mistake. What to do? Xiao Chuan must be feeling uncomfortable now. Was there any way to relieve his discomfort? When Ryu rummaged through a cabinet and found a jar of flower tea, she hurriedly brewed a large cup for Chen Chuan. Inside were chrysanthemum, honeysuckle, and several other kinds of flower teas. It was said that drinking it could clear heat and detoxify. I wonder if it will work. "Xiao Chuan, are you thirsty? Here, have some tea to quench your thirst." When Ryu enthusiastically offered it to Chen Chuan, watching him eagerly, Chen Chuan had no choice but to bring it to his lips, blowing on it as he drank. In no time, he had downed the entire cup of flower tea. The heat in his body did not diminish. Instead, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. When Ryu was utterly disappointed upon seeing this. Oh no, this method was ineffective. Seeing her daughter's fair hands still massaging Chen Chuan's shoulders vigorously, she felt anxious. What to do? If Xiao Chuan's inner fire didn't subside tonight, it was uncertain whether these two young people might do something outrageous. Did I really have to? Slap. When Ryu gave her own cheek a resounding slap in her heart. No way. Absolutely not. What are you thinking, you shameless woman? How shameless? Xiao Chuan is your designated good son-in-law. How can you have such thoughts? It seems the years of torment have really messed with your mind. Are you starting to become desperate? Even daring to have designs on your daughter's man? Xiao Chuan, are you feeling hot? Do you want to take another cold shower? when Ryu really had no choice but to propose a new solution. Chen Chuan shook his head. Antwin, no need. It's not that hot or I can endure it. Besides, I just took a shower, going again is just too much trouble. Sigh. When Ryu felt a wave of exhaustion. At this critical moment, why doesn't this Xiao Chuan listen? Truly, it's the anxious subjects that worry the emperor. No, wait. It's the palace maid who's anxious. The favored concubine is anxious. What to do? The discomfort won't go away. Could it be harmful to Xiao Chuan's body? I've heard that holding it in for too long is very bad for a man's body. This issue must be resolved. Xiao Chuan's health cannot be compromised. Suddenly her eyes lit up as she thought of a good idea. Xiao Chuan, why don't you stay tonight? Just stay here. Chen Chuan sat up straight, shocked. Antwin, what did you say? Let me stay here tonight. When Ryu nodded and said yes. Are you unwilling? Chen Chuan was taken aback. Did I say I was unwilling? Before he could speak, Mu Qinghe immediately raised a question. Mom, isn't this inappropriate? We only have 2 bedrooms. Where will he sleep? On the sofa in the living room. When Ryu shook her head and matter-of-factly said, of course he'll sleep in your room. What? Mu Qinghe jumped up like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Sleep in the same room as me? Impossible. I absolutely won't agree. Slap. When Ryu gave her daughter a light smack. What are you thinking? I meant Xiao Chuan will sleep in your room. You'll sleep in my room with me. Mu Qinghe sighed in relief, patting her uneven chest. Mom, you scared me. I thought. Why do I feel something is off? She suddenly stared at her mother intently. Mom, it's not fair. Why do you always use my things? Using my bath towel, sleeping on my bed, everything is mine. This is unfair. Why not let Chen Chuan sleep in your room? She smiled mischievously. I don't mind, Mom, come over and share my bed. In an instant, when Ryu's face seemed to blush with a layer of rosy clouds. Bang! She suddenly gave her daughter a light thump on the head. You silly girl, what nonsense are you saying? Xiao Chuan can only sleep in your room. Mu Qinghe was still unconvinced. But she didn't dare to argue further. For so many years, she had been under her mother's control. She had no choice but to obey. Thus, under when Ryu's autocratic rule, Chen Chuan stayed over for a night at home. Mu Qinghe offered her fragrant boudoir and bed for one night. She saw Chen Chuan sitting back on the sofa. Mu Qinghe placed her hands on his shoulders. They needed to continue the massage. Thinking of her plan when Ryu hurriedly urged, it's getting late. Qinghe, take your things to my bedroom and help Xiao Chuan make the bed. Go to bed early. Tomorrow Xiao Chuan has military training and can't stay up late. When Ryu returned to her room first. Oh. Mu Qinghe reluctantly put down her hands. She winked at Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan, you can't blame me for this. We must listen to Mom's words, right? I'm leaving now, the bed is over. She dashed into her room to tidy up. Chen Chuan sat there. When Ryu hid at the door, noticing her daughter had gone into her room, she quietly slipped out of her room. She quietly approached Chen Chuan from behind, observing the movement in her daughter's room while reaching out to massage his shoulder. Xiao Chuan, is it comfortable? Chen Chuan was a bit at a loss, instinctively nodding. Very comfortable. When Ryu smiled and asked, is it more comfortable when Qinghe does it or when I do? Chen Chuan was instantly stumped. This was a tricky question, and he quickly racked his brain for the right answer. Suddenly, when Ryu lowered her head, pressing close to his ear, her breath was as fragrant as orchids. Her voice was very soft, like a mosquito flapping its wings. Xiao Chuan, I know you're feeling uncomfortable, but Qinghe is still young, just in her 2nd year of college. You both cannot do anything inappropriate. Chen Chuan felt extremely awkward. And when we didn't. When Ryu interrupted his words. It's fine. Auntie isn't blaming you. After a pause, she seemed to muster her courage. Her voice became even lower, more barely audible. Don't lock the door at night, I'll leave it open for me. When Qinghe falls asleep, I'll come to help you. Without waiting for Chen Chuan to speak again, the voluptuous, when Ryu swiftly escaped into her bedroom, leaving Chen Chuan with his brain completely short-circuited. Oh my, what's happening? What does Antwin mean by this? Not locking the door. Wait until the senior sister falls asleep, sneaking over. Help me. Help me with what? How does she plan to help me? A series of questions swirled in his mind, leaving Chen Chuan's mind in chaos. Until Mu Qinghe made the bed and pushed him into her bedroom, he still hadn't reacted. Lying on the soft bed, he caught a familiar scent, the faint fragrance of the senior sister. He instinctively took a deep breath. Ah, it smells so good. Tonight I can sleep soundly and have sweet dreams. Closing his eyes, Chen Chuan's ears echoed with when Ryu's words from earlier. Leave the door open. Come over to help me at night. What does Antwin mean by this? She wouldn't really sneak into my room at night, would she? Chen Chuan got up and checked the door. Sure enough, it wasn't locked. He instinctively locked the small latch behind the door. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep. It felt unsafe. But, just as he returned to bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Strangely compelled, he got up again and unlocked the latch. A big man like him sleeping in a house with only 2 women, yet locking the door. Is this right? It made him seem so timid. It had to be opened. Returning to bed this time, Chen Chuan slept much more soundly. Closing his eyes, he smiled and began to drift into dreamland. There was a modern land of daughters, with senior sister Mu, Aunt Wen, teacher Bai, and sister Sitian. Next door, the charming and graceful Aunt Su Yun. Is she also here? And some beauties whose faces he couldn't see clearly. Some tall and slender, some curvaceous, some shy and timid, some passionate and bold. In Wen Ruya's boudoir, the mother and daughter embraced tightly together. To be precise, it was Mu Qinghe who unilaterally hugged her voluptuous mother, under the pretext of, it had been a long time since she hugged her mother to sleep. Tonight she could reminisce about the feeling of being in her mother's arms. You silly girl. Wen Ruyu was at a loss for words. Tonight I have another task. Who has the time to pay attention to you? In the darkness on a tranquil night, thump, thump, thump. Wen Ruyu's heart raced like a drum filled with intense anxiety. She was even afraid that her daughter would hear her heartbeat. Her palms were slick with sweat. What is happening to me? Wen Ruyu couldn't help but ask herself. Is it because of my guilty conscience? Oh, is that the reason? In the dead of night, sneaking into Xiao Chuan's room. Is this something a prospective mother-in-law should do? He is young and vigorous, full of energy. For over a decade, she has been like a hungry wolf. With a lonely man and woman alone in a room at such a late hour, it looks perilous. Wen Ruyu understood very well. It was precisely because it was dangerous and thrilling that her heart raced so wildly, so joyfully. But can this be blamed on herself? Can I not go? Xiao Chuan's well-being is of utmost importance. He is still so young. If she holds back for too long, and something happens to his body, what will happen to her daughter's happiness? This responsibility she must bear. It must be resolved. Wen Ruyu attempted several times to escape her daughter's embrace, but each time ended in failure. Every single time. After much struggle, she finally escaped from the annoying grasp. But the next moment her daughter pounced again, hugging her even tighter than before. You little brat. Are you trying to thwart me? Wen Ruyu thought, recalling how she had disciplined her daughter like this 100 times when she was young. Helpless. For now she could only endure pretending to be asleep. Waiting painfully for 3 minutes, she again lifted the blanket, trying to gently withdraw her arm. But she was once again hugged tightly by Mu Qinghe. This time the little girl even scooted closer, almost pushing her to the edge of the bed. Muttering, "Mama, hug me." Wen Ruyu was furious. Is this little brat doing this on purpose? Could it be that her daughter has guessed I want to sneak away? Suddenly Wen Ruyu was startled by her own thoughts. Impossible. After careful consideration, she immediately dismissed this assumption. With her daughter's innocence, it was impossible for her to have such complex thoughts. So why does she always stop me from sneaking away? Could it be that she overheard my whispering with Xiao Chuan? This possibility cannot be ruled out, but the odds are low. At that time, she had been keeping an eye on her daughter's room door. She didn't see any little movements from her. Moreover, her voice was so soft. Several meters away, even if she was eavesdropping behind the door, it would be impossible to hear. Wen Ruyu furrowed her brow and turned to carefully look at her daughter. This time she dared not make any rash movements. Under the dim night light, Wen Ruyu remained still, gazing intently at her daughter's sleeping face, especially her eyes. She kept watching to see if they would blink. If her daughter was pretending to be asleep, it wouldn't be long before her eyelids would betray her. Even if her eyes were closed, the movement of her eyeballs would give it away. A minute passed with no movement. 3 minutes passed with no movement. 10 minutes, and her daughter still showed no signs of waking. Wait. Her breathing had become very steady. The grip around her hand was no longer so tight. Is she asleep? Is it true? Wen Ruyu felt uneasy. She was afraid that her daughter was pretending to be asleep using a fishing tactic. At that moment, just as she got up or was in the middle of something, her daughter could suddenly spring up. That scenario was too horrifying to even imagine. With patience, Wen Ruyu waited another 10 minutes. Her daughter still showed no signs of waking, and her breathing became even deeper. She tried once more, slowly and carefully withdrawing her arm. This time, to her surprise, she successfully escaped the embrace with remarkable ease. Phew! Wen Ruyu let out a long sigh of relief. She lifted the blanket and slowly moved her legs from the bed to the floor, slipping on her slippers. She tiptoed towards the wardrobe, preparing to put on a coat to cover her exposed shoulders and arms. After all, she was going to meet her future son-in-law. Wearing only a light silk nightgown seemed inappropriate. Squeak! Unfortunately, as she pulled the wardrobe door a little, it made a sound. In the stillness of the night, it was exceptionally jarring. Wen Ruyu's scalp tingled in shock. She immediately stopped her movement and instinctively looked back at her daughter on the bed. Fortunately, she remained still, indicating that she must be sound asleep. With no danger in sight, Wen Ruyu dared not complicate things further and directly gave up looking for a coat. Carefully, she reached the door. Gently, little by little, she slowly opened the door. The door was quite cooperative, unlike the wardrobe door which had made a loud noise. When Ryu slipped out, then gently and gradually she closed the door behind her. At the moment the door clicked shut, a heavy stone lifted from her heart. Finally she successfully slipped out. She hadn't expected that Ching-ha would be so clingy even while asleep, almost ruining her important plans. When Ryu adjusted her thin, slightly transparent silk nightgown, she lifted it up, revealing a significant portion of her white thigh. She pulled it down a bit, but the neckline exposed even more. Sigh. Forget it for now, this is all she can do. After all, it's night, and it's pitch dark. Chen Chuan definitely can't see anything. She tiptoed towards her daughter's room. Suddenly, when Ryu felt anxious, did Chen Chuan leave the door open? What if he locked it? Then she wouldn't be able to get in. At that time, she couldn't just knock and ask him to open the door, could she? Not to mention how embarrassing that would be. Just the sound of knocking could wake her daughter. That would be even worse. When Ryu quietly approached her daughter's door, with her right hand on the doorknob, she gently twisted it. Creak. The door made a faint sound. The door opened. When Ryu felt a surge of joy. Great. Chen Chuan is indeed thoughtful, leaving the door open for her. When Ryu moved swiftly, slipping inside and gently closing the door tightly behind her. Click. She locked the door. Finally, when Ryu's heart settled, leaning against the door, she pressed her hand against her ample bosom, calming her anxious and excited heart. Who? A soft shout echoed in the room. Startled when Ryu's hair stood on end, she nearly lost her composure. Her legs went weak. She slumped directly to the floor. It turned out that Chen Chuan had long fallen into a deep sleep, happily dreaming of romancing various beautiful women, suddenly awoken by the sound of the door opening. After all, he was a martial arts master with an exceptional physique. Not a slight noise could escape his ears. He quickly turned over. Bang! In an instant, he turned on the bedside lamp. The room was brightly lit. Oh! He was instantly stunned by the scene before him. Antwan was wearing a revealing nightgown collapsed in her own room. Her snow-white neck and collarbone were visible. Her long legs were so white that they dazzled the eye. Chen Chuan exclaimed in surprise, Antwan, you actually came to my room in the middle of the night. When Ryu cast a glance at Chen Chuan, her eyes shimmering with charm. Otherwise, do you think I am deceiving you, eh? Chen Chuan instinctively waved his hand. No, but why did you come to my room? When Ryu replied irritably, did I not say I came to help you? She sighed. Alas, I must also take the blame. If it weren't for giving you so many restorative items, you wouldn't be feeling so uncomfortable. Chen Chuan felt perplexed. Uncomfortable? You want to help me? How will you help? When Ryu was left speechless, this little guy is trying to play games with me. Isn't this just asking a question with an obvious answer? But then again, after all, he is young with thin skin and unable to speak out. She didn't answer. Instead, she reached out a hand toward Chen Chuan for assistance. What are you still staring at? Hurry and help me, my legs feel weak and I have no strength. Chen Chuan hurriedly got out of bed and rushed over to support Wen Ryu. Upon touching her smooth arm, both their hearts fluttered simultaneously. Seeing Chen Chuan's expression, which was very unnatural, when Ryu suddenly felt that the room's lighting was too harsh and uncomfortable. With a snap, she walked over and turned off the bedside lamp. The bedroom fell into darkness once more. At this moment, when Ryu felt much more at ease. However, Chen Chuan felt quite uncomfortable. He even felt a bit creeped out. This darkness felt too unsafe. If something were to happen, who could say for sure? Antwan, why did you turn off the light? I can't see anything now. When Ryu replied irritably, I simply don't want you to see everything so clearly. She reached out and gently pushed Chen Chuan. Silly boy, why are you still standing there? Can't sleep right. Hurry and lie down, Aunt will help you. Chen Chuan was both curious and nervous. Antwan, how are you going to help me? In the darkness, when Ryu's cheeks flushed slightly. Fortunately, Chen Chuan couldn't see. Two will help you with a massage. For a moment, when Ryu didn't know what term to use to describe this soothing method, she could only refer to it as a massage. Chen Chuan fumbled as he climbed onto the bed and turned back to ask, Antwan, where should I start? Depending on the area being massaged, different positions would need to be adjusted. This question left when Ryu momentarily speechless. Even though she had experience facing a younger generation, made it difficult. She couldn't express herself directly and could only vaguely suggest, how about starting with the back? The back. Chen Chuan thought upon hearing this. Immediately he felt this was a good idea. Lying face down on the bed would spare him from facing Ant when avoiding any awkwardness. He quickly lay down on the bed, remaining still, waiting for Wen Ryu to get onto the bed. At this moment, Wen Ryu stood on the floor feeling at a loss. Despite having mentally prepared herself beforehand, when it came to the moment of action, she hesitated a bit. In the end, thinking about Chen Chuan's health, she had to find a way to help him relieve his discomfort. Otherwise, if he were to injure himself, what would happen to her daughter in the future? This was no small matter. It would affect her daughter's happiness for a lifetime. She steeled herself. When Ryu gritted her teeth, lifted her skirt, and climbed onto Chen Chuan's bed. Yeah, because the visibility was poor. As when Ryu crawled, she accidentally stepped on Chen Chuan's foot, startling both of them into simultaneous exclamations. Fortunately, they both understood the situation. It was late at night, and the circumstances were unusual. They both suppressed their voices, not daring to speak too loudly. Xiao Chuan, are you all right? When Ryu asked with concern. I'm fine. Chen Chuan buried his face in the pillow. Hearing Chen Chuan's suppressed tone, when Ryu's heart tightened. Is this child really feeling pent up? I need to act quickly. At that moment, when Ryu gritted her teeth and directly climbed onto Chen Chuan's back, out of consideration for appearances, she didn't sit down directly. Instead, she used her legs to exert force, squatting in midair, trying her best not to touch Chen Chuan's waist and back. I'm starting now. When Ryu endured her shyness, extending her hands to rest on Chen Chuan's back. Oh, as soon as she touched him, when Ryu's hands recoiled like lightning. Chen Chuan didn't like to wear clothes while sleeping. He generally preferred to wear as little as possible. His back muscles were directly exposed to the air. This was actually good. It made massaging convenient, saving the trouble of taking off clothes. When Ryu adjusted her mindset and pressed her hands down again, continuously exploring for the right position. And when your technique is so good, Chen Chuan hadn't expected much. To his surprise, Aunt Wen's massage technique was even better than Sister Mu's. She kneaded and rubbed, alternating between light and heavy pressure. It felt incredibly pleasant. When Ryu smiled at the affirmation. Xiao Chuan, how do you find the pressure? The pressure is excellent. I feel very comfortable. Chen Chuan replied. But Aunt Wen, you can massage however you like. Feel free to apply more pressure since I can handle it. If you tire, just lighten up a bit. I wouldn't want you to get tired. When Ryu smiled, even more happily. Xiao Chuan, you little rascal, your words are getting sweeter. You even know to care for your aunt. After massaging for a short while, when Ryu's legs began to feel sore and accidentally, she plopped down right on Chen Chuan's lower back. She froze, her expression flustered. Feeling that Chen Chuan hadn't reacted for a long time, she slightly eased her embarrassment, pretending not to care. She sat directly and continued to massage Chen Chuan's back. Chen Chuan's body, having undergone systematic transformation, was muscular and well-defined. His skin was also very smooth and resilient. Both visually and through touch, one could feel the explosive strength contained within. Gradually, when Ryu felt her heart flutter. At this moment, Chen Chuan enjoyed the sensation. Aunt Wen was sitting on his lower back, only wearing a silk camisole. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Aunt Wen was truly wonderful to him. After chatting, Chen Chuan began to understand why Aunt Wen's massage technique was so impressive. When Mu Qinghe was very young, when Ryu had begun taking care of the child alone, she played both father and mother roles, needing to earn money to support the family. It was incredibly tough. Often she would be so exhausted that her hands and feet would go numb. Her thighs, lower back, and shoulders were all sore. She couldn't afford to hire a masseuse or buy any massage equipment. She could only learn some massage techniques by studying from TV and books and practice them on herself bit by bit. Perhaps she had a natural talent. Over time, she truly figured out some techniques. She had also given her daughter Qinghe a few massages before. Her daughter would exclaim how comfortable it felt. Now Chen Chuan was the second person to enjoy her personal massage and the first man. Chen Chuan felt immensely fortunate. How could he be so lucky to receive so much care from Aunt Wen? As the massage continued, Chen Chuan felt his body heat up. He couldn't stay still anymore, starting to turn his body left and right, feeling too uncomfortable. Xiao Chuan, what's wrong? When Ryu asked with concern. Chen Chuan was breathing heavily. And when I feel so pent up. When Ryu's expression changed drastically, she was at a loss. Is it that she has held it in for too long and can no longer bear it? Over time, will it affect her abilities in that regard? Xiao Chuan, are you okay? What should I do? Her voice began to tremble. She wanted to get straight to the point, but feared being looked down upon by Xiao Chuan. Caught in a dilemma, Chen Chuan pretended to be calm and said, Aunt Wen, it's fine, don't worry. It'll just turn over and it will be fine. When Ryu felt a wave of emotion. What a good child. Though he was clearly in distress, he pretended to be less painful. Not only did he not blame her, but he also comforted himself. Her heart ached. Xiao Chuan, can just turning over really work? Do you want me to help you? Chen Chuan slightly shook his head. It's fine, Aunt Wen, I can manage myself. When Ryu quickly interrupted him. How can that be? You must listen to Auntie. You need to pay more attention to such things. You can't always solve everything on your own. Chen Chuan propped himself up with both hands. It was extremely difficult as he tried to turn over. Aunt Wen, you are too anxious. Look at me, can I turn over? If you're worried, how about giving me a hand? To make when Ryu less upset, he invited her to help out a bit. When Ryu was taken aback. What? Are we on the same wavelength? The help I mentioned was not about helping you turn over. In the end, with when Ryu's help, Chen Chuan successfully turned over. Facing upwards, he found temporary relief from his discomfort. Xiao Chuan, where should I press next? When Ruyu's lips felt a bit dry, there were some things she as a woman simply couldn't say. Chen Chuan was also confused. He really couldn't understand why Antwon came over all night to insist on giving him a massage. She still said it was to help him. Was there anything he needed help with? How about a head massage? Chen Chuan could only casually suggest a body part. When Ryu thought for a moment, starting with the head was good, one step at a time. It would help ease the awkwardness. She tilted her body and sat at the head of the bed, patting her thigh. Xiao Chuan, come over. Rest your head on my lap, and I'll give you a head massage. Chen Chuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Even in the dead of night with no light, one could still see a long white silhouette particularly striking against the darkness. What would it feel like to lay down? Feeling Chen Chuan had been still for a while when Ryu urged, Xiao Chuan, hurry over. It's getting late. You have military training tomorrow. Let's speed things up a bit. Get some rest early. Chen Chuan steeled himself. Since Antwon didn't mind, what was he afraid of? His body arched, and his head tilted directly, placing his head on her white thigh. Both of them were very tense, and the atmosphere began to change. They remained quiet for a full minute. When Ryu finally cleared her throat, breaking the silence. Xiao Chuan, I'm starting now. She reached out her hands, feeling around in front of her. From Chen Chuan's chin to his cheeks to his ears, and finally stopping at the top of his head. At first it was gentle caressing, gradually increasing in strength. Chen Chuan closed his eyes, quietly enjoying. A captivating fragrance wafted into his nostrils, disrupting his calm mind. Taking advantage of the night, he opened his eyes. He saw the alluring sight right in front of him, within reach. His hands instinctively tightened around the bedsheet. Chen Chuan felt this was a massive, gentle trap, as well as a severe test. He had to hold on. His willpower needed to be firm and unshakable. Before him, the multiple sensory assaults of sight, smell, and touch made Chen Chuan deeply feel when Auntie's unguarded concern and affection for him. Chen Chuan was deeply moved. He held a huge sense of gratitude, at least a score of 22 in respect. At this moment, they shared a tacit understanding. Chen Chuan was engulfed in immense emotion, while when Ryu also sensed his overwhelming feelings. This was something she had never encountered. She was so startled that she almost cried out. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chuan was so exceptional. How many women dream of such a perfect man? Ding. When Ryu's likability, 5 her current likability, 63 heart-fluttering moment. Chen Chuan did not expect this. They silently faced each other, not saying a word. Auntie Wen's likability unexpectedly surged significantly, directly surpassing the ambiguous stage, reaching an unprecedented, heart-fluttering moment. Goodness, what does this imply? Could it be that Antwon is starting to develop feelings for me? Who could have predicted that Zheng Situ and Mu Qinghe, whom he had recently relied on, wouldn't be the first to reach the heart-fluttering stage, while Antwon surprisingly took the lead? Next, when Ruyu's movements became even gentler and more considerate. The way she looked at Chen Chuan was also more tender and joyful than before. Just glancing at Chen Chuan's body made her feel guilty. Xiao Chuan was in this state because of her. He was so strong. What need was there for any supplements? Now it seemed she had overdone it. What to do? Xiao Chuan must be feeling very uncomfortable, and she was very willing and eager to help him. But how could she bring herself to speak? After all, I am King's mother. Xiao Chuan's future mother-in-law. Sigh when Ryu sighed deeply. Having a daughter is such a blessing. At this moment, if I were her daughter, I would act without hesitation. Alas, I am not her. Her daughter is still too young. She's only in her 2nd year of college, which makes it inconvenient to do such things. What if she hasn't graduated and brings home a plump little grandson? That would truly become a joke. Antwon, why are you sighing? Is your hand sore? Or is your leg numb? How about we stop here? Chen Chuan was about to move his upper body, lifting his head. However, when Ryu pressed him down again. Don't move. Let's continue. It was just the beginning. The main act had yet to begin, so how could they stop halfway? When Ryu's tone left no room for argument. Chen Chuan had no choice but to lie obediently. To be honest, being surrounded by soft jade and sweet fragrance, if it weren't for worrying about Antwon's health, he wouldn't want to get up. Next, when Ryu continued the massage. She felt embarrassed to say that she envied her daughter for not finding such an excellent man. Recently, work had indeed been a bit difficult. She used this as an excuse to gloss over it. Antwon, why don't you tell me the specifics? Even if I can't help much, I can still offer some advice. Chen Chuan said with concern. When Ryu shook her head. It's nothing serious, you don't need to worry. I can handle it myself. Andy has been in the hotel industry for many years, it's not for nothing. Whether it's experience, ability, or connections, I have them. It's just a small problem that will be resolved quickly. Xiao Chuan, let's not talk about my matters anymore. Right now, Andy needs to be concerned about your health issues. She suddenly became shy, stammering and finding it hard to say aloud. You must be feeling very uncomfortable right now, right? Do you want me to help you fix that? Chen Chuan felt a stir in his heart. Are you willing to help me? If it is said that before when Ryu's so-called discomfort was merely her own imagination, then now it is truly painful. He wanted to go a little crazy and agree to let Antwon help him. However, she is Senior Mu's mother. What if after he speaks up, Antwon doesn't mean it that way? Wouldn't that create a huge misunderstanding? At that time, how would Antwon view him? If Mu Qinghe finds out later, how would Senior look at him? In their eyes, is he still a person? Antwon treats him so well to the point of being meticulous. How could he let his thoughts run wild? Calm down. Restrain yourself. At this moment, it tests one's composure the most. Besides, Chen Chuan always felt that Antwon was hiding something about her work. He believed it was definitely not a small matter. It was just that Antwon was unwilling to elaborate. Perhaps she was worried it would implicate him. This is a simple adult mentality. Habitually, she wanted to protect herself. In her eyes, he and Senior Mu are just children needing her protection. In reality, recently when Ryu has been very troubled, the vice president of Kyushu International has repeatedly hinted at when Ryu using his identity as the chairman's nephew. He attempted to use the rules of the game. If she didn't agree, she would face various difficulties. It caused her a lot of trouble at work. Moreover, he threatened her that if she didn't comply, she would be completely blacklisted in the entire hotel industry. Yesterday afternoon, the vice president personally threatened her and gave her time to consider. A week. If she misses the deadline, the consequences would be severe. When Ryu was extremely distressed. Although she has been deeply involved in the hotel industry for many years and has many connections. However, after all, the other party is the chairman's nephew. She cannot go against such power. Even if she exposes the matter, the general manager will not help a small assistant like her. After all, the other party has a strong background. Everyone holds the chairman's bowl of rice. They must know where the wind blows. Seeing that when Ryu was unwilling to say more, Chen Chuan could only advise, Antwon, if you are not happy with your job, why not just resign? You can come work at my Yuranju directly. I can at least offer you a vice president position. Once you are familiar with the business, I can hand over the entire Yuranju for you to manage. This way you won't have to endure various grievances and can be with Senior Mu. Isn't that a win-win? When Ryu's eyes brimmed with tears, she was deeply moved. For so many years, it was the first time she heard such considerate, warm, and sincere words. Chen Chuan is the big boss of Yuranju. She believed that Chen Chuan was not just speaking casually. As long as she nodded, she could immediately take the position of vice president. After some time, she could even directly become the top leader and sit on the general manager's throne. To be honest, this proposal was very tempting. She had worked in the hotel industry for so many years. Except for being a small store manager, she had always been a department head in five-star hotels. For instance, front office manager, room division director, executive director, etc. She hadn't even been a vice president, let alone a general manager. After working hard in the workplace for so many years, who wouldn't want to leap to the top? This little man in front of her could help her realize this wish with just one sentence. How could she not be moved? At this moment, she felt even more deeply Chen Chuan's excellence and strength. Ding. When Ryu's favorability 3 current favorability 66 heart-stirring moment. My goodness. Antwon's favorability has already reached the highest level. Just now it had reached an unprecedented heart-stirring moment. Now it is actually still rising. Isn't this pace too fast? Could it be that the first person she is about to capture will be the gentle, tall, and intellectually capable Antwon? Chen Chuan shook his head, daring not to think deeper. This is a sin. This is the prospective mother-in-law. Even Senior Mu, the main character, hasn't been won over yet. How can he overshadow the host? This is clearly misusing his strength, farming the wrong field. It's like picking the wrong watermelon, cutting the wrong rice, and harvesting the wrong wheat. This is going to cause big problems. Xiao Chuan. When Ryu thought for a moment and still shook her head. Thank you for your kindness. And knows you are worried about me. But believe me, I can solve these problems. I have been in the hotel industry for so many years. I also have some of my own ideas. I've been at Kyushu International for 2 years. The position of assistant to the general manager is very challenging. I don't want to give up easily. As long as I persist for another year or two learning and gaining experience, my abilities, perspectives, and pattern will all reach a new level. When that time comes, if you invite me to Yuranju, I will have the confidence to help you manage it well and repay you with an even better Yuranju. Chen Chuan smiled and nodded. Good. I look forward to that day coming soon. Although Chen Chuan no longer pursued the matter, deep down, he had already made up his mind. When the opportunity arises, he must personally visit the place where Antwon works to see it. No matter what, he could not let Antwon be bullied by others. As the favorability further increased, when Ryu's heart and eyes were filled with Chen Chuan, she found him perfect in every way. Such an excellent son-in-law is truly hard to find, even with a lantern. Without Chen Chuan's consent, when Ryu directly took one of Chen Chuan's arms, resting it against her bosom, she massaged from the elbow down to the palm and fingers. Especially at one moment, their fingers intertwined, creating a fierce spark of connection. Chen Chuan's heartbeat quickened. When Ryu felt like a deer in headlights. In the darkness, their gazes seemed to collide, igniting brilliant sparks. Clap, clap, clap. In the tranquil night. Outside the door, a sudden sound of footsteps and slippers interrupted. Their hands quickly parted. At the same time, they strained their ears to listen closely to the commotion outside. Suddenly, the slipper sounds grew closer. Chen Chuan thought to himself, at such a late hour Senior Mu wouldn't come knocking, would she? When Ruya's heart was also in her throat. That stubborn girl. What is she doing running around at this hour instead of sleeping? Please don't come over. Unfortunately, it seems that the more one fears, the more it happens. The slipper sounds circled the living room and finally stopped at the doorstep of Chen Chuan's room. Clap. The door handle was moving. The two huddled on the bed, almost in a tight embrace. They held their breath, fearing that any loud breathing would alert Mu Qinghe outside. Tap. The door handle moved again. Fortunately, the door was locked and Mu Qinghe couldn't get in. Chen Chuan secretly gave Wen Ryu a thumbs up. Aunt Wen indeed had foresight. If it weren't for her locking the door in advance, right now, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't cleanse them. Wen Ryu squeezed Chen Chuan's hand, indicating for him not to move around or make any noise. Her daughter was right outside. She must not let her daughter know that she was hiding in Xiao Chuan's room, even climbing onto his bed. If her daughter found out, she would have no face to live. After waiting for 2 minutes, there was still no movement outside. Wen Ryu felt a bit confused, leaning close to Chen Chuan's ear and exhaling softly. Xiao Chuan, has she left? Why is there no sound at all? Chen Chuan turned his head, slowly getting closer to Wen Ryu's ear, wanting to whisper to her. Unintentionally, he brushed against a piece of cool, smooth skin. Both of their bodies trembled at the same time. Did they just kiss? In the darkness, Wen Ryu's face instantly turned crimson to the roots of her ears. You. She wanted to explode with anger, but couldn't bring herself to do it. She attempted to feign a loud reprimand, but dared not. Outside the door, her daughter was watching intently. The air seemed to freeze, as if time had halted for 10 seconds. Chen Chuan pretended that nothing had happened. Continuing to lean close to her ear, he whispered, "Shh. Lower your voice, she hasn't left yet." Wen Ryu jumped in shock. In an instant, she forgot about the little friction between them. How could this be? It's been 2 minutes, she can't get the door open, why hasn't she left? Could it be that, before Wen Ryu could finish, a sudden knocking sounded from outside the door? Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sound was not particularly loud. Yet to Chen Chuan and Wen Ryu's ears, it was as thunderclaps in the clear sky. Every hair on their bodies stood on end, and a shiver ran down their spines. Chen Jr., are you asleep? Why does a grown man need to lock the door when he sleeps? Mu Qing's voice seemed a bit displeased. She fiddled with the doorknob again. Chen Chuan opened his mouth to brush it off, saying he was asleep. Whatever it was, he would deal with it tomorrow. But Wen Ryu quickly covered his mouth with her hand. Whispering softly, think before you speak. This girl is not so easily fooled. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. If Chen Chuan did not handle this well, it could easily arouse Mu Qing's suspicions. Chen Chuan nodded, thinking for 3 seconds, feigning to have just been awakened. Mu Senior, what brings you here so late? I was already asleep. Mu Qinghe said worriedly. Chen Jr., how can you still think about sleeping? My mom is missing and am really worried. Bang, bang. She tugged at the doorknob twice more. Chen Jr., why are you locking the door when you sleep? You need to open the door quickly. Oh, I'm really anxious. I'm genuinely worried about my mother. Wen Ryu beside him grabbed Chen Chuan, nervously shaking her head, signaling Chen Chuan not to open the door. Chen Chuan's brain raced, thinking of an excuse that would make the senior sister retreat. Senior sister, I'm used to sleeping without clothes, but wouldn't be appropriate for you to come in, right? This reason was quite strong. Hee. It should be enough to brush it off, right? Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Wen Ryu pinched his waist. Luckily, he covered his mouth in time. Otherwise, Mu Qinghe would have noticed something unusual. And why did you pinch me? Wen Ryu shot him a glance. How can you even say that? A strapping young man lying on my daughter's bed without clothes. Do you think that's appropriate? Chen Chuan felt quite wronged. Isn't this just to make her leave? It's not like I'm truly without undergarments. Outside, Mu Qing's face flushed bright red. In her mind, an involuntary image of a handsome man sleeping in spring appeared. Just the thought of Chen Jr. lying bare on her bed, wondering whether she would still sleep there tomorrow night. Would there be any traces of his scent left? After fantasizing for a long time, Mu Qinghe finally awoke from her beautiful dream. Bang, bang, bang. She started knocking again. Chen Jr., please open the door. I want to peek at you. My mom is missing. Ooh, I'm really anxious. Will you accompany me, please? Chen Chuan's head was spinning. How could this cool school belle not match her reputation? According to the norm. I already said I wasn't wearing clothes. Shouldn't that scare you away? Yet you still want to come in. Are you really just scared? Senior sister, I'm really not wearing clothes. It's not appropriate for you to come in. Aunt Wen is an adult. It's normal for her to be missing for a while. You don't need to be so dramatic. As soon as he said this, Wen Ryu silently gave him a thumbs up. Her eyes were filled with appreciation. Well said. This time that dead girl should leave right. Bang bang. Mu Qinghe suddenly twisted the doorknob continuously. Fast and fierce, her tone had become extremely impatient. Chen Jr., are you opening the door or not? If you don't open the door, I can only suspect that my mom is in your room. You better tell me. Is she hiding in your room? Chen Chuan was stunned. What kind of thinking pattern does Senior Mu have? If I don't open the door, will you blame me? This is forcing me to open the door. But you guessed it right. I really can't open this door. When Ryu looked terrified, she seemed even more anxious and worried than Chen Chuan. With both hands waving continuously, she signaled Chen Chuan to never open the door, and he must immediately retort. Otherwise, that dead girl would surely suspect that Chen Chuan had ulterior motives. Chen Chuan suppressed his guilt and nervousness. Trying to appear calm, he shouted towards the outside. Senior Mu, what nonsense are you talking about? How could Antwan possibly be in my room? If outsiders hear this, how bad would it be? What if Antwan finds out? I wonder how she would deal with you. When Ryu smiled and nodded at him, her face showing a look of relief. Xiao Chuan, you are truly clever. Outside, Mu King's voice rang out. Then open the door. Only if you open the door can it prove that you are innocent. Otherwise, I can only conclude that my mom is hiding in your room. What are you two up to behind my back? Boom. Chen Chuan, and when Ryu exchanged looks, Chen Chuan was speechless. Who would have thought this cool school belle had such a unique thought process? She dared to say anything, but she was right. One could only say like mother, like daughter. Could it be that Senior Mu, despite her cool demeanor, has a little version of Antwan inside her heart? The situation was extremely unfavorable, almost trapped in a deadlock. If he doesn't open the door, the senior sister would assume someone is hiding in the room. If he opens the door, the truth would be exposed. What to do? Chen Chuan looked at Wenryu. In the darkness, Wenryu appeared equally troubled. Her delicate brows were tightly knitted together, and her heart was also in turmoil, struggling. Should they open the door or not? Instinctively, her gaze turned towards the wardrobe in the room. The wardrobe had two large sliding doors providing ample space. It could easily fit a person inside. She bit her silver teeth and nodded, whispering, "You agree to open the door for her. However, you must buy time, and once I've hidden, you can open the door." Chen Chuan nodded, indicating that he understood her meaning. The next second, he cleared his throat and called out loudly, "Senior sister, since you want to come in so much, of course I have no problem. He'll open the door for you right away. But I'm still not dressed, so please wait a moment." Mu King's heart leaped with joy. She immediately replied, "Okay. He'll wait for you. Please be quick." Inside the room, when Ryu was extremely tense, wanting to stand up and get off the bed. "Oh!" A very faint exclamation escaped when Ryu's lips. Chen Chuan was startled and quickly inquired in a low voice, "Antwan, what's wrong?" When Ryu lowered her voice, slightly panting. "Xiao Chuan, my leg seems to have gone numb. I can't use my strength. I can't stand. Please help me up." Time was of the essence. Chen Chuan couldn't care about any taboos. He slowly moved a bit closer. In the darkness, he stretched out his hands, feeling around in front of him. He wanted to find Wenryu's arm to help her up. He dared not touch anywhere else as it was too sensitive. Suddenly, Chen Chuan's movements froze. His expression became extremely awkward. Odd. A critical point was attacked. Wenryu gasped again, but immediately covered her mouth with her hand. She dared not make any sounds or put up any struggle. In an instant, Chen Chuan's palms were sweating. His toes inadvertently dug out an oriental pearl tower, and embarrassment nearly overwhelmed him as he found himself on a large bed in a small dark room with only two people. A scene of social death unfolded dramatically. It was strange. Antwan didn't slap him immediately. Perhaps it was because the senior sister was standing outside the door. But why didn't she instinctively step back? A full 10 seconds passed with both of them maintaining the same position, frozen in place. "You little rascal, aren't you going to let go?" When Ryu feigned annoyance. Chen Chuan, frightened, quickly withdrew his hand and stepped back. He tried to keep his body from touching hers. "And when I really didn't mean to." "Do you believe me?" he whispered in apology. His 5 fingers, however, subconsciously stroked, as if relishing the beautiful moment they had just shared. When Ryu maintained her composure, quickly adjusting her dress and tidying her hair. "I believe you." Her voice was soft, yet it carried immense power, instantly calming Chen Chuan and alleviating his worries. Because Antwan's tone remained gentle, filled with warmth and affection, it didn't feel at all like she was being dismissive or sarcastic. In that moment, Chen Chuan felt as if spring had returned to the earth with blue skies and white clouds. His heart felt enlightened. "Antwan, you're truly wonderful." When Ryu smiled softly, both shy and angry. "Enough of the nonsense. Next time you must be careful." "There can't be a next time." Chen Chuan hurriedly nodded. "I won't dare again, or it won't happen again." At that moment, Mu Qinghe, who was waiting outside, suddenly spoke up. "Chen Shuadi, what happened just now? I heard some noise coming from the room." "Nothing, senior sister," Chen Chuan quickly replied. "It was dark and I was about to turn on the light when I bumped my elbow." Mu Qinghe asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Chen Chuan replied. I'm fine, just wait a moment, I'll be right out. Mu Qinghe urged. Open the door quickly, I've been waiting for a long time. Chen Chuan agreed hurriedly, but he looked at Ant Wen feeling at a loss. It was Ant Wen who broke the silence softly, reminding him. Hurry and help me up. Qinghe must be getting anxious. She deliberately opened her arms and touched Chen Chuan's body. To prevent another embarrassing incident, Chen Chuan extended his hands and gently wrapped them around her delicate arms, lifting Wen Ruyu's petite frame. Can you stand? Wen Ruyu gently squeezed her thigh to relieve the numbness from when Chen Chuan had rested on it. Perhaps it was because she had been in that position for too long that it went numb. I'm fine, she replied after a few rubs, carefully climbing down from the bed. She didn't even mind that her skirt was hiked up, revealing a considerable length. Even in the dim light, Chen Chuan, with his extraordinary physique, still got a glimpse. His gaze fell into a daze. Fortunately, in the darkness, Wen Ryu didn't notice his unusual reaction. She got off the bed, moving quietly toward the wardrobe. Slowly, she began to open the wardrobe door bit by bit. In the next moment, her vision went black. She almost lost her balance due to the wardrobe's pitch darkness. She reached in and felt that it was stuffed full of clothes crammed above and piled below. There was no way an adult could squeeze in. Chen Chuan started to panic and rushed over with a suggestion. How about we take the clothes out? Wen Ryu shook her head. No way. That girl is too sharp, but once she notices something off, she'll definitely suspect. Her gaze shifted from the wardrobe to elsewhere. The first thing she noticed was the curtains. She quickly dodged behind them. However, Chen Chuan crouched down and poked her delicate foot. Startled, she jumped out immediately. Just as she was about to scold Chen Chuan for being mischievous at this time, she turned around and realized that the curtains weren't long enough, leaving a 30-centimeter gap from the ground. They were just high enough to see her feet. She frowned, her gaze began searching for another hiding spot. After a long search, she found no new options. Frustrated and sweating, Chen Chuan thought of a place and pointed beneath the bed. And why don't you crawl under there and hide for a bit? Wen Ryu felt a wave of frustration. What had happened to her? In her own home, she felt like a thief hiding everywhere. Now she had to crawl under the bed. Sigh. If I must, then I will. For the sake of Xiao Chuan's health, everything is worth it. Wen Ryu bent down, lying on the ground. She tried to get her head under the bed, but found it too narrow to fit. Chen Chuan volunteered. Ant Wen, wait a moment. I'll lift the bed a bit, you can try again. Wen Ryu nodded, lowering her body even further. Her bottom raised high made for a very curvaceous sight. Time was tight. Chen Chuan had no time to spare. With all his strength, he easily lifted the bed, and Wen Ryu successfully crawled inside. Watching her twist and turn as she crawled forward made Chen Chuan's heart race. Suddenly, Wen Ryu backed out again. Ant Wen, what's wrong? Chen Chuan asked in confusion. Wen Ryu shook her head gently. It's no good. The space inside is too small, oh, I can't hide in there. Chen Chuan gently lowered the bed, feeling helpless. Wen Ryu was equally at a loss. Now she regretted it. If only she had known. King's wardrobe was stuffed full of things. She shouldn't have agreed to let her in. What now? If she let her in, wouldn't she have nowhere to hide? As a mother, how would she face her daughter in the future? No way. She absolutely couldn't let her see her in Xiao Chuan's room. Bang, bang, bang. A loud knocking sound came from outside. Perhaps she had been waiting too anxiously. This time Mu Qinghe didn't knock gently. Instead, she slapped the door directly, the sound urgent and loud. It startled them both. Chen Shuadi, why aren't you ready yet? How can a big man be so slow? What are you taking so long to put on? If you're not going to wear anything, just hurry and open the door. Even if I'm not wearing anything, would I eat you? Mu Qinghe didn't know if she was genuinely anxious or if the darkness gave her courage. She was starting to speak recklessly. This was entirely unlike the aloof school beauty who would say such things. Chen Chuan could only respond vaguely. Okay, I'll be out soon. Just wait a bit longer. Bang. Mu Qinghe kicked the door in frustration. If you don't open the door, I'll kick it down. At that moment, not only was Chen Chuan anxious, but Wen Ryu was even more panicked. She gritted her teeth, suddenly reaching out and pushing Chen Chuan down onto the bed. Following that, she quickly climbed on top of him. That momentum, that posture needed no words. She intended to turn the tables on him right then and there. A forceful advance. What's going on? Chen Chuan was completely unprepared. His eyes widened like copper bells. Ant Wen, what do you want to do? Please don't act impulsively. Your daughter, senior sister Mu, is still outside. Wen Ryu not only didn't stop, but instead reached out and covered Chen Chuan's mouth to prevent him from yelling and being heard by his daughter outside. Whoosh. Wen Ryu suddenly pulled back the blanket. Zing. With a burst of strength, she climbed directly onto Chen Chuan. Immediately after, her body slowly slid down, eventually stopping at his thigh. At that moment, she remained motionless, hiding under the blanket, looking up at Chen Chuan. Little Chuan, can you see me hiding here from the outside? Oh, is this it? Chen Chuan was shocked and then realized. As he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, he secretly complained. Ant Wen, your swift actions are as fierce as a tiger. I thought you were going to. Turns out you just wanted to hide under the blanket. I mean, was it really necessary to make such a big fuss from the start? It caused him to be indecisive for so long, unsure whether to resist or cooperate. Of course, he could only voice these thoughts in his heart. On the surface, he still appeared quite upright. At this moment, Chen Chuan looked very seriously. Indeed, from under the blanket, no flaws could be seen. This desperate method actually had a certain feasibility. And when he said, "From the outside, it doesn't seem obvious. However, there's a bit of a bulge here. Could you perhaps reduce it?" Chen Chuan pointed to a certain protruding area. When Ruya's face flushed, her curvy hips sometimes felt like a burden. She lowered her body, almost completely pressing against Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan nodded in satisfaction. It's not obvious now. But this means I have to stay in bed. If I get out of bed under the blanket, the bulge will be obvious, and she will definitely notice. When Ryu nodded, "Then you wait a moment. Once the door opens, come back immediately. Keep lying in bed." Chen Chuan nodded. Given the situation, he had no other options. It had to be this way. Suddenly, Chen Chuan's eyes were fixated on Wen Ryu below. He stared for a full 3 seconds, his gaze becoming dazed. Wen Ryu felt a little flustered. Looking down at her own low-cut neckline, her entire body was almost pressed against his leg. Added to the fact that little Chuan was at the age of youthful vigor. He had eaten 2 kinds of nourishing food that evening. Having held it in for so long with various factors accumulating, it was already quite difficult for him to maintain his composure without losing his rationality. Was he about to lose control now? Oh no, his daughter was about to come in. If little Chuan were to act out at this moment, wouldn't it be 100% exposure? Sigh. If I had known, I would have gone straight to the point from the beginning. Solving the problem would have avoided this variable. Now dragging it out only makes things worse. Whoosh. Chen Chuan suddenly ripped off the t-shirt he had just put on, revealing his large firm chest and distinctly defined abs. When Ryu was startled, her face reddening. She wanted to look away but couldn't help but peek repeatedly. "Little Chuan, what are you doing? You have to hold it together. At this time you absolutely cannot act impulsively." She felt very anxious. Little Chuan had already held it in all night. It was quite discomforting. Just now he had touched her face and now her body was pressed against him. Undoubtedly, it was adding fuel to the fire. No wonder he couldn't hold back. This really wasn't his fault. Sigh. What if he were to do something excessive? Should she resist? Or should she go along with it and ease the situation? Chen Chuan leaned down close to Wen Ryu's ear, raising his index finger. "Shoo. Antwin, stay hidden and don't move. I'm going to open the door now." After saying that, he was about to get up from the bed. Wen Ryu felt relieved. So little Chuan wasn't about to act out. He was just preparing to open the door. But why did he suddenly take off his clothes? As Chen Chuan was about to get out of bed to open the door, Wen Ryu grabbed Chen Chuan's hand. "Wait a minute." She crawled forward a step, pressing against Chen Chuan's chest, whispering in his ear. "Ching, he is very perceptive. You must be careful. After you open the door, run back to bed immediately. Remember to tuck the blanket well. You mustn't expose me. Also, be careful with your words. You mustn't slip up. If there's even a hint of a flaw, she will notice something amiss." Chen Chuan's ears tingled and felt hot. He suppressed his impulse and nodded. "I will be careful. You hide well and mustn't make any noise. Both voice and movement must be controlled." When Ryu nodded. After they had discussed everything, Chen Chuan finally got out of bed. One step at a time, he walked to the door. Senior Sister Muim about to open the door. Mu Qinghe had long been anxiously waiting. Upon hearing this, she was elated. "Quick, open the door." Bam. Chen Chuan unlocked the door and immediately ran back to bed, pressing Wen Ryu's head down under his leg, ensuring the edges of the blanket were tightly tucked. "Senior Sister, please come in yourself." Bang. The door was forcefully pushed open by Mu Qinghe. Snap. The first thing she did was turn on the light. In an instant, light flooded in, illuminating the room. Any hint of abnormality was laid bare. At this time, Mu Qinghe only in her pajamas. Her tall figure was fully exposed. Slim where it should be slim and plump where it should be plump. Stunningly beautiful. However, at this moment, her eyes were sharp as lightning. She scanned the room fiercely. First step, she conducted a general search and found no one. Feeling uneasy, she proceeded to the second step. Next, she meticulously searched every corner of the room, including the suspicious targets like the wardrobe under the bed, behind the curtains, and even on the balcony where she peeked out. At this moment, Chen Chuan felt very conflicted. He was relieved he hadn't hidden in those places earlier. Yet he was also extremely worried about the impending crisis. He was certain that Senior Sister Mu was treating his room as a key suspect in her search. In this situation, she would not overlook any suspicious details. Next step, she wouldn't search the bed and blankets too, would she? After searching around, finding no clues, Mu Qinghe said, with an unwilling expression, "Is my mom really not here?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Chen Chuan immediately retorted. "How could Antwin possibly be here? Am I that kind of person? Antwin is even less that kind of person." Suddenly, Chen Chuan felt his thigh like it was pinched by a crab. "Oh," he exclaimed. almost exerting enough force to kick the blanket off his legs. Thankfully, when Ruyu quickly held down the blanket, preventing immediate exposure, Mu Qinghe looked at Chen Chuan with confusion. Chen Shuadi, why did you suddenly call out? Chen Chuan secretly wiped cold sweat. Pretending to be embarrassed, he said, haha, it's nothing. I just ate too much nourishing food tonight and feel a bit uncomfortable. Mu Qinghe seemed to recall something, her fair face blushing with two rosy clouds. When Ruyu under the blanket felt a wave of panic. Just now, when Chen Chuan mentioned her, it felt like he was speaking in contradiction. She felt angry in her heart and couldn't help but pinch Chen Chuan. But she forgot that she was currently lying on Chen Chuan's thigh. With one motion, she grabbed Chen Chuan's thigh flesh. If her hand had shifted even a little, wouldn't it cause a big laugh? At that moment, when Ruyu realized how coincidental and awkward her current position was, at that instant she didn't dare to move at all. Afraid of startling her daughter in the room, and also frightened of touching something that shouldn't be touched.